Essential Writings of Thorstein Veblen. Contents. General Introduction 1. Part I 1882 to 1898, Early Works 41. 1 Mill's Theory of the Taxation of Land, 1882, 53. 2 Kant's Critique of Judgment, 1884, 54. 3. Some Neglected Points in the Theory of Socialism, 1891, 64. 4. Bohm-Bawerk's Definition of Capital and the Source of Wages, 1892, 77. 5. The Food Supply and the Price of Wheat, 1893, 80. 6. Review of the Land Systems of British India by B. H. Baden-Powell, 1893, 91. 7. Review of Der Parlamentarismus, Die Volksgesetzgebung und die Sozialdemokratie by Karl Koski, 1894, 94. 8. The Economic Theory of Woman's Dress, 1894, 96. 9. Review of Mesure de la Philosophie by Karl Marx, and of Socialisme et Science Positive by Enrico Ferri, 1896, 104. 10. Review of Einführung in den Sozialismus by Richard Calwer, 1897, 110. 11. Review of Essays sur la conception matérialiste de l'histoire by Antonio Labriola, 1897, 113. 12. Review of Die Marxistische Sozialdemokratie by Max Lorenz, 1897, 115. 13. Review of Über einige Grundfragen der Sozialpolitik und der Volkswirtschaftslehre by Gustav Schmaler, 1898, 117. 14. Review of Aristocracy and Evolution, a study of the rights, the origins, and the social functions of the wealthier classes by William H. Mallock, 1898, 121. Part 2 1898 to 1899, Intellectual Efflorescence 127. 15. Why is economics not an evolutionary science? 1898, 143. 16. The Instinct of Workmanship and the Irksomeness of Labor, 1898, 158. 17. The Beginnings of Ownership, 1898, 169. 18. The Barbarian Status of Women, 1899, 179. 19. The Preconceptions of Economic Science, Parts I, 2 and 3, 1899 to 1900, 188. 20. Review of the Development of English Thought, a study in the economic interpretation of history by Simon N. Patton, 1899, 244. 21. The Theory of the Leisure Class, an economic study in the evolution of institutions, Chapter 8, 1899, 251. Part 3 1899 to 1906, Critiques and Further Developments 263. 22. Mr. Cummings's Strictures on the Theory of the Leisure Class, 1899, 271. 23. Review of Social Laws, an Outline of Sociology by Gabriel Tarde, 1900, 280. 24. Industrial and Pecuniary Employments, 1901, 281. 25. Gustav Schmaler's Economics, 1901, 307. 26. Review of Psychologie Économique by Gabriel Tarde, 1902, 323. 27. Review of Der moderne Kapitalismus by Werner Sombart, 1903, 326. 28. Review of Pure Sociology, a treatise concerning the origin and spontaneous development of society by Lester Ward, 1903, 332. 29. The Theory of Business Enterprise, Chapter 6, 1904, 334. 30. The Place of Science in Modern Civilization, 1906, 355. 31. The Socialist Economics of Karl Marx and His Followers, Parts I and II, 1906, 07, 373. Part 4 1907 to 1914, the penultimate period 401. 32. Professor Clark's Economics, 1908, 410. 33. On the Nature of Capital, Parts I and II, 1908, 441. 34. The Evolution of the Scientific Point of View, 1908, 478. 35. Fisher's Capital and Income, 1908, Fisher's Rate of Interest, 1909, 492. 36. The Limitations of Marginal Utility, 1909, 513. 37. The Mutation Theory and the Blonde Race, 1913, 525. 38. The Instinct of Workmanship and the State of the Industrial Arts, Preface, Chapters I, and Chapters II, Excerpt, 1914, 537. Selection 1. Mill's Theory of the Taxation of Land. Veblen, 1882. With the advance of society, the rent of land increases. This increase is independent of any effort on the part of the landlord, being the product of the activity of the community. The state should, therefore, by a peculiar tax, appropriate this unearned increment and not permit it to go to the owner of the land. To obviate all injustice to owners who have bought land with the expectation of being permitted to enjoy the future increase of its rent, the state is to offer to buy the land of the owners at its market price as an alternative to their keeping it and paying to the state the increase in rent. As a consequence of such an alternative, land having a speculative value would be sold to the state in order to avoid loss to the owners. The measure would act as a fine on the holding of land, to the amount of the speculative value, and lead to an almost universal nationalization of land, differing, however, from generally entertained schemes for the states getting possession of land, in that the expense of the change would be more equitably distributed on all classes of the community. No immediate redistribution of wealth would take place, but, neglecting all probable undesirable secondary effects of the change on the people, an advantage would accrue from an increased compactness of population, making possible a saving of labor. Selection 2. Kant's Critique of Judgment. Veblen, 1884. The place of the critique of judgment in Kant's system of philosophy is that of a mean between the two critiques of the pure and of the practical reason. A feeling of the lack of coherence between the other two critiques prompted him to the elaboration of this one, and the doctrine of method at the close of the 261 work is mainly a sketch of the way in which he conceived that the results of this critique were to be made useful in the system of philosophy to which he regarded all his critical work as preliminary. The outcome of critique of the practical reason is the notion of freedom in the person, the outcome of the critique of pure reason is the notion of strict determinism, according to natural law, in the world. It will hardly do to say that the two are contradictory, for they are so thoroughly disparate that, taken by themselves only and placed in juxtaposition, they do not even contradict each other. It is well known that it was on account of this disparity of the two notions that Kant was able to hold to the reality of personal freedom at the same time that he held to the doctrine of unavoidable determination according to natural law. But while he found the disparity of the two indispensable in order to the reality of freedom, he also found that, in order to free activity, a mediation between the two was likewise indispensable. The idea of freedom of moral action contains the requirement that the concepts of morality are to be actualized in the sphere of natural law. Without the possibility of realizing the concepts of morality in the realm of nature, without ability to affect events in the course of nature, morality would be only a fiction, the free person must be only an absurdity, but, even if it be granted that the person can and does come into the course of events as an efficient cause, that is not enough. Thus far the conclusions of the critique of practical reach, but Kant was not satisfied with that. The action of the person must be capable of falling in with the activity of the causes among which it comes, otherwise it will act blindly to no purpose. The agent must know what will be the effect of this or that action, if his activity is not to be nugatory, or worse than nugatory. And, in order to such a knowledge of the results of a contemplated action, the knowledge furnished by simple experience is not sufficient. Simple experience, whether we accept Kant's doctrine concerning the knowledge given by experience, as he has developed it in the Critique of Pure Reason, or not, cannot forecast the future. Experience can, at the best, give what is or what has been, but cannot say what is to be. It gives data only, and data never go into the 262 future unaided and of their own accord. Data do not tell what the effect of action will be, except as we are able to judge the future by the help of the data given. Judgment must come in, if experience is to be any use, and morality anything more than a dream. The power of judgment, or of reasoning, must mediate between theoretical knowledge and moral action, and the kind of judgment that is required is inductive reasoning. All this is simple enough. It is so simple and is so obvious that it is difficult to see it until it has been pointed out, and after it has been pointed out it seems to have been unnecessary to speak of it. Though Kant, in giving his reasons for undertaking the critique of judgment, speaks mainly of the indispensableness of this power of inductive reasoning for the purposes of morality, it is evident that it is no less indispensable in every other part of practical life. Today any attempt, in any science, which does not furnish us an induction, is counted good for nothing, and it is with this power of inductive reasoning that the most important part of the critique of judgment has to do. In Kant's trichotomous scheme of the faculties and capacities of the intellect, the power of judgment lies in the middle, between the understanding and the reason, just as the faculty of pleasure and pain lies between the faculties of cognition and of desire, and affords a connection and mediation between the two. The understanding has to do with cognition, and is a priori legislative for empirical knowledge. The pure reason has to do with desire, and is a priori legislative for action. By analogy we should be able to say, at least provisionally, that the power of judgment has to do with the capacity of pleasure and pain, and legislates a priori concerning the adequate or subservient, the commensurate, appropriate, or adapted, das Zweckmassage. The power of judgment is, in general, the power of thinking the particular under the universal. If the universal, the rule, the principle, the law, is given, then the judgment which subsumes the particular under it is determinative deductive reasoning. But if only the particular is given, for which the judgment is to find a universal, then the judgment is only reflective inductive reasoning. Kritik der Erzählkraft, ed. K. Kerbach, 1878, Einl, 4. Inasmuch as this critique is a critique of the pure power of judgment only, i.e., of the power of judgment in so 263 far as none of the principles of its action are borrowed from elsewhere, it has to do only with the reflective judgment, for, in order that the judgment be determinative, the universal which is to serve it as a rule in the work of subsumption must be given, and so must be present as a premise, and will condition the action of the judgment working under it. The determinative judgment is simply the activity of the intellect in general in applying the laws given by understanding and reason, and, as such, its action has been analyzed in the two critiques which treat of those faculties. The determinative judgment, subsuming particular data under general laws which are also data, is nothing but the activity of the understanding in combining simple experience into a synthetic whole, under those laws of the understanding which are a necessary condition of experience. Therefore the discussion of the determinative judgment belongs in the critique of the theoretical reason. The reflective judgment passes beyond the simple data of experience and seeks a universal which is not given in empirical cognition, therefore it must proceed according to a principle not given to it from without. It has a power of self-direction, and therefore calls for a critique of its own. This is the starting point of the critique of judgment, and, if this had been borne in mind, it might have saved many of Kant's critics a good deal of mistaken criticism. As a rule, the criticisms offered on his doctrine of teleology have gone to work as though his starting point had been from the developed principle of final cause, and as though he had proceeded from that principle to the notions of adaptation, and thence to that of aesthetic appropriateness, which is precisely reversing the truth. They have taken up the critique wrong and foremost, and it is no wonder that they have found fault with it. Kant's doctrine of final cause is arrived at from a consideration of the ways in which the reflective judgment works. The nature of the reflective judgment is not deduced from a preconceived notion about finality. The office of the reflective judgment is to find unity in multiplicity, or to give unity to multiplicity. Its action is not only synthetic, but it is to make a synthesis which shall reach beyond, and include more than what is given in simple experience. The problem of this critique, as of the other two, is, how are synthetic judgments a priori possible? But, while the faculties under consideration 264 in the other two critiques have to do with laws unavoidably given and unavoidably applied to given data, the reflective judgment is the faculty of search. It is the faculty of adding to our knowledge something which is not and cannot be given in experience. It is to reduce the manifold of nature, the various concepts we have of the things in the world, to a synthetic totality. It has to bring the facts given in experience under laws and principles, and to bring empirical concepts under higher concepts. Whatever is ascertained, and so becomes an item of knowledge, becomes therewith a point of departure for the reflective judgment. The reflective judgment is continually reaching over beyond the known, and grasping at that which cannot come within experience. Its object is a synthesis, a systematization of whatever is known, and, in order to the attainment of a system, its procedure must be governed by some principle. As the result aimed at lies beyond experience, the principle according to which it is to proceed cannot be given by experience. The principle is not taken from outside the power of judgment, for, if such were the case, the judgment working under that principle would be determinative and not reflective. Therefore the principle according to which the reflective judgment proceeds must originate with the reflective judgment itself, or, in other words, it must be an a priori principle of the intellect, and must hold its place as a principle only in relation to the reflective judgment. It cannot be the same principle, in the same form, as any of the principles governing the other faculties. The nature of this principle is to be found from a consideration of the work it is to do. The reflective judgment is to generalize, to reduce our knowledge to a system under more general laws than any given by experience. Its office is to systematize, and to systematize is but another expression for reducing things to intelligent order, that is, to think things as though they had been made according to the laws of an understanding, to think them as though made by an intelligent cause. But to think things in a system as though they were made by an intelligent cause is not the same as to think that they are made by such a cause. So much is not required by the principle. All that is required is that the things be thought as falling under a system of law according 265 to which they adapt themselves to the laws of our understanding, that they are such in the manner of their being as they would be if they were made with a view to the exigencies of our capacity of knowing. The principle of the reflective judgment is, therefore, primarily the requirement of adaptation on the part of the object to the laws of the activity of our faculties of knowledge, or, briefly, adaptation to our faculties. Now, whenever the intellect finds the objects of its knowledge to be such as to admit of the unhampered activity of the faculties employed about them, there results a gratification such as always felt on the attainment of an end striven for. The more nearly the concept of the object known approaches to what such a concept might have been if it had been constructed simply under the guidance of the laws of the mind's own activity and without being in any way hindered or modified by external reality, that is, the more nearly the activity of the mind in thinking a given thought coincides with what would be the mind's activity if that activity were guided by its own intrinsic laws alone and were not influenced or hampered by the environment, the more fully will the requirements of the mind's activity be realized and the more intense will be the gratification felt in contemplating the object of thought which so employs the mind. A feeling of gratification, or the contrary, accordingly, goes along with the activity of the reflective judgment as a sanction and a test of its normality. What this feeling of gratification testifies to is, that the play of the faculties of the intellect is free, or but little hampered by the empirical element in its knowledge. It therefore indicates that the objects contemplated are, in the form in which they are present in thought, adapted to the faculties. This adaptation of knowledge to our faculties may take place in two different ways, or rather it may take place at two different stages in the elaboration of the material gained by the experience. A simple datum may be given to the apprehension such as to conform to the normal action of our faculty of knowledge, and, by its so conforming, it shows adaptation to the faculties that are employed about it. In such a case, the concept which is contemplated and found adapted is not thereby an item of knowledge which goes to make up our conception of world system, or to make a part of any systematic or organized whole. As a datum of the apprehension, it is considered 266 singly by itself only in relation to the apprehending subject, no thought being given to its making or not making an integral part of our knowledge of reality. In so far as concerns the adaptation conceived to belong to the concept, it is no matter whether any external reality corresponds to the concept or not, and, therefore, it makes no difference, as to the adaptation, whether the concept is derived from experience or is a pure figment. The adaptation belonging to such a concept, which is only a datum of the apprehension, is, therefore, subjective only. It is only a question of the conformation or non-conformation of a simple concept, Vorstellung, to the norms of the apprehension. The question is, how far the concept given is suited to the normal activity of the faculty of cognition. Whatever may be the objective validity of the concept, that does not enter into consideration at all. This being the case, the only way to judge of the adaptation of such a concept is to take cognizance of the way in which the faculties act on occasion of it, and the test can only be whether the faculties act unhampered and satisfactorily, and the only indication of the normal activity of the faculties, again, is the resulting feeling of gratification or dissatisfaction. If the concept, simply as such, pleases, it is normal or adapted; if it displeases, it is not. The object corresponding to such a concept, which pleases in its simple apprehension, is said to be beautiful, and the reflective judgment, in so far as it proceeds on the simple adaptation of the data of apprehension to the faculties of cognition, is aesthetic judgment. It is of a purely subjective character, and its action is not based on logical, but wholly on pathological grounds. The decision of the aesthetic judgment is made on the ground of the feeling called forth by the apprehension of the concept, and the feeling is, therefore, in this case, the only authority that has a voice in the matter. From these considerations it follows that there can be no objective principle of aesthetic judgment. The principle which governs taste must accordingly exert its authority, not through the means of logical argument and proof, but by an appeal to the nature of men in respect to reflective judgment in general. The principle of taste is the subjective principle of the judgment in general, Kritik der Urteilskraft, p. 148. The universal validity which a judgment in a matter of taste bespeaks can, therefore, rest only 267 on the assumption of an essential similarity of all men in respect to the feeling involved in such a judgment. On the other hand, the data of cognition may also be contemplated, with reference to their adaptation, at the stage at which they are no longer simple data apprehension, but constitute a part of our knowledge of reality. That is, they, the concepts, may be considered as making a part of our knowledge of nature, and, consequently, as entering into a system in which they must stand in relation to other data. Their adaptation will consequently here be found, if at all, in the logical relations of concepts, items of empirical knowledge or laws of nature, to one another, and the conformity of these relations to the normal activity of the faculties, not in the immediate adaptation of particular items or data of experience to be taken up by the faculties, as was the case in the aesthetic judgment. And since the faculties, dealing with the relations of concepts as making up our knowledge of reality, have to do with the relations of real objects as known to us, the relations of the concepts, in which the adaptation is supposed to lie, are here conceived to be real relations of objects. The adaptation of these concepts, as standing in logical relations to one another, to the normal activity of the mind, therefore comes to be looked on as a quality of the objects contemplated. The objects are conceived to stand in such relations of dependence and interaction as correspond to the logical relations of the concepts we have of them. Now, as a matter of fact, the connection or relation of our concepts which will be found adapted to our faculties, and which answers the requirements of their normal action, is one according to which they make a systematic, connected whole. The relations of objects which shall correspond in the world of reality to this logical relation of our concepts are such relations of interaction and interdependence as will bind the particular things in the world of reality together into a whole, in which the existence of one thing is dependent on that of another, and in which no one thing can exist without mutually conditioning and being conditioned by every other. That is, the adaptation found, or sought to be found, in concepts when contemplated in their logical aspect, is conceived to be an adaptation of things to one another in such a way that each is at the same time the means and the end of the existence of every other. 268. Such a conception of the world of reality, in which things are united into an organized whole, can proceed only on the assumption that the particular things which go to make up the organic whole are subject to laws of a character similar to that of the logical laws according to which our mind subsumes the particular under the general, and holds together all the material gained by our cognition in a systematic totality of knowledge, which is the same as saying that in such a conception is contained the idea that the world is made according to laws similar to the laws of understanding, and therefore that it is made by an intelligent cause, and made with intention and purpose. To put the same thing in another way, to conceive the world in the way required by the reflective judgment is to conceive it as being made so as to harmonize with the laws of our understanding, that is, in being made, it is adapted to our faculties, and therefore made by a cause of working according to laws like those of our understanding, and with a view to the exigencies of our understanding in comprehending the world. The cause producing the world must therefore be conceived to have worked it out according to a preconceived notion of what it was to be, and the realization of the form in which the world so created actually exists, accordingly, has its ground in an idea conceived by the cause which created it. The idea of what the world was to be precedes and conditions the world as it actually comes into existence, which is precisely what we mean when we say that the world was created by final cause. All this argument for a final cause in the world rests on the action of the reflective judgment, and its validity therefore extends only so far as the principle of the reflective judgment reaches. That principle is the requirement of adaptation, on the part of our knowledge, to the normal action of our faculties of knowing. It is therefore of subjective validity only, and can say nothing as to the nature of external reality. The finality which is attributed to external reality, on the ground of the adaptation found by the reflective judgment, is simply and only an imputed finality, and the imputation of it to reality is based on the same ground of feeling as every other act of the reflective judgment. Our imputation of finality to the things of the world, and our teleological arguments for an intelligent cause of the world, proceed on subjective grounds entirely, and give no knowledge of objective fact, and furnish no 269 proof that is available for establishing even a probability in favor of what is claimed. What is proved by the tenacity with which we cling to our teleological conception of the world is, that the constitution of our intellect demands this conception, that our faculties, in their normal action, must arrive at this before they can find any halting place. The mind is not satisfied with its knowledge of a thing, or of any event or fact, until it is able to say, not only how the thing or event has a purpose. The proposition may be put into this general form, and we may be obliged, oftentimes, to leave the matter in this state of generality, but we cannot believe, concerning anything, that there is not reason why it is, or why it is as it is. It is, of course, possible to give our attention to any item of knowledge, to employ ourselves about any object or any process or law in nature, without bringing in the notion of purpose, but our knowledge of it cannot be regarded as complete until we have asked the question why it is. But though this question of teleology is of extreme importance, yet a knowledge of the teleological end of a given thing, or the purpose of an action or event as considered from the standpoint of the economy of the universe, is not absolutely necessary in order to human life, not even in order to a high degree of development in moral life. In truth, a knowledge of ultimate particular ends and purposes is of no use whatever in the affairs of everyday life, and, therefore, the principle of teleology, as being the principle of conscious purpose in the world, is not indispensable in order to such knowledge of things as is required by the exigencies of life. The knowledge we need and use can be got, and got in sufficient completeness for all purposes of utility, without any appeal to, or any aid from, the developed principle of finality, and, if the exercise of the reflective judgment, in its logical application, consisted in the decision of teleological questions alone, its value would be small enough. Such, however, is not the case. The principle of the logical use of the reflective judgment was found to be the general principle of adaptation, and since, in its logical use, the judgment has to do with reality, the principle 270 which shall govern the reflective judgment here will be that of objective adaptation, that is, adaptation which is conceived to belong to things objectively. The motive which leads to the application of this principle to our knowledge of things was found to be a feeling of dissatisfaction with our knowledge so long as it consists only in a chaotic manifold of concepts. We are dissatisfied with the conception of reality which makes it only a congeries of things, without connection, system, or order, beyond juxtaposition in space and succession and duration in time. Yet such a congeries is all that unaided experience can give, and the determinative, deductive, judgment can do little to bring further order into this chaos. It is true, we have the general law of cause and effect given, and it looks as though we ought to be able to establish some system by the aid of it, when the experience gives us the data to which the law applies, but further thought will show that we should be as helpless with that law as without it if no further principle came in to guide us in the application of it. We should have the law which says, every change has a cause and an effect, and all that the data of experience would enable us to say further would be, that this law in general applies to these data. The abstract law and the data, simply under the action of the determinative judgment, could never get so far as to afford us ground for asserting that a given effect has a given cause, still less, that a given cause will produce a given effect. The truth of this is shown by the nature of our knowledge of particular causes. We can never designate, with that certainty which belongs to every deliverance of the deductive judgment, what is the cause of any given effect. We may have no doubt as to what is the cause of a given effect, but still, if it should turn out that the effect under consideration has some other cause than the one we counted on, we should not, therefore, conclude then the world is out of joint. It is possible that we may be mistaken in our opinion as to particular cases of cause and effect, even the most certain of them, which would not be the case if we arrived at our knowledge of them by simple deductive reasoning from data of experience and an a priori law. There is always an element of probability, however slight, in our knowledge of particular causes, but simple experience, cognition, never has anything to say about probability, it only says what is, and leaves no room for doubt or probability. 271. In order to find what is the cause of a given effect, and, still more, what will be the effect of a given cause, we need a guiding principle beyond anything that experience gives. We have to go beyond what is given us, and so we need a principle of search. That is what is afforded by this principle of adaptation. The mind is unsatisfied with things until it can see how they belong together. The principle of adaptation says that the particular things do belong together, and sets the mind hunting to find out how. The principle of adaptation says that, in order to the normal action of the faculties, things must be conceived as adapted to one another so as to form a systematic totality, that things must be conceived to be so coordinated in their action as to make up an organized whole, and the mind goes to work to make its knowledge of reality conform to its own normal activity, or, in other words, to find what particular case of interaction under the law of cause and effect will stand the test of the principle of adaptation. What the principle of adaptation does for us is, therefore, in the first place, that it makes us guess, and that it guides our guessing. If it were not that we are dissatisfied with our knowledge so long as it remains in the shape of a mere manifold, we should never seek to get beyond a congeries of things in time and space, and, if it were not that the principle of adaptation shows us what we are to seek further, we should never find anything further in our knowledge. But the principle of adaptation cannot give us any new data, nor can it tell us anything new about the data we have. All it can do is to guide us in guessing about the given data, and then leave it to experience to credit or discredit our guesses. That is, it is a regulative, not a constitutive principle of knowledge, according to the distinction which Kant makes in his classification of a priori principles of the mind. Now, as has already been pointed out, the direction in which this principle will lead us is that of generalization, since no such principle is needed in order to deductive reasoning. In order to analyze the content of our empirical knowledge, there is no guessing necessary. All that is then required is that we take a more complete inventory of what we already know. The guessing, under the principle of adaptation, is in the direction of a higher systematization of what we know. The principle suggests that, in order to conform to the norms of 272 our faculties, things should fall into a system under laws of such or such a character, that they should stand in such or such relations of interaction and coordination, and that the laws which are given a priori as applying to things should apply to them in such or such a way, and so it leads to an hypothesis as to the nature of particular things and the laws of their connection. The principle guides us to an hypothesis in the world of reality. It proceeds on the basis of a feeling, and so it can decide whether the hypothesis suits the minds, but not at all whether it applies to reality. Experience alone can say whether the hypothesis fits the thing it is intended for, or, rather, it can say whether it appears to fit them, since, inasmuch as an hypothesis never can become an object of experience in the sense as things are objects of experience, it can also not have the empirical certainty which belongs to our knowledge of individual things. The testimony of experience as to the validity of the hypothesis can only be of a cumulative character, and all it can do is to give it a greater or less degree of probability. It is of the nature of circumstantial evidence. The principle of adaptation, in its logical use, is accordingly the principle of inductive reasoning. The need felt by the mind of bringing order and systematic coherence into the knowledge it acquires, and therefore of conceiving the things about which it is engaged as adapted to one another, affords, at the same time, the motive and the guiding principle for induction. The unrest felt on account of the inharmonious and forced activity of the faculties, when engaged about a mere manifold or a discordant miscellany, drives the mind to seek a concord for its own activities, and, consequently, a reconciliation of the conflicting elements of its knowledge. The reason for the unrest felt in contemplating external things simply as individual and unconnected things lies in the fact that the mind is adapted to conceive the subject matter of its knowledge in the form of a connected whole. If the mind had not an inherent capacity for thinking things as connected into a totality, or at least as being connected in a systematic way and under definite laws, it could not feel the lack of totality in contemplating things under the mere form of juxtaposition in time and space. It would not be dissatisfied with things as mere data if it knew of nothing better, and it would not seek anything 273 different if the conception of things, as a mere congeries, satisfied the requirements of its normal activity. But, the requirement of totality, of adaptation of part to part, being present, the mind has no alternative but to reflect on the material given it, and make the most it can out of it in the way of a systematic whole, and the requirement of adaptation points out the direction which its search must take. One consequence of this is that the search is never ended, as, from the nature of the case, the requirement can never be fulfilled. As soon as a result is obtained by the process of induction, that result becomes, for the purposes of the question in hand, a fact of empirical knowledge, and therefore acquires the character, not of a completed whole, but of an isolated and disconnected datum. As fast as one step of induction is completed, it becomes a means to another step, which must inevitably follow it. According to what has just been said, the motive and guiding principle of inductive reasoning, and, with it, of the teleological judgment, is the requirement of adaptation or totality in our knowledge. When we find this requirement answered, in greater or less degree, the consequence is more or less of a feeling of gratification, just as there is always a feeling of gratification on the successful completion of an undertaking, or the attainment of a desired end. This feeling of gratification may therefore be regarded as a sanction to the principles of the reflective judgment, and, in the last resort, it is this feeling of gratification alone which can decide whether the principle has been applied successfully in any given case. Therefore, so far as concerns the distinctive characteristics of the reflective judgment, and, therefore, of inductive reasoning, it proceeds on subjective ground entirely. Its motive is subjective, and, though the evidence by which it seeks to establish the results aimed at is of empirical origin, yet the criterion, to which the result must conform in order to answer the purposes for which it is sought to be established, is subjective. The consequence of this subjectivity of the principle of induction is that the results it arrives at are only more or less probable. Yet, singular as it might seem, hardly any part of our knowledge except that got by induction is of any immediate use for practical purposes. For by induction alone can we reduce things to system and connection, 274, and so bring particular things and events under definite laws of interaction. Therefore by induction alone can we get such knowledge as will enable us to forecast the future, and knowledge which shall help us to forecast the future, to tell what will take place under given circumstances and as the result of given actions, is the only knowledge which can serve as a guide in practical life, whether moral or otherwise. Selection 3. Some neglected points in the theory of socialism. Veblen, 1891. The immediate occasion for the writing of this paper was given by the publication of Mr. Spencer's essay, From Freedom to Bondage, although it is not altogether a criticism of that essay. It is not my purpose to contract overt the position taken by Mr. Spencer as regards the present feasibility of any socialist scheme. The paper is mainly a suggestion, offered in the spirit of the disciple, with respect to a point not adequately covered by Mr. Spencer's discussion, and which has received but very scanty attention at the hands of any other writer on either side of the socialist controversy. This main point is as to an economic ground, as a matter of fact, for the existing unrest that finds expression in the demands of socialist agitators. I quote from Mr. Spencer's essay a sentence which does fair justice, so far as it goes, to the position taken by agitators, in presence of obvious improvements, joined with that increase of longevity, which even alone yields conclusive proof of general amelioration. It is proclaimed, with increasing vehemence, that things are so bad that society must be pulled to pieces and reorganized on another plan. The most obtrusive feature of the change demanded by the advocates of socialism is governmental control of the industrial activities of society, the nationalization of industry. There is also, just at present, a distinct movement in practice, towards a more extended control of industry by the government, as Mr. Spencer has pointed out. This movement strengthens the position of the advocates of a complete nationalization of industry, by making it appear that the logic of events is on their side. In America at least, this movement in the direction of a broader assertion of the paramount claims of the community, 346, and an extension of corporate action on part of the community in industrial matters, has not generally been connected with or based on an adherence to socialistic dogmas. This is perhaps truer of the recent past than of the immediate present. The motive of the movement has been, in large part, the expediency of each particular step taken. Municipal supervision, and, possibly, complete municipal control, has come to be a necessity in the case of such industries, mostly of recent growth, as elementary education, street lighting, water supply, etc. Opinions differ widely as to how far the community should take into its own hands such industries as concern the common welfare, but the growth of sentiment may fairly be said to favor a wider scope of governmental control. But the necessity of some supervision in the interest of the public extends to industries which are not simply of municipal importance. The modern development of industry and of the industrial organization of society makes it increasingly necessary that certain industries, often spoken of as natural monopolies, should be treated as being of a semi-public character. And through the action of the same forces a constantly increasing number of occupations are developing into the form of natural monopolies. The motive of the movement towards corporate action on the part of the community, state control of industry, has been largely that of industrial expediency. But another motive has gone with this one, and has grown more prominent as the popular demands in this direction have gathered wider support and taken more definite form. The injustice, the inequality, of the existing system, so far as concerns these natural monopolies especially, are made much of. There is a distinct unrest abroad, a discontent with things as they are, and the cry of injustice is the expression of this more or less widely prevalent discontent. This discontent is the truly socialistic element in the situation. It is easy to make too much of this popular unrest. The clamor of the agitators might be taken to indicate a wider prevalence and a greater acuteness of popular discontent than actually exists, but after all due allowance is made for exaggeration 347 on the part of those interested in the agitation, there can still be no doubt of the presence of a chronic feeling of dissatisfaction with the working of the existing industrial system, and a growth of popular sentiment in favor of a leveling policy. The economic ground of this popular feeling must be found, if we wish to understand the significance, for our industrial system, of the movement to which it supplies the motive. If its causes shall appear to be of a transient character, there is little reason to apprehend a permanent or radical change of our industrial system as the outcome of the agitation, while if this popular sentiment is found to be the outgrowth of any of the essential features of the existing social system, the chances of its ultimately working a radical change in the system will be much greater. The explanation offered by Mr. Spencer, that the popular unrest is due essentially to a feeling of ennui, to a desire for a change of posture on part of the social body, is assuredly not to be summarily rejected, but the analogy will hardly serve to explain the sentiment away. This may be a cause, but it can hardly be accepted as a sufficient cause. Socialist agitators urge that the existing system is necessarily wasteful and industrially inefficient. That may be granted, but it does not serve to explain the popular discontent, because the popular opinion, in which the discontent resides, does notoriously not favor that view. They further urge that the existing system is unjust, in that it gives an advantage to one man over another. That contention may also be true, but it is in itself no explanation, for it is true only if it be granted that the institutions which make this advantage of one man over another possible are unjust, and that is begging the question. This last contention is, however, not so far out of line with popular sentiment. The advantage complained of lies, under modern conditions, in the possession of property, and there is a feeling abroad that the existing order of things affords an undue advantage to property, especially to owners of property whose possessions rise much above a certain rather indefinite average. This feeling of injured justice is not always 348 distinguishable from envy, but it is, at any rate, a factor that works towards a leveling policy. With it goes a feeling of slighted manhood, which works in the same direction. Both these elements are to a great extent of a subjective origin. They express themselves in the general, objective form, but it is safe to say that on the average they spring from a consciousness of disadvantage and slight suffered by the person expressing them, and by persons whom he classes with himself. No flippancy is intended in saying that the rich are not so generally alive to the necessity of any leveling policy as are people of slender means. Any question as to the legitimacy of the dissatisfaction, on moral grounds, or even on grounds of expediency, is not very much to the point. The question is as to its scope and its chances of persistence. The modern industrial system is based on the institution of private property under free competition, and it cannot be claimed that these institutions have heretofore worked to the detriment of the material interests of the average member of society. The ground of discontent cannot lie in a disadvantageous comparison of the present with the past, so far as material interests are concerned. It is notorious, and, practically, none of the agitators deny that the system of industrial competition, based on private property, has brought about, or has at least coexisted with, the most rapid advance in average wealth and industrial efficiency that the world has seen. Especially can it fairly be claimed that the result of the last few decades of our industrial development has been to increase greatly the creature comforts within the reach of the average human being. And, decidedly, the result has been an amelioration of the lot of the less favored in a relatively greater degree than that of those economically more fortunate. The claim that the system of competition has proved itself an engine for making the rich richer and the poor poorer has the fascination of epigram, but if its meaning is that the lot of the average, of the masses of humanity in civilized life, is worse today, as measured in the means of livelihood, than it was 20 or 50 or 100 years 349 ago, then it is farcical. The cause of discontent must be sought elsewhere than in any increased difficulty in obtaining the means of subsistence or of comfort. But there is a sense in which the aphorism is true, and in it lies at least a partial explanation of the unrest which our conservative people so greatly deprecate. The existing system has not made, and does not tend to make, the industrious poor poorer as measured absolutely in means of livelihood, but it does tend to make them relatively poorer, in their own eyes, as measured in terms of comparative economic importance, and, curious as it may seem at first sight, that is what seems to count. It is not the abjectly poor that are oftenest heard protesting, and when a protest is heard in their behalf it is through spokesmen who are from outside their own class, and who are not delegated to speak for them. They are not a negligible element in the situation, but the unrest which is ground for solicitude does not owe its importance to them. The protest comes from those who do not habitually, or of necessity, suffer physical privation. The qualification of necessity is to be noticed. There is a not inconsiderable amount of physical privation suffered by many people in this country, which is not physically necessary. The cause is very often that what might be the means of comfort is diverted to the purpose of maintaining a decent appearance, or even a show of luxury. Man as we find him today has much regard to his good fame, to his standing in the esteem of his fellow men. This characteristic he always has had, and no doubt always will have. This regard for reputation may take the noble form of a striving after a good name, but the existing organization of society does not in any way preeminently foster that line of development. Regard for one's reputation means, in the average of cases, emulation. It is a striving to be, and more immediately to be thought to be, better than one's neighbor. Now, modern society, the society in which competition without prescription is predominant, is preeminently an industrial, economic society, and it is industrial, economic, excellence that most readily attracts the approving regard of that society. 350 Integrity and personal worth will, of course, count for something, now as always, but in the case of a person of moderate pretensions and opportunities, such as the average of us are, one's reputation for excellence in this direction does not penetrate far enough into the very wide environment to which a person is exposed in modern society to satisfy even a very modest craving for respectability. To sustain one's dignity, and to sustain one's self-respect, under the eyes of people who are not socially one's immediate neighbors, it is necessary to display the token of economic worth, which practically coincides pretty closely with economic success. A person may be well-born and virtuous, but those attributes will not bring respect to the bearer from people who are not aware of his possessing them, and these are 99 out of every 100 that one meets. Conversely, by the way, knavery and vulgarity in any person are not reprobated by people who know nothing of the person's shortcomings in those respects. In our fundamentally industrial society a person should be economically successful, if he would enjoy the esteem of his fellow men. When we say that a man is worth so many dollars, the expression does not convey the idea that moral or other personal excellence is to be measured in terms of money, but it does very distinctly convey the idea that the fact of his possessing many dollars is very much to his credit. And, except in cases of extraordinary excellence, efficiency in any direction which is not immediately of industrial importance, and does not redound to a person's economic benefit, is not of great value as a means of respectability. Economic success is in our day the most widely accepted as well as the most readily ascertainable measure of esteem. All this will hold with still greater force of a generation which is born into a world already encrusted with this habit of a mind. But there is a further, secondary stage in the development of this economic emulation. It is not enough to possess the talisman of industrial success. In order that it may mend one's good fame efficiently, it is necessary to display it. One does not make much of a showing in the eyes of the large 351 majority of the people whom one meets with, except by unremitting demonstration of ability to pay. That is practically the only means which the average of us have of impressing our respectability on the many to whom we are personally unknown, but whose transient good opinion we would so gladly enjoy. So it comes about that the appearance of success is very much to be desired, and is even in many cases preferred to the substance. We all know how nearly indispensable it is to afford whatever expenditure other people with whom we class ourselves can afford, and also that it is desirable to afford a little something more than others. This element of human nature has much to do with the standard of living. And it is of a very elastic nature, capable of an indefinite extension. After making proper allowance for individual exceptions and for the action of prudential restraints, it may be said, in a general way, that this emulation in expenditure stands ever ready to absorb any margin of income that remains after ordinary physical wants and comforts have been provided for, and, further, that it presently becomes as hard to give up that part of one's habitual standard of living which is due to the struggle for respectability, as it is to give up many physical comforts. In a general way, the need of expenditure in this direction grows as fast as the means of satisfying it, and, in the long run, a large expenditure comes no nearer satisfying the desire than a smaller one. It comes about through the working of this principle that even the creature comforts, which are in themselves desirable, and, it may even be, requisite to a life on a passably satisfactory plane, acquire a value as a means of respectability quite independent of, and out of proportion to, their simple utility as a means of livelihood. As we are all aware, the chief element of value in many articles of apparel is not their efficiency for protecting the body, but for protecting the wearer's respectability, and that not only in the eyes of one's neighbors but even in one's own eyes. Indeed, it happens not very rarely that a person chooses to go ill-clad in order to be well dressed. 352 much more than half the value of what is worn by the American people may confidently be put down to the element of dress, rather than to that of clothing. And the chief motive of dress is emulation, what I have ventured to designate as economic emulation. The like is true, though perhaps in a less degree, of what goes to food and shelter. This misdirection of effort through the cravings of human vanity is of course not anything new, nor is economic emulation a modern fact. The modern system of industry has not invented emulation, nor has even this particular form of emulation originated under that system. But the system of free competition has accentuated this form of emulation, both by exalting the industrial activity of man above the rank which it held under more primitive forms of social organization, and by in great measure cutting off other forms of emulation from the chance of efficiently ministering to the craving for a good fame. Speaking generally and from the standpoint of the average man, the modern industrial organization of society has practically narrowed the scope of emulation to this one line, and at the same time it has made the means of sustenance and comfort so much easier to obtain as very materially to widen the margin of human exertion that can be devoted to purposes of emulation. Further, by increasing the freedom of movement of the individual and widening the environment to which the individual is exposed, increasing the number of persons before whose eyes each one carries on his life, and, pari passu, decreasing the chances which such persons have of awarding their esteem on any other basis than that of immediate appearances, it has increased the relative efficiency of the economic means of winning respect through a show of expenditure for personal comforts. It is not probable that further advance in the same direction will lead to a different result in the immediate future, and it is the immediate future we have to deal with. A further advance in the efficiency of our industry, and a further widening of the human environment to which the individual is exposed, should logically render emulation in this direction more intense. There 353 are, indeed, certain considerations to be set off against this tendency, but they are mostly factors of slow action, and are hardly of sufficient consequence to reverse the general rule. On the whole, other things remaining the same, it must be admitted that, within wide limits, the easier the conditions of physical life for modern civilized man become, and the wider the horizon of each and the extent of the personal contact of each with his fellow men, and the greater the opportunity of each to compare notes with his fellows, the greater will be the preponderance of economic success as a means of emulation, and the greater the straining after economic respectability. Inasmuch as the aim of emulation is not any absolute degree of comfort or of excellence, no advance in the average well-being of the community can end the struggle or lessen the strain. A general amelioration cannot quiet the unrest whose source is the craving of everybody to compare favorably with his neighbor. Human nature being what it is, the struggle of each to possess more than his neighbor is inseparable from the institution of private property. And also, human nature being what it is, one who possesses less will, on the average, be jealous of the one who possesses more, and more means not more than the average share, but more than the share of the person who makes the comparison. The criterion of complacency is, largely, the de facto possession or enjoyment, and the present growth of sentiment among the body of the people, who possess less, favors, in a vague way, a readjustment adverse to the interests of those who possess more, and adverse to the possibility of legitimately possessing or enjoying more, that is to say, the growth of sentiment favors a socialistic movement. The outcome of modern industrial development has been, so far as concerns the present purpose, to intensify emulation and the jealousy that goes with emulation, and to focus the emulation and the jealousy on the possession and enjoyment of material goods. The ground of the unrest with which we are concerned is, very largely, jealousy, envy, if you choose, and the ground of this particular form of jealousy, that makes for 354 socialism, is to be found in the institution of private property. With private property, under modern conditions, this jealousy and unrest are unavoidable. The cornerstone of the modern industrial system is the institution of private property. That institution is also the objective point of all attacks upon the existing system of competitive industry, whether open or covert, whether directed against the system as a whole or against any special feature of it. It is, moreover, the ultimate ground, and, under modern conditions, necessarily so, of the unrest and discontent whose proximate cause is the struggle for economic respectability. The inference seems to be that, human nature being what it is, there can be no peace from this, it must be admitted, ignoble form of emulation, or from the discontent that goes with it, this side of the abolition of private property. Whether a larger measure of peace is in store for us after that event shall have come to pass, is of course not a matter to be counted on, nor is the question immediately to the point. This economic emulation is of course not the sole motive, nor the most important feature, of modern industrial life, although it is in the foreground, and it pervades the structure of modern society more thoroughly perhaps than any other equally powerful moral factor. It would be rash to predict that socialism will be the inevitable outcome of a continued development of this emulation and the discontent which it fosters, and it is by no means the purpose of this paper to insist on such an inference. The most that can be claimed is that this emulation is one of the causes, if not the chief cause, of the existing unrest and dissatisfaction with things as they are, that this unrest is inseparable from the existing system of industrial organization, and that the growth of popular sentiment under the influence of these conditions is necessarily adverse to the institution of private property, and therefore adverse to the existing industrial system of free competition. The emulation to which attention has been called in the preceding section of this paper is not only a fact of importance to an understanding of the unrest that is urging us towards an 355 untried path in social development, but it has also a bearing on the question of the practicability of any scheme for the complete nationalization of industry. Modern industry has developed to such a degree of efficiency as to make the struggle for subsistence alone, under average conditions, relatively easy, as compared with the state of the case a few generations ago. As I have labored to show, the modern competitive system has at the same time given the spirit of emulation such a direction that the attainment of subsistence and comfort no longer fixes, even approximately, the limit of the required aggregate labor on the part of the community. Under modern conditions, the struggle for existence has, in a very appreciable degree, been transformed into a struggle to keep up appearances. The ultimate ground of this struggle to keep up appearances by otherwise unnecessary expenditure, is the institution of private property. Under a regime which should allow no inequality of acquisition or of income, this form of emulation, which is due to the possibility of such inequality, would also tend to become obsolete. With the abolition of private property, the characteristic of human nature which now finds its exercise in this form of emulation, should logically find exercise in other, perhaps nobler, and socially more serviceable, activities. It is at any rate not easy to imagine it running into any line of action more futile or less worthy of human effort. Supposing the standard of comfort of the community to remain approximately at its present average, the abolition of the struggle to keep up economic appearances would very considerably lessen the aggregate amount of labor required for the support of the community. How great a saving of labor might be effected is not easy to say. I believe it is within the mark to suppose that the struggle to keep up appearances is chargeable, directly and indirectly, with one half the aggregate labor, and abstinence from labor, for the standard of respectability requires us to shun labor as well as to enjoy the fruits of it, on part of the American people. This does not mean that the same community, under a system not allowing private property, could make its way with half the labor 356 we now put forth, but it means something more or less nearly approaching that. Anyone who has not seen our modern social life from this point of view will find the claim absurdly extravagant, but the startling character of the proposition will wear off with longer and closer attention to this aspect of the facts of everyday life. But the question of the exact amount of waste due to this factor is immaterial. It will not be denied that it is a fact of considerable magnitude, and that is all that the argument requires. It is accordingly competent for the advocates of the nationalization of industry and property to claim that even if their scheme of organization should prove less effective for production of goods than the present, as measured absolutely in terms of the aggregate output of our industry, yet the community might readily be maintained at the present average standard of comfort. The required aggregate output of the nation's industry would be considerably less than at present, and there would therefore be less necessity for that close and strenuous industrial organization and discipline of the members of society under the new regime, whose evils unfriendly critics are apt to magnify. The chances of practicability for the scheme should logically be considerably increased by this lessening of the necessity for severe application. The less irksome and exacting the new regime, the less chance of a reversion to the earlier system. Under such a social order, where common labor would no longer be a mark of peculiar economic necessity and consequent low economic rank on part of the laborer, it is even conceivable that labor might practically come to assume that character of nobility in the eyes of society at large, which it now sometimes assumes in the speculations of the well-to-do, in their complacent moods. Much has sometimes been made of this possibility by socialist speculators, but the inference has something of a utopian look, and no one, certainly, is entitled to build institutions for the coming social order on this dubious ground. What there seems to be ground for claiming is that a society 357 which has reached our present degree of industrial efficiency would not go into the socialist or nationalist state with as many chances of failure as a community whose industrial development is still at the stage at which strenuous labor on the part of nearly all members is barely sufficient to make both ends meet. In Mr. Spencer's essay, in conformity with the line of argument of his Principles of Sociology, it is pointed out that, as the result of constantly operative social forces, all social systems, as regards the form of organization, fall into the one or the other of Sir Henry Maine's two classes, the system of status or the system of contract. In accordance with this generalization, it is concluded that whenever the modern system of contract or free competition shall be displaced, it will necessarily be replaced by the only other known system, that of status, the type of which is the military organization, or, Also, a hierarchy, or a bureaucracy. It is something after the fashion of the industrial organization of ancient Peru that Mr. Spencer pictures as the inevitable sequel of the demise of the existing competitive system. Voluntary cooperation can be replaced only by compulsory cooperation, which is identified with the system of status and defined as the subjection of man to his fellow man. Now, at least as a matter of speculation, this is not the only alternative. These two systems, of status, or prescription, and of contract, or competition, have divided the field of social organization between them in some proportion or other in the past. Mr. Spencer has shown that, very generally, where human progress in its advanced stages has worked towards the amelioration of the lot of the average member of society, the movement has been away from the system of status and towards the system of contract. But there is at least one, if not more than one exception to the rule, as concerns the recent past. The latest development of the industrial organization among civilized nations, perhaps in an especial degree in the case of the American people, has not been entirely a continuation of the approach to a regime of free contract. It is also, 358 to say the least, very doubtful if the movement has been towards a regime of status, in the sense in which Sir Henry Maine uses the term. This is especially evident in the case of the great industries which we call natural monopolies, and it is to be added that the present tendency is for a continually increasing proportion of the industrial activities of the community to fall into the category of natural monopolies. No revolution has been achieved, the system of competition has not been discarded, but the course of industrial development is not in the direction of an extension of that system at all points, nor does the principle of status always replace that of competition wherever the latter fails. The classification of methods of social organization under the two heads of status or of contract, is not logically exhaustive. There is nothing in the meaning of the terms employed which will compel us to say that whenever man escapes from the control of his fellow man, under a system of status, he thereby falls into a system of free contract. There is a conceivable escape from the dilemma, and it is this conceivable, though perhaps impracticable, escape from both these systems that the socialist agitator wishes to effect. An acquaintance with the aims and position of the more advanced and consistent advocates of a new departure leaves no doubt but that the principles of contract and of status, both, are in substance familiar to their thoughts, though often in a vague and inadequate form, and that they distinctly repudiate both. This is perhaps less true of those who take the socialist position mainly on ethical grounds. As bearing on this point, it may be remarked that while the industrial system, in the case of all communities with whose history we are acquainted, has always in the past been organized according to a scheme of status or of contract, or of the two combined in some proportion, yet the social organization has not in all cases developed along the same lines, so far as concerns such social functions as are not primarily industrial. Especially is this true of the later stages in the development of those communities whose institutions we are 359 accustomed to contemplate with the most complacency, example the case of the English-speaking peoples. The whole system of modern constitutional government in its latest developed forms, in theory at least, and, in a measure, in practice, does not fall under the head of either contract or status. It is the analogy of modern constitutional government through an impersonal law and impersonal institutions, that comes nearest doing justice to the vague notions of our socialist propagandists. It is true, some of the most noted among them are fond of the analogy of the military organization, as a striking illustration of one feature of the system they advocate, but that must after all be taken as an obiter dictum. Further, as to the manner of the evolution of existing institutions and their relation to the two systems spoken of. So far as concerns the communities which have figured largely in the civilized world, the political organization has had its origin in a military system of government. So, also, has the industrial organization. But while the development of industry, during its gradual escape from the military system of status, has been, at least until lately, in the direction of a system of free contract, the development of the political organization, so far as it has escaped from the regime of status, has not been in that direction. The system of status is a system of subjection to personal authority, of prescription and class distinctions and privileges and immunities. The system of constitutional government, especially as seen at its best among a people of democratic traditions and habits of mind, is a system of subjection to the will of the social organism, as expressed in an impersonal law. This difference between the system of status and the constitutional system expresses a large part of the meaning of the boasted free institutions of the English-speaking people. Here, subjection is not to the person of the public functionary, but to the powers vested in him. This has, of course, something of the ring of latter-day popular rhetoric, but it is after all felt to be true, not only speculatively, but in some measure also in practice. 360. The right of eminent domain and the power to tax, as interpreted under modern constitutional forms, indicate something of the direction of development of the political functions of society at a point where they touch the province of the industrial system. It is along the line indicated by these and kindred facts that the socialists are advancing, and it is along this line that the later developments made necessary by the exigencies of industry under modern conditions are also moving. The aim of the propagandists is to sink the industrial community in the political community, or perhaps better, to identify the two organizations, but always with insistence on the necessity of making the political organization, in some further developed form, the ruling and only one in the outcome. Distinctly, the system of contract is to be done away with, and equally distinctly, no system of status is to take its place. All this is pretty vague, and of a negative character, but it would quickly pass the limits of legitimate inference from the accepted doctrines of the socialists if it should attempt to be anything more. It does not have much to say as to the practicability of any socialist scheme. As a matter of speculation, there seems to be an escape from the dilemma insisted on by Mr. Spencer. We may conceivably have nationalism without status and without contract. In theory, both principles are entirely obnoxious to that system. The practical question, as to whether modern society affords the materials out of which an industrial structure can be erected on a system different from either of these, is a problem of constructive social engineering which calls for a consideration of details far too comprehensive to be entered on here. Still, in view of the past course of development of character and institutions on the part of the people to which we belong, it is perhaps not extravagant to claim that no form of organization which should necessarily eventuate in a thoroughgoing system of status could endure among us. The inference from this proposition may be, either that a near approach to nationalization of industry would involve a regime of status, a bureaucracy, which would be unendurable, and which would therefore 361 drive us back to the present system before it had been entirely abandoned, or that the nationalization would be achieved with such a measure of success, in conformity with the requirements of our type of character, as would make it preferable to what we had left behind. In either case the ground for alarm does not seem so serious as is sometimes imagined. A reversion to the system of free competition, after it had been in large part discarded, would no doubt be a matter of great practical difficulty, and the experiment which should demonstrate the necessity of such a step might involve great waste and suffering, and might seriously retard the advance of the race towards something better than our present condition, but neither a permanent deterioration of human society, nor a huge catastrophe, is to be confidently counted on as the outcome of the movement toward nationalization, even if it should prove necessary for society to retrace its steps. It is conceivable that the application of what may be called the constitutional method to the organization of industry, for that is essentially what the advocates of nationalization demand, would result in a course of development analogous to what has taken place in the case of the political organization under modern constitutional forms. Modern constitutional government, the system of modern free institutions, is by no means an unqualified success, in the sense of securing to each the rights and immunities which in theory are guaranteed to him. Our modern republics have hardly given us a foretaste of that political millennium whereof they proclaim the fruition. The average human nature is as yet by no means entirely fit for self-government according to the constitutional method. Shortcomings are visible at every turn. These shortcomings are grave enough to furnish serious arguments against the practicability of our free institutions. On the continent of Europe the belief seems to be at present in the ascendant that man must yet, for a long time, remain under the tutelage of absolutism before he shall be fit to organize himself into an 362 autonomous political body. The belief is not altogether irrational. Just how great must be the advance of society and just what must be the character of the advance, preliminary to its advantageously assuming the autonomous, republican, form of political organization, must be admitted to be an open question. Whether we, or any people, have yet reached the required stage of the advance is also questioned by many. But the partial success which has attended the movement in this direction, among the English-speaking people for example, goes very far towards proving that the point in the development of human character at which the constitutional method may be advantageously adopted in the political field, lies from this side at which human nature shall have become completely adapted for that method. That is to say, it does not seem necessary, as regards the functions of society which we are accustomed to call political, to be entirely ready for nationalization before entering upon it. How far the analogy of this will hold when applied to the industrial organization of society is difficult to say, but some significance the analogy must be admitted to possess. Certainly, the fact that constitutional government, the nationalization of political functions, seems to have been a move in the right direction is not to be taken as proof of the advisability of forthwith nationalizing the industrial functions. At the same time this fact does afford ground for the claim that a movement in this direction may prove itself in some degree advantageous, even if it takes place at a stage in the development of human nature at which mankind is still far from being entirely fit for the duties which the new system shall impose. The question, therefore, is not whether we have reached the perfection of character which would be necessary in order to a perfect working of the scheme of nationalization of industry, but whether we have reached such a degree of development as would make an imperfect working of the scheme possible. Selection 4. Baumgart's definition of capital and the source of wages. Veblen, 1892a. In his exposition of the term capital, Professor Baumgart briefly touches on the wages fund doctrine, so far as to reject summarily the proposition that the means of subsistence of productive laborers is drawn from the capital of the community, although, from the point of view of the employer, these real wages are to be regarded as drawn from his private capital. With the distinction which the discussion establishes between social capital and private capital, this position is, of course, in itself perfectly consistent. The position is, indeed, contained in the definition of capital previously arrived at, pages 42, 43, and 21. The ground of the position taken is the unquestioned or, at all events, unquestionable truth that the laborer is a member of society, and his consumption of products is, in a broad view, a fact of the same kind, and of like theoretical significance with consumption on the part of any other member of society. The satisfaction of wants, whether it be the wants of the laborer or of any other, is the end, not the means, of productive activity. While the exposition at this point undeniably sheds a strong light on the question, it can hardly be said to have finally disposed of all ground for difference of opinion, still less to have explained away the wages fund controversy, or that point of the controversy which concerns the question of the source of wages. And that controversy has been of such extent and earnestness as to raise the presumption that something is to be said for both sides of the dispute, and to leave little hope of its being finally put at rest by any other method than that of explaining away the ground of difference. For reaching this end, I believe Professor Baumgart's exposition of capital has given us the means. 248. It is to be remarked, by the way, however, that there is a lacuna in the exposition at this point, which seems, at least, not of first-rate theoretical consequence, and is, perhaps, the result of oversight of a not very important point, but which might afford a foothold for carping criticism. It will be best to speak of it at the outset, and put it out of the way before going on. This difficulty arises from the inclusion, as a subhead under social capital, of stocks of goods for consumption which are still in the hands of producers or dealers, p. 70, that is to say, goods which have not yet passed that final stage of preparation for consumption which consists in their transfer, through the mechanism of exchange, into the ownership of the ultimate consumer. Now, this classification may afford ground for persons unduly given to nice distinctions to take the exception to Professor Bohm-Bawerk's position on the question of the source of wages that, 1. Inasmuch as the payment of wages, actually for the most part, and in theory normally, is a transfer to the laborer not of the particular goods he wants, but of an item of value by means of which he may obtain the particular goods through this final productive step of exchange, therefore the payment of wages simply gives the recipient a claim on goods which have not yet passed the final stage of production, and so are as yet a part of the general capital by the terms of the definition, and which will pass that stage only in consequence of this claim. 2. That, without regard to the mechanism by which the transaction is carried out, the claim on the goods, which accrues to the laborer in the payment of wages, constitutes a drain on the stocks in the hands of producers or merchants, and tends to diminish such stocks. And this without regard to the point of time of the payment, relative to the production of the goods, which ultimately go to satisfy the laborer's wants. The payment of the wages, as a matter to be considered in a theory of the methods of production, precedes the consumption, or the ownership on the part of the recipient, of the goods which the claim so transferred to him ultimately puts into his hands for consumption, and so is a claim that can be satisfied only by drawing on a class of goods included under the head of social capital. This criticism, it will be 249 seen, touches a point of classification, and may perhaps be avoided without deranging the main structure of the theory. Now, as to the theory of the source of wages, in the light of Professor Bohm-Bawerk's definition of capital, it is not too much to say that the controversy has owed much of its bitterness and sterility to inadequate definition of the terms employed, especially to a lack of accuracy in the concept of capital. The positive theory de Capitales has given to the concept of capital, and of its relation to other elements of economic theory, a conciseness and adequacy of which earlier speculators were sorely in need. If the distinction which this discussion formulates between social and private capital had been apprehended earlier, with the same full and clear consciousness, the means would have been at hand by which the wages fund controversy might have been put at rest. But the completed definition of capital does not of itself dispose of the question. A further analysis in the same direction is necessary. It seems to me that economic theory is at this point in the presence of a distinction necessary to be made between the laborer's share of consumable goods, or earnings, on the one hand, and wages, on the other, analogous to the distinction taken by Wagner, and perfected by Professor Bohm-Bawerk, between capital as a purely economic category and capital in a juridico-historical sense. Wages, in this stricter definition, and private capital both are facts of usage, while the laborer's income or earnings and social capital both are facts intrinsic and fundamental to any theory of industrial society. Wages is a fact incident to the relation of employer and employed. It is, in the sense fixed by colloquial use, an economic category whose scope is entirely within the theory of production as carried on by the method based on that relation, and the term is not used in precisely the same sense when the discussion shifts to the standpoint of production simply as such, still less when the point of view is that of distribution or consumption. It is by an unconscious equivocation, in shifting the point of view, that wages is identified with earnings and spoken of as an element in the theory of distribution or consumption. The laborer, from the point of 250 view of consumption of products, is no longer laborer. He is a member of society simply, and his share of the product of industry is the share of an individual member of society. As consumer, he is not laborer, and his share of consumable goods is not wages, in the strict technical sense of the term. Wages may coincide in range of comprehension with the laborer's share of product, with earnings, and may likewise coincide with the aggregate of his consumption, but wages is a category having a different significance for economic theory from that of earnings or of goods consumed. The item of value, which from the point of view of production as carried on by the method of private capital is wages, is, from the point of view of the laborer, as being productively employed in his own interest, earnings. From the point of view of consumption of goods produced, neither of these terms can be employed with entirely the same meaning as they have in the use just specified. If this distinction be allowed as theoretically legitimate, it appears that Professor Bohm-Bawerk's discussion does not upset the wages fund doctrine in any of its essential tenets. The one proposition, that the sustenance of men while productively employed is drawn from the product of past industry, is of course not impugned. The other, that wages are paid out of capital, is conceded in conceding that it will hold true when capital is understood to mean private capital, for it is only then that the term wages, in the strict technical sense, can properly be employed. At the same time, this discrimination of terms leaves the position of the opponents of the wages fund doctrine, as to this particular point, perfectly tenable, for whenever wages is used in the sense of earnings, as, I believe, is invariably the case in the usage of these writers, they are undoubtedly drawn from the product of industry, inasmuch as earnings are the product, to the laborer, of his labor. All this may seem to be a web of excessively fine-spun technicalities, but in apology it is to be said that it is also directed exclusively to a point of pure theory. And the whole controversy about the source of wages has also been in the region of pure theory, having never directly involved questions of physical fact or of expediency. Selection 5. The food supply and the price of wheat. Source: Journal of Political Economy, June 1893. Volume 1, pages 365 to 79. Veblen, 1893 c. In 1879, in an address before the London Statistical Society, Mr. G. Shaw Lefebvre said, "If I were to venture a prediction on so difficult and obscure a question, I would incline to the opinion that wheat has during the past year reached its lowest point." This forecast was made a couple of years before the beginning of the great protracted decline in the prices of all agricultural produce that set in the early years of the 80s. The forces which brought on the decline were already at work, and had been at work for some years before Mr. Shaw Lefebvre made his prediction, but the causes which seem very obvious after the fact may be quite obscure before it, and the causes that make for a permanent decline in agricultural produce are commonly more uncertain of prevision than those that make for a permanent rise. The former are apt to be of the nature of innovations, whose scope and efficacy cannot well be foretold, while the latter are as apt to be simply the cumulative action of factors with whose scope and method we are already familiar. Recognizing, then, the chance of an unforeseen decline, and recognizing, also, that there is more than one known factor already at work to bring about a decline in agricultural products in the near future, the purpose of this paper is to attempt an estimate of the possible maximum advance in the price of wheat, as a representative product of agriculture, supposing the factors that make for a decline to remain in abeyance for the next 10 years. The great permanent fall in prices that took place during the first half of the last decade has served as an object lesson to enforce the truth that there is a close dependence of price on supply. The fact of this dependence has been made much of both by those who hope for an advance in prices of farm produce, and by 366 those who deprecate the approach of a scarcity of bread. The assumption has been freely made that the date at which the land available for tillage shall have been definitively occupied is near at hand, and that when that day arrives a great and sudden advance in agricultural prices is to be looked for, with its consequences, of great gains for the farmer, for the American farmer perhaps, in an especial degree, and of distress for all peoples who get their supply of food largely from other countries. This sweeping generalization merits some scrutiny. It is unquestionably true that the price of wheat depends on the supply, but it is no less true that, other things being the same, the annual average supply of wheat depends, in the long run, on its price. The control exercised by the supply over the price is direct and transient. That exercised by the price over the annual average supply is of slower action, but it is also more permanent. We have therefore not said the last word in saying that when the demand shall have outgrown the present annual supply, the price of wheat will advance. The converse is also true. When the price of wheat begins to advance appreciably beyond what will barely remunerate the growers of wheat today, the supply will presently increase. The date of the definitive occupation of the tillable area yet available will no doubt mark an advance in the price of wheat, other things remaining unchanged, but the date of a definitive advance in price will no less surely mark an increase in the output from the acreage already under cultivation in the older wheat-growing sections. When this event comes to pass, the farmers in the older sections will find it to their advantage to give their lands such additional attention as will increase the yield per acre from the land already in cultivation, and so to some extent cover the shortage to which the rise in price is due and break the force of the advance. At the same time, recourse will be had in an increasing degree to lands which are scarcely profitable for tillage at the prices which have been ruling for some years past. The increased demand that is expected to advance the price of wheat will come as a result of an increase of the population 367 of bread-eating countries. An increased demand for wheat accordingly implies an increase of approximately the same proportions in the demand for other food products, therefore any considerable increase of the acreage sown to wheat will be practicable only as a feature in the general increase of the acreage of arable land. The increased supply of wheat, as of other food products, will therefore have to be obtained, in part, by an increased yield per acre from the acreage already in cultivation. While we have by no means reached, or nearly reached, the limit of the possible extension of the wheat area in America, it is probably true that we are fast approaching the point beyond which there is no considerable additional amount of wheatlands equally fertile and otherwise equally available with the last 10 or 20 million acres already brought under cultivation. It can hardly be said that the spread of cultivation in America during the past 10 or 12 years has been to less fertile or less available lands, but for the next 10 or 12 years, barring unforeseen developments, any considerable further spread of the area of cultivation cannot take place without recourse to less available lands. The practical working of the law of diminishing returns will therefore assume an importance for our farming which it has not had for some time past. This practical working of the law will appear in the relation between the price and the yield per acre. The yield per acre and the prices of farm produce vary considerably as between the different sections of the country, and, so far as concerns the older sections, they vary together, with some regularity, but the difference in prices between different localities is too slight, and the difference in other respects is too great to afford satisfactory figures from which to infer what is the effect, on the yield, of a given local advantage in price. The divergence in price is not pronounced nor easily ascertainable, as between states which are in other respects available for our comparison. Evidently no value can attach to a comparison of the newer, spring wheat states with the older, winter wheat states. But it may be remarked that Vermont, Massachusetts and Connecticut 368 show a higher yield than any of the Ohio Valley states. It will be more to the purpose, because the divergence both in price and in yield is great enough to afford tangible evidence of the efficacy of the forces at work, to compare the price and yield per acre in Great Britain with the price in Chicago and the yield per acre in the winter wheat states lying about Chicago. The yield per acre of wheat in Great Britain is very considerably greater than in the states about Chicago. The immediate cause of its being so is the higher price obtained for wheat, and for other farm produce, by the British farmers, and the degree of effectiveness of the inducement offered them in the way of higher prices ought to help us to forecast the probable efficacy of an appeal of the same kind to the industry of their American competitors. The winter wheat states centering about Chicago and the Great Lakes, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Michigan, may, in some respects, not unfairly be compared with Great Britain. They are like that country in being a country of mixed farming, and, as regards wheat production, mainly a winter wheat country. Their farmlands have also been under cultivation for such a length of time as in large measure to obviate the complications which the virgin soil would introduce into any comparison of the newer states of the West with the countries of Europe. In some respects these states do not afford a close parallel to the farming lands of Great Britain. The climate is not the same, and the faults of the climate are not of the same kind. In the states mentioned there is more danger from drought than from wet seasons. In the United Kingdom it is all the other way. A bad season in England is sure to be a year of deficient heat, or excessive moisture, or both. Further, the soil of these states does not closely resemble the British soil in point of adaptation to wheat culture. These states do, however, afford as nearly fair a comparison with British soil and climate as any part of America that is a sufficiently representative wheat-growing region, and at every point where the comparison seems to be vitiated by inherent 369 differences, the difference is in favor of the states, as a superior country for wheat growing and for mixed farming. The American soil is more fertile and more easily tilled, the climate of the states is better adapted for wheat growing, the American farmers are probably not at all inferior to the British in intelligence or enterprise. So far as the inherent difference in natural advantages may lead us astray in drawing any inferences from a comparison of this group of states with Great Britain, the error would be in the direction of too low an estimate of the wheat growing capacity of the states under the stimulus of a higher price. And as the object of the inquiry is to estimate the probable minimum effect on supply of a given permanent advance in price, rather than the maximum capacity of the states under such a stimulus, this is not a danger that need be specially guarded against. An objection of greater weight may be found in the difference between British and American prices of staples, other than agricultural produce. The higher general level of prices of what the American farmer has to buy places him at a disadvantage, as compared with the British farmer, in precisely the same way as the lower price he gets for what he has to sell. The hindering effect of the higher price of staples must accordingly be allowed for in calculating the effect which a given rise in the price of farm products will have in the way of increasing the intensity of culture. This higher range of prices does not comprise all articles of consumption used by the farmer. Lumber, and forest products generally, are lower here than in England. Farm implements of most kinds are rather cheaper, leather goods are scarcely higher, many of the staple food products are cheaper. But after all has been said, it is not to be questioned that the American farmer has to pay a somewhat higher average range of prices for what he buys, outside of agricultural products, than his British competitor. The American tariff, to the extent to which it is protective, increases the price of the articles on which it is laid, and among these articles are many important items of the farmer's necessary consumption. 370. It is difficult to say, even approximately, how much of a handicap this added cost is to American farming. It assuredly does not amount to more than 20% of the value of our farm products at Chicago prices. Probably the actual additional cost to the farmers is considerably less than 20% of the value of their products. Against this higher cost of necessaries in America may be offset the lower margin of cultivation in Great Britain, using the term in the sense of a resort to poorer soils. The natural fertility of the poorest soils in cultivation in Great Britain, in the system of mixed farming of which wheat culture is an integral part, is greatly lower than that of the poorest class of soils cultivated in the states named. This implies a correspondingly greater average cost of production of the products of British farming, and it affects also the cost of many of the necessaries of life to the British farmer. The advantage is as definitely on the side of the states with respect to the margin of cultivation, as it is on the side of Great Britain with respect to the range of general prices. Here, again, it is impossible to say how great the advantage of the one over the other may be, but it is not unlikely that the disadvantage of the British farmer in this respect may completely offset the disadvantage which the American farmer has in the matter of higher general prices. It may be thought that the fact that the agricultural depression in Great Britain during the whole of the period chosen for comparison, 1884 to 92, has been severer than in America, would vitiate any British data for comparison with our own in any case where the point at issue turns on the question of a remunerative price. This difficulty is not a very serious one in any case, and does not affect the question in hand at all. What is required for the validity of the argument is, 1. That the inducements to 371 wheat culture in Great Britain, relatively to other tillage, should not be greater than in the States, and, 2. That the least fertile lands cultivated in the British system of farming should not be intrinsically superior to the lands similarly at the margin of cultivation in the States. It needs no argument to establish that both these conditions are fully met and will continue to hold for an indefinite time to come. Point 2. If the considerations adduced are admitted to be valid, to the extent that wheat growing in a system of mixed farming in the states named lies under no other or greater disadvantage as compared with wheat growing in Great Britain than that indicated by the difference in the price of a given grade of wheat between Chicago and Liverpool, then we have the premises from which to deduce approximately what will be the maximum possible advance in price required to induce a given increase in the average yield per acre of wheat in the states. And this will afford some indication of what will be the maximum possible advance in price resulting from a given increase in the consumption of wheat. The prices selected for comparison are average prices of American No. 2 red winter wheat in Liverpool and in Chicago, since 1884. While this grade of wheat is not grown in England, the quotations for this grade are quite as significant for wheat prices in England as any quotations obtainable. The Gazette averages, which are usually quoted, are for British wheat, without respect to quality, and the average quality of the grain from which the quotations are made up will accordingly vary from year to year, with the character of the harvest. Gazette averages are useless for any exact comparison. 372. The reason for not making up the averages for a comparison of prices from a series of years reaching back of 1884 is obvious. Wheat culture had not, until that time, adjusted itself to the changed conditions of the market that supervened about 1880 to 82. The years immediately preceding 1884 to 85 were years of great changes in the price and acreage of wheat. By 1884 the decline was completed, and the price of wheat has moved on a lower level since that time than before. About the same time the decline in acreage in the states selected had also practically ceased, though a slight tendency to a further narrowing of the acreage has been perceptible since that time, at least until 1890. The average yield per acre of wheat for the 8 years since 18,854 in the states selected has been about 13¾ bushels. 5. This average includes the extraordinary harvest of 1,891, 17½ bushels per acre. But even counting 1,891, this average is probably slightly short of the normal average yield for these states, the seasons during the latter half of the 80s having been, on the 373 whole, rather unfavorable for winter wheat. The average yield of the same states for the years 1877 to 83, when the seasons were, on the whole, very favorable, was 14¾ bushels. The lower average yield during later years seems to be due, in a slight degree, to a partial displacement of wheat by other crops on some of the more fertile and better tilled soils, or perhaps more exactly, to a relative neglect of wheat growing by some of the more capable and better equipped farmers, but the great cause of this discrepancy lies, no doubt, in the character of the seasons. When due weight is allowed to all these factors, we shall be very near the truth in assuming 14 bushels per acre to be the present normal average yield of wheat in these states. For Great Britain the officially assumed normal average yield of wheat is 28.80 bushels per acre. The actual annual average for the 8 years since 1885 is 29.57 bushels. 6. It is difficult to say whether the officially assumed normal average is nearer the true normal than the recorded actual average. The London Economist, as well as some other authorities, claims the true normal average to exceed 29 bushels. The seasons during the 80s have been, on the whole, rather more favorable for wheat than the average of a long series of years. If this were the sole modifying circumstance, the official normal average would have to be accepted as very near the true normal. But this circumstance does not account for the whole of the discrepancy between the average yield of today and that of some years ago. It has been pointed out that the average has also probably been raised by the dropping of some of the inferior soils out of wheat cultivation. At the same time, improvements in agriculture seem also to have affected the average yield in the same direction. It will be safe to take 29 bushels per acre as the actual normal average yield of wheat in Great Britain. The average yield in Great Britain exceeds the yield in the States by about 107%, 15 bushels. The annual average price of American No. 2 red winter wheat in Liverpool, for the years 1884 to 91, exceeds the average price of the same grade in 374 Chicago by a trifle over 20%, 18.095 cents per Winchester bushel. 7 It ought to be a safe inference that a gradual advance in the price of wheat in the Chicago market to the present level of the price in Liverpool, accompanied, as in the normal course of things it would be, by a corresponding advance in the prices of other farm produce, would result in such an advance in the intensity of culture in the states lying about Chicago as to increase the average yield of wheat, during the early stages of the advance, in the same proportion as the British yield is higher on account of the higher British price. That is to say, a sufficiently gradual and permanent moderate advance, of a given percent, in price, in the Chicago market, should result in an increase in the yield per acre of wheat in these states, of at least 5 times as many percent. 20%, 18 cents per bushel, advantage in price in Liverpool carries with it 107%, 15 bushels, advantage in the yield per acre in Great Britain. A gradual advance of 5%, 4.36 cents per bushel, in the annual average price in Chicago ought to bring an increase of more than 20%, 2.8 bushels, in the yield per acre of wheat in the states lying about Chicago, supposing the conditions of production otherwise to remain unchanged. The aggregate annual production of the 5 states named, for the 8 years 1885 to 92, has averaged slightly over 140 million bushels. If the price of wheat in Chicago were to advance permanently to 95.84 cents per bushel, 10%, we should have to expect the total annual production of these states to rise to not much less than 210 million bushels, 50%. 375 Assuming that the advance in price would have an equivalent effect on the output in the other wheat regions, and the chances would seem to be that the effect would be relatively at least as great in the remoter wheat fields, since the percent advance in price in the remoter local markets would be appreciably greater, and any inability to increase the yield on the newer wheatlands would be fully offset by an extension of the area, and considering also that such an advance in price would induce some increase in acreage in all the wheat-producing country, an ordinary average price of 96 cents in the Chicago markets might be expected to bring out an aggregate annual product of not less than 800 million bushels. Conversely, number 2 red winter wheat cannot advance permanently to 96 cents in Chicago until there is a customary demand for about 800 million bushels of American wheat at the increased price. A 10% advance in price presumes something near a 50% increase in the demand. The increase in the demand for wheat will coincide approximately with the increase of the bread-eating population. Judging of the future by the past, it will be a liberal estimate to say that the bread-eating population of the countries which draw on the supplies of the general market to which America contributes, may be expected to increase by 10% in 10 years. It has perhaps reached that rate of growth during the last decade, and it would be extravagant to expect that rate to be exceeded during the next decade. The price which it would be necessary to offer for wheat in order to meet this increased demand by an increased production is more a matter of surmise than the probable rate of growth of population. If we could answer this question, we should know approximately what prices our farmers may look for in payment for their produce during the opening years of the 20th century. There is reason to believe that, barring unforeseen innovations, at the point in the growth of the demand for food at which there will be an effective demand for 1.5 times as much American wheat as at present, the price will have to be 376 advanced by not more than 9 cents above the present ordinary average price in Chicago. In the meantime, a less increase in the demand could be met at a less advance in price. An increase of 10%, 200 million bushels, in the world's consumption of wheat would mean, if the demand were distributed as it is at present, an increase of about 50 million bushels in the portion ordinarily required of America. This additional demand could be met, without increase of acreage, by an addition of about 1/4 bushels to the present average yield per acre of wheat, and this additional 1/4 bushels would be forthcoming without its being necessary to advance the price in the local markets by as much as 2 cents per bushel above the average of the last 8 or 9 years. But the additional demand will not fall pro rata on the countries which now supply the world with wheat, and the like is true to almost the same extent of the supply of other agricultural products. America now, of late years, supplies rather less than 1/4 of the total wheat product. She will certainly be called on to contribute more than 1/4 of the additional 200 bushels that will be required before the end of another 10 years, unless some unforeseen contingency should come in to change the complexion of things. An advance in price would have some effect on the intensity of culture in all agricultural countries, but the effect would probably be very slight in such regions as the wheatlands of Russia and India, especially the latter. In these countries, as well as in large portions of Western Europe, notably in France, agriculture is in the hands of a population that does not respond readily to promptings from without. Whatever addition may be made to the wheat supply furnished by those countries, apart from additions due to improved facilities for transportation, will be made slowly, and will at best be inconsiderable for some time to come. The new demand will fall first and most heavily on the American, Australian, and South American wheatlands, and on such portions of Europe as Great Britain, Austria, parts of Germany, and C, together with some contributions due to an increase of acreage in Russia. 377. This fact, that the intensity of culture of a considerable portion of the present wheat-producing area of the world will be but partially and feebly affected by a moderate advance in the price, will necessitate a higher production on the part of that portion which will more readily respond to the call. It results in a virtual narrowing of the area from which the additional supply can be obtained, so as to include little else than the newer wheat-growing countries, with portions of Western Europe. These regions will therefore be called on to furnish more than their pro rata contingent to the increase, and this greater rate of production in these countries will be obtained only at the cost of a greater advance in price. Of these more manageable countries, not all would respond to the demand with equal alacrity. It is, for example, easier for America to add 1/10 to her average yield of 12 1/4 bushels than it is for England to add 1/10 to her yield of 29 bushels. 8. This fact goes in the same direction and adds further to the necessity of a higher price in the American market than would have been required if America were called on to furnish her pro rata increase only. America has of late contributed something less than 1/4 of the world's annual wheat supply. If the facts above recited are allowed the extreme weight implied in looking to this country for 1/2 instead of 1/4 of the additional 200 million bushels that will be required by the end of another 10 years, then it will be necessary to increase the yield of wheat in America, not by 1/10, as was assumed above, but by 1/5, that is, from 12 bushels to 14.8 bushels per acre for the whole country, or from 14 bushels to 16.8 bushels per acre for the 5 states named. To maintain such an increase in the American yield of wheat would require an advance 378 of less than 4.5%, 3.8 cents per bushel, in the price of wheat in Chicago. But as some increase in acreage is sure to result from any advance in price, allowance must be made for the increased supply to be obtained by this means. How great the effect on the acreage will be, it is impossible to say. On the other hand, it is pretty certainly true that any advance in price will not have as great an effect in increasing the yield in the newer states, especially in the spring wheat country, as in the group of states with which we set out. The chief increase in product in the newer states will, for some time to come, be got by increasing the acreage. It may be accepted without much risk that this increase in acreage will fully make up for the slighter increase in the yield per acre, so that the conclusion already arrived at need not be modified on that account. If, therefore, these premises are accepted as sound and adequate, there is small chance that the normal increase in the demand for bread will permanently raise the average price of No. 2 wheat above 91 cents in the Chicago market within the next 10 years. This estimate proceeds on the supposition that no considerable advance is taking place or will take place the next few years in the methods of farming or in any of the industries that have to do directly or indirectly with the food supply. This of course is an extreme position. If, as is quite probable, improved industrial knowledge and processes should appreciably lessen the cost of production of grain in the newer wheat countries, this estimate would probably prove too high. And if, as is still more probable, the prices of staple articles of consumption in America should decline, relatively to those of farm produce, the chance of any advance in wheat or in farm products generally, would be still further narrowed. If, for example, American import duties on staples should be lowered within the next 10 years sufficiently to diminish the cost of the farmer's necessary articles of consumption by 20%, and such a result is possible, the chance of any permanent advance in wheat for the present would disappear. 379. Even apart from any lowering of the cost of articles of necessary consumption, it is fully within the possibilities of the situation that no permanent advance in farm products need take place at all for a generation or more. Better methods and a more intimate knowledge of the natural processes concerned in farming are probably capable, as competent authorities insist, of so adding to the efficiency of our farming as not to admit of prices going higher than they are. Agriculture is fast assuming the character of an industry, in the modern sense, and the development of the next few decades may not improbably show us, in farming as in other occupations, a continual improvement in methods and a steady decline in cost of production, even in the face of a considerably increased demand. Selection 6. Review of the Land Systems of British India by B. H. Baden-Powell. Veblen, 1893d. Mr. Baden-Powell's work is a manual of Indian land systems, for the use, primarily, of Indian revenue officers. But while admirably adapted, as near as may be judged at this distance, for this its immediate purpose, it also contains a great deal of material of first-rate importance to the student of tenures and other agrarian questions. Something more than 386 pages, of the first volume is occupied with a general discussion of Indian land tenures and revenue systems, by way of gaining a historical and theoretical standpoint for the detailed discussion of the particular systems in effect in the various provinces of the Indian Empire. This general portion, Book I, is followed in the same volume by Book II, dealing in detail with Bengal. Book III, occupying the whole of the second volume, discusses the system of village settlements, in its many local varieties. Volume 3. Book 4, treats of the Rayatwari and allied systems. The work is a monument to the intricacy and extent of the British Indian land revenue system, as well as to the author's industry and erudition. One may open the book at almost any of its more than 2,000 pages and find that the special subject dealt with at any given point has received scant treatment, rather than the contrary. At least it will seem so to anyone reading with a view to inform himself on the details relating to any question in which he may be specially interested. The space required for the treatment of the subject, and the multiplicity of definitions and distinctions, and varieties of detail, 113 serve to enforce the greatness and the wide range of British India, geographically, historically, culturally and ethnologically. Within almost any geographical subdivision treated of, we have to do with tenures ranging in complexity and degree of development from the simplest to the most elaborate and intricate known. Where successive waves of conquest have superposed one system of tenures upon another, leaving in most cases a residuum of customary rights to represent the displaced proprietary claims of the supplanted owner or occupier, and to be gradually modified and differentiated by the passage of time, the resulting structure is a sufficiently formidable one. Where, on the other hand, as in the case of the Todas, in the Nilgiri district, conquest and invasion by alien peoples have not disturbed the ancient order, at least within historic times, the system, and the prevalent concepts with respect to land tenure, which the English found in vogue on acquiring the overlordship of the country, were of such a simple and primitive character as to baffle the officials by affording no features comparable to the concepts familiar to European habits of thought. This latter proposition holds even now, after all that has been achieved by the researches of the past 100 years into land tenures and the development of the concept of property. Witness Mr. Baden-Powell's discussion of the supposed rights of the Todas, Volume 3 pages 187-88. It is interesting to find a writer of such wide and intimate acquaintance with the subject from the practical side, holding a detailed, and, to a great extent, independent view of the origin, or origins, and life history of the Indian village, under its varied conditions. He finds that there can hardly be any doubt that the formation of village groups, is not peculiar to Hindu races, either original or converted. It is found in India, among the great races which were certainly antecedent to the Hindus, and which still survive, with their institutions, in widely distant parts of the country. The village, apart from questions of particular forms, is not so much the result of any system as it is of a natural instinct. We find it everywhere, especially in the plain country, where circumstances invited it. Volume IP 106. And then, there is not one type of village community, but two very distinct types, one of which, again, has marked and curious forms and varieties. And without anticipating details, which must come later, I may say at once that these two types are distinct in origin. P106. The group belonging to one of these two types 114 claim and acknowledge no joint ownership of the whole estate, or joint liability for burdens imposed by the state. In the other type, a strong joint body has pretensions to be of higher caste or superior title to the tenants who live on the estate. As a matter of fact, the first type of village is the one most closely connected with Hindu government and Hindu ideas. P107. Mr. Baden-Powell holds, P112, that if we look to the earliest villages formed under the Aryans, or before that, we have no evidence, other than that of the periodical redistribution, which I do not regard as conclusive, of a tribal stage, and even among the later Punjab tribes, where tribal occupation and allotment are clearly discernible, any previous stage of the joint holding by the tribe collectively, hardly seems deducible from the known facts. Family property, however, he finds to prevail as regards most villages. We must conclude that the first, and, as far as we know, the oldest, form of village is where the cultivators, practically owners of their several family holdings, live under a common headman, with certain common officers and artisans who serve them. And there is no landlord, class or individual, over the whole. P129. This is the Rayatwari or non-landlord village, and this type, the author inclines to think, is of Dravidian rather than Aryan origin. The second type of village is held to have arisen, a, out of this first type, by superposition of a landlord in one of several different ways enumerated, or, b, from the original conquest and occupation of land, as far as we know, previously occupied. Under, a, the active factor in producing a joint ownership, vested in a class of higher caste and superior title, has been the institution of family property and family inheritance. When the original acquirer of such, landlord, rights dies, and a body of joint heirs succeeds, we soon find a number of co-sharers, all equally entitled, claiming the whole estate, and, whether remaining joint or partitioning the fields, forming what is called a joint village community. The author leaves but scant and dubious room for the primitive Aryan village community, in the sense of a patriarchal communistic tribal group. A large portion, perhaps the greater portion of the part given up to the general discussion, deals with the history and description of legislation and administrative practice. The later portions are perhaps even to a greater extent occupied with matters of this somewhat 115 technical nature. While serving their immediate purpose of usefulness to the revenue official, they serve a no less useful purpose for the student of economic institutions. The author is as much a student as an official. It comes out clearly in the course of the narrative and exposition of what has been done and aimed at, that the officials who have had to do with the vast complex of the land system, have had repeatedly to learn from their own failures, and from the failure in one place of methods that had approved themselves by experience in another, how concrete and individual the situation in each particular locality is. Each little district, one might almost say each village, is in some sense a case by itself, with what might be called personal idiosyncrasies of its own. And still, it appears at the same time that certain broad generalizations may be made, and may be made good use of. It is also evident that, while the officials, especially since the evil effect of the Cornwallis settlement became manifest, have striven to understand and to adapt themselves to the circumstances as they have found them, Their own European habits of mind have to a large extent decided the point of view from which they have studied the situation. And this fact, that the administrative, as well as the legislative functionaries of the British, Indian system, have been men inheriting a common tradition and a common point of view, has left its visible effects in the trend toward unity and homogeneity in the development of the system. While Mr. Baden-Powell's exposition brings out in strong colors the variety and contrast of local systems and usages, it also brings out the fact, slight though the actual achievements in that direction may be, that the British occupation and administration of India is at work to make India something more than a geographical expression, in spite of Mr. Baden-Powell's declaration, volume IP5, that the term is at present nothing more. His own book, The Possibility of Such a Work of Generalization and Orderly Statement, is testimony to the fact that India is a term connoting more of homogeneity and solidarity today than the same geographical expression would have covered in the days when scores of petty sovereign governments were each pulling its own way, and each developing party-colored systems of its own. The 3 volumes are a credit to the printer as well as to the author, and are copiously supplied with excellent maps and contain 2 good indexes. Selection 7. Review of Der Parlamentarismus, Die Volksgesetzgebung und die Sozialdemokratie by Karl Koski. Veblen, 1894a. The traditional attitude of socialists, both in Germany and elsewhere, has generally been hostile to parliamentarism. The name of the Social Democrats of Germany is significant of their leaning toward the primitive democratic organization of society, which has no use for a parliament. Socialists have made much of the direct participation of the people in legislation, almost universally to the extent of urging the referendum, initiative, and imperative mandate, and very generally advocating a close circumscription of the powers of the representative body. At the same time they have held in theory that the members should be delegates only, and not representatives in the full sense. Extremists have held that representative legislatures have no place in the republic of the future, and have even discountenanced participation in elections of members of parliamentary bodies. Mr. Koski takes exception to this view. He expresses the view of what is probably a strong section and apparently a growing section of European socialism, that a parliamentary legislative body, and the parliamentary method, is not simply a necessary evil under existing circumstances, but is the best means known for embodying the popular will in law and enforcing the execution of the law. It is urged that direct legislation by the people belongs to the same primitive stage of culture with direct administration of justice by the people, and that both of these become impossible as the community increases in numbers and complexity. In a large and highly developed republic it would take all the time of all the citizens to enact the necessary laws and watch over their execution. The most that can be left to direct popular action is what is comprised in the referendum and the initiative, and the purpose of these 2 institutions is not to abolish the parliamentary body, but only to render it more immediately dependent on popular influence and control. 313. It is pointed out that not only is the trend of development toward the employment of parliamentary methods in all civil bodies, but even in voluntary organizations of all kinds and for all purposes the same method necessarily prevails. And by no class is the parliamentary idea carried out more rigorously than by the laboring population, from whose members the socialist organizations are made up. They, the substance and exponent of the coming socialist state, delegate powers to their representatives, when occasion demands, with more freedom, and submit to their decision with less reserve, than any other class. No class or party has the same sense of party discipline and solidarity. The author points out that direct legislation by the people, together with its complement, direct administration of justice, logically belong in the anarchist scheme. It is, in fact, the characteristic feature that distinguishes anarchism from socialism. While its purpose is the refutation of what the author considers an unsocialistic position, the position that the powers of parliamentary, representative, bodies should be closely limited and legislation by the body of the people insisted on at all points, the argument serves a purpose more interesting to students of the socialist movement. It indicates that the attitude of socialism, in the persons of the leaders of the movement, is with an increasing degree of consciousness coming to be that of an aspiration towards the Republic, in the same sense which that term conveys to English-speaking people. Parliamentarism is the form and method whereby socialism is to work out the salvation of mankind. Patriarchal absolutism has virtually ceased some time past to occupy the socialists' thoughts, and the idea of government by a committee of delegates is likewise becoming discredited. The modern socialistic movement has outlived the bitter antagonism to all things belonging to the existing social order, which characterized its early utterances at the middle of the century, and is casting about to find and make use of whatever is good and serviceable for the cause in modern political institutions. A livelier appreciation of the meaning of the dogma that socialism is the next stage in social evolution, that it will be reached if at all by an evolution from existing forms of social organization, is bringing into fuller consciousness the implication that socialism is the industrial republic, not industrial democracy, and that the means by which it will do its work must be, if anything, a further development and a perfected form of the means employed by the political republic in its sphere. 314. Perhaps the first reflection which this change, or growth, will suggest to conservative members of society, is that it renders socialism all the more effective an engine for mischief, the more reasonable it becomes on all other heads than its chief characteristic of antagonism to the institution of private ownership. Selection 8. The Economic Theory of Woman's Dress. Veblen, 1894 g. In human apparel the element of dress is readily distinguishable from that of clothing. The two functions, of dress and of clothing the person, are to a great extent subserved by the same material goods, although the extent to which the same material serves both purposes will appear very much slighter on second thought than it does at first glance. A differentiation of materials has long been going on, by virtue of which many things that are worn for the one purpose no longer serve, and are no longer expected to serve, the other. The differentiation is by no means complete. Much of human apparel is worn both for physical comfort and for dress, still more of it is worn ostensibly for both purposes. But the differentiation is already very considerable and is visibly progressing. But, however united in the same object, however the two purposes may be served by the same material goods, the purpose of physical comfort and that of a reputable appearance are not to be confounded by the meanest understanding. The elements of clothing and of dress are distinct, not only that, but they even verge on incompatibility. The purpose of either is frequently best subserved by special means which are adapted to perform only a single line of duty. It is often true, here as elsewhere, that the most efficient tool is the most highly specialized tool. Of these two elements of apparel dress came first in order of development, and it continues to hold the primacy to this day. The element of clothing, the quality of affording comfort, was from the beginning, and to a great extent it continues to be, in some sort an afterthought. The origin of dress is sought in the principle of adornment. This is a well-accepted fact of social evolution. But that principle furnished the point of departure for the evolution of dress rather than the norm of its development. It is true of dress, as of so much else of the apparatus of life, that its initial purpose has not remained its sole or dominant purpose throughout the course of its later growth. It may be stated broadly that adornment, in the naive aesthetic sense, is a factor of relatively slight importance in modern dress. The line of progress during the initial stage of the evolution of apparel was from the simple concept of adornment of the person by supplementary accessions from without, to the complex concept of an adornment that should render the person pleasing, or of an enviable presence, and at the same time serve to indicate the possession 199 of other virtues than that of a well-favored person only. In this latter direction lies what was to evolve into dress. By the time dress emerged from the primitive efforts of the savage to beautify himself with gaudy additions to his person, it was already an economic factor of some importance. The change from a purely aesthetic character, ornament, to a mixture of the aesthetic and economic took place before the progress had been achieved from pigments and trinkets to what is commonly understood by apparel. Ornament is not properly an economic category, although the trinkets which serve the purpose of ornament may also do duty as an economic factor, and in so far be assimilated to dress. What constitutes dress an economic fact, properly falling within the scope of economic theory, is its function as an index of the wealth of its wearer, or, to be more precise, of its owner, for the wearer and owner are not necessarily the same person. It will hold with respect to more than one-half the values currently recognized as dress, especially that portion with which this paper is immediately concerned, woman's dress, that the wearer and the owner are different persons. But while they need not be united in the same person, they must be organic members of the same economic unit, and the dress is the index of the wealth of the economic unit which the wearer represents. Under the patriarchal organization of society, where the social unit was the man, with his dependents, the dress of the women was an exponent of the wealth of the man whose chattels they were. In modern society, where the unit is the household, the woman's dress sets forth the wealth of the household to which she belongs. Still, even today, in spite of the nominal and somewhat celebrated demise of the patriarchal idea, there is that about the dress of women which suggests that the wearer is something in the nature of a chattel. Indeed, the theory of woman's dress quite plainly involves the implication that the woman is a chattel. In this respect the dress of women differs from that of men. With this exception, which is not of first-rate importance, the essential principles of woman's dress are not different from those which govern the dress of men, but even apart from this added characteristic the element of dress is to be seen in a more unhampered development in the apparel of women. A discussion of the theory of dress in general will gain in brevity and conciseness by keeping in view the concrete facts of the highest manifestation of the principles with which it has to deal, and this highest manifestation of dress is unquestionably seen in the apparel of the women of the most advanced modern communities. The basis of the award of social rank and popular respect is the success, or more precisely the efficiency, of the social unit, as evidenced by its visible success. When efficiency eventuates in 200 possessions, in pecuniary strength, as it eminently does in the social system of our time, the basis of the award of social consideration becomes the visible pecuniary strength of the social unit. The immediate and obvious index of pecuniary strength is the visible ability to spend, to consume unproductively, and men early learn to put in evidence their ability to spend by displaying costly goods that afford no return to their owner, either in comfort or in gain. Almost as early did a differentiation set in, whereby it became the function of woman, in a peculiar degree, to exhibit the pecuniary strength of her social unit by means of a conspicuously unproductive consumption of valuable goods. Reputability is in the last analysis, and especially in the long run, pretty fairly coincident with the pecuniary strength of the social unit in question. Woman, primarily, originally because she was herself a pecuniary possession, has become in a peculiar way the exponent of the pecuniary strength of her social group, and with the progress of specialization of functions in the social organism this duty tends to devolve more and more entirely upon the woman. The best, most advanced, most highly developed societies of our time have reached the point in their evolution where it has, ideally, become the great, peculiar, and almost the sole function of woman in the social system to put in evidence her economic unit's ability to pay. That is to say, woman's place, according to the ideal scheme of our social system, has come to be that of a means of conspicuously unproductive expenditure. The admissible evidence of the woman's expensiveness has considerable range in respect of form and method, but in substance it is always the same. It may take the form of manners, breeding, and accomplishments that are, prima facie, impossible to acquire or maintain without such leisure as bespeaks a considerable and relatively long-continued possession of wealth. It may also express itself in a peculiar manner of life, on the same grounds and with much the same purpose. But the method in vogue always and everywhere, alone or in conjunction with other methods, is that of dress. Dress, therefore, from the economic point of view, comes pretty near being synonymous with display of wasteful expenditure. The extra portion of butter, or other unguent, with which the wives of the magnates of the African interior anoint their persons, beyond what comfort requires, is a form of this kind of expenditure lying on the border between primitive personal embellishment and incipient dress. So also the brass wire bracelets, anklets, etc., at times aggregating some 30 pounds in weight, worn by the same class of persons, as well as, to a less extent, by the male population of the same countries. So also the pelt of the Arctic fur seal, which the women of civilized countries prefer to 201 fabrics that are preferable to it in all respects but that of expense. So also the ostrich plumes and the many curious effigies of plants and animals that are dealt in by the milliners. The list is inexhaustible, for there is scarcely an article of apparel of male or female, civilized or uncivilized, that does not partake largely of this element, and very many may be said, in point of economic principle, to consist of virtually nothing else. It is not that the wearers or the buyers of these wasteful goods desire the waste. They desire to make manifest their ability to pay. What is sought is not the de facto waste, but the appearance of waste. Hence there is a constant effort on the part of the consumers of these goods to obtain them at as good a bargain as may be, and hence also a constant effort on the part of the producers of these goods to lower the cost of their production, and consequently to lower the price. But as fast as the price of the goods declines to such a figure that their consumption is no longer prima facie evidence of a considerable ability to pay, the particular goods in question fall out of favor, and consumption is diverted to something which more adequately manifests the wearer's ability to afford wasteful consumption. This fact, that the object sought is not the waste but the display of waste, develops into a principle of pseudo-economy in the use of material, so that it has come to be recognized as a canon of good form that apparel should not show lavish expenditure simply. The material used must be chosen so as to give evidence of the wearer's, owner's, capacity for making it go as far in the way of display as may be, otherwise it would suggest incapacity on the part of the owner, and so partially defeat the main purpose of the display. But what is more to the point is that such a mere display of crude waste would also suggest that the means of display had been acquired so recently as not to have permitted that long-continued waste of time and effort required for mastering the most effective methods of display. It would argue recent acquisition of means, and we are still near enough to the tradition of pedigree and aristocracy of birth to make long-continued possession of means second in point of desirability only to the possession of large means. The greatness of the means possessed is manifested by the volume of display, the length of possession is, in some degree, evidenced by the manifestation of a thorough habituation to the methods of display. Evidence of a knowledge and habit of good form in dress, as in manners, is chiefly to be valued because it argues that much time has been spent in the acquisition of this accomplishment, and as the accomplishment is in no wise of direct economic value, it argues pecuniary ability to waste time and labor. Such accomplishment, therefore, when possessed in a high degree, is evidence of a life, or of more than 202 one life, spent to no useful purpose, which, for purposes of respectability, goes as far as a very considerable unproductive consumption of goods. The offensiveness of crude taste and vulgar display in matters of dress is, in the last analysis, due to the fact that they argue the absence of ability to afford a reputable amount of waste of time and effort. Effective use of the means at hand may, further, be taken to argue efficiency in the person making the display, and the display of efficiency, so long as it does not manifestly result in pecuniary gain or increased personal comfort, is a great social desideratum. Hence it happens that, surprising as it may seem at first glance, a principle of pseudo-economy in the use of materials has come to hold a well-secured though pretty narrowly circumscribed place in the theory of dress, as that theory expresses itself in the facts of life. This principle, acting in concert with certain other requirements of dress, produces some curious and otherwise inexplicable results, which will be spoken of in their place. The first principle of dress, therefore, is conspicuous expensiveness. As a corollary under this principle, but of such magnificent scope and consequence as to claim rank as a second fundamental principle, there is the evidence of expenditure afforded by a constant supersession of one wasteful garment or trinket by a new one. This principle inculcates the desirability, amounting to a necessity wherever circumstances allow, of wearing nothing that is out of date. In the most advanced communities of our time, and so far as concerns the highest manifestations of dress, example in ball dress and the apparel worn on similar ceremonial occasions, when the canons of dress rule unhampered by extraneous considerations, this principle expresses itself in the maxim that no outer garment may be worn more than once. This requirement of novelty is the underlying principle of the whole of the difficult and interesting domain of fashion. Fashion does not demand continual flux and change simply because that way of doing is foolish. Flux and change and novelty are demanded by the central principle of all dress, conspicuous waste. This principle of novelty, acting in concert with the motive of pseudo-economy already spoken of, is answerable for that system of shams that figures so largely, openly, and above board, in the accepted code of dress. The motive of economy, or effective use of material, furnishes the point of departure, and this being given, the requirement of novelty acts to develop a complex and extensive system of pretenses, ever varying and transient in point of detail, but each imperative during its allotted time, facings, edgings, and the many, deceptive contrivances that will occur to anyone that is at all familiar with the technique of dress. This pretense of deception is often developed into a pathetic, childlike 203 make-believe. The realities which it simulates, or rather symbolizes, could not be tolerated. They would be in some cases too crudely expensive, in others inexpensive and more nearly adapted to minister to personal comfort than to visible expense, and either alternative is obnoxious to the canons of good form. But apart from the exhibition of pecuniary strength afforded by an aggressive wasteful expenditure, the same purpose may also be served by conspicuous abstention from useful effort. The woman is, by virtue of the specialization of social functions, the exponent of the economic unit's pecuniary strength, and it consequently also devolves on her to exhibit the unit's capacity to endure this passive form of pecuniary damage. She can do this by putting in evidence the fact, often a fiction, that she leads a useless life. Dress is her chief means of doing so. The ideal of dress, on this head, is to demonstrate to all observers, and to compel observation of the fact, that the wearer is manifestly incapable of doing anything that is of any use. The modern civilized woman's dress attempts this demonstration of habitual idleness, and succeeds measurably. Herein lies the secret of the persistence, in modern dress, of the skirt and of all the cumbrous and otherwise meaningless drapery which the skirt typifies. The skirt persists because it is cumbrous. It hampers the movements of the wearer and disables her, in great measure, for any useful occupation. So it serves as an advertisement, often disingenuous, that the wearer is backed by sufficient means to be able to afford the idleness, or impaired efficiency, which the skirt implies. The like is true of the high heel, and in less degree of several other features of modern dress. Herein is also to be sought the ground of the persistence, probably not the origin, of the one great mutilation practiced by civilized Occidental womankind, the constricted waist, as well as of the analogous practice of the abortive foot among their Chinese sisters. This modern mutilation of woman is perhaps not to be classed strictly under the category of dress, but it is scarcely possible to draw the line so as to exclude it from the theory, and it is so closely coincident with that category in point of principle that an outline of the theory would be incomplete without reference to it. A corollary of some significance follows from this general principle. The fact that voluntarily accepted physical incapacity argues the possession of wealth practically establishes the futility of any attempted reform of woman's dress in the direction of convenience, comfort, or health. It is of the essence of dress that it should appear to hamper, incommode, and injure the wearer, for in so doing it proclaims the wearer's pecuniary ability to endure idleness and physical incapacity. 204. It may be noted, by the way, that this requirement, that women must appear to be idle in order to be respectable, is an unfortunate circumstance for women who are compelled to provide their own livelihood. They have to supply not only the means of living, but also the means of advertising the fiction that they live without any gainful occupation, and they have to do all this while encumbered with garments specially designed to hamper their movements and decrease their industrial efficiency. The cardinal principles of the theory of woman's dress, then, are these three. 1. Expensiveness. Considered with respect to its effectiveness as clothing, apparel must be uneconomical. It must afford evidence of the ability of the wearer's economic group to pay for things that are in themselves of no use to anyone concerned, to pay without getting an equivalent in comfort or in gain. From this principle there is no exception. 2. Novelty. Woman's apparel must afford prima facie evidence of having been worn but for a relatively short time, as well as, with respect to many articles, evidence of inability to withstand any appreciable amount of wear. Exceptions from this rule are such things as are of sufficient permanence to become heirlooms, and of such surpassing expensiveness as normally to be possessed only by persons of superior, pecuniary, rank. The possession of an heirloom is to be commended because it argues the practice of waste through more than one generation. 3. Ineptitude. It must afford prima facie evidence of incapacitating the wearer for any gainful occupation, and it should also make it apparent that she is permanently unfit for any useful effort, even after the restraint of the apparel is removed. From this rule there is no exception. Besides these three, the principle of adornment, in the aesthetic sense, plays some part in dress. It has a certain degree of economic importance, and applies with a good deal of generality, but it is by no means imperatively present, and when it is present its application is closely circumscribed by the three principles already laid down. Indeed, the office of the principle of adornment in dress is that of handmaid to the principle of novelty, rather than that of an independent or coordinate factor. There are, further, minor principles that may or may not be present, some of which are derivatives of the great central requisite of conspicuous waste, others are of alien origin, but all are none the less subject to the controlling presence of the three cardinal principles enumerated above. These three are essential and constitute the substantial norm of woman's dress, and no exigency can permanently set them aside so long as the chance of rivalry between 205 persons in respect of wealth remains. Given the possibility of a difference in wealth, and the sway of this norm of dress is inevitable. Some spasm of sense, or sentiment, or what not, may from time to time create a temporary and local diversion in woman's apparel, but the great norm of conspicuous waste cannot be set aside or appreciably qualified so long as this its economic ground remains. To single out an example of the temporary effect of a given drift of sentiment, there has, within the past few years, come, and very nearly gone, a recrudescence of the element of physical comfort of the wearer, as one of the usual requirements of good form in dress. The meaning of this proposition, of course, is not what appears on its face, that seldom happens in matters of dress. It was the show of personal comfort that was lately imperative, and the show was often attained only at the sacrifice of the substance. This development, by the way, seems to have been due to a ramification of the sentimental athleticism, flesh worship, that has been dominant of late, and now that the crest of this wave of sentiment has passed, this alien motive in dress is also receding. The theory of which an outline has now been given is claimed to apply in full force only to modern woman's dress. It is obvious that if the principles arrived at are to be applied as all deciding criteria, woman's dress will include the apparel of a large class of persons who, in the crude biological sense, are men. This feature does not act to invalidate the theory. A classification for the purpose of economic theory must be made on economic grounds alone, and cannot permit considerations whose validity does not extend beyond the narrower domain of the natural sciences to mar its symmetry so far as to exclude this genial volunteer contingent from the ranks of womankind. There is also a second, very analogous class of persons, whose apparel likewise, though to a less degree, conforms to the canons of woman's dress. This class is made up of the children of civilized society. The children, with some slight reservation of course, are, for the purpose of the theory, to be regarded as ancillary material serving to round out the great function of civilized womankind as the conspicuous consumers of goods. The child in the hands of civilized woman is an accessory organ of conspicuous consumption, much as any tool in the hands of a laborer is an accessory organ of productive efficiency. Selection 9. Review of Mesure de la Philosophie by Karl Marx, and of Socialisme et Science Positive by Enrico Ferri. Veblen, 1896. This reprint of Marx's earliest exposition of his peculiar economic views is notable, not in point of novelty, nor because it adds to what is already currently known by students of Marx with regard to his early position, but because it is evidence of the unabated authority with which the writings of the master still appeal to the thoughtful and studious adherents of the school. It may be noted in this connection that a German translation of the book, by men as eminent in the socialist world as Bernstein and Koski, has also recently, 1892, appeared. The present reprint is an unaltered reproduction of the book as it originally appeared in 1847, in Marx's polemical onslaught on Proudhon, except for the incorporation of certain minor corrections made by the author in the margins of his private copy of the volume. There are also added, by way of appendices, 3 briefer papers by Marx, a condemnatory letter on Proudhon, reprinted from the Social Democrat, Berlin, of 1865, an extract from Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, going to disprove Proudhon's claim to originality in his proposed Banque du Peuple, and the address on free trade before the Democratic Association of Brussels. These supplementary documents go to enforce the impression made by Engels's preface, that the purpose of the reprint is in some measure a polemical one. The preface is directed to the disproof of any possible indebtedness of Marx to Rodbertus, as well as to the definitive confutation of all who may claim any originality or other merit for Rodbertus, whether as against Marx or otherwise in connection with economic discussion. Although Engels's preface dates from 1884, it may not be out of place to repeat, for the good of Rodbertus's admirers and champions at this day, certain characteristic claims and assertions here made by Marx's lifelong intimate friend, the most 98 truthful of the socialists. After referring for details to his prospective discussion of the relation between Marx and Rodbertus in the subsequently published preface to the 4th edition of Marx's Capital, he goes on to say, "It will be sufficient here to say that when Rodbertus accuses Marx of having despoiled him and of having in his Capital drawn extensively on, but without citing, his work, Zur Erkenntnis, etc., he has allowed himself to be led into a calumny which can be explained only through the ill humor naturally to be expected of an unappreciated genius, and through his remarkable ignorance of things which took place outside of Prussia, and more especially his ignorance of economic and socialistic literature." Neither these complaints nor Rodbertus's work above cited had ever come under Marx's eyes. He had no acquaintance with Rodbertus beyond the 3 Socialen Brief, and even these assuredly not prior to 1858 or 1859. Professor Ferri's work, which has now come to hand in a French edition, is no less laudatory of Marx. The juxtaposition of names in the sententious subtitle, Darwin, Spencer, Marx, is of itself a sufficient promise of an appreciatory discussion of Marx's writings and of his place in the science. The eminent Italian criminologist gives in his adhesion to the tenets of scientific socialism without equivocation, and sets out with a promise to justify the claims of that dogma to be the complement, on the side of the social sciences, of that theory of development for which, in its general features, Darwin's name serves as catchword in the biological sciences. Part I, pages 13 to 85, of the volume is in great measure taken up with the refutation of what Professor Ferri regards as the 3 fundamental objections that have been made against socialism on grounds of evolutionary theory. These 3 points of alleged contradiction between Darwinism and socialism are: a. Socialism demands equality of individuals, while the evolutionary process constantly accentuates that inequality between individuals which alone affords play for the selective adaptation of the species or the type. B. Socialism demands the survival, in comfort and fullness of life, of all individuals, whereas Darwinism, taking the term here, as elsewhere in the book, in the broad sense in which it is popularly used, requires the destruction, through the struggle for existence, of the great majority of individuals. C. The struggle for existence secures a progressive elimination of the unfit and a survival of the superior individuals, resulting in a progressive amelioration of the selected minority of individuals that are 99 in this way delegated to carry on the development of the species or of the type, whereas socialism, by giving all an even chance of life, reduces the aggregate of individuals to a dead level of democratic uniformity, in which the superior merits of the fit count for nothing. Of these objections to socialism, Haeckel is regarded as the best and most effective spokesman that has yet appeared. Other and later restatements, of which the number is by no means small, being taken only as feebler variants of the apology for natural selection made by the great German apostle of Darwinism. The alleged contradictions are reviewed somewhat in detail, and the socialist position, which claims a full accord between the teachings of evolutionary science and the prospectus of revolutionary evolution offered by spokesmen of Marxism, are summarized and restated in a telling manner, though with somewhat more of a declamatory turn than would be required for the purpose of an enumeration of the data bearing on the question of human evolution and a formulation of the inferences to be drawn from these data. The three contradictions which are passed under review are disposed of by showing, in rather more convincing form than is usual with the scientific apologists of socialism, a. that the equality of individuals demanded by the socialist scheme is an equality of opportunities rather than an identity of function or of the details of life, b. that the struggle for existence, as applied within the field of social evolution, is a struggle between groups and institutions rather than a competition à outrance between the individuals of the group, and that this struggle can lead to socially desirable results only as it is carried on the basis of a large measure of group solidarity and cooperation between the individuals of the group. That the normal milieu for the competitive development of individuals in society in the direction of availability for the social purpose and a fuller and more truly human life is afforded only by an environment which secures the members of the community a competent and equitable, if not equal, immunity from the sordid cares of a life of pecuniary competition. Only under such an environment can we look for the development and fixation of a type of man which shall best meet the requirements of associated human life. That is to say, the closer an approach is made to a condition of pecuniary equality and solidarity, the better are the chances of a survival of the fittest, in the sense of the most efficient for the purposes of the collective life. And this brings us to the consideration 100 of the third alleged contradiction between the socialist scheme and Darwinism, that an abolition of the pecuniary struggle would abolish the evolutionary factor of a selective survival of the fittest individuals. It is, c. only by injecting a wholly illegitimate teleological meaning into the term fittest, as used by Darwin and the Darwinists, that the expression survival of the fittest is made to mean a survival of the socially desirable individuals. This whole objection, therefore, is a sophism which proceeds on a teleological preconception, a survival in modern discussion of a concept which belongs among the mental furniture of the metaphysical speculations of the pre-Darwinian times. A sober review of well-known facts, we are told, shows that the present competitive system does not by any means uniformly result in a working out of favorable results by a process of natural selection. It is well known that in the modern civilized world the action of natural selection is vitiated by the presence of a military selection, by matrimonial selection, and especially by economic selection, p. 49. Professor Ferry here develops very briefly, and turns to socialist account, the theory of social selection of types originated by Broca, and more recently developed with greater fullness and effect by Lapouge, Ammon, and Loria. It is only in the milieu normal afforded by such an equality of pecuniary competence as the socialist scheme contemplates that the factor of choice has a chance to act and to award the victory to the most normal individuals and types. The struggle for existence, and therefore the fact of a selective adaptation, is a fact inseparable from the life process, and therefore inseparable from the life of mankind, but while its scope remains unaltered, the forms under which it expresses itself in the life of society change as the development of collective life proceeds. The most striking general modification which the struggle has suffered in the past growth of society, and the feature which most immediately concerns the present discussions, is seen in the transformation of the struggle for existence in the communities of the Occidental culture into a struggle for equality. During the historical period of development, Greco-Latin society in the first place carried on a struggle for civil equality, abolition of slavery, this struggle was triumphant, but it did not stop there, for life and struggle are the same facts stated in different words. Society during the Middle Ages carried on its struggle for religious equality, achieved it, but did not stop there, and at the close of the last century the struggle was for political equality. Is 101 society now to come to a standstill and to stagnate in its present phase? Today the struggle of society is for economic equality, not for an absolute pecuniary equality, but for an equality of that more consequential kind of which I have spoken above. And everything goes to impress upon us with mathematical certainty that when this victory is achieved it must in turn give place to further struggles and new ideals among the generations that are to succeed us, pages 37 to 38. This struggle for equality, as is to some extent true of any other expression of the struggle within a given society, takes the form of a struggle between classes, and necessarily so. It is therefore a struggle for existence on the basis of solidarity and cooperation. The discovery of this law of cultural evolution, of this grand conception, is the imperishable glory of Marx, which secures him a place in sociology such as that occupied by Darwin in biology, and by Spencer in natural philosophy, p. 71. According to Professor Ferry, socialism is atheistic, as a matter of course, but he regards the antagonism of the religious organizations, as well as the quasi-socialistic endeavors of the Roman Catholic Church, with the utmost complacency, being fully persuaded that in this matter of irreligiousness as a requisite of socialistic reform the course of events will effectually take care of itself. No thought need be taken for the education of humanity away from the theistic cults, since the cults, with their entire theistic content, will disappear from man's habits of thought as fast as the chief positions of evolutionary science are accepted. This is the meaning to be attached to the declaration of the Erfurt program that religion is a private affair with which the socialist propaganda will not concern itself. Education, a familiarity with the views and the point of view of modern science, will obliterate the faiths, therefore the socialist propaganda need take no thought for erasing them, pages 56 to 63. Similarly, although the scheme of socialism is, fundamentally and of necessity, republican, being but a reorganization of the industrial community on republican lines, the office of republicanizing society, as a step preparatory to its socialization, may without misgiving be left to bourgeois liberalism, which must necessarily work out such a result as its logical outcome. Incidentally, in so far as it is not altogether relevant to the main point of the book, but somewhat at large, in so much as the discussion runs through some 25 pages, the great Italian criminologist 102 has a word of kindly admonition to say to the students of sociology and political economy. This discussion, part 3 of the volume, is headed, Sociology and Socialism, and the 2 chapters of which it is made up bear the captions, The Sterility of Sociology, and marks the complement of Darwin and Spencer. One of the most curious facts in the history of scientific thought during the 19th century is this, that while the profound revolution in science wrought by Darwinism and the Spencerian evolutionism has rehabilitated every department of physical, biological, and even the psychological sciences, and endowed them with a new youth, this same scientific revolution has, upon reaching the domain of the social sciences, barely rippled the surface of the still waters of that pool of orthodoxy in social science, political economy. It is true, there was a move made by Auguste Comte, toward the creation of a new science, sociology, which was intended, in conjunction with the natural history of human society, to form the glorious consummation of a new edifice of science erected by the empirical method, p. 145. It is admitted that some substantial work has been done in the descriptive or anatomical branches of the science that deals with the social organism, but after all has been said it is to be admitted that in all this, with the exception of the author's own special department of criminal sociology, the results hitherto achieved have been meager in the extreme. So soon as the discussion comes in contact with the live political and social questions, the new science of sociology is overtaken by some sort of hypnotic slumber, and remains in a state of indecision in the limbo of sterile and colorless generalities, such as will permit the sociologues to continue, in questions of the public economy as well as in politics, as conservatives or as radicals just as their caprice or inclination may dictate, p. 146. The secret of this curious phenomenon lies not alone in the fact pointed out by Malagodi that the science is still in the period of scientific analysis and has not yet reached the period of synthesis, but more especially in this, that the logical consequences of Darwinism and of scientific evolutionism, when applied to the study of human society, lead inexorably to socialism, p. 147. As a remedy for this desperate state of the science, Professor Ferry recommends sociological and economic students to seek somewhere the courage necessary to accept the logical consequences of their own argument. And for scientific method they are frankly commended to 103 turn to Karl Marx as the only competent guide. The Marxian materialistic theory of history, and the theory of class struggle, together with the theory of surplus labor, point the way which sociology and political economy must follow if they are to take a place as modern sciences of the post-Darwinian epoch. Selection 10. Review of Einführung in den Sozialismus by Richard Calwer. Veblen, 1897a. An elementary textbook in socialism written by a socialist and primarily for the instruction of adherents of the socialist creed is not altogether a new departure in literature, but there are few efforts of the kind which are on the whole as acceptable and effective a presentation of their subject as this. The immediate aim of the book is to combat the spirit of petty personal and local interest which is becoming a hindrance to effective cooperation for the larger and remoter ends of the socialist movement in Germany. At the same time it is not a controversial work. Its purpose is sought to be accomplished by so explaining the meaning and trend of the socialist movement as to leave no legitimate ground for the tendency which it deprecates. That the author is a Marxian goes almost without saying, but his Marxism is of a greatly modernized, softened, conciliatory kind. It is a doctrine of economic evolution, or perhaps better of social evolution primarily on an economic basis, but a doctrine in which the materialistic theory of history is no longer obtrusively present in the crude form at every step, although it still remains the fundamental premise. There is no hint of the catastrophic method of reform, nor is there any urging of revolutionary measures. The industrial evolution, we are told, is visibly furthering the socialization of industry day by day. And this not only at certain points, in certain salient features to which socialistic writers have been in the habit of pointing as evidence of the approach to socialism, but in all branches of industry, including agriculture, which most socialist teachers have hitherto been content to pass over as a backward industry somewhat doubtfully to be included in the scheme for immediate socialization. A characteristic instance of Mr. Calwer's ingenious use of everyday facts in support of this thesis is his pointing out, p. 71, that all statistical determination of industrial methods and of the extent and range of the production and consumption of industrial products contributes to make an eventual collective control of these branches of industry easier. Not only the collective organization of industry under the direction of trusts and syndicates, therefore, but all canvassing of the markets and the industrial situation, by trade journals as well as by students of practical economics, is labor in the service of the socialist movement. But while the evolution of industry, it is claimed, assures the rapid 271 and inevitable socialization of industry, these mechanical facts and technological events do not immediately or of themselves afford the basis for that growth of institutions which the socialist republic involves. The institutions of the community, whether socialistic or otherwise, rest on psychological ground. The material situation, the state of industry and the arts, may condition the growth of institutions in accordance with the materialistic theory of history, but these material circumstances of environment and of industrial organization and methods control the growth of institutions and social structure only as they affect the individual's habitual view of things. This psychological factor which is to afford the motive to socialistic reconstruction is conceived in quite modern terms. The discontent of the modern laborer, which is to work out the revolution, is no longer conceived to be of the nature of a calm resolution, the outcome of dispassionate ratiocination. It is bluntly recognized, pages 138 to 42, 159, 163, that this motive force is simply sentiment and is closely akin to envy, its basis being chiefly an invidious comparison of the laborer's lot with that of the propertied classes. The decisive fact is the distastefulness of the laborer's social position as compared with his employer. Improvement in material comfort measured in absolute terms counts for very little. You may feed the laborer well, you may clothe him decently, you may provide him with a modest dwelling, in short, you may keep him as a well-to-do man keeps his domestic animals, still the laborer will not be beguiled into overlooking the fact that his place in life is determined by accidents and circumstances which do not permit him to lead the life of a man. p. 139. The exposition, Part 3, of the aim and methods of the socialistic movement is also temperate and conciliatory in tone, though it leaves no doubt as to its radical character in substance. It deprecates all violence, and even enters a caution against the free use of what a socialist would consider peaceable and legitimate measures, such as strikes and boycotts. Socialism is essentially a peaceable development of a struggle between different interests, and so long as the socialists are a minority and the industrial situation is not yet ripe for the socialistic regime, so long the socialists must yield, willing or unwilling, to the majority, to those that hold the power. But the time is coming when the majority of the people will be on the socialist side, and then it will depend on the ruling class, which will then have fallen into the position of a minority, whether they are wise enough and shrewd enough 272 to let the further development of the nation's life go on undisturbed or not, pages 218, 219. The militarism of European countries is decried as inconsistent with the socialistic evolution, not because war as such is to be deplored, but because war and armaments weaken a nation industrially, and hinder the process of industrial evolution. While no speculation as to the future state is indulged in, some reference is made to the probable future of certain institutions and to the attitude of the socialist toward these institutions. So, for instance, pages 203 to 4, socialism is said to hold an entirely neutral position with regard to religion, but this is uttered with an evident conviction that the Church and the creeds are alien to socialism and irreconcilable with it in detail. Similarly, socialism is not unpatriotic, although it is international, but the patriotism of the German socialist is in abeyance through the government's fault rather than his own. Little is said about the family, but it is plainly implied that the traditional form of the family is in an advanced stage of obsolescence so far as regards the working classes. It is conceded that the marriage relation at present sanctioned by the law may for the present and for an indefinite time to come be the form best suited for the well-to-do classes. Selection 11. Review of Essays sur la conception matérialiste de l'histoire by Antonio Labriola. Veblen, 1897 c. Of these two essays the first, Un Mémoire du Manifeste du Parti Communiste, recalls the attention to what was the meaning, in its author's mind, of the phrase which affords the title of this book. This central Marxian position says that the exigencies of the industrial process determine the features of the society's life process in all its other aspects, social, political, and intellectual. The rest of what the famous manifesto has to say is to be read in the light of this principle which gives the socialist point of view. All the rest, even the doctrine of the class struggle and the Marxian theory of surplus value, is by comparison provisional and tentative, although in point of fact, it is held, the whole of this further development of the theory is substantially correct. The office of this materialistic conception is that of a guiding principle, Leitfaden, in the study of social life and of social structure. These economic exigencies afford the definitive test of fitness in the adaptation of all human institutions by a process of selective elimination of the economically unfit. They also, through the industrial process through which they work their effect, determine the development of thought and science. The materialistic conception is itself, at the second remove, a product of the industrial process. The second essay, Le Materialisme Historique, expands and expounds this position further, and it reiterates, with an insistence that sometimes grows tedious, that, given the conditions of the development of industry and its appliances, the economic structure of society will determine, primarily and directly, all the rest of the practical activity of the members, as well as the variations of this activity, which are met within the process that we call history, that is to say, the formation, dissensions, conflicts, and erosion of classes. And it determines, secondarily, also the tendency, and in an indirect way, in great part, the objects which shall occupy thought and fancy, in art, religion, and science, p. 239. The book is notable not as a unique presentation of its thesis nor as a new departure in economic speculation, but as being, on the contrary, a typical example of the theoretical position at present occupied by socialist writers. For the theoretical writers among the socialists, and for the popular discussion in a less pronounced degree, socialist economics no longer revolves about the labor value dogma that did 391 such ubiquitous service for the propaganda in its day. Nor is the class struggle dogma any longer so unfaltering a recourse as it once was, even among the Marxists of the stricter observance. These doctrines and their various ramifications are to an extent giving way before an interpretation of the materialistic conception which does not, in its fundamental position, go much beyond a conception of the evolution of social structure according to which the economic activities, and the habits bred by them, determine the activities and the habitual view of things in other directions than the economic one. And in this development the socialists are drawing close to the position of a large and increasing class of economists who are accepting the materialistic conception, or so much of it as is conveniently to be affiliated with Darwinism, whether they accept it under the style and title approved by their socialist mentors or under designations chosen by themselves. These economists of the new evolutionist or socialist departure are nowhere more numerous or more favorably received than among Professor Labriola's countrymen. Selection 12. Review of Die Marxistische Sozialdemokratie by Max Lorenz. Veblen, 1897 f. There are two features of the Marxian teaching that seem to me to be of definitive significance for today and for the future: the stress laid on the concept of society, with no complacent parade of philanthropy expressing itself in soup kitchens and alms, but asserting itself as a dominant principle which in strain and struggle resistlessly pervades the entire cultural development. This is the first. The second is Marx's insistence on the connection between the so-called material or economic movement and the so-called spiritual movement in the evolution of society. It is true, Marx has exaggerated the bearing and importance of both these points, because his work, like that of any other man, was conditioned by the circumstances of his time. But on both heads Marx has also shed such light as no one before him, nor in his time, nor, at least until the present, since his time, and that comes of the preeminent greatness of the man, pages 8, 9. There is yet a further remark to be made. It is frequently assumed that the substantial core of the Marxian doctrine is the theory of labor value and surplus value, and that Marx arrives at his communistic demands directly from his surplus value theory, on the basis of some assumed principle of justice or morality which requires communism as its fulfillment. But Engels disclaims, for Marx and for himself, any such application of morals to economics. What comes about comes, according to Marx, not for equity's or morality's sake, but it comes as a causally, historically necessary phase of social evolution. The question is then as to the character of this causal, historical necessity in Marx's apprehension. Hence, our first effort must be directed to a presentation of the so-called materialistic conception of history, pages 11, 12. With a reverent hand, the author then enters on a discussion of this materialistic conception, which occupies the first of the 4 chapters, 73 pages, of the volume. He insists on the antithesis between this and the individualistic conception, the conception which has dominated all the writings of the professed historians. After 137 some exposition, and some criticism of its philosophical shortcomings, he reaches, p. 50, the consideration of a serious if not irremediable defect in the Marxian theory. While the materialistic interpretation of history points out how social development goes on, by a class struggle that proceeds from maladjustment between economic structure and economic function, it is nowhere pointed out what is the operative force at work in the process. It denies that human discretion and effort seeking a better adjustment can furnish such a force, since it makes man the creature of circumstances. This defect reduces itself under the author's hand to a misconception of human nature and of man's place in the social development. The materialistic theory conceives of man as exclusively a social being, who counts in the process solely as a medium for the transmission and expression of social laws and changes, whereas he is, in fact, also an individual, acting out his own life as such. Hereby is indicated not only the weakness of the materialistic theory, but also the means of remedying the defect pointed out. With the amendment so indicated, it becomes not only a theory of the method of social and economic change, but a theory of social process considered as a substantial unfolding of life as well. It is as an expression of this materialistic theory of Marx and Engels that the Marxian socialism is taken up in Chapter 2 and examined point by point. The third chapter is a criticism of the aims and views of socialists as regards the outcome of the development. The author finds the extreme conclusions reached by the socialists, the dissolution of the state and the family, the disappearance of religion, etc., are reached by a one-sided and arbitrarily limited application of their own principles. The author takes up the materialistic argument and carries it out to its logical consequences, with the result of reducing the socialistic millennium to absurdity, at least to his own satisfaction. In the hands of the social democracy, the teachings of Marx have hardened into a system and a creed, incapable of growth and incapable of meeting the practical exigencies of an unfolding political and social life. While the work of Marx was great and fruitful, Marxism is but an episode. Selection 13. Review of Über einige Grundfragen der Sozialpolitik und der Volkswirtschaftslehre by Gustav Schmaler. Source: Journal of Political Economy, June 1898. Volume 6, pages 416-19. Veblen, 1898a. The volume reproduces in collected form three well-known essays of various dates. 1. The polemical chapters of Professor Schmaler's Controversy with Treitschke, Über einige Grundfragen direkt und der Volkswirtschaft, 1874-75. 2. The essay on the scope and method of economic science, Die Volkswirtschaft, Die Volkswirtschaftslehre und ihre Method, 1895, originally written for Konrad's Handwörterbuch, and 3. The inaugural address of October last, delivered on the occasion of Professor Schmaler's induction into the rectorship at the University of Berlin, Wechselnde Theorien und Feststehendwahrheiten im Gebiet der Staats, und Sozialwissenschaften und die heutige Deutsche Volkswirtschaftslehre, 1897. It is notable as indicating the extent and the character of the changes that have passed over the historical method during the past 25 years. The earlier of the essays gives Professor Schmaler's position at the time when he first came prominently forward as the champion of that method, and its defender against those who spoke for a return to a rehabilitated classicism. It marks the supersession of Roscher's historico-physiological by the historical method, through discontinuing, or at least discountenancing, the use of the physiological analogy in economic theory. On the basis of this early controversy with Treitschke, Professor Schmaler got the reputation, not altogether gratuitous, at the hands of his critics, of being spokesman for the view that economic science is, and of right ought to be, without form and void. But if this construction of his views was not altogether gratuitous, still less was it altogether well grounded. The elements of his later methodological work are visible in this early essay, but they are most readily visible and most significant when seen in the light of his later utterances on the same head. Without the consistency and application given to these elements in his later work, it is doubtful if there would have been occasion seriously to qualify the disparaging opinion 417 passed upon his efforts by his Austrian critics. What gives added color to the contentions of those who carp at the historical method, as shown in Schmaler's exposition, is the fact that very much of his constructive work has been of a character to bear out the criticisms leveled at him on methodological grounds. Much of his own work, as well as the greater part of the voluminous work carried on under his hands by his many disciples, has been of the nature of compilation and description, narrative, often discursive and fragmentary. But as to this prevalent character of his published work, it is to be said that he has, professedly, been occupied with the foundations of a prospective theoretical science of economics. And this prospective science is, as regards its foundation, descriptive, p. 226. The second of the essays contained in the volume leaves no ground for the objection that Professor Schmaler makes the science an undisciplined congeries of data. He gives, in concise and telling form, a prospectus for a theoretical science, such that, whatever strictures may be offered by his critics, it can assuredly not be characterized as being without form and void. The method of any given science is determined, 1. By the general standpoint which human knowledge, taken as a whole, has reached at the time, that is to say, by the generic features of the ideals and methods of knowledge which are in vogue at the time, and which are fundamentally of the same character for all directions of human thinking and knowledge. 2. Scientific method depends on the nature of the subject matter under inquiry. So mathematics follows a different method of procedure from physics, and the latter a different one from physiology, etc. 3. The method employed in any given science at any given point of time depends on the degree of development which the science has reached at the time. In its crude beginnings, knowledge always proceeds by half-truths and sweeping generalizations. Only little by little is the method of procedure improved and subtilized. Emphasis falls now on observation and description, now on classification, and again, attention may be centered upon the causal explanation of phenomena, pages 228 to 30. It is this third count that seems to have been most insistently present in Professor Schmaler's mind in shaping his work in the past, especially his published writings. Economics has hitherto, in Professor Schmaler's apprehension, been in the inchoate stage only, and the method proper to the science, has, therefore, been conceived to be description and collation. In his lectures, and in the guidance 418 given his students, especially during later years, the same scrupulous regard for the requirements of economics as an inchoate science simply has not been so decisive, at least not to the full extent. It is evident both from the character which his work is now assuming and from the tone of this essay that the science is now felt to be rapidly passing this inchoate stage, and that the economists may now legitimately turn to constructive theoretical work. Several chapters, 4x pages 231 to 76, are given to a discussion of the methods and aims of economic science in the past, to an exposition, in outline, of the part which observation and description must play as preliminary to constructive work, to the use of statistical inquiry, to a characterization of the true historical method, and the relation of historical inquiry to economics, and last, but not least, to the important place of a taxonomic discipline, definitions, concepts, and classification in the science. In this latter discussion, it may not be out of place to point out, Professor Schmaler gives but scant acknowledgement to the really large and substantial deserts of the classical writers under this head. The most substantial and characteristic move in advance made by Professor Schmaler in the methodological discussion then follows under 11, Die Urteilung. Observation and description, definition, and classification are preparatory work only. What we seek by these means is an apprehension of economic phenomena as a connected whole. Our insight in this respect can never be complete or fully adequate. But, in any case, the more we confine ourselves to seeking an explanation of the facts at hand on the basis of what has immediately gone before, the more nearly will we succeed in this undertaking. And, in any event, there must remain before our eyes, as the ideal of all knowledge, the explanation of all facts in terms of causation. The natural sciences have accustomed us to apprehend every event as conditioned by causes, which we conceive of as forces, p. 277. As causes at work in the sequence of economic phenomena, we have mechanical and organic forces on the one side, and psychical forces on the other, which meet as two independent groups of causes contributing to the results to be studied. Whatever opinions we may hold as to the relation between physical and psychical life, however much we may be inclined to emphasize the fact that our spiritual life is conditioned by the facts of our nervous system, although we may, with full justification, hold that all our sensations and feelings are inseparable from certain physiological processes, this much remains beyond question, that the coexistence and sequence of spiritual phenomena are not to be explained through nerve changes simply. And that 419 for the present, and apparently for all time to come, the ultimate ascertainable facts of material existence and the most rudimentary adjustments of the spiritual life are ranged over against one another as independent and self-explaining groups of phenomena. Hence all efforts to explain the actions of men through direct recourse to merely physical or biological factors must be declared mistaken or inadequate, p. 278. Hence the causes in terms of which economic theory must in the last resort formulate its results are psychical facts, facts of human motives and propensities. There is no science possible outside the range of the universal law of causation, not even in the domain of the spiritual life. But the causes at work in the psychical sequence are essentially different from the mechanical ones. And hence it becomes incumbent on a practical science, such as economics, to carry its inquiry, as far as may be needed, into the details of psychological processes, pages 286 to 87. The aim of economics, as of any science, adopting any method, must be the determination of uniformities and laws, pages 298 to 307. But the descriptive, empirical generalization of uniformities, simply, must not be accepted as a determination of the laws of the phenomena under inquiry. Normalization and taxonomic schedules are not science in the modern acceptance of the word. We are no longer content to call empirically ascertained uniformities laws, but only those uniformities the causes of which we have been able to seize and fix, p. 302. Economics is now in a fair way to become such a science. History and philosophy have brought it back to a realizing sense of the phenomena of collective life. Statistics and industrial history have shown the way to a methodologically adequate empiricism, and psychology holds up before the science as its only competent purpose the quest for the substantially decisive causes of all human affairs, p. 309. Selection 14. Review of Aristocracy and Evolution, a study of the rights, the origins, and the social functions of the wealthier classes by William H. Mallock. Veblen, 1898b. On a cursory acquaintance with this volume one is tempted to dismiss it with the comment that Mr. Mallock has written another of his foolish books. The objective point of the new book is still the enforcement of the author's pet fallacy, which he has expounded so felicitously on many a former occasion. It is restated here with somewhat greater circumstance than before, and is backed by much telling illustration and some substantial information that might well have served a more useful purpose. A fuller acquaintance with its contents, however, will convince the reader that the book has substantial merits, although these merits do not belong with the economic side of the argument. While the present volume covers a wider range of phenomena and traces the working of the great man's dominating efficiency through a greater variety of human relations than Mr. Mallock's earlier books have done, the chief point of the argument is still the productive efficiency of the great man in industry and the bearing of this productive efficiency upon the equitable claim of the wealthy classes to a superior share of the product. What is to be proven is the equity and the expediency of a system of distribution in which a relatively large share of the product of industry goes to the owners of capital and the directors of business. For this purpose the great man in industry is tacitly identified with the captain of industry or the owner of capital. It is right that the great man, so understood, should receive a large share, because he produces a large proportion of the product of industry, Book 3, pages 197 to 267. And it is expedient that exceptional gains should come to this exceptional wealth producer, because on no other terms can he be induced to take care of the economic welfare of the community, and, in the nature of things, 431. The welfare of the community, of the many, lies unreservedly in the hands of the minority of great men, Book 4, pages 271 to 380. The few are the chief producers. All the democratic formulas which for the past 100 years have represented the employed as the producers of wealth, and the capitalistic employers as the appropriators of it, are, instead of being, as they claim to be, the expressions of a profound truth, related to truth only as being direct inversions of it. Whatever appearances may seem to show to the contrary, it is the few and not the many who, in the domain of economic production, are essentially and permanently the chief repositories of power, pages 174 to 75. The case of labor directed by different great men is the same as the case of labor applied to different qualities of land. The great men produce the increment. Labor, however, must be held to produce that minimum necessary to the support of the laborers, both in agriculture and in all kinds of production. The great man produces the increment that would not be produced by labor if his influence ceased. Labor, it is true, is essential to the production of the increment, also, but we cannot draw any conclusions from the hypothesis of labor ceasing, for the laborers would have to labor whether the great men were there or no, pages 202 to 6, margin. The efficiency of labor itself is practically constant, and for the student of wealth production the principal force to be studied is the ability of the few, by which the labor of the many is multiplied, and which only exerts itself under special social circumstances, p. 209, note. We are thus enabled to discriminate arithmetically between the share of the product due to the great men and that due to the many. Let us take the case of the United Kingdom, and consider the amount per head that was annually produced by the population 100 years ago. This amount was about 14 pounds. At the present time it is something like 35 pounds. Now, if we attribute the entire production of this country, at the close of the last century, to common or average labor, which is plainly an absurd concession, we shall gain some idea of what the utmost limits of the independent productivity of the ordinary man are, for the ordinary man's talents as a producer, when directed by nobody but himself, have, as has been said already, not appreciably increased in the course of 2000 years, and have certainly not increased within the past 3 generations. The only thing that has increased has been the concentration on the ordinary man's productive talents of the productive talents of the exceptional man. The talents of the exceptional man, in fact, have been the only variant in the problem, and, accordingly, the minimum which these talents produce is the total difference between 14 pounds and 35 pounds. 432. This argument may be restated in a more concise arithmetical form after adding a further premise, which is implied, though not fully taken account of, in Mr. Mallock's exposition. The talents of the ordinary man have not changed within the past 3 generations, or if they have changed it is but by a variation so small that it can only be indicated, not quantitatively registered. The like is true of the talents of the exceptional man. This latter feature of the premises has not been brought out by Mr. Mallock, although his claim that human talents have remained constant plainly involves it. The traits of human nature have not appreciably changed within the period in question. The race of British subjects is much the same as it has been. But in order to allow for a possible, though inappreciable change, in the talents of the two classes, the conceivable infinitesimal change may be indicated by the use of accents. The arithmetical problem in hand will then present the following result. 1. O, ordinary, times G, great man, equals 14. 2. O times G equals 35. But since 35 may be broken up and written 14 plus 21, it follows that, in the second equation, 21 of the entire product, 35, is the product of G alone. QED. This traverses the ancient traditions of arithmetic, but it is to be said in legitimation of this procedure that it would be extremely difficult to get the same result by a different method. Any man encumbered with a hidebound arithmetic would find himself constrained to look for some other variable in the problem than a special segment of that human nature which is by supposition declared invariable, nor would such a one have the courage to portion out the meum and tuum as between two factors of a joint product. But Mr. Mallock is without fear. Some account, though scant, is taken by Mr. Mallock of the phenomena of transmitted knowledge, usages, and methods of work, but these facts are not allowed to count as against the primacy of the great man. And as regards this great man, where he is first characterized and expounded, in the chapter especially devoted to him, Great Men, as the True Cause of Progress, pages 55 to 88, the chief variants of him that concern economic theory are the inventor, the overseer of industrial processes, and the businessman. The impression is conveyed in this early chapter that for the industrial purpose the greatest of these is the inventor, and next him ranks the director of 433 mechanical processes, while the businessman comes into view as a wealth producer chiefly in an indirect way by influencing the motions of the two former, and, through them, the motions of ordinary men engaged in manual labor. At a later point, when the question comes to concern the appraisement of productivity and the equitable apportionment of the product, the inventor, the engineer, and the foreman disappear behind the businessman's ledger, as the peppercorn disappears behind the nutshell, and the great man becomes synonymous with the captain of industry. By a curious inversion of his own main position, Mr. Mallock reaches the broad verdict that consumable goods are mainly produced by the captain of industry. His main position, so far as regards industrial efficiency, is that the greatness and efficiency of the great man lie in his superior knowledge, which he is able to impose upon others and so direct their efforts to the result aimed at. The master of knowledge, as applied to production, is the inventor, p. 138. The inventor is an agent of social progression only because the particularized knowledge of which his invention consists is embodied either in models, or drawings, or written or spoken orders, and thus affects the technical action of whole classes of other men, p. 139. Under the capitalistic wage system, productive power has increased because capital has enabled a few men to apply, with the most constant and intense effort, their intellectual faculties to industry in its minutest details, p. 161. Productive efficiency, therefore, is a matter of detailed knowledge of the technical processes of industry, and the application of this knowledge through directing the technical movements of others. Yet the type of productive efficiency in the advanced portion of Mr. Mallock's argument is taken to be the counting house activity of the businessman, who frequently does not, and pretty uniformly need not, have any technical knowledge of the industry that goes on under his hand. His relation to the mechanical processes is always remote, and usually of a permissive kind only. This is especially true of the director of a large business, who is by that fact, if he is successful, a highly efficient great man. He delegates certain men, perhaps at the second or third remove, to assume discretion and set certain workmen and machines in motion under the guidance of technical knowledge possessed by them, not by him. The captain's efficiency is not to be called in question, but it is bold irony to call it productive efficiency under the definition of productivity set up by Mr. Mallock. 434. Most modern men would have been content to justify the businessman's claim to a share in the product on the ground of his serviceability to the community, without specifically imputing to him the major part in the production of goods, but Mr. Mallock's abounding faith in the canons of natural rights compels him naively to account for the businessman's income in terms of productive efficiency simply. The argument of the book, as is evident especially in the concluding portion, Book 4, pages 271 to 380, is chiefly directed to the confutation of the socialists. And in this confutation it is the ancient, now for the most part abandoned, socialist position that is made the point of attack. This early socialist position was summed up in the claim that to the laborer should belong the entire product of his labor. The claim is a crude application of a natural rights dogma, and for the living generation of socialists it may fairly be said to be a discarded standpoint. It is this dead dog that Mr. Mallock chiefly belabors. Together with this, the similarly obsolete natural rights formula that all men are born free and equal comes in for a portion of his polemical attention. In all this, the polemic proceeds on the lost ground of natural rights. Objection is taken not to the obvious groundlessness of the whole natural rights structure, but to the scope of the application given the dogmas and to the excessive narrowness of the definitions employed. Through it all, however, Mr. Malik very effectively presents the current arguments going to show that the pecuniary incentive is indispensable to modern industry, and he shows, with great detail and with good effect, the weakness of the socialist contentions on this head. He goes with the socialists to the length of showing that the pecuniary incentive, the desire of wealth, is in large part a desire for distinction only, not in the last analysis a desire for the material, consumable goods. But he denies flatly, what they affirm, that an emulative incentive of another kind might serve the turn if the pecuniary incentive were to fall away. No other method of gauging success and distinction will take the place of this one as an incentive to wealth production, whatever seems to be true as regard other directions of effort. Book 4 Chapter 2, pages 284 to 323. It is to be regretted that nothing beyond asseveration is put forward in support of this denial, which is the central feature of the refutation of socialism. No decisive argument for the denial is adduced, but through the assertion made there runs an implication that, in order to serve their purpose at all effectively, the inducements offered the wealth producer 435 must mechanically resemble the results to be worked out. As on the homeopathic principle like is to be cured by like, so in industry the repugnance to effort spent on material goods must be overcome by a remedial application of material goods. While it seems to be present in the reasoning, it is by no means clear, it should be remarked, that this axiom of similarity has been present in the reasoner's mind. Mr. Malik is a master of pleasing diction, and his arguments are presented in a lucid and forcible way that makes the book very attractive reading. And the grotesquely devious ways of its economic argument do not prevent it from being a suggestive contribution to the discussion of cultural development. At many points it brings out in a strong light the importance of a gifted minority as an element in the process of institutional growth, although even here it is curious, and in a sense instructive, to note that as representative spokesman of the modern social sciences, Mr. Malik has been constrained to cite George Lavely and Mr. Kidd. The discussion of the great man's place in the cultural process is at its best where it deals with other fields than the economic. Unfortunately, it is the economic bearing of the argument alone that can be taken up here. The volume suffers from a meretricious increase of bulk, due to an excessive use of large type, wide margins, and heavy paper. It should be added that the printer's work is altogether above reproach. Introduction to Part 2. 1898-99, Intellectual Efflorescence. The 7 selections in this section cover a short but decisive interval in Veblen's intellectual career, the momentous 20-month period, from July 1898 to February 1900,1 during which he published an interconnected set of writings that laid the foundations for institutional economics and would subsequently become classics of modern social theory. In contrast to Veblen's previous articles and reviews, which witness him ranging from subject to subject in response to changing intellectual stimuli in the academic settings surrounding him, Veblen's writings during this second phase of his career all trace their route to a larger intellectual program that he set forth for himself during the mid-1890s, shortly after his move to the University of Chicago. Encapsulating the breadth of his intellectual experiences up to that point, Veblen boldly outlined this program to his former student Sarah Hardy II as follows in a letter of January 23, 1896. I have a theory which I wish to propound. My theory touches the immediate future development of economic science. It is, that the work of the coming generation of economists, is to consist substantially in a rehabilitation of the science on modern lines. Economics is to be brought into line with modern evolutionary science, which it has not been hitherto. The point of departure for this rehabilitation, or rather the basis of it, will be the modern anthropological and psychological sciences. Starting from the study of usages, aptitudes, propensities, and habits of thought, the science, taken generally, is to shape itself into the science of the evolution of economic institutions. Cited in Jorgensen and Jorgensen 1999, 194. Veblen penned these words as a 38-year-old faculty associate in a department of political economy at an historical moment when the entire field of economics stood, in the eyes of contemporary political economists and outside observers alike, in a state of intense ferment on both sides of the Atlantic. Hutchison 1953, Hodgson 2001, Samuels et al. 2003. To some contemporaries, this situation meant a stultifying theoretical and methodological impasse, and the resulting sense of crisis was the source of much soul-searching in the fin de siècle literature of economics. For his part, however, Veblen does not shrink from the occasion, but rather believes that he himself has identified a way to rehabilitate economics and to set the direction for its future development. 3. While Veblen's book Reviews from 1894 to June 1898 contain scattered hints regarding the nature of this plan as he worked it out during these years, see Part I, articles where he articulates his new agenda for economics began to appear in print only in the second half of 1898. By this point, Veblen evidently made the decision to present his emerging ideas in two different ways. In the articles included here as Selection 15 and the three parts of Selection 19, he adopts a predominantly critical posture, minutely analyzing the misconceptions that had prevented earlier economists from erecting economics on modern lines, but himself stopping short of elaborating his own alternative approach. In contrast, in Selections 16, 17, 18, and 21, Veblen offers several positive examples of his program for economics, albeit without the same detailed engagement with the economic theories that he is criticizing and attempting to transcend. This bifurcation in his writings between critical attacks on the work of other economists, on the one hand, and piecemeal positive illustrations of his proposed alternative, on the other hand, impaired comprehension of Veblen's program in his own time and has continued to have this effect down to the present. Unlike present-day readers, however, Veblen's original turn-of-the-century audience was at least positioned to understand certain references in his vocabulary, which were then standard fixtures in everyday academic discourse but which would subsequently disappear from regular usage or take on different associations. In regard to the selections in Part 2, 3 of these references bear special notice. The first of these is the tripartite classification of writings in the field of political economy and also of periods in the history of economic thought. The economic literature of the late 19th century routinely spoke of 3 broad schools of political economy: the classical school, the historical school, and the Austrian school. Then as now, classical typically referenced the genre associated with the names of Adam Smith, David Ricardo, John Stuart Mill, and, by some accounts, Karl Marx, and with issues connected with the so-called cost of production theory of value. As well, classical applied to other writers from 1870s onward who tied political economy more explicitly to utilitarianism and presented their analysis in the form of deductive theories based on allegedly universal axioms about the hedonistic behavior of economic man. Veblen, 1900a, p. 239 in this volume, coined the term neoclassical to describe this post-1870 group. The historical school denominated a heterogeneous group of mid-19th to early 20th century authors, located principally in Germany but represented elsewhere in Europe as well, who criticized the abstractions of classical economics and championed inductive research into the historical development of economic conditions, practices, and organizations. Hodgson 2001. The Austrian school designated economists who, following the lead of Karl Menger, 1871, appealed to universal and ahistorical principles concerning human nature to propound a subjective or psychological version of the marginal utility theory of value. In his early writings, see Part I, Veblen engaged ideas from all 3 schools briefly, and in the selections in this section he offers a more comprehensive analysis as part of his effort to open an intellectual space for his own very different approach. In so doing, he follows his contemporaries in including among the classical political economists not only Adam Smith and some of Smith's forerunners, the French physiocrats, David Hume, but a then familiar litany of subsequent figures, David Ricardo, Robert Torrens, Nassau Sr., and John Stuart Mill. Veblen devotes particular attention to the since-forgotten writings of J. E. Cairns, one of the leading academic economists in the British Isles in the late 19th century, see Coot 1987. In addition, he cites several contemporary neoclassical economists, William Stanley Jevons, Alfred Marshall, Edwin Cannon, and John Neville Keynes in England, along with Arthur Hadley and John Bates Clark, Veblen's own former teacher, in the United States. By contrast, while his knowledge of the historical school was broad, in the selections Veblen tends to speak of the school en masse, though he points to it more specifically when he mentions Germans Wilhelm Roscher, one of the school's founders, and Gustav Schmaler, Wilhelm Hasbuch, and Karl Bucher, members of the school's younger generation, as well as British authors William Cunningham and W. J. Ashley. When Veblen writes of the Austrian school, he refers principally to Karl Menger and Eugen Bohm-Bawerk. Significantly, Veblen does not dwell on the differences between the Austrian school and neoclassical writers, which later scholars have tended to widen, Strießler 1972, Jaffe 1976. Hence Veblen sometimes lumps together the Austrians and neoclassicals, along with other sundry kindred figures, such as William Smart, James Bonner, Nicholas Pearson and Achille Laurier. 4. Veblen's writings in the 1898 to 1900 period also draw upon a second commonplace set of terms, albeit a set of terms that is likely to seem far more jarring from the perspective of the 21st century. Already prevalent in various elite discourses during the 18th century, this terminology gained wide currency in Western Europe and the United States from the 1860s onward as the field of anthropology emerged and took shape in conjunction with an explosion of scholarly and popular interest in ethnology, i.e. the study the physical, linguistic, and socio-cultural characteristics of non-European peoples. Serving as a metric to calibrate these characteristics in relation to features of American and European societies, these terms were savage, barbarian, and civilized, or, in alternative noun form, savagery, barbarism, and civilization. 5. By the time Veblen was writing in the closing years of the 19th century, the elements in this triplet had undergone considerable internal subdivision: lower, middle, and upper savagery, lower, middle, and upper barbarism, and they had been incorporated into a diverse range of social theories, including those that regarded savage and barbarian groups as fundamentally different from civilized Western societies and those that saw these same groups as representing evolutionary stages through which Western societies had previously progressed. Despite these complications, however, the trio of terms had nonetheless acquired generally accepted connotations, with savagery describing peaceful semi-nomadic bands engaged in gathering, fishing, and the hunting of small prey, barbarism referring to tribes, increasingly settled in villages, involved in big game hunting, agriculture, the domestication of animals, and the use of iron tools and simple machines, in tandem with widespread intertribal warfare, and civilization signaling. Inter alia, the arrival of the phonetic alphabet, the emergence of cities, and eventual transformation of warring city-states into warring nations, and the growth of manufacturing technologies, industry, and science. Such, for example, was the position of leading American ethnologists Lewis Henry Morgan, 1877, and John Wesley Powell, 1888, and Veblen's anthropological colleagues at the University of Chicago, Starr, 1893, and Thomas, 1896, 1897, 1898, echoed this same usage. In the selections below, the same holds for Veblen himself when he speaks of savage and barbarian cultures, though he follows the literature of economic history in substituting two successive historical epochs for the ethnologist's civilization, the era of handicraft production and the era of modern industrial production. 6. The third late-century referent that Veblen implicitly appeals to in these selections derives from the field of psychology. The final decades of the 19th century were, as Veblen's contemporaries were well aware, a turbulent time in psychology, a period during which psychological authors were actively at work formulating a variety of new theories highly critical not only of the viewpoints that had traditionally dominated the European and American literature on psychological topics, but also of the psychological postulates found in many other social scientific literatures, including the writings of ethnologists and of economists of the classical, historical, and Austrian schools, e.g. Sklonsky 2002. In Veblen's judgment, as he indicates in his 1896 letter to Sarah Hardy, some of these new lines of psychological thinking had clear implications for his own program for economics, and his knowledge of these developments was extensive. This was especially so with regard to the developments occurring immediately around him at the University of Chicago, where John Dewey and his collaborators were gaining prominence for their efforts to advance the pragmatist perspective in psychology, which Veblen had previously encountered in nascent form at Johns Hopkins as a student of C.S. Peirce, as well as in the writings of William James. Of the several aspects of this emerging pragmatist psychology, most relevant to Veblen in the following selections is the pragmatist's contention that human beings are agents active in relation to conditions around them, rather than passive units responding to stimuli, especially to sensations and feelings of pleasure or pain, which impinge upon them from without, as had been assumed by many older psychologies, including the British associationist approach on which the classical economists had built. Dewey asserted this newer view vigorously in the course of the mid-1890s, urging a psychology which states the mental life in active terms, i.e. in terms of the focal individual's developing impulses, instincts, goals, and habits instead of in passive terms, mere feelings of pleasure and pain, 1894, p. 405. Attacking the very notion of a stimulus separable from an antecedent to the individual's own particular orbit of activity, Dewey, 1896, pages 361, 365, famously illustrated the point with regard to the mundane occurrence of a loud, unexpected sound. If one is reading a book, if one is hunting, if one is watching in a dark place on a lonely night, if one is performing a chemical experiment, in each case, the noise has a very different psychical value, it is a different experience. The fact is that the stimulus and response are not distinctions of existence, but teleological distinctions, that is, distinctions of function, or part played, with reference to reaching or maintaining an end for the given individual. In the selections in Part 2, Veblen has no need to elaborate arguments of this kind as he indicates his own psychological position, for the pragmatist conception of action was, by the late 1890s, almost as familiar to those in his audience as were the divisions of savage, barbarian, and civilized peoples and of classical, historical, and Austrian economists. In borrowing these common terminological tools, however, Veblen immediately turns them to the larger programmatic purpose foreshadowed in his letter to Hardy, as he looks to set economics on a modern path of development. His opening salvo toward this end comes in selection 15. Appearing as the lead article in the July 1898 issue of the prestigious Harvard-based Quarterly Journal of Economics, the selection addresses the query in its title, "Why is economics not an evolutionary science?" Grappling with this why question, rather than establishing the fact that economics is not yet an evolutionary field, is uppermost for Veblen because the fact itself was not by the state in serious dispute. Evolutionary thinking, in diverse forms, was ubiquitous in the local, national, and international intellectual contexts where Veblen was situated, and turn-of-the-century social scientists were evolutionists almost to a man, Stocking 1968, p. 112, at least outside the domain of political economy. Not surprisingly, therefore, as Veblen mentions at the outset of the article, critiques of economics for being helplessly behind the times and unable to handle its subject matter in a way to entitle it to standing as a modern science, p. 143, were commonplace, even among economists. Contemporary observers of economics were less agreed, however, as to the specific way in which the field lagged behind the evolutionary sciences, and this is the issue that Veblen's own analysis seeks to address. For Veblen, economics remained pre-evolutionary as a result of the outmoded attitude, the archaic point of view, p. 147, from which economists conduct their work. 7 In contrast to modern evolutionary scientists, whose concern is with an unfolding sequence of cause and effect, p. 144, and with formulating a theory that renders this process as a colorless impersonal sequence of cumulative causation, p. 146, economists, in Veblen's view, occupy themselves building and elaborating a system of economic taxonomy, p. 149. By describing much of the work of the discipline as taxonomy, Veblen is intentionally associating economics with what his contemporaries would have recognized as the losing side in a battle that had recently occurred in the field of botany between the taxonomic rearguard, dedicated to the traditional systematic botany of plant classification, which critics ridiculed as pigeonholing and juggling with nomenclature, and the evolutionary vanguard, committed to a genetic approach which sought to recognize every plant as a living thing with a history. Quoting Coulter 1891, pages 244-46, see also Bessie 1893. Veblen's frequent use of botanical terms throughout the article aims to reinforce this negative association. 8 Evidence to justify this comparison with taxonomists abounds, according to Veblen's account, in economists' efforts at differentiating definitional categories, such as value, wages, rents, and profits, and at then distinguishing further categories, deriving from the metaphysical notion that economic processes obey beneficent natural laws, such as normal value, normal wages, normal rent, and normal profits, in relation to conditions of normal equilibrium. 9 A conceptual procedure that relegates all else to the pigeonhole of abnormal cases, p. 149. Granting that these classifying tendencies are less pronounced in the work of the historical and Austrian schools than among late classical school writers such as Cairnes, Veblen nonetheless holds that economics still shows too many reminiscences of the natural and the normal to be classed as an evolutionary science, p. 148. Having diagnosed the problem of economics in this manner, Veblen's article proceeds to trace the source of the problem to economists' defective psychological and anthropological preconceptions, p. 153, preconceptions that he hopes to replace with a more pragmatist viewpoint on human conduct, as he explains. The human material with which economics has dealt has been conceived in hedonistic terms, that is to say, in terms of a passive and substantially inert and immutably given human nature. The later psychology gives a different conception of human nature. According to this conception, it is the characteristic of man to do something, not simply to suffer pleasures and pains. This conception views human nature as a coherent structure of propensities and habits which seeks realization and expression in an unfolding activity. Pages 152-53. Applying this newer conception to the economic realm, Veblen urges attention to the unfolding of economic action, which he describes as the teleological use of historically available material objects and circumstances to accomplish the present economic interest of communities of individuals via a change in habits of thought, or in habitual methods of procedure, pages 154-151. Veblen spells out the implications of this perspective in the following manner. The economic life history of any community is its life history insofar as it is shaped by men's interest in the material means of life. This economic interest has counted for much in shaping the cultural growth of all communities. Primarily, it has guided the formation, the cumulative growth, of that range of conventionalities and methods of life that are currently recognized as economic institutions, but the same interest has also pervaded the community's life and its cultural growth at points that are not chiefly and most immediately of an economic bearing. This is necessarily the case since the base of action, the point of departure, At any step in the process is the entire organic complex of habits of thought that have been shaped by the past process. Pages 154 to 55. Lacking this understanding of ongoing economic action, the classical, the Austrian, and even the historical schools inevitably fell short, in Veblen's view, of evolutionary economics, an expression that he first introduces in this article, p. 144.10. Forecasting what a genuine economics of this modern type would offer, Veblen concludes the selection by envisioning a theory of a process of cultural growth as determined by the economic interest, a theory of cumulative sequence of economic institutions stated in terms of the process itself, where economic institutions, although never a neatly isolatable range of cultural phenomena, consist chiefly of those institutions, which most immediately and with least limitation are of an economic bearing, p. 155. In selections 16, 17, and 18, Veblen offers his earliest empirical illustrations of this kind of economics. Originating in papers that he presented in the late spring of 1898 to the Graduate Club at the University of Chicago. 11 These short companion articles appeared between September 1898 and January 1899 in consecutive issues of the American Journal of Sociology, AJS, a new academic journal edited by Veblen's colleagues in the university's Department of Sociology and Anthropology. 12 In each of the three pieces, Veblen considers an economic phenomenon that classical and Austrian economists generally regarded as normal or natural and re-examines it as a matter of the evolution of economic institutions. Veblen embarks on this agenda in selection 16 by taking up what economists called the natural aversion to labor. Remarking that one of the commonplaces of the received economic theory has been that work, useful labor, is irksome to humans and something they desire to avoid, p. 158, Veblen finds little evidence for this resistant attitude toward work among the small, rude peaceable group S of savages that existed during early social evolution, p. 166. Rather, throughout the history of human culture, the great body of the people have almost everywhere, in their everyday life, been at work to turn things to human use in accord with humankind's proclivity for purposeful action, or what Veblen calls the instinct for workmanship, pages 161, 163. 13 In his view, this proclivity is a potent force. It confers to humans a great advantage over other species in the struggle for survival, p. 159, by long and consistent habituation, combined with the tendency of members of social groups to seek mutual approval and to give such approval to useful activities that exhibit industrial efficiency, workmanship acquires the status of an esteemed virtue and becomes a dominant canon of conduct, pages 162 to 64, and it results in a selective elimination of those individuals and lines of descent that do not conform to the required canon of knowledge and conduct, pages 163 to 64, as Veblen discusses in the Darwinian language that he begins to use more liberally from this point onward in his career. 14. However, according to Veblen, actual habits of work change significantly as the savage group passes, by force of circumstances, from the archaic condition of poverty-stricken peace to a stage of predatory life, i.e. to the barbarian stage, using improved tools and weapons in pursuit of large game and, of conflict between groups, p. 166. Veblen describes the long-term result of this evolutionary transformation as follows, making allusion to corroborating ethnological evidence, but not naming the authorities that he is drawing upon. As the predatory culture reaches a fuller development, there comes a distinction between employments. The tradition of prowess, as the virtue par excellence, gains in scope and consistency until prowess comes near being recognized as the sole virtue. Those employments alone are then worthy and reputable which involve the exercise of this virtue. Other employments, in which men are occupied with tamely shaping inert material to human use, become unworthy and end with becoming debasing. Henceforth labor carries a taint, and all contamination from vulgar employments must be shunned by self-respecting men. Pages 166 to 67, seen in this light, the aversion to labor becomes for Veblen not the natural condition that it was for economists but rather a conventional or cultural fact, its continuing and widespread presence in modern society the heritage of an ancient tradition that has come down from early barbarism, p. 167.15. In selection 17, The Beginnings of Ownership, Veblen makes a parallel argument with respect to the so-called natural rights of property and individual property ownership. Claims regarding such rights were part of the intellectual stock in trade of political economy, deriving as corollaries from the economist's postulate of isolated individual producers and the related assumption that, in the normal case, wealth is distributed in proportion to, and, because of, the recipient's contribution to the product, p. 169. Again, though, Veblen sees nothing natural about such phenomena. Looking back to early savage cultures, Veblen finds neither isolated producers nor any notion of ownership, whether individual or collective. Instead, he maintains that the earliest occurrence of ownership seems to fall in the early stage of barbarism, since with the advent of predatory life comes the practice of plundering, i.e. of seizing from the enemy both goods and persons, women in particular, pages 175 to 76. Because the sorts of goods that exist at this stage are habitually consumed in common by the group, however, they are too ephemeral to constitute objects of individual ownership. In this way, goods differ significantly from captive women, who serve the purpose of trophies very effectually, thereby making it worthwhile for their captor to trace and keep in evidence his relation to them as their captor, pages 176 to 77, a situation that eventually gives rise to the great institutions of marriage by capture and the patriarchal household, both of which originate in tandem with the beginning of individual property ownership, p. 177. For this reason, individual property ownership, too, stands as a conventional fact, a cultural fact which has grown into an institution in the past through a long course of habituation, and which is transmitted from generation to generation as all cultural facts are, p. 174. Selection 18, The Barbarian Status of Women, resumes this line of analysis about marriage by capture and patriarchy, favorite topics of inquiry among Victorian anthropologists, see Stocking 1987, and subjects of likely personal interest to Veblen himself. Point 16 The shortest and seemingly slightest of three AJS articles, the selection not only considers these institutions in themselves, but briefly uses them as well as a window onto an even larger issue, namely, the intertwined origins of the division of labor and of social class distinctions, subjects that Veblen mentions in passing in his two previous articles. Written again against the backdrop of a large literature in economics that had naturalized such arrangements, in an often quoted passage Adam Smith, 1776, spoke of the natural division and distribution of labor. 17, Veblen appeals again to the ethnological record to observe that, in early savage cultures, there was but the very slightest beginning of a system of status, with little of invidious distinction between classes and little of the corresponding division of employments, p. 179. In regard to all of these developments, the evolutionary turning point lies once more with the transition to barbarian culture, as Veblen explains. The work of the predatory barbarian group is gradually specialized and differentiated under the dominance of the ideal of prowess, so as to give rise to a system of status in which the non-fighters fall into a position of subservience to the fighters. The group divides itself conventionally into a fighting and a peacekeeping class, with a corresponding division of labor. Fighting, together with other work that involves a serious element of exploit, becomes the employment of able-bodied men. The uneventful everyday work of the group falls to the women and the infirm. Pages 181, 180. In this circumstance, women come to constitute a subservient and low class, at the same time as women's employments undergo widespread denigration, pages 180, 182. Deepening this original class division are situations in which the woman is acquired as a trophy of the raid and forced, as an enemy captive, into a coercive ownership marriage, p. 182. Still further, marriage according to this model soon gains acceptance as the only beautiful and virtuous form of marriage and calls forth, when the supply of wives by capture dwindles, the ceremonial practice of mock seizure or mock capture, and hence the formal profession of fealty and submission on the part of the woman in the marriage rites of peoples among whom the household with a male head prevails, pages 182-84. In marriage of this particular kind, according to Veblen, there accordingly occurs, alongside individual ownership, the system of status, and the paternal household, another predatory institution of far-reaching economic consequences that has been handed down from the barbarian past of the peoples of the Western culture, pages 186-184. In this instance, however, Veblen hints at a more recent change of circumstances due to which this type of the marriage relation is at present visibly breaking down in modern civilized communities, p. 187. Selection 19 combines into one piece the three parts of the preconceptions of economic science, which appeared in installments in the Quarterly Journal of Economics, QJE, beginning, as the lead article, in January 1899 and concluding in February 1900. In it, Veblen leaves the ethnological terrain of his three AJS articles to expand upon the argument of why is economics not an evolutionary science. Now buttressing his critique of economics by means of a more thorough examination of the history of economic thought. His purpose in doing this, as he indicates, is to repudiate the claims of contemporary economists who held that their field was in the process of transforming itself into an evolutionary science. Conceding that fin de siècle economics had recently donned a few of the outward trappings of evolutionism, Veblen seeks to channel attention away from the externals of economic analysis to its underlying metaphysical principles, its taken for granted preconceptions, as he advances the argument that the living generation of economists has not seen the disappearance of the metaphysics that fixed the point of view of the early classical political economy, pages 226-27. In support of this thesis, Veblen methodically retraces the history of the classical school, considering the work of the physiocrats, Smith, the utilitarians, J. S. Mill, Cairnes, J. N. Keynes, Marshall, and others in the familiar line of descent. As he does so, he appropriates the central theme of Irish historical school-style economist J. K. Ingram's best-selling History of Political Economy, 1888, which had presented economic doctrines in relation to the historical period and circumstances in which those doctrines were formulated, Coode 1987, Hodgson 2001. Like Ingram, Veblen maintains that the point of view of a given generation of economists is an outgrowth of the ideals and preconceptions current in the world about them, p. 190. Veblen qualifies this proposition, however, by remarking on economists' tendency to remain insulated from the immediate effect of the surrounding world due to their privileged class location. This situation enables them to cling to ancient ways of thinking, as contrasted with the matter-of-fact habits of mind, which the exigencies of life in a modern industrial community breed in men exposed to their unmitigated impact and which find intellectual expression in the modern evolutionary sciences when they examine cumulative causal sequence S, pages 189-242. To describe the economist's pre-modern approach, Veblen's article makes heavy use of the belittling term animaism, which anthropologist E. B. Tyler had famously applied to characterize the general belief in spiritual beings that predominates in savage and barbarian cultures but finds certain survivals as well in the midst of high modern culture, 1871, p. 426. 18 Veblen sees animaism, which he equates with the mental habit of anthropomorphizing natural phenomena, p. 199, as lying at the root of economists' belief that there is in economic life a benign order that operates by immutable natural laws that guide economic events in accord with an implicit teleology or ameliorative developmental trend, pages 229, 192, 236, 227. Denouncing this insidious form of teleological thinking, 19 Veblen attributes to it all the cardinal defects of the classical school, as well as its Austrian progeny, its profusion of normalizing concepts and categories, p. 215, its reliance on taxonomy, its wrong-headed hedonistic assumptions about economic man, its vacuous theory of value, and resulting neglect of actual consumption, and its failure to examine the developmental variation of economic institutions, p. 242. In his view, these defects were neither separable problems nor problems that economists would overcome by occasional nods towards processes and causes or further piecemeal adjustments to their theories, but only by extirpating all vestiges of their inherited animistic preconceptions and extending evolutionist methods to the facts with which their own science needed to deal, viz., the cumulative modification and diversification of human activities through the economic interest, p. 242. Selection 20 contains Veblen's long review, in the Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science, of the development of English thought by Simon Patten, a prominent American economist, loosely allied with the historical school, who was then on the faculty of the Wharton School of Finance at the University of Pennsylvania. It is the only book review that Veblen published in 1899 amid all his other work that year, and he presumably agreed to the assignment because of the ostensible correspondence between his own interests at the time and the topics addressed in Patten's book, as Patten too was concerned with the historical development of the classical school, among other ideas, and sought to connect changes in patterns of thought to larger economic changes. Like other contemporary reviewers, however, Veblen's reaction to the book is strongly negative. Viewing the study from the theoretical side, Veblen sees many of the flaws that his writings had identified in the work of other economists also exhibited in Patten's book, including a hedonistic psychology, the postulate of ameliorative trend in economic events, and a resort to normality, p. 244. As well, Veblen objects that Patten's analysis of historical development treats each historical era as entirely new and overlooks the role of legacies from the past, the continuity of tradition and usages, p. 247. But Veblen appears less interested in elaborating these theoretical points than in criticizing the book on factual grounds. In his view, Patten seriously neglects the evidence from ethnology as found in the published accounts of existing primitive communities, pages 246-247, such as, to use Veblen's words, the Australians, Bushmen, or Eskimo, the Fuegians, the Ainu, the Haida, the Mexicans, and Pueblos, and so on. Drawing confidently on these studies to refute particular economic arguments in Patten's book, Veblen here shows a depth and breadth of ethnological knowledge that his work nowhere else displays in such concrete detail. Point 20. Selection 21 concludes Part 2 with a chapter from Veblen's celebrated first book, The Theory of the Leisure Class. Published in March 1899, the book was a project on which Veblen had been actively at work since 1895, composing it at the same time he was writing selections 9 to 19 in this volume 21, though the text is continuous as well with his 1891 article on socialism, selection 3, and his 1894 article on woman's dress, selection 8. The announcement for the book, which Veblen presumably authorized, if he did not in fact author, read, The Theory of the Leisure Class, deals with the leisure class as an institution, its history, and its place as a factor in culture today, an apt one-sentence summary of the book's subject matter. In content, The Theory of the Leisure Class more closely resembles Veblen's 3 prior AJS articles, selections 17 to 19, than it does his critiques of economics in the QJE articles, selections 15 and 19, although the book's original subtitle, An Economic Study of the Evolution of Institutions, leaves little doubt that Veblen saw the book as a step toward making economics the evolutionary science that he had criticized the field for not having yet become. When discussing the beginnings of several other predatory institutions in the AJS articles, Veblen mentions in passing the absence of a leisure class in primitive savage hordes, p. 175, and the dramatic change that occurs in barbarian cultures when some wealth has been accumulated and the members of the community fall into a servile class, on the one hand, and a leisure class, on the other, p. 167. Taking up from this point in the theory of the leisure class, Veblen, now using Darwinian concepts extensively and in detail, along with ideas drawn from psychology and anthropology, greatly elaborates this institutional origin story and carries the evolutionary account forward in time to his own era, examining the practices of conspicuous consumption and conspicuous leisure on the part of those in the leisure class and how emulation of such practices by members of less privileged groups engenders far-reaching economic and cultural effects. While no single excerpt from this book can substitute for the text in its entirety, Selection 21 presents Chapter 8, Industrial Exemption and Conservatism, where Veblen furnishes one of his most general accounts of the evolution of economic institutions. Conceiving of institutions as habitual methods of responding to the stimuli which circumstances afford, Veblen here describes a process of natural selection of institutions, i.e. the selection of their favorable variations, in relation to the changing environment, pages 251 to 52. The last term is shorthand for advances in technical methods, in population, or in industrial organization, p. 254. In the chapter, the aspect of this process that Veblen particularly emphasizes is that the institutions of today do not entirely fit of the situation of today, because present-day institutions have been received from an earlier time, are the products of the past process, are adapted to past circumstances, and are therefore never in full accord with the requirements of the present, pages 261, 252, a passage that closely mirrors E. B. Tyler's famous definition of survivals in culture. 1871, p. 71. To Veblen, the modern leisure class, the propertied non-industrial class, p. 261, constitutes a prime example of such a survival. Point 22. In his view, adjustment to environmental changes depends in great measure on the degree of exposure of the individual members of a community to the constraining forces of the environment, p. 253. However, when a social class is sheltered from the action of the environment in any essential respect, that class will retard the process of social transformation, and the wealthy leisure class is in such a sheltered position with respect to the economic forces that make for change and readjustment, p. 253. As such, it is a parasitic character in the social body, a force of economic, political, and cultural conservatism and inertia not only within itself, but also due to the prescriptive example of conspicuous waste that the leisure class sets for other classes, at the same time as it withdraws from them as much as it may of the means of sustenance, pages 261, 259. On these grounds, Veblen, in implied ridicule of the ameliorative developmental trend that classical school economists had ascribed to economic affairs, offers the general principle that, with respect to economic institutions, whatever is wrong, that is to say, maladjusted to some extent to the ever-changing societal environment in which such institutions exist, p. 260. In this axiom lies, for Veblen, one of the first great lessons of institutional economics as he brings it to life in the theory of the leisure class. Selection 15. Why is economics not an evolutionary science? Veblen, 1898 c. M. G. de la Poge recently said, anthropology is destined to revolutionize the political and the social sciences as radically as bacteriology has revolutionized the science of medicine. One, insofar as he speaks of economics, the eminent anthropologist is not alone in his conviction that the science stands in need of rehabilitation. His words convey a rebuke and an admonition, and in both respects he speaks the sense of many scientists in his own and related lines of inquiry. It may be taken as the consensus of those men who are doing the serious work of modern anthropology, ethnology, and psychology, as well as of those in the biological sciences proper, that economics is helplessly behind the times, and unable to handle its subject matter in a way to entitle it to standing as a modern science. The other political and social sciences 374 come in for their share of this obloquy, and perhaps on equally cogent grounds. Nor are the economists themselves buoyantly indifferent to the rebuke. Probably no economist today has either the hardihood or the inclination to say that the science has now reached a definitive formulation, either in the detail of results or as regards the fundamental features of theory. The nearest recent approach to such a position on the part of an economist of accredited standing is perhaps to be found in Professor Marshall's Cambridge address of a year and a half ago. 2 But these utterances are so far from the jaunty confidence shown by the classical economists of half a century ago that what most forcibly strikes the reader of Professor Marshall's address is the exceeding modesty and the uncalled for humility of the spokesman for the old generation. With the economists who are most attentively looked to for guidance, uncertainty as to the definitive value of what has been and is being done, and as to what we may, with effect, take to next, is so common as to suggest that indecision is a meritorious work. Even the historical school, who made their innovation with so much homegrown applause some time back, have been unable to settle down contentedly to the pace which they set themselves. The men of the sciences that are proud to own themselves modern find fault with the economists for being still content to occupy themselves with repairing a structure and doctrines and maxims resting on natural rights, utilitarianism, and administrative expediency. This aspersion is not altogether merited, but is near enough to the mark to carry a sting. These modern sciences are evolutionary sciences, and their adepts contemplate that characteristic of their work with some complacency. Economics is not an evolutionary science, by the confession of its 375 spokesmen, and the economists turn their eyes with something of envy and some sense of baffled emulation to these rivals that make broad their phylacteries with the legend, up to date. Precisely wherein the social and political sciences, including economics, fall short of being evolutionary sciences, is not so plain. At least, it has not been satisfactorily pointed out by their critics. Their successful rivals in this matter, the sciences that deal with human nature among the rest, claim as their substantial distinction that they are realistic, they deal with facts. But economics, too, is realistic in this sense, it deals with facts, often in the most painstaking way, and latterly with an increasingly strenuous insistence on the sole efficacy of data. But this realism does not make economics an evolutionary science. The insistence on data could scarcely be carried to a higher pitch than it was carried by the first generation of the historical school, and yet no economics is farther from being an evolutionary science than the received economics of the historical school. The whole broad range of erudition and research that engaged the energies of that school commonly falls short of being science, in that, when consistent, they have contented themselves with an enumeration of data and a narrative account of industrial development, and have not presumed to offer a theory of anything or to elaborate their results into a consistent body of knowledge. Any evolutionary science, on the other hand, is a close-knit body of theory. It is a theory of a process, of an unfolding sequence. But here, again, economics seems to meet the test in a fair measure, without satisfying its critics that its credentials are good. It must be admitted, example that J.S. Mill's doctrines of production, distribution, and exchange, are a theory of certain economic processes, and that he deals in a consistent and effective fashion with the sequences of fact that make up his subject matter. So, 376 also, Cairnes's discussion of normal value, of the rate of wages, and of international trade, are excellent instances of a theoretical handling of economic processes of sequence and the orderly unfolding development of fact. But an attempt to cite Mill and Cairnes as exponents of an evolutionary economics will produce no better effect than perplexity, and not a great deal of that. Very much of monetary theory might be cited to the same purpose and with the like effect. Something similar is true even of late writers who have avowed some penchant for the evolutionary point of view, as, example Professor Hadley, to cite a work of unquestioned merit and unusual reach. Measurably, he keeps the word of promise to the ear, but anyone who may cite his economics as having brought political economy into line as an evolutionary science will convince neither himself nor his interlocutor. Something to the like effect may fairly be said of the published work of that later English strain of economists represented by Professors Cunningham and Ashley, and Mr. Cannon, to name but a few of the more eminent figures in the group. Of the achievements of the classical economists, recent and living, the science may justly be proud, but they fall short of the evolutionist standard of adequacy, not in failing to offer a theory of a process or of a developmental relation, but through conceiving their theory in terms alien to the evolutionists' habits of thought. The difference between the evolutionary and the pre-evolutionary sciences lies not in the insistence on facts. There was a great and fruitful activity in the natural sciences in collecting and collating facts before these sciences took on the character which marks them as evolutionary. Nor does the difference lie in the absence of efforts to formulate and explain schemes of process, sequence, growth, and development in the pre-evolutionary days. Efforts of this kind abounded, in number and diversity, and many schemes of development of great subtlety and beauty. 377 gained a vogue both as theories of organic and inorganic development and as schemes of the life history of nations and societies. It will not even hold true that our elders overlooked the presence of cause and effect in formulating their theories and reducing their data to a body of knowledge. But the terms which were accepted as the definitive terms of knowledge were in some degree different in the early days from what they are now. The terms of thought in which the investigators of some 2 or 3 generations back definitively formulated their knowledge of facts, in their last analyses, were different in kind from the terms in which the modern evolutionist is content to formulate his results. The analysis does not run back to the same ground, or appeal to the same standard of finality or adequacy, in the one case as in the other. The difference is a difference of spiritual attitude or point of view in the 2 contrasted generations of scientists. To put the matter in other words, it is a difference in the basis of valuation of the facts for the scientific purpose, or in the interest from which the facts are appreciated. With the earlier as with the later generation, the basis of valuation of the facts handled is, in matters of detail, the causal relation which is apprehended to subsist between them. This is true to the greatest extent for the natural sciences. But in their handling of the more comprehensive schemes of sequence and relation, in their definitive formulation of the results, the 2 generations differ. The modern scientist is unwilling to depart from the test of causal relation or quantitative sequence. When he asks the question, why? He insists on an answer in terms of cause and effect. He wants to reduce his solution of all problems to terms of the conservation of energy or the persistence of quantity. This is his last recourse. And this last recourse has in our time been made available for the handling of schemes of development and theories of a comprehensive process by the 378 notion of accumulative causation. The great deserts of the evolutionist leaders, if they have great deserts as leaders, lie, on the one hand, in their refusal to go back of the colorless sequence of phenomena and seek higher ground for their ultimate syntheses, and, on the other hand, in their having shown how this colorless impersonal sequence of cause and effect can be made use of for theory proper, by virtue of its cumulative character. For the earlier natural scientists, as for the classical economists, this ground of cause and effect is not definitive. Their sense of truth and substantiality is not satisfied with a formulation of mechanical sequence. The ultimate term in their systematization of knowledge is a natural law. This natural law is felt to exercise some sort of a coercive surveillance over the sequence of events, and to give a spiritual stability and consistence to the causal relation at any given juncture. To meet the high classical requirement, a sequence, and a developmental process especially, must be apprehended in terms of a consistent propensity tending to some spiritually legitimate end. When facts and events have been reduced to these terms of fundamental truth and have been made to square with the requirements of definitive normality, the investigator rests content. Any causal sequence which is apprehended to traverse the imputed propensity in events is a disturbing factor. Logical congruity with the apprehended propensity is, in this view, adequate ground of procedure in building up a scheme of knowledge or of development. The objective point of the efforts of the scientists working under the guidance of this classical tradition, is to formulate knowledge in terms of absolute truth, and this absolute truth is a spiritual fact. It means a coincidence of facts with the deliverances of an enlightened and deliberate common sense. The development and the attenuation of this preconception of normality or of a propensity in events might be 379 traced in detail from primitive animism down through the elaborate discipline of faith and metaphysics, overruling providence, order of nature, natural rights, natural law, underlying principles. But all that may be necessary here is to point out that, by descent and by psychological content, this constraining normality is of a spiritual kind. It is for the scientific purpose an imputation of spiritual coherence to the facts dealt with. The question of interest is how this preconception of normality has fared at the hands of modern science, and how it has come to be superseded in the intellectual primacy by the latter-day preconception of a non-spiritual sequence. This question is of interest because its answer may throw light on the question as to what chance there is for the indefinite persistence of this archaic habit of thought in the methods of economic science. Under primitive conditions, men stand in immediate personal contact with the material facts of the environment, and the force and discretion of the individual in shaping the facts of the environment count obviously, and to all appearance solely, in working out the conditions of life. There is little of impersonal or mechanical sequence visible to primitive men in their everyday life, and what there is of this kind in the processes of brute nature about them is in large part inexplicable and passes for inscrutable. It is accepted as malignant or beneficent, and is construed in the terms of personality that are familiar to all men at first hand, the terms known to all men by first-hand knowledge of their own acts. The inscrutable movements of the seasons and of the natural forces are apprehended as actions guided by discretion, will power, or propensity looking to an end, much as human actions are. The processes of inanimate nature are agencies whose habits of life are to be learned, and who are to be coerced, outwitted, circumvented, and turned to account, 380 much as the beasts are. At the same time the community is small, and the human contact of the individual is not wide. Neither the industrial life nor the non-industrial social life forces upon men's attention the ruthless impersonal sweep of events that no man can withstand or deflect, such as becomes visible in the more complex and comprehensive life process of the larger community of the later day. There is nothing decisive to hinder men's knowledge of facts and events being formulated in terms of personality, in terms of habit and propensity and will power. As time goes on and as the situation departs from this archaic character, where it does depart from it, the circumstances which condition men's systematization of facts change in such a way as to throw the impersonal character of the sequence of events more and more into the foreground. The penalties for failure to apprehend facts in dispassionate terms fall surer and swifter. The sweep of events is forced home more consistently on men's minds. The guiding hand of a spiritual agency or a propensity in events becomes less readily traceable as men's knowledge of things grows ampler and more searching. In modern times, and particularly in the industrial countries, this coercive guidance of men's habits of thought in the realistic direction has been especially pronounced, and the effect shows itself in a somewhat reluctant but cumulative departure from the archaic point of view. The departure is most visible and has gone farthest in those homely branches of knowledge that have to do immediately with modern mechanical processes, such as engineering designs and technological contrivances generally. Of the sciences, those have wandered farthest on this way, of integration or disintegration, according as one may choose to view it, that have to do with mechanical sequence and process, and those have best and longest retained the archaic point of view intact which, like the 381 moral, social, or spiritual sciences, have to do with process and sequence that is less tangible, less traceable by the use of the senses, and that therefore less immediately forces upon the attention the phenomenon of sequence as contrasted with that of propensity. There is no abrupt transition from the pre-evolutionary to the post-evolutionary standpoint. Even in those natural sciences which deal with the processes of life and the evolutionary sequence of events, the concept of dispassionate cumulative causation has often and effectively been helped out by the notion that there is in all this some sort of ameliorative trend that exercises a constraining guidance over the course of causes and effects. The faith in this ameliorative trend as a concept useful to the science has gradually weakened, and it has repeatedly been disavowed, but it can scarcely be said to have yet disappeared from the field. The process of change in the point of view, or in the terms of definitive formulation of knowledge, is a gradual one, and all the sciences have shared, though in an unequal degree, in the change that is going forward. Economics is not an exception to the rule, but it still shows too many reminiscences of the natural and the normal, of verities and tendencies, of controlling principles and disturbing causes, to be classed as an evolutionary science. The history of the science shows a long and devious course of disintegrating animism, from the days of the scholastic writers, who discussed usury from the point of view of its relation to the divine suzerainty, to the physiocrats, who rested their case on an ordre naturel and a loi naturelle that decides what is substantially true and, in a general way, guides the course of events by the constraint of logical congruence. There has been something of a change from Adam Smith, whose recourse in perplexity was to the guidance of an unseen hand, to Mill and Cairnes, who formulated the 382 laws of natural wages and normal value, and the former of whom was so well content with his work as to say, happily, there is nothing in the laws of value which remains for the present or any future writer to clear up. The theory of the subject is complete. 3. But the difference between the earlier and the later point of view is a difference of degree rather than of kind. The standpoint of the classical economists, in their higher or definitive syntheses and generalizations, may not inaptly be called the standpoint of ceremonial adequacy. The ultimate laws and principles which they formulated were laws of the normal or the natural, according to a preconception regarding the ends to which, in the nature of things, all things tend. In effect, this preconception imputes to things a tendency to work out what the instructed common sense of the time accepts as the adequate or worthy end of human effort. It is a projection of the accepted ideal of conduct. This ideal of conduct is made to serve as a canon of truth, to the extent that the investigator contents himself with an appeal to its legitimation for premises that run back of the facts with which he is immediately dealing, for the controlling principles that are conceived intangibly to underlie the process discussed, and for the tendencies that run beyond the situation as it lies before him. As instances of the use of this ceremonial canon of knowledge may be cited the conjectural history that plays so large a part in the classical treatment of economic institutions, such as the normalized accounts of the beginnings of barter in the transactions of the putative hunter, fisherman, and boat builder, or the man with the plane and the 2 planks, or the 2 men with the basket of apples and the basket of nuts. 4 Of a similar import is the characterization of money as the great wheel of circulation. 5 Or as the medium of exchange. 383 Money is here discussed in terms of the end which, in the normal case, it should work out according to the given writer's ideal of economic life, rather than in terms of causal relation. With later writers especially, this terminology is no doubt to be commonly taken as a convenient use of metaphor, in which the concept of normality and propensity to an end has reached an extreme attenuation. But it is precisely in this use of figurative terms for the formulation of theory that the classical normality still lives in its attenuated life in modern economics, and it is this facile recourse to inscrutable figures of speech as the ultimate terms of theory that has saved the economists from being dragooned into the ranks of modern science. The metaphors are effective, both in their homiletical use and as a labor-saving device, more effective than their user designs them to be. By their use the theorist is enabled serenely to enjoin himself from following out an elusive train of causal sequence. He is also enabled, without misgivings, to construct a theory of such an institution as money or wages or land ownership without descending to a consideration of the living items concerned, except for convenient corroboration of his normalized scheme of symptoms. By this method the theory of an institution or a phase of life may be stated in conventionalized terms of the apparatus whereby life is carried on, the apparatus being invested with a tendency to an equilibrium at the normal, and the theory being a formulation of the conditions under which this putative equilibrium supervenes. In this way we have come into the usufruct of a cost of production theory of value which is pungently reminiscent of the time when nature abhorred a vacuum. The ways and means and the mechanical structure of industry are formulated in a conventionalized nomenclature, and the observed motions of this mechanical apparatus are then reduced to a normalized scheme of relations. The scheme so arrived at is spiritually 384 binding on the behavior of the phenomena contemplated. With this normalized scheme as a guide, the permutations of a given segment of the apparatus are worked out according to the values assigned the several items and features comprised in the calculation, and a ceremonially consistent formula is constructed to cover that much of the industrial field. This is the deductive method. The formula is then tested by comparison with observed permutations, by the polariscopic use of the normal case, and the results arrived at are thus authenticated by induction. Features of the process that do not lend themselves to interpretation in the terms of the formula are abnormal cases and are due to disturbing causes. In all this, the agencies or forces causally at work in the economic life process are neatly avoided. The outcome of the method, at its best, is a body of logically consistent propositions concerning the normal relations of things, a system of economic taxonomy. At its worst, it is a body of maxims for the conduct of business and a polemical discussion of disputed points of policy. In all this, economic science is living over again in its turn the experiences which the natural sciences passed through some time back. In the natural sciences, the work of the taxonomist was and continues to be of great value, but the scientists grew restless under the regime of symmetry and system making. They took to asking why, and so shifted their inquiries from the structure of the coral reefs to the structure and habits of life of the polyp that lives in and by them. In the science of plants, systematic botany has not ceased to be of service, but the stress of investigation and discussion among the botanists today falls on the biological value of any given feature of structure, function, or tissue rather than on its taxonomic bearing. All the talk about cytoplasm, centrosomes, and karyokinetic process, means that the inquiry now looks consistently to the life process, and aims to explain it in terms of cumulative causation. 385. What may be done in economic science of the taxonomic kind is shown at its best in Cairnes's work, where the method is well conceived and the results effectively formulated and applied. Cairnes handles the theory of the normal case in economic life with a master hand. In his discussion, the metaphysics of propensity and tendencies no longer avowedly rules the formulation of theory, nor is the inscrutable meliorative trend of a harmony of interests confidently appealed to as an engine of definitive use in giving legitimacy to the economic situation at the given time. There is less of an exercise of faith in Cairnes's economic discussions than in those of the writers that went before him. The definitive terms of the formulation are still the terms of normality and natural law, but the metaphysics underlying this appeal to normality is so far removed from the ancient ground of the beneficent order of nature as to have become at least nominally impersonal and to proceed without a constant regard to the humanitarian bearing of the tendencies which it formulates. The metaphysics has been attenuated to something approaching in colorlessness the naturalist's conception of natural law. It is a natural law which, in the guise of controlling principles, exercises a constraining surveillance over the trend of things, but it is no longer conceived to exercise its constraint in the interest of certain ulterior human purposes. The element of beneficence has been well nigh eliminated, and the system is formulated in terms of the system itself. Economics as it left Cairnes's hand, so far as this theoretical work is concerned, comes near being taxonomy for taxonomy's sake. No equally capable writer has come as near making economics the ideal dismal science as Cairnes in his discussion of pure theory. In the days of the early classical writers, economics had a vital interest for the layman of the time, because it formulated the common sense metaphysics of the time in its application to a department 386 of human life. But in the hands of the later classical writers, the science lost much of its charm in this regard. It was no longer a definition and authentication of the deliverances of current common sense as to what ought to come to pass, and it, therefore, in large measure lost the support of the people out of doors, who were unable to take an interest in what did not concern them, and it was also out of touch with that realistic or evolutionary habit of mind which got under way about the middle of the century in the natural sciences. It was neither vitally metaphysical nor matter of fact, and it found comfort with very few outside of its own ranks. Only for those who by the fortunate accident of birth or education have been able to conserve the taxonomic animus has the science during the last third of a century continued to be of absorbing interest. The result has been that from the time when the taxonomic structure stood forth as a completed whole in its symmetry and stability, the economists themselves, beginning with Cairnes, have been growing restive under its discipline of stability, and have made many efforts, more or less sustained, to galvanize it into movement. At the hands of the writers of the classical line, these excursions have chiefly aimed at a more complete and comprehensive taxonomic scheme of permutations, while the historical departure threw away the taxonomic ideal without getting rid of the preconceptions on which it is based, and the later Austrian group struck out on a theory of process, but presently came to a full stop because the process about which they busied themselves was not, in their apprehension of it, a cumulative or unfolding sequence. But what does all this signify? If we are getting restless under the taxonomy of a monocotyledonous wage doctrine and a cryptogamic theory of interest, with involute, loculicidal, tomentu and maniliform variants, 387 what is the cytoplasm, centrosome, or karyokinetic process to which we may turn, and in which we may find surcease from the metaphysics of normality and controlling principles? What are we going to do about it? The question is rather, what are we doing about it? There is the economic life process still in great measure awaiting theoretical formulation. The active material in which the economic process goes on is the human material of the industrial community. For the purpose of economic science, the process of cumulative change that is to be accounted for is the sequence of change in the methods of doing things, the methods of dealing with the material means of life. What has been done in the way of inquiry into this economic life process? The ways and means of turning material objects and circumstances to account lie before the investigator at any given point of time in the form of mechanical contrivances and arrangements for compassing certain mechanical ends. It has therefore been easy to accept these ways and means as items of inert matter having a given mechanical structure and thereby serving the material ends of man. As such, they have been scheduled and graded by the economists under the head of capital, this capital being conceived as a mass of material objects serviceable for human use. This is well enough for the purposes of taxonomy, but it is not an effective method of conceiving the matter for the purpose of a theory of the developmental process. For the latter purpose, when taken as items in a process of cumulative change or as items in the scheme of life, these productive goods are facts of human knowledge, skill, and predilection, that is to say, they are, substantially, prevalent habits of thought, and it is as such that they enter into the process of industrial development. The physical properties of the materials accessible to man are constants, it is the human agent that changes, his insight 388 and his appreciation of what these things can be used for is what develops. The accumulation of goods already on hand conditions his handling and utilization of the materials offered, but even on this side, the limitation of industry by capital, the limitation imposed is on what men can do and on the methods of doing it. The changes that take place in the mechanical contrivances are an expression of changes in the human factor. Changes in the material facts breed further change only through the human factor. It is in the human material that the continuity of development is to be looked for, and it is here, therefore, that the motor forces of the process of economic development must be studied if they are to be studied in action at all. Economic action must be the subject matter of the science if the science is to fall into line as an evolutionary science. Nothing new has been said in all this. But the fact is all the more significant for being a familiar fact. It is a fact recognized by common consent throughout much of the later economic discussion, and this current recognition of the fact is a long step towards centering discussion and inquiry upon it. If economics is to follow the lead or the analogy of the other sciences that have to do with the life process, the way is plain so far as regards the general direction in which the move will be made. The economists of the classical trend have made no serious attempt to depart from the standpoint of taxonomy and make their science a genetic account of the economic life process. As has just been said, much the same is true for the historical school. The latter have attempted an account of developmental sequence, but they have followed the lines of pre-Darwinian speculations on development rather than lines which modern science would recognize as evolutionary. They have given a narrative survey of phenomena, not a genetic account of an unfolding process. In this work they have, no doubt, achieved 389 results of permanent value, but the results achieved are scarcely to be classed as economic theory. On the other hand, the Austrians and their precursors and their coadjutors in the value discussion have taken up a detached portion of economic theory, and have inquired with great nicety into the process by which the phenomena within their limited field are worked out. The entire discussion of marginal utility and subjective value as the outcome of a valuation process must be taken as a genetic study of this range of facts. But here, again, nothing further has come of the inquiry, so far as regards a rehabilitation of economic theory as a whole. Accepting Menger as their spokesman on this head, it must be said that the Austrians have on the whole showed themselves unable to break with the classical tradition that economics is a taxonomic science. The reason for the Austrian failure seems to lie in a faulty conception of human nature, faulty for the present purpose, however adequate it may be for any other. In all the received formulations of economic theory, whether at the hands of English economists or those of the continent, the human material with which the inquiry is concerned is conceived in hedonistic terms, that is to say, in terms of a passive and substantially inert and immutably given human nature. The psychological and anthropological preconceptions of the economists have been those which were accepted by the psychological and social sciences some generations ago. The hedonistic conception of man is that of a lightning calculator of pleasures and pains, who oscillates like a homogeneous globule of desire of happiness under the impulse of stimuli that shift him about the area, but leave him intact. He has neither antecedent nor consequent. He is an isolated, definitive human datum, in stable equilibrium except for the buffets of the impinging forces that displace him in one direction or another. Self-poised in elemental space, 390 he spins symmetrically about his own spiritual axis until the parallelogram of forces bears down upon him, whereupon he follows the line of the resultant. When the force of the impact is spent, he comes to rest, a self-contained globule of desire as before. Spiritually, the hedonistic man is not a prime mover. He is not the seat of a process of living, except in the sense that he is subject to a series of permutations enforced upon him by circumstances external and alien to him. The later psychology, reinforced by modern anthropological research, gives a different conception of human nature. According to this conception, it is the characteristic of man to do something, not simply to suffer pleasures and pains through the impact of suitable forces. He is not simply a bundle of desires that are to be saturated by being placed in the path of the forces of the environment, but rather a coherent structure of propensities and habits which seeks realization and expression in an unfolding activity. According to this view, human activity, and economic activity among the rest, is not apprehended as something incidental to the process of saturating given desires. The activity is itself the substantial fact of the process, and the desires under whose guidance the action takes place are circumstances of temperament which determine the specific direction in which the activity will unfold itself in the given case. These circumstances of temperament are ultimate and definitive for the individual who acts under them, so far as regards his attitude as agent in the particular action in which he is engaged. But, in the view of the science, they are elements of the existing frame of mind of the agent, and are the outcome of his antecedents and his life up to the point at which he stands. They are the products of his hereditary traits and his past experience, cumulatively wrought out under a given body of traditions, conventionalities, and material circumstances, and they afford the point of departure for 391, the next step in the process. The economic life history of the individual is a cumulative process of adaptation of means to ends that cumulatively change as the process goes on, both the agent and his environment being at any point the outcome of the past process. His methods of life today are enforced upon him by his habits of life carried over from yesterday and by the circumstances left as the mechanical residue of the life of yesterday. What is true of the individual in this respect is true of the group in which he lives. All economic change is a change in the economic community, a change in the community's methods of turning material things to account. The change is always in the last resort a change in habits of thought. This is true even of changes in the mechanical processes of industry. A given contrivance for affecting certain material ends becomes a circumstance which affects the further growth of habits of thought, habitual methods of procedure, and so becomes a point of departure for further development of the methods of compassing the ends sought and for the further variation of ends that are sought to be compassed. In all this flux there is no definitively adequate method of life and no definitive or absolutely worthy end of action, so far as concerns the science which sets out to formulate a theory of the process of economic life. What remains as a hard and fast residue is the fact of activity directed to an objective end. Economic action is teleological, in the sense that men always and everywhere seek to do something. What, in specific detail, they seek, is not to be answered except by a scrutiny of the details of their activity, but, so long as we have to do with their life as members of the economic community, there remains the generic fact that their life is an unfolding activity of a teleological kind. It may or may not be a teleological process in the sense that it tends or should tend to any end that is conceived to be worthy or adequate by the inquirer or by the consensus 392 of inquirers. Whether it is or is not is a question with which the present inquiry is not concerned, and it is also a question of which an evolutionary economics need take no account. The question of a tendency in events can evidently not come up except on the ground of some preconception or prepossession on the part of the person looking for the tendency. In order to search for a tendency, we must be possessed of some notion of a definitive end to be sought, or some notion as to what is the legitimate trend of events. The notion of a legitimate trend in a course of events is an extra-evolutionary preconception, and lies outside the scope of an inquiry into the causal sequence in any process. The evolutionary point of view, therefore, leaves no place for a formulation of natural laws in terms of definitive normality, whether in economics or in any other branch of inquiry. Neither does it leave room for that other question of normality, what should be the end of the developmental process under discussion. The economic life history of any community is its life history insofar as it is shaped by men's interest in the material means of life. This economic interest has counted for much in shaping the cultural growth of all communities. Primarily and most obviously, it has guided the formation, the cumulative growth, of that range of conventionalities and methods of life that are currently recognized as economic institutions, but the same interest has also pervaded the community's life and its cultural growth at points where the resulting structural features are not chiefly and most immediately of an economic bearing. The economic interest goes with men through life, and it goes with the race throughout its process of cultural development. It affects the cultural structure at all points, so that all institutions may be said to be in some measure economic institutions. This is necessarily the case, since the base of action, the point of departure, at any step 393 in the process is the entire organic complex of habits of thought that have been shaped by the past process. The economic interest does not act in isolation, for it is but one of several vaguely isolable interests on which the complex of teleological activity carried out by the individual proceeds. The individual is but a single agent in each case, and he enters into each successive action as a whole, although the specific end sought in a given action may be sought avowedly on the basis of a particular interest, as example the economic, aesthetic, sexual, humanitarian, devotional interests. Since each of these passably isolable interests is a propensity of the organic agent man, with his complex of habits of thought, the expression of each is affected by habits of life formed under the guidance of all the rest. There is, therefore, no neatly isolable range of cultural phenomena that can be rigorously set apart under the head of economic institutions, although a category of economic institutions may be of service as a convenient caption, comprising those institutions in which the economic interest most immediately and consistently finds expression, and which most immediately and with the least limitation are of an economic bearing. From what has been said it appears that an evolutionary economics must be the theory of a process of cultural growth as determined by the economic interest, a theory of a cumulative sequence of economic institutions stated in terms of the process itself. Except for the want of space to do here what should be done in some detail if it is done at all, many efforts by the later economists in this direction might be cited to show the trend of economic discussion in this direction. There is not a little evidence to this effect, and much of the work done must be rated as effective work for this purpose. Much of the work of the historical school, for instance, and that of its later exponents especially, is too noteworthy to be passed over in silence, even with all due regard to the limitations space. 394. We are now ready to return to the question why economics is not an evolutionary science. It is necessarily the aim of such an economics to trace the cumulative working out of the economic interest in the cultural sequence. It must be a theory of the economic life process of the race or the community. The economists have accepted the hedonistic preconceptions concerning human nature and human action, and the conception of the economic interest which a hedonistic psychology gives does not afford material for a theory of the development of human nature. Under hedonism, the economic interest is not conceived in terms of action. It is therefore not readily apprehended or appreciated in terms of a cumulative growth of habits of thought, and does not provoke, even if it did lend itself to, treatment by the evolutionary method. At the same time, the anthropological preconceptions current in that common-sense apprehension of human nature to which economists have habitually turned has not enforced the formulation of human nature in terms of a cumulative growth of habits of life. These received anthropological preconceptions are such as have made possible the normalized conjectural accounts of primitive barter with which all economic readers are familiar, and the no less normalized conventional derivation of landed property and its rent, or the sociologico-philosophical discussion of the function of this or that class in the life of society or of the nation. The premises and the point of view required for an evolutionary economics have been wanting. The economists have not had the materials for such a science ready to their hand, and the provocation to strike out in such a direction has been absent. Even if it has been possible at any time to turn to the evolutionary line of speculation in economics, the possibility of a departure is not enough to bring it about. So long as the habitual view taken of a given range of facts is of the taxonomic kind and the 395 material lends itself to treatment by that method, the taxonomic method is the easiest, gives the most gratifying immediate results, and best fits into the accepted body of knowledge of the range of facts in question. This has been the situation in economics. The other sciences of its group have likewise been a body of taxonomic discipline, and departures from the accredited method have lain under the odium of being meretricious innovations. The well-worn paths are easy to follow and lead into good company. Advance along them visibly furthers the accredited work which the science has in hand. Divergence from the paths means tentative work, which is necessarily slow and fragmentary and of uncertain value. It is only when the methods of the science and the syntheses resulting from their use come to be out of line with habits of thought that prevail in other matters that the scientist grows restive under the guidance of the received methods and standpoints, and seeks a way out. Like other men, the economist is an individual with but one intelligence. He is a creature of habits and propensities given through the antecedents, hereditary and cultural, of which he is an outcome, and the habits of thought formed in any one line of experience affect his thinking in any other. Methods of observation and of handling facts that are familiar through habitual use in the general range of knowledge, gradually assert themselves in any given special range of knowledge. They may be accepted slowly and with reluctance where their acceptance involves innovation, but, if they have the continued backing of the general body of experience, it is only a question of time when they shall come into dominance in the special field. The intellectual attitude and the method of correlation enforced upon us in the apprehension and assimilation of facts in the more elementary ranges of knowledge that have to do with brute facts assert themselves also when the attention is directed to those phenomena of the life 396 process with which economics has to do, and the range of facts which are habitually handled by other methods than that in traditional vogue in economics has now become so large and so insistently present at every turn that we are left restless, if the new body of facts cannot be handled according to the method of mental procedure which is in this way becoming habitual. In the general body of knowledge in modern times, the facts are apprehended in terms of causal sequence. This is especially true of that knowledge of brute facts which is shaped by the exigencies of the modern mechanical industry. To men thoroughly imbued with this matter of fact habit of mind, the laws and theorems of economics, and of the other sciences that treat of the normal course of things, have a character of unreality and futility that bars out any serious interest in their discussion. The laws and theorems are unreal to them because they are not to be apprehended in the terms which these men make use of in handling the facts with which they are perforce habitually occupied. The same matter of fact, spiritual attitude and mode of procedure have now made their way well up into the higher levels of scientific knowledge, even in the sciences which deal in a more elementary way with the same human material that makes the subject matter of economics, and the economists themselves are beginning to feel the unreality of their theorems about normal cases. Provided the practical exigencies of modern industrial life continue of the same character as they now are, and so continue to enforce the impersonal method of knowledge, it is only a question of time when that, substantially animistic, habit of mind which proceeds on the notion of a definitive normality shall be displaced in the field of economic inquiry by that, substantially materialistic, habit of mind which seeks a comprehension of facts in terms of accumulative sequence. The later method of apprehending and assimilating 397 facts and handling them for the purposes of knowledge may be better or worse, more or less worthy or adequate, than the earlier. It may be of greater or less ceremonial or aesthetic effect. We may be moved to regret the incursion of underbred habits of thought into the scholar's domain. But all that is beside the present point. Under the stress of modern technological exigencies, men's everyday habits of thought are falling into the lines that in the sciences constitute the evolutionary method, and knowledge which proceeds on a higher, more archaic plane is becoming alien and meaningless to them. The social and political sciences must follow the drift, for they are already caught in it. Selection 16. The instinct of workmanship and the irksomeness of labor. Veblen, 1898d. It is one of the commonplaces of the received economic theory that work is irksome. Many a discussion proceeds on this axiom that, so far as regards economic matters, men desire above all things to get the goods produced by labor and to avoid the labor by which the goods are produced. In a general way, the common sense opinion is well in accord with current theory on this head. According to the common sense ideal, the economic beatitude lies in an unrestrained consumption of goods, without work, whereas the perfect economic affliction is unremunerated labor. Man instinctively revolts at effort that goes to supply the means of life. No one will accept the proposition when stated in this bald fashion, but even as it stands it is scarcely an overstatement of what is implied in the writings of eminent economists. If such an aversion to useful effort is an integral part of human nature, then the trail of the Edenic serpent should be plain to all men, for this is a unique distinction of the human species. A consistent aversion to whatever activity goes to maintain the life of the species is assuredly found in no other species of animal. Under the selective process through which species are held to have emerged and gained their stability, there is no chance for the survival of a species gifted with such an aversion to the furtherance of its own life process. If man alone is an exception from the selective norm, then the alien propensity in question must have been intruded into his makeup by some malevolent deus ex machina. Yet, for all the apparent absurdity of the thing, there is the fact. With more or less sincerity, people currently avow an aversion to useful effort. The avowal does not cover all effort, but only such as is of some use. It is, more particularly, such effort as is vulgarly recognized to be useful labor. Less 188 repugnance is expressed as regards effort which brings gain without giving a product that is of human use, as, for example, the effort that goes into war, politics, or other employments of a similar nature. And there is commonly no avowed aversion to sports or other similar employments that yield neither a pecuniary gain nor a useful product. Still, the fact that a given line of effort is useless does not of itself save it from being odious, as is shown by the case of menial service. Much of this work serves no useful end, but it is none the less repugnant to all people of sensibility. The economic man, whose lineaments were traced in outline by the classical economists and filled in by their caricaturists, is an anomaly in the animal world, and yet, to judge by everyday popular expressions of inclination, the portrait is not seriously overdrawn. But if this economic man is to serve as a lay figure upon which to fit the garment of economic doctrines, it is incumbent upon the science to explain what are his limitations and how he has achieved his emancipation from the law of natural selection. His emancipation from the law is, indeed, more apparent than substantial. The difference in this respect between man and his sometime competitors in the struggle for survival lies not in a slighter but in a fuller adjustment of his propensities to the purposes of the life of the species. He distanced them all in this respect long ago, and by so wide an interval that he is now able, without jeopardy to the life of the species, to play fast and loose with the spiritual basis of its survival. Like other animals, man is an agent that acts in response to stimuli afforded by the environment in which he lives. Like other species, he is a creature of habit and propensity. But in a higher degree than other species, man mentally digests the content of the habits under whose guidance he acts, and appreciates the trend of these habits and propensities. He is in an eminent sense an intelligent agent. By selective necessity he is endowed with a proclivity for purposeful action. He is possessed of a discriminating sense of purpose, by force of which 189 all futility of life or of action is distasteful to him. There may be a wide divergence between individuals as regards the form and the direction in which this impulse expresses itself, but the impulse itself is not a matter of idiosyncrasy, it is a generic feature of human nature. It is not a trait that occurs sporadically in a few individuals. Cases occur in which this proclivity for purposeful action is wanting or is present in obviously scant measure, but persons endowed in this stepmotherly fashion are classed as defective subjects. Lines of descent which carry this defective human nature dwindle and decay even under the propitious circumstances of modern life. The history of hereditarily dependent or defective families is evidence to this effect. Man's great advantage over other species in the struggle for survival has been his superior facility in turning the forces of the environment to account. It is to his proclivity for turning the material means of life to account that he owes his position as Lord of creation. It is not a proclivity to effort, but to achievement, to the compassing of an end. His primacy is in the last resort an industrial or economic primacy. In his economic life man is an agent, not an absorbent, he is an agent seeking in every act the accomplishment of some concrete, objective, impersonal end. As this pervading norm of action guides the life of men in all the use they make of material things, so it must also serve as the point of departure and afford the guiding principle for any science that aims to be a theory of the economic life process. Within the purview of economic theory, the last analysis of any given phenomenon must run back to this ubiquitous human impulse to do the next thing. All this seems to contradict what has just been said of the conventional aversion to labor. But the contradiction is not so sheer in fact as it appears to be at first sight. Its solution lies in the fact that the aversion to labor is in great part a conventional aversion only. In the intervals of sober reflection, when not harassed with the strain of overwork, men's common sense speaks unequivocally under the guidance of the instinct of workmanship. They like to see others spend their life to some purpose, and they like to reflect that their own life is of some use. All men 190 have this quasi-aesthetic sense of economic or industrial merit, and to this sense of economic merit futility and inefficiency are distasteful. In its positive expression it is an impulse or instinct of workmanship, negatively it expresses itself in a deprecation of waste. This sense of merit and demerit with respect to the material furtherance or hindrance of life approves the economically effective act and deprecates economic futility. It is needless to point out in detail the close relation between this norm of economic merit and the ethical norm of conduct, on the one hand, and the aesthetic norm of taste, on the other. It is very closely related to both of these, both as regards its biological ground and as regards the scope and method of its award. This instinct of workmanship apparently stands in sheer conflict with the conventional antipathy to useful effort. The two are found together in full discord in the common run of men, but whenever a deliberate judgment is passed on conduct or on events, the former asserts its primacy in a pervasive way which suggests that it is altogether the more generic, more abiding trait of human nature. There can scarcely be a serious question of precedence between the two. The former is a human trait necessary to the survival of the species, the latter is a habit of thought possible only in a species which has distanced all competitors, and then it prevails only by sufferance and within limits set by the former. The question between them is the aversion to labor a derivative of the instinct of workmanship? And, how has it arisen and gained consistency in spite of its being at variance with that instinct? Until recently there has been something of a consensus among those who have written on early culture, to the effect that man, as he first emerged upon the properly human plane, was of a contentious disposition, inclined to isolate his own interest and purposes from those of his fellows, and with a penchant for feuds and brawls. Accordingly, even where the view is met with that men are by native proclivity inclined to action, there is still evident a presumption that this native proclivity to action is a proclivity to action of a destructive kind. It is held that men are inclined to fight, not to work, that the end of 191 action in the normal case is damage rather than repair. This view would make the proclivity to purposeful action an impulse to sportsmanship rather than to workmanship. In any attempt to fit this view into an evolutionary scheme of culture, it would carry the implication that in the prehuman or proto-anthropoid phase of its life the race was a predaceous species, and that the initial phase of human culture, as well as the later cultural development, has been substantially of a predatory kind. There is much to be said for this view. If mankind is by derivation a race not of workmen but of sportsmen, then there is no need of explaining the conventional aversion to work. Work is unsportsmanlike and therefore distasteful, and perplexity then arises in explaining how men have in any degree become reconciled to any but a predaceous life. Apart from the immediate convenience of this view, it is also enforced by much evidence. Most peoples at a lower stage of culture than our own are of a more predatory habit than our people. The history of mankind, as conventionally written, has been a narrative of predatory exploits, and this history is not commonly felt to be one-sided or misinformed. And a sportsmanlike inclination to warfare is also to be found in nearly all modern communities. Similarly, the sense of honor, so-called, whether it is individual or national honor, is also an expression of sportsmanship. The prevalence of notions of honor may, therefore, be taken as evidence going in the same direction. And as if to further fortify the claim of sportsmanship to antiquity and prescriptive standing, the sense of honor is also noticeably more vivid in communities of a somewhat more archaic culture than our own. Yet there is a considerable body of evidence, both from cultural history and from the present-day phenomena of human life, which traverses this conventionally accepted view that makes man generically a sportsman. Obscurely but persistently, throughout the history of human culture, the great body of the people have almost everywhere, in their everyday life, been at work to turn things to human use. The proximate aim of all industrial improvement has been the better performance of some workmanlike task. Necessarily this work has, on the one hand, 192 proceeded on the basis of an appreciative interest in the work to be done, for there is no other ground on which to obtain anything better than the aimless performance of a task. And necessarily also, on the other hand, the discipline of work has acted to develop a workmanlike attitude. It will not do to say that the work accomplished is entirely due to compulsion under a predatory regime, for the most striking advances in this respect have been wrought where the coercive force of a sportsmanlike exploitation has been least. The same view is borne out by the expressions of common sense. As has already been remarked, whenever they dispassionately take thought and pass a judgment on the value of human conduct, the common run of mature men approve workmanship rather than sportsmanship. At the best, they take an apologetic attitude toward the latter. This is well seen in the present, May, 1898, disturbance of the popular temper. While it may well be granted that the warlike raid upon which this community is entering is substantially an access of sportsmanlike exaltation, it is to be noticed that nearly all those who speak for war are at pains to find some colorable motive of another kind. Predatory exploit, simply as such, is not felt to carry its own legitimation, as it should in the apprehension of any species that is primarily of a predaceous character. What meets unreserved approval is such conduct as furthers human life on the whole, rather than such as furthers the invidious or predatory interest of one as against another. The most ancient and most consistent habits of the race will best assert themselves when men are not speaking under the stress of instant irritation. Under such circumstances the ancient bent may even bear down the immediate conventional canons of conduct. The archaic turn of mind that inclines men to commend workmanlike serviceability is the outcome of long and consistent habituation to a course of life of such a character as is reflected by this inclination. Man's life is activity, and as he acts, so he thinks and feels. This is necessarily so, since it is the agent man that does the 193 thinking and feeling. Like other species, man is a creature of habits and propensities. He acts under the guidance of propensities which have been imposed upon him by the process of selection to which he owes his differentiation from other species. He is a social animal, and the selective process whereby he has acquired the spiritual makeup of a social animal has at the same time made him substantially a peaceful animal. The race may have wandered far from the ancient position of peacefulness, but even now the traces of a peaceful trend in men's everyday habits of thought and feeling are plain enough. The sight of blood and the presence of death, even of the blood or death of the lower animals, commonly strike inexperienced persons with a sickening revulsion. In the common run of cases, the habit of complacency with slaughter comes only as the result of discipline. In this respect man differs from the beasts of prey. He differs, of course, most widely in this respect from the solitary beasts, but even among the gregarious animals his nearest spiritual relatives are not found among the carnivora. In his unarmed frame and in the slight degree to which his muscular force is specialized for fighting, as well as in his instinctive aversion to hostile contact with the ferocious beasts, man is to be classed with those animals that owe their survival to an aptitude for avoiding direct conflict with their competitors, rather than with those which survive by virtue of overcoming and eating their rivals. Man is the weakest and most defenseless of all living things, and, according to the law of the jungle, it is his part to take advice and contrive and turn divers things to account in ways that are incomprehensible to the rest. Without tools he is not a dangerous animal, as animals go. And he did not become a formidable animal until he had made some considerable advance in the contrivance of implements for combat. In the days before tools had been brought into effective use, that is to say, during by far the greater part of the period of human evolution, man could not be primarily an agent of destruction or a disturber of the peace. He was of a peaceable and retiring disposition by force of circumstances. With the use of tools the possibility of 194 his acquiring a different disposition gradually began, but even then the circumstances favoring the growth of a contentious disposition supervenate only gradually and partially. The habits of life of the race were still perforce of a peaceful and industrial character, rather than contentious and destructive. Tools and implements, in the early days, must have served chiefly to shape facts and objects for human use, rather than for inflicting damage and discomfort. Industry would have to develop far before it became possible for one group of men to live at the cost of another, and during the protracted evolution of industry before this point had been reached the discipline of associated life still consistently ran in the direction of industrial efficiency, both as regards men's physical and mental traits and as regards their spiritual attitude. By selection and by training, the life of man, before a predaceous life became possible, would act to develop and to conserve in him instinct for workmanship. The adaptation to the environment which the situation enforced was of an industrial kind. It required men to acquire facility in shaping things and situations for human use. This does not mean the shaping of things by the individual to his own individual use simply, for archaic man was necessarily a member of a group, and during this early stage, when industrial efficiency was still inconsiderable, no group could have survived except on the basis of a sense of solidarity strong enough to throw self-interest into the background. Self-interest, as an accepted guide of action, is possible only as the concomitant of a predatory life, and a predatory life is possible only after the use of tools has developed so far as to leave a large surplus of product over what is required for the sustenance of the producers. Subsistence by predation implies something substantial to prey upon. Early man was a member of a group which depended for its survival on the industrial efficiency of its members and on their singleness of purpose in making use of the material means at hand. Some competition between groups for the possession of the fruits of the earth and for advantageous locations there would be even at a relatively early stage, but much hostile contact 195 between groups there could not be, not enough to shape the dominant habits of thought. What men can do easily is what they do habitually, and this decides what they can think and know easily. They feel at home in the range of ideas which is familiar through their everyday line of action. A habitual line of action constitutes a habitual line of thought, and gives the point of view from which facts and events are apprehended and reduced to a body of knowledge. What is consistent with the habitual course of action is consistent with the habitual line of thought, and gives the definitive ground of knowledge as well as the conventional standard of complacency or approval in any community. Conversely, a process or method of life, once understood, assimilated in thought works into the scheme of life and becomes a norm of conduct, simply because the thinking, knowing agent is also the acting agent. What is apprehended with facility and is consistent with the process of life and knowledge is thereby apprehended as right and good. All this applies with added force where the habituation is not simply individual and sporadic, but is enforced upon the group or the race by a selective elimination of those individuals and lines of descent that do not conform to the required canon of knowledge and conduct. Where this takes place, the acquired proclivity passes from the status of habit to that of aptitude or propensity. It becomes a transmissible trait, and action under its guidance becomes right and good, and the longer and more consistent the selective adaptation through which the aptitude arises, the more firmly is the resulting aptitude settled upon the race, and the more unquestioned becomes the sanction of the resulting canon of conduct. So far as regards his relation to the material means of life, the canon of thought and of conduct which was in this way enforced upon early man was what is here called the instinct of workmanship. The interest which men took in economic facts on the basis of this propensity, in the days before spoliation came into vogue, was not primarily of a self-regarding character. The necessary dominance of a sense of group solidarity would 196 preclude that. The selective process must eliminate lines of descent unduly gifted with a self-regarding bias. Still, there was some emulation between individuals, even in the most indigent and most peaceable groups. From the readiness with which a scheme of emulation is entered upon where late circumstances favor its development, it seems probable that the proclivity to emulation must have been present also in the earlier days in sufficient force to assert itself to the extent to which the exigencies of the earlier life of the group would permit. But this emulation could not run in the direction of an individual acquisition or accumulation of goods, or of a life consistently given to raids and tumults. It would be emulation such as is found among the peaceable gregarious animals generally, that is to say, it was primarily and chiefly sexual emulation, recurring with more or less regularity. Beyond this there must also have been some wrangling in the distribution of goods on hand, but neither this nor the rivalry for subsistence could have been the dominant note of life. Under the canon of conduct imposed by the instinct of workmanship, efficiency, serviceability, commends itself, and inefficiency or futility is odious. Man contemplates his own conduct and that of his neighbors, and passes a judgment of complacency or of disperaise. The degree of effectiveness with which he lives up to the accepted standard of efficiency in great measure determines his contentment with himself and his situation. A wide or persistent discrepancy in this respect is a source of abounding spiritual discomfort. Judgment may in this way be passed on the intention of the agent or on the serviceability of the act. In the former case the award of merit or demerit is to be classed as moral, and with award of merit of this kind this paper is not concerned. As regards serviceability or efficiency, men do not only take thought at first hand of the facts of their own conduct, they are also sensitive to rebuke or approval from others. Not only is the immediate consciousness of the achievement of a purpose gratifying and stimulating, but the imputation of 197 efficiency by one's fellows is perhaps no less gratifying or stimulating. Sensitiveness to rebuke or approval is a matter of selective necessity under the circumstances of associated life. Without it, no group of men could carry on a collective life in a material environment that requires shaping to the ends of man. In this respect, again, man shows a spiritual relationship with the gregarious animals rather than with the solitary beasts of prey. Under the guidance of this taste for good work, men are compared with one another and with the accepted ideals of efficiency, and are rated and graded by the common sense of their fellows according to a conventional scheme of merit and demerit. The imputation of efficiency necessarily proceeds on evidence of efficiency. The visible achievement of one man is, therefore, compared with that of another, and the award of esteem comes habitually to rest on an invidious comparison of persons instead of on the immediate bearing of the given line of conduct upon the approved end of action. The ground of esteem in this way shifts from a direct appreciation of the expediency of conduct to a comparison of the abilities of different agents. Instead of evaluation of serviceability, there is a gauging of capability on the ground of visible success. And what comes to be compared in an invidious comparison of this kind between agents is the force which the agent is able to put forth, rather than the serviceability of the agent's conduct. So soon, therefore, and in so far, as the esteem awarded to serviceability passes into an invidious esteem of one agent as compared with another, the end sought in action will tend to change from naive expediency to the manifestation of capacity or force. It becomes the proximate end of effort to put forth evidence of power, rather than to achieve an impersonal end for its own sake, simply as an item of human use. So that, while in its more immediate expression the norm of economic taste stands out as an impulse to workmanship or a taste for serviceability and a distaste for futility, under given circumstances of associated life it comes in some degree to take on the character of an emulative demonstration of force. 198. Since the imputation of efficiency and of invidious merit goes on the evidence afforded by visible success, the appearance of evil must be avoided in order to escape dis pures. In the early savage culture, while the group is small and while the conditions favorable to a predatory life are still wanting, the resulting emulation between the members of the group runs chiefly to industrial efficiency. It comes to be the appearance of industrial incapacity that is to be avoided. It is in this direction that force or capacity can be put in evidence most consistently and with the best effect for the good name of the individual. It is, therefore, in this direction that a standard of merit and a canon of meritorious conduct will develop. But even for a growth of emulation in the productive use of brain and muscle, the small, rude, peaceable group of savages is not fertile ground. The situation does not favor a vigorous emulative spirit. The conditions favorable to the growth of a habit of emulative demonstration of force are, 1. The frequent recurrence of conjunctures that call for a great and sudden strain, and, 2. Exposure of the individual to a large, and especially to a shifting, human environment whose approval is sought. These conditions are not effectually met on the lower levels of savagery, such as human culture must have been during the early days of the use of tools. Accordingly, relatively little of the emulative spirit is seen in communities that have retained the archaic, peaceable constitution, or that have reverted to it from a higher culture. In such communities a low standard of culture and comfort goes along with an absence of strenuous application to the work in hand, as well as a relative absence of jealousy and gradations of rank. Notions of economic rank and discrimination between persons, whether in point of possessions or in point of comfort, are almost, if not altogether, in abeyance. With a further development of the use of tools and of human command over the forces of the environment, the habits of life of the savage group change. There is likely to be more of aggression, both in the way of a pursuit of large game and in the way of conflict between groups. As the industrial efficiency of the group increases, and as weapons are brought to greater perfection, 199 the incentives to aggression and the opportunities for achievement along this line increase. The conditions favorable to emulation are more fully met. With the increasing density of population that follows from a heightened industrial efficiency, the group passes, by force of circumstances, from the archaic condition of poverty-stricken peace to a stage of predatory life. This fighting stage, the beginning of barbarism, may involve aggressive predation, or the group may simply be placed on the defensive. One or the other, or both the lines of activity, and commonly both, no doubt, will be forced upon the group, on pain of extermination. This has apparently been the usual course of early social evolution. When a group emerges into this predatory phase of its development, the employments which most occupy men's attention are employments that involve exploit. The most serious concern of the group, and at the same time the direction in which the most spectacular effect may be achieved by the individual, is conflict with men and beasts. It becomes easy to make a telling comparison between men when their work is a series of exploits carried out against these difficult adversaries or against the formidable movements of the elements. The assertion of the strong hand, successful aggression, usually of a destructive character, becomes the accepted basis of repute. The dominant life interest of the group throws its strong light upon this creditable employment of force and sagacity, and the other, obscure ways of serving the group's life fall into the background. The guiding animus of the group becomes a militant one, and men's actions are judged from the standpoint of the fighting man. What is recognized, without reflection and without misgiving, as serviceable and effective in such a group is fighting capacity. Exploit becomes the conventional ground of invidious comparison between individuals, and repute comes to rest on prowess. As the predatory culture reaches a fuller development, there comes a distinction between employments. The tradition of prowess, as the virtue par excellence, gains in scope and consistency until prowess comes near being recognized as the sole virtue. Those employments alone are then worthy and reputable 200 which involve the exercise of this virtue. Other employments, in which men are occupied with tamely shaping inert materials to human use, become unworthy and end with becoming debasing. The honorable man must not only show capacity for predatory exploit, but he must also avoid entanglement with the occupations that do not involve exploit. The tame employments, those that involve no obvious destruction of life and no spectacular coercion of refractory antagonists, fall into disrepute and are relegated to those members of the community who are defective in predatory capacity, that is to say, those who are lacking in massiveness, agility, or ferocity. Occupation in these employments argues that the person so occupied falls short of that decent modicum of prowess which would entitle him to be graded as a man in good standing. In order to an unsullied reputation, the appearance of evil must be avoided. Therefore the able-bodied barbarian of the predatory culture, who is at all mindful of his good name, severely leaves all uneventful drudgery to the women and minors of the group. He puts in his time in the manly arts of war and devotes his talents to devising ways and means of disturbing the peace. That way lies honor. In the barbarian scheme of life the peaceable, industrial employments are women's work. They imply defective force, incapacity for aggression or devastation, and are therefore not of good report. But whatever is accepted as a conventional mark of a shortcoming or a vice comes presently to be accounted intrinsically base. In this way industrial occupations fall under a polite odium and are apprehended to be substantially ignoble. They are unsportsmanlike. Labor carries a taint, and all contamination from vulgar employments must be shunned by self-respecting men. Where the predatory culture has developed in full consistency, the common sense apprehension that labor is ignoble has developed into the further refinement that labor is wrong, for those who are not already beneath reproach. Hence certain well-known features of caste and taboo. In the further cultural development, when some wealth has been accumulated and the members of the community fall into a servile class on the one hand 201 and a leisure class on the other, the tradition that labor is ignoble gains an added significance. It is not only a mark of inferior force, but it is also a perquisite of the poor. This is the situation today. Labor is morally impossible by force of the ancient tradition that has come down from early barbarism, and it is shameful by force of its evil association with poverty. It is indecorous. The irksomeness of labor is a spiritual fact, it lies in the indignity of the thing. The fact of its irksomeness is, of course, none the less real and cogent for its being of a spiritual kind. Indeed, it is all the more substantial and irremediable on that account. Physical irksomeness and distastefulness can be borne, if only the spiritual incentive is present. Witness the attractiveness of warfare, both to the barbarian and to the civilized youth. The most commonplace recital of a campaigner's experience carries a sweeping suggestion of privation, exposure, fatigue, vermin, squalor, sickness, and loathsome death. The incidents and accessories of war are said to be unsavory, unsightly, unwholesome beyond the power of words, yet warfare is an attractive employment if one only is gifted with a suitable habit of mind. Most sports, and many other polite employments that are distressing but creditable, are evidence to the same effect. Physical irksomeness is an incommodity which men habitually make light of if it is not reinforced by the sanction of decorum, but it is otherwise with the spiritual irksomeness of such labor as is condemned by polite usage. That is a cultural fact. There is no remedy for this kind of irksomeness, short of a subversion of that cultural structure on which our canons of decency rest. Appeal may of course be made to taste and conscience to set aside the conventional aversion to labor. Such an appeal is made from time to time by well-meaning and sanguine persons, and some fitful results have been achieved in that way. But the commonplace, common-sense man is bound by the deliverances of common-sense decorum on this head, the heritage of an unbroken cultural line of descent that runs back to the beginning. Selection 17. The Beginnings of Ownership. Veblen, 1898 f. In the accepted economic theories, the ground of ownership is commonly conceived to be the productive labor of the owner. This is taken, without reflection or question, to be the legitimate basis of property. He who has produced a useful thing should possess and enjoy it. On this head the socialists and the economists of the classical line, the two extremes of economic speculation, are substantially at one. The point is not in controversy, or at least it has not been until recently. It has been accepted as an axiomatic premise. With the socialists it has served as the ground of their demand that the laborer should receive the full product of his labor. To classical economists the axiom has, perhaps, been as much trouble as it has been worth. It has given them no end of bother to explain how the capitalist is the producer of the goods that pass into his possession, and how it is true that the laborer gets what he produces. Sporadic instances of ownership quite dissociated from creative industry are recognized and taken account of as departures from the normal. They are due to disturbing causes. The main position is scarcely questioned, that in the normal case wealth is distributed in proportion to, and in some cogent sense because of, the recipient's contribution to the product. Not only is the productive labor of the owner the definitive ground of his ownership today, but the derivation of the institution of property is similarly traced to the productive labor of that putative savage hunter who produced 2 deer or 1 beaver or 12 fish. The conjectural history of the origin of property, so far as it has been written by the economists, has been constructed out of conjecture proceeding on the preconceptions of natural rights and a coercive order of nature. To anyone who approaches the question of ownership with only an incidental interest in its solution, as is true of the classical, pre-evolutionary economists, and fortified with the preconceptions 353 of natural rights, all this seems plain. It sufficiently accounts for the institution, both in point of logical derivation and in point of historical development. The natural owner is the person who has produced an article, or who, by a constructively equivalent expenditure of productive force, has found and appropriated an object. It is conceived that such a person becomes the owner of the article by virtue of the immediate logical inclusion of the idea of ownership under the idea of creative industry. This natural rights theory of property makes the creative effort of an isolated, self-sufficing individual the basis of the ownership vested in him. In so doing it overlooks the fact that there is no isolated, self-sufficing individual. All production is, in fact, a production in and by the help of the community, and all wealth is such only in society. Within the human period of the race development, it is safe to say, no individual has fallen into industrial isolation, so as to produce any one useful article by his own independent effort alone. Even where there is no mechanical cooperation, men are always guided by the experience of others. The only possible exceptions to this rule are those instances of lost or cast-off children nourished by wild beasts, of which half-authenticated accounts have gained currency from time to time. But the anomalous, half-hypothetical life of these waifs can scarcely have affected social development to the extent of originating the institution of ownership. Production takes place only in society, only through the cooperation of an industrial community. This industrial community may be large or small, its limits are commonly somewhat vaguely defined, but it always comprises a group large enough to contain and transmit the traditions, tools, technical knowledge, and usages without which there can be no industrial organization and no economic relation of individuals to one another or to their environment. The isolated individual is not a productive agent. What he can do at best is to live from season to season, as the non-gregarious animals do. There can be no production without technical knowledge, hence no accumulation and no wealth to be owned, in severaltevi or otherwise. 354 And there is no technical knowledge apart from an industrial community. Since there is no individual production and no individual productivity, the natural rights preconception that ownership rests on the individually productive labor of the owner reduces itself to absurdity, even under the logic of its own assumptions. Some writers who have taken up the question from the ethnological side hold that the institution is to be traced to the customary use of weapons and ornaments by individuals. Others have found its origin in the social group's occupation of a given piece of land, which it held forcibly against intruders, and which it came in this way to own. The latter hypothesis bases the collective ownership of land on a collective act of seizure, or tenure by prowess, so that it differs fundamentally from the view which bases ownership on productive labor. The view that ownership is an outgrowth of the customary consumption of such things as weapons and ornaments by individuals is well supported by appearances and has also the qualified sanction of the natural rights preconception. The usages of all known primitive tribes seem at first sight to bear out this view. In all communities the individual members exercise a more or less unrestrained right of use and abuse over their weapons, if they have any, as well as over many articles of ornament, clothing, and the toilet. In the eyes of the modern economist this usage would count as ownership. So that, if the question is construed to be simply a question of material fact, as to the earliest emergence of usages which would in the latter-day classification be brought under the head of ownership, then it would have to be said that ownership must have begun with the conversion of these articles to individual use. But the question will have to be answered in the contrary sense if we shift our ground to the point of view of the primitive men whose institutions are under review. The point in question is the origin of the institution of ownership, as it first takes shape in the habits of thought of the early barbarian. The question concerns the derivation of the idea of ownership or property. What is of interest for the present purpose is not whether we, 355 with our preconceptions, would look upon the relation of the primitive savage or barbarian to his slight personal effects as a relation of ownership, but whether that is his own apprehension of the matter. It is a question as to the light in which the savage himself habitually views these objects that pertain immediately to his person and are set apart for his habitual use. Like all questions of the derivation of institutions, it is essentially a question of folk psychology, not of mechanical fact, and, when so conceived, it must be answered in the negative. The unsophisticated man, whether savage or civilized, is prone to conceive phenomena in terms of personality, these being terms with which he has a first-hand acquaintance. This habit is more unbroken in the savage than in civilized men. All obvious manifestations of force are apprehended as expressions of conation, effort put forth for a purpose by some agency similar to the human will. The point of view of the archaic culture is that of forceful, pervading personality, whose unfolding life is the substantial fact held in view in every relation into which men or things enter. This point of view in large measure shapes and colors all the institutions of the early culture, and in a less degree the later phases of culture. Under the guidance of this habit of thought, the relation of any individual to his personal effects is conceived to be of a more intimate kind than that of ownership simply. Ownership is too external and colorless a term to describe the fact. In the apprehension of the savage and the barbarian, the limits of his person do not coincide with the limits which modern biological science would recognize. His individuality is conceived to cover, somewhat vaguely and uncertainly, a pretty wide fringe of facts and objects that pertain to him more or less immediately. To our sense of the matter, these items lie outside the limits of his person, and to many of them we would conceive him to stand in an economic rather than in an organic relation. This quasi-personal fringe of facts and objects commonly comprises the man's shadow, the reflection of his image in water or any similar surface, his name, his peculiar tattoo 356 marks, his totem, if he has one, his glance, his breath, especially when it is visible, the print of his hand and foot, the sound of his voice, any image or representation of his person, any excretions or exhalations from his person, parings of his nails, cuttings of his hair, his ornaments and amulets, clothing that is in daily use, especially what has been shaped to his person, and more particularly if there is wrought into it any totemic or other design peculiar to him, his weapons, especially his favorite weapons and those which he habitually carries. Beyond these there is a great number of other, remoter things which may or may not be included in the quasi-personal fringe. As regards this entire range of facts and objects, it is to be said that the zone of influence of the individual's personality is not conceived to cover them all with the same degree of potency. His individuality shades off by insensible, penumbral gradations into the external world. The objects and facts that fall within the quasi-personal fringe figure in the habits of thought of the savage as personal to him in a vital sense. They are not a congeries of things to which he stands in an economic relation and to which he has an equitable, legal claim. These articles are conceived to be his in much the same sense as his hands and feet are his, or his pulse beat, or his digestion, or the heat of his body, or the motions of his limbs or brain. For the satisfaction of any who may be inclined to question this view, appeal may be taken to the usages of almost any people. Some such notion of a pervasive personality, or a penumbra of personality, is implied, for instance, in the giving and keeping of presents and mementos. It is more indubitably present in the working of charms, in all sorcery, in the sacraments and similar devout observances, in such practices as the Tibetan prayer wheel, in the adoration of relics, images, and symbols, in the almost universal veneration of consecrated places and structures, in astrology, in divination by means of hair cuttings, nail parings, photographs, etc. Perhaps the least debatable evidence of belief in such a quasi-personal fringe is afforded by the practices of sympathetic magic, and the practices are strikingly similar in substance the world over, from 357 the love charm to the sacrament. Their substantial ground is the belief that a desired effect can be wrought upon a given person through the means of some object lying within his quasi-personal fringe. The person who is approached in this way may be a fellow mortal, or it may be some potent spiritual agent whose intercession is sought for good or ill. If the sorcerer or anyone who works a charm can in any way get at the penumbra of a person's individuality, as embodied in his fringe of quasi-personal facts, he will be able to work good or ill to the person to whom the fact or object pertains, and the magic rites performed to this end will work their effect with greater force and precision in proportion as the object which affords the point of attack is more intimately related to the person upon whom the effect is to be wrought. An economic relation, simply, does not afford a handle for sorcery. It may be set down that whenever the relation of a person to a given object is made use of for the purposes of sympathetic magic, the relation is conceived to be something more vital than simple legal ownership. Such meager belongings of the primitive savage as would under the nomenclature of a later day be classed as personal property are not thought of by him as his property at all, they pertain organically to his person. Of the things comprised in his quasi-personal fringe, all do not pertain to him with the same degree of intimacy or persistency, but those articles which are more remotely or more doubtfully included under his individuality are not therefore conceived to be partly organic to him and partly his property simply. The alternative does not lie between this organic relation and ownership. It may easily happen that a given article lying along the margin of the quasi-personal fringe is eliminated from it and is alienated, either by default through lapse of time or by voluntary severance of the relation. But when this happens, the article is not conceived to escape from the organic relation into a remoter category of things that are owned by and external to the person in question. If an object escapes in this way from the organic sphere of one person, it may pass into the sphere of another, or, if it is an 358 article that lends itself to common use, it may pass into the common stock of the community. As regards this common stock, no concept of ownership, either communal or individual, applies in the primitive community. The idea of a communal ownership is of relatively late growth, and must by psychological necessity have been preceded by the idea of individual ownership. Ownership is an accredited discretionary power over an object on the ground of a conventional claim. It implies that the owner is a personal agent who takes thought for the disposal of the object owned. A personal agent is an individual, and it is only by an eventual refinement, of the nature of a legal fiction, that any group of men is conceived to exercise a corporate discretion over objects. Ownership implies an individual owner. It is only by reflection, and by extending the scope of a concept which is already familiar, that a quasi-personal corporate discretion and control of this kind comes to be imputed to a group of persons. Corporate ownership is quasi-ownership only, it is therefore necessarily a derivative concept, and cannot have preceded the concept of individual ownership of which it is a counterfeit. After the idea of ownership has been elaborated and has gained some consistency, it is not unusual to find the notion of pervasion by the user's personality applied to articles owned by him. At the same time, a given article may also be recognized as lying within the quasi-personal fringe of one person while it is owned by another, as, for instance, ornaments and other articles of daily use which in a personal sense belong to a slave or to an inferior member of a patriarchal household, but which as property belong to the master or head of the household. The two categories, a. things to which one's personality extends by way of pervasion, and b. things owned, by no means coincide, nor does the one supplant the other. The two ideas are so far from identical that the same object may belong to one person under the one concept and to another person under the other, and, on the other hand, the same person may stand in both relations to a given object without the one concept being lost in the other. A given article may change owners without passing out of the 359 quasi-personal fringe of the person under whose self it has belonged, as, for instance, a photograph or any other memento. A familiar instance is the mundane ownership of any consecrated place or structure which in the personal sense belongs to the saint or deity to whom it is sacred. The two concepts are so far distinct, or even disparate, as to make it extremely improbable that the one has been developed out of the other by a process of growth. A transition involving such a substitution of ideas could scarcely take place except on some notable impulse from without. Such a step would amount to the construction of a new category and a reclassification of certain selected facts under the new head. The impulse to reclassify the facts and things that are comprised in the quasi-personal fringe, so as to place some of them, together with certain other things, under the new category of ownership, must come from some constraining exigency of later growth than the concept whose province it invades. The new category is not simply an amplified form of the old. Not every item that was originally conceived to belong to an individual by way of pervasion comes to be counted as an item of his wealth after the idea of wealth has come into vogue. Such items, for instance, as a person's footprint, or his image or effigy, or his name, are very tardily included under the head of articles owned by him, if they are eventually included at all. It is a fortuitous circumstance if they come to be owned by him, but they long continue to hold their place in his quasi-personal fringe. The disparity of the two concepts is well brought out by the case of the domestic animals. These non-human individuals are incapable of ownership, but there is imputed to them the attribute of a pervasive individuality, which extends to such items as their footprints, their stalls, clippings of hair, and the like. These items are made use of for the purposes of sympathetic magic even in modern civilized communities. An illustration that may show this disparity between ownership and pervasion in a still stronger light is afforded by the vulgar belief that the moon's phases may have a propitious or sinister effect on human affairs. The inconstant moon is conceived to work good or ill through a 360 sympathetic influence or spiritual infection which suggests a quasi-personal fringe, but which assuredly does not imply ownership on her part. Ownership is not a simple and instinctive notion that is naively included under the notion of productive effort on the one hand, nor under that of habitual use on the other. It is not something given to begin with, as an item of the isolated individual's mental furniture, something which has to be unlearned in part when men come to cooperate in production and make working arrangements and mutual renunciations under the stress of associated life, after the manner imputed by the social contract theory. It is a conventional fact and has to be learned. It is a cultural fact which has grown into an institution in the past through a long course of habituation, and which is transmitted from generation to generation as all cultural facts are. On going back a little way into the cultural history of our own past, we come upon a situation which says that the fact of a person's being engaged in industry was prima facie evidence that he could own nothing. Under serfdom and slavery, those who work cannot own, and those who own cannot work. Even very recently, culturally speaking, there was no suspicion that a woman's work, in the patriarchal household, should entitle her to own the products of her work. Farther back in the barbarian culture, while the patriarchal household was in better preservation than it is now, this position was accepted with more unquestioning faith. The head of the household alone could hold property, and even the scope of his ownership was greatly qualified if he had a feudal superior. The tenure of property is a tenure by prowess, on the one hand, and a tenure by sufferance at the hands of a superior, on the other hand. The recourse to prowess as the definitive basis of tenure becomes more immediate and more habitual the farther the development is traced back into the early barbarian culture, until, on the lower levels of barbarism or the upper levels of savagery, the good old plan prevails with but little mitigation. There are always certain conventions, a certain understanding as to what are the 361 legitimate conditions and circumstances that surround ownership and its transmission, chief among which is the fact of habitual acceptance. What has been currently accepted as the status quo, vested interest, is right and good so long as it does not meet a challenge backed by irresistible force. Property rights sanctioned by immemorial usage are inviolable, as all immemorial usage is, except in the face of forcible dispossession. But seizure and forcible retention very shortly gain the legitimation of usage, and the resulting tenure becomes inviolable through habituation. Bede possidens. Throughout the barbarian culture, where this tenure by prowess prevails, the population falls into two economic classes, those engaged in industrial employments, and those engaged in such non-industrial pursuits as war, government, sports, and religious observances. In the earlier and more naive stages of barbarism, the former, in the normal case, own nothing, the latter own such property as they have seized, or such as has, under the sanction of usage, descended upon them from their forebears who seized and held it. At a still lower level of culture, in the primitive savage horde, the population is not similarly divided into economic classes. There is no leisure class resting its prerogative on coercion, prowess, and immemorial status, and there is also no ownership. It will hold as a rough generalization that in communities where there is no invidious distinction between employments, as exploit, on the one hand, and drudgery, on the other, there is also no tenure of property. In the cultural sequence, ownership does not begin before the rise of a canon of exploit, but it is to be added that it also does not seem to begin with the first beginning of exploit as a manly occupation. In these very rude early communities, especially in the unpropertied hordes of peaceable savages, the rule is that the product of any member's effort is consumed by the group to which he belongs, and it is consumed collectively or indiscriminately, without question of individual right or ownership. The question of ownership is not brought up by the fact that an article has been produced or is at hand in finished form for consumption. 362. The earliest occurrence of ownership seems to fall in the early stages of barbarism, and the emergence of the institution of ownership is apparently a concomitant of the transition from a peaceable to a predatory habit of life. It is a prerogative of that class in the barbarian culture which leads a life of exploit rather than of industry. The pervading characteristic of the barbarian culture, as distinguished from the peaceable phase of life that precedes it, is the element of exploit, coercion, and seizure. In its earlier phases, ownership is this habit of coercion and seizure reduced to system and consistency under the surveillance of usage. The practice of seizing and accumulating goods on individual account could not have come into vogue to the extent of founding a new institution under the peaceable communistic regime of primitive savagery, for the dissensions arising from any such resort to mutual force and fraud among its members would have been fatal to the group. For a similar reason, individual ownership of consumable goods could not come in with the first beginnings of predatory life, for the primitive fighting horde still needs to consume its scanty means of subsistence in common, in order to give the collective horde its full fighting efficiency. Otherwise it would succumb before any rival horde that had not yet given up collective consumption. With the advent of predatory life comes the practice of plundering, of seizing goods from the enemy. But in order that the plundering habit should give rise to individual ownership of the things seized, these things must be goods of a somewhat lasting kind, and not immediately consumable means of subsistence. Under the primitive culture, the means of subsistence are habitually consumed in common by the group, and the manner in which such goods are consumed is fixed according to an elaborate system of usage. This usage is not readily broken over, for it is a substantial part of the habits of life of every individual member. The practice of collective consumption is at the same time necessary to the survival of the group, and this necessity is present in men's minds and exercises a surveillance over the formation of habits of thought as to what is right 363 and seemly. Any propensity to aggression at this early stage will, therefore, not assert itself in the seizure and retention of consumable goods, nor does the temptation to do so readily present itself, since the idea of individual appropriation of a store of goods is alien to the archaic man's general habits of thought. The idea of property is not readily attached to anything but tangible and lasting articles. It is only where commercial development is well advanced, where bargain and sale is a large feature in the community's life, that the more perishable articles of consumption are thought of as items of wealth at all. The still more evanescent results of personal service are still more difficult to bring in under the idea of wealth. So much so that the attempt to classify services as wealth is meaningless to laymen, and even the adept economists hold a divided opinion as to the intelligibility of such a classification. In the common sense apprehension, the idea of property is not currently attached to any but tangible, vendible goods of some durability. This is true even in modern civilized communities, where pecuniary ideas and the pecuniary point of view prevail. In a like manner and for a like reason, in an earlier, non-commercial phase of culture there is less occasion for and greater difficulty in applying the concept of ownership to anything but obviously durable articles. But durable articles of use and consumption which are seized in the raids of a predatory horde are either articles of general use or they are articles of immediate and continued personal use to the person who has seized them. In the former case the goods are consumed in common by the group, without giving rise to a notion of ownership. In the latter case they fall into the class of things that pertain organically to the person of their user, and they would, therefore, not figure as items of property or make up a store of wealth. It is difficult to see how an institution of ownership could have arisen in the early days of predatory life through the seizure of goods, but the case is different with the seizure of persons. Captives are items that do not fit into the scheme of communal 364 consumption, and their appropriation by their individual captor works no manifest detriment to the group. At the same time these captives continue to be obviously distinct from their captor in point of individuality, and so are not readily brought in under the quasi-personal fringe. The captives taken under rude conditions are chiefly women. There are good reasons for this. Except where there is a slave class of men, the women are more useful, as well as more easily controlled, in the primitive group. Their labor is worth more to the group than their maintenance, and as they do not carry weapons, they are less formidable than men captives would be. They serve the purpose of trophies very effectually, and it is therefore worthwhile for their captor to trace and keep in evidence his relation to them as their captor. To this end he maintains an attitude of dominance and coercion toward women captured by him, and, as being the insignia of his prowess, he does not suffer them to stand at the beck and call of rival warriors. They are fit subjects for command and constraint, it ministers to both his honor and his vanity to domineer over them, and their utility in this respect is very great. But his domineering over them is the evidence of his prowess, and it is incompatible with their utility as trophies that other men should take the liberties with his women which serve as evidence of the coercive relation of captor. When the practice hardens into custom, the captor comes to exercise a customary right to exclusive use and abuse over the women he has seized, and this customary right of use and abuse over an object which is obviously not an organic part of his person constitutes the relation of ownership, as naively apprehended. After this usage of capture has found its way into the habits of the community, the women so held in constraint and in evidence will commonly fall into a conventionally recognized marriage relation with their captor. The result is a new form of marriage, in which the man is master. This ownership marriage seems to be the original both of private property and of the patriarchal household. Both of these great institutions are, accordingly, of an emulative origin. The varying details of the development whereby ownership 365 extends to other persons than captured women cannot be taken up here, neither can the further growth of the marriage institution that came into vogue at the same time with ownership. Probably at a point in the economic evolution not far subsequent to the definitive installation of the institution of ownership marriage comes, as its consequence, the ownership of consumable goods. The women held in servile marriage not only render personal service to their master, but they are also employed in the production of articles of use. All the non-combatant or ignoble members of the community are habitually so employed. And when the habit of looking upon and claiming the persons identified with my invidious interest, or subservient to me, as mine has become an accepted and integral part of men's habits of thought, it becomes a relatively easy matter to extend this newly achieved concept of ownership to the products of the labor performed by the persons so held in ownership. And the same propensity for emulation which bears so great a part in shaping the original institution of ownership extends its action to the new category of things owned. Not only are the products of the women's labor claimed and valued for their serviceability in furthering the comfort and fullness of life of the master, but they are valuable also as a conspicuous evidence of his possessing many and efficient servants, and they are therefore useful as an evidence of his superior force. The appropriation and accumulation of consumable goods could scarcely have come into vogue as a direct outgrowth of the primitive horde communism, but it comes in as an easy and unobtrusive consequence of the ownership of persons. Selection 18. The Barbarian Status of Women. Veblen, 1899a. It seems altogether probable that in the primitive groups of mankind, when the race first took to a systematic use of tools and so emerged upon the properly human plane of life, there was but the very slightest beginning of a system of status, with little of invidious distinction between classes and little of a corresponding division of employments. In an earlier paper, published in this journal it has been argued that the early division of labor between classes comes in as the result of an increasing efficiency of labor, due to a growing effectiveness in the use of tools. When, in the early cultural development, the use of tools and the technical command of material forces had reached a certain degree of effectiveness, the employments which occupy the primitive community would fall into two distinct groups: a. the honorific employments, which involve a large element of prowess, and b. the humiliating employments, which call for diligence and into which the sturdier virtues do not enter. An appreciable advance in the use of tools must precede this differentiation of employments, because, 1. without effective tools, including weapons, men are not sufficiently formidable in conflict with the ferocious beasts to devote themselves so exclusively to the hunting of large game as to develop that occupation into a conventional mode of life reserved for a distinct class. 2. Without tools of some efficiency, industry is not productive enough to support a dense population, and therefore The groups into which the population gathers will not come into such a habitual hostile contact with one another as would give rise to a life of warlike prowess. 3. Until industrial methods and knowledge have made some advance, the work of getting a livelihood is too exacting to admit of the consistent exemption of any portion of the community from vulgar labor. 504. 4. The inefficient primitive industry yields no such disposable surplus of accumulated goods as would be worth fighting for, or would tempt an intruder. And therefore there is little provocation to warlike prowess. With the growth of industry comes the possibility of a predatory life, and if the groups of savages crowd one another in the struggle for subsistence, there is a provocation to hostilities, and a predatory habit of life ensues. There is a consequent growth of a predatory culture, which may for the present purpose be treated as the beginning of the barbarian culture. This predatory culture shows itself in a growth of suitable institutions. The group divides itself conventionally into a fighting and a peacekeeping class, with a corresponding division of labor. Fighting, together with other work that involves a serious element of exploit, becomes the employment of the able-bodied men. The uneventful everyday work of the group falls to the women and the infirm. In such a community the standards of merit and propriety rest on an invidious distinction between those who are capable fighters and those who are not. Infirmity, that is to say incapacity for exploit, is looked down upon. One of the early consequences of this deprecation of infirmity is a taboo on women and on women's employments. In the apprehension of the archaic, animistic barbarian, infirmity is infectious. The infection may work its mischievous effect both by sympathetic influence and by transfusion. Therefore it is well for the able-bodied man who is mindful of his virility to shun all undue contact and conversation with the weaker sex and to avoid all contamination with the employments that are characteristic of the sex. Even the habitual food of women should not be eaten by men, lest their force be thereby impaired. The injunction against womanly employments and foods and against intercourse with women applies with a special rigor during the season of preparation for any work of manly exploit, such as a great hunt or a warlike raid, or induction into some manly dignity or society or mystery. Illustrations of this seasonal taboo abound in the early history of all peoples that have had a warlike or barbarian past. 505 The women, their occupations, their food and clothing, their habitual place in the house or village, and in extreme cases even their speech, become ceremonially unclean to the men. This imputation of ceremonial uncleanness on the ground of their infirmity has lasted on in the later culture as a sense of the unworthiness or levitical inadequacy of women, so that even now we feel the impropriety of women taking rank with men, or representing the community in any relation that calls for dignity and ritual competency, as for instance, in priestly or diplomatic offices, or even in representative civil offices, and likewise, and for a like reason, in such offices of domestic and body servants as are of a seriously ceremonial character, footmen, butlers, etc. The changes that take place in the everyday experiences of a group or horde when it passes from a peaceable to a predatory habit of life have their effect on the habits of thought prevalent in the group. As the hostile contact of one group with another becomes closer and more habitual, the predatory activity and the bellicose animus become more habitual to the members of the group. Fighting comes more and more to occupy men's everyday thoughts, and the other activities of the group fall into the background and become subsidiary to the fighting activity. In the popular apprehension, the substantial core of such a group, that on which men's thoughts run when the community and the community's life is thought of, is the body of fighting men. The collective fighting capacity becomes the most serious question that occupies men's minds, and gives the point of view from which persons and conduct are rated. The scheme of life of such a group is substantially a scheme of exploit. There is much of this point of view to be found even in the common sense views held by modern populations. The inclination to identify the community with its fighting men comes into evidence today whenever warlike interests occupy the popular attention in an appreciable degree. The work of the predatory barbarian group is gradually specialized and differentiated under the dominance of this ideal of prowess, so as to give rise to a system of status in which the non-fighters 506 fall into a position of subservience to the fighters. The accepted scheme of life or consensus of opinions which guides the conduct of men in such a predatory group and decides what may properly be done, of course comprises a great variety of details, but it is, after all, a single scheme, a more or less organic whole, so that the life carried on under its guidance in any case makes up a somewhat consistent and characteristic body of culture. This is necessarily the case, because of the simple fact that the individuals between whom the consensus holds are individuals. The thinking of each one is the thinking of the same individual, on whatever head and in whatever direction his thinking may run. Whatever may be the immediate point or object of his thinking, the frame of mind which governs his aim and manner of reasoning in passing on any given point of conduct is, on the whole, the habitual frame of mind which experience and tradition have enforced upon him. Individuals whose sense of what is right and good departs widely from the accepted views suffer some repression, and in case of an extreme divergence they are eliminated from the effective life of the group through ostracism. Where the fighting class is in the position of dominance and prescriptive legitimacy, the canons of conduct are shaped chiefly by the common sense of the body of fighting men. Whatever conduct and whatever code of proprieties has the authentication of this common sense is definitively right and good, for the time being, and the deliverances of this common sense are, in their turn, shaped by the habits of life of the able-bodied men. Habitual conflict acts, by selection and by habituation, to make these male members tolerant of any infliction of damage and suffering. Habituation to the sight and infliction of suffering, and to the emotions that go with fights and brawls, may even end in making the spectacle of misery a pleasing diversion to them. The result is in any case a more or less consistent attitude of plundering and coercion on the part of the fighting body, and this animus is incorporated into the scheme of life of the community. The discipline of predatory life makes for an attitude of mastery on the part of the able-bodied men in all their relations with the weaker members of the group, and especially in their 507 relations with the women. Men who are trained in predatory ways of life and modes of thinking come by habituation to apprehend this form of the relation between the sexes as good and beautiful. All the women in the group will share in the class repression and depreciation that belongs to them as women, but the status of women taken from hostile groups has an additional feature. Such a woman not only belongs to a subservient and low class, but she also stands in a special relation to her captor. She is a trophy of the raid, and therefore an evidence of exploit, and on this ground it is to her captor's interest to maintain a peculiarly obvious relation of mastery toward her. And since, in the early culture, it does not detract from her subservience to the life of the group, this peculiar relation of the captive to her captor will meet but slight, if any, objection from the other members of the group. At the same time, since his peculiar coercive relation to the woman serves to mark her as a trophy of his exploit, he will somewhat jealously resent any similar freedom taken by other men, or any attempt on their part to parade a similar coercive authority over her, and so usurp the laurels of his prowess, very much as a warrior would under like circumstances resent a usurpation or an abuse of the scalps or skulls which he had taken from the enemy. After the habit of appropriating captured women has hardened into custom, and so given rise on the one hand to a form of marriage resting on coercion, and on the other hand to a concept of ownership, to a development of certain secondary features of the institution so inaugurated is to be looked for. In time this coercive ownership marriage receives the sanction of the popular taste and morality. It comes to rest in men's habits of thought as the right form of marriage relation, and it comes at the same time to be gratifying to men's sense of beauty and of honor. The growing predilection for mastery and coercion, as a manly trait, together with the growing moral and aesthetic approbation of marriage on a basis of coercion and ownership, 508 will affect the tastes of the men most immediately and most strongly, but since the men are the superior class, whose views determine the current views of the community, their common sense in the matter will shape the current canons of taste in its own image. The tastes of the women also, in point of morality and of propriety alike, will presently be affected in the same way. Through the precept and example of those who make the vogue, and through selective repression of those who are unable to accept it, the institution of ownership marriage makes its way into definitive acceptance as the only beautiful and virtuous form of the relation. As the conviction of its legitimacy grows stronger in each succeeding generation, it comes to be appreciated unreflectingly as a deliverance of common sense and enlightened reason that the good and beautiful attitude of the man toward the woman is an attitude of coercion. None but the brave deserve the fair. As the predatory habit of life gains a more unquestioned and undivided sway, other forms of the marriage relation fall under a polite odium. The masterless, unattached woman consequently loses caste. It becomes imperative for all men who would stand well in the eyes of their fellows to attach some woman or women to themselves by the honorable bonds of seizure. In order to a decent standing in the community, a man is required to enter into this virtuous and honorific relation of ownership marriage, and a publicly acknowledged marriage relation which has not the sanction of capture becomes unworthy of able-bodied men. But as the group increases in size, the difficulty of providing wives by capture becomes very great, and it becomes necessary to find a remedy that shall save the requirements of decency and at the same time permit the marriage of women from within the group. To this end, the status of women married from within the group is sought to be mended by a mimic or ceremonial capture. The ceremonial capture effects an assimilation of the free woman into the more acceptable class of women who are attached by bonds of coercion to some master, and so gives a ceremonial legitimacy and decency to the resulting marriage relation. The probable motive for adopting the free women into the Honorable 509 class of bondwomen in this way is not primarily a wish to improve their standing or their lot, but rather a wish to keep those good men in countenance who, for dearth of captives, are constrained to seek a substitute from among the home-bred women of the group. The inclinations of men in high standing who are possessed of marriageable daughters would run in the same direction. It would not seem right that a woman of high birth should irretrievably be outclassed by any chance comer from outside. According to this view, marriage by feigned capture within the tribe is a case of mimicry, protective mimicry, to borrow a phrase from the naturalists. It is substantially a case of adoption. As is the case in all human relations where adoption is practiced, this adoption of the free women into the class of the unfree proceeds by as close an imitation as may be of the original fact for which it is a substitute. And as in other cases of adoption, the ceremonial performance is by no means looked upon as a fatuous make-believe. The barbarian has implicit faith in the efficiency of imitation and ceremonial execution as a means of compassing a desired end. The entire range of magic and religious rites is testimony to that effect. He looks upon external objects and sequences naively, as organic and individual things, and as expressions of a propensity working toward an end. The unsophisticated common sense of the primitive barbarian apprehends sequences and events in terms of willpower or inclination. As seen in the light of this animistic preconception, any process is substantially teleological, and the propensity imputed to it will not be thwarted of its legitimate end after the course of events in which it expresses itself has once fallen into shape or got under way. It follows logically, as a matter of course, that if once the motions leading to a desired consummation have been rehearsed in the accredited form and sequence, the same substantial result will be attained as that produced by the process imitated. This is the ground of whatever efficiency is imputed to ceremonial observances on all planes of culture, and it is especially the chief element in formal adoption and initiation. Hence, probably, the practice of mock seizure or 510 mock capture, and hence the formal profession of fealty and submission on the part of the woman in the marriage rites of peoples among whom the household with a male head prevails. This form of the household is almost always associated with some survival or reminiscence of wife capture. In all such cases, marriage is, by derivation, a ritual of initiation into servitude. In the words of the formula, even after it has been appreciably softened under the latter-day decay of the sense of status, it is the woman's place to love, honor, and obey. According to this view, the patriarchal household, or, in other words, the household with a male head, is an outgrowth of emulation between the members of a warlike community. It is, therefore, in point of derivation, a predatory institution. The ownership and control of women is a gratifying evidence of prowess and high standing. In logical consistency, therefore, the greater the number of women so held, the greater the distinction which their possession confers upon their master. Hence the prevalence of polygamy, which occurs almost universally at one stage of culture among peoples which have the male household. There may, of course, be other reasons for polygamy, but the ideal development of polygamy which is met with in the harems of very powerful patriarchal despots and chieftains can scarcely be explained on other grounds. But whether it works out in a system of polygamy or not, the male household is in any case a detail of a system of status under which the women are included in the class of unfree subjects. The dominant feature in the institutional structure of these communities is that of status, and the groundwork of their economic life is a rigorous system of ownership. The institution is found at its best, or in its most effectual development, in the communities in which status and ownership prevail with the least mitigation, and with the decline of the sense of status and of the extreme pretensions of ownership, such as has been going on for some time past in the communities of the Western culture. The institution of the patriarchal household has also suffered something of a disintegration. There has been some weakening and slackening of the bonds, and this 511 deterioration is most visible in the communities which have departed farthest from the ancient system of status, and have gone farthest in reorganizing their economic life on the lines of industrial freedom. And the deference for an indissoluble tie of ownership marriage, as well as the sense of its definitive virtuousness, has suffered the greatest decline among the classes immediately engaged in the modern industries. So that there seems to be fair ground for saying that the habits of thought fostered by modern industrial life are, on the whole, not favorable to the maintenance of this institution or to that status of women which the institution in its best development implies. The days of its best development are in the past, and the discipline of modern life, if not supplemented by a prudent inculcation of conservative ideals, will scarcely afford the psychological basis for its rehabilitation. This form of marriage, or of ownership, by which the man becomes the head of the household, the owner of the woman, and the owner and discretionary consumer of the household's output of consumable goods, does not of necessity imply a patriarchal system of consanguinity. The presence or absence of maternal relationship should, therefore, not be given definite weight in this connection. The male household, in some degree of elaboration, may well coexist with the counting of relationship in the female line, as, for instance, among many North American tribes. But where this is the case, it seems probable that the ownership of women, together with the invidious distinctions of status from which the practice of such an ownership springs, has come into vogue at so late a stage of the cultural development that the maternal system of relationship had already been thoroughly incorporated into the tribe's scheme of life. The male household in such cases is ordinarily not developed in good form or entirely free from traces of a maternal household. The traces of a maternal household which are found in these cases commonly point to a form of marriage which disregards the man rather than places him under the surveillance of the woman. It may well be named the household of the unattached woman. This condition of things argues that the tribe or race in question 512 has entered upon a predatory life only after a considerable period of peaceable industrial life, and after having achieved a considerable development of social structure under the regime of peace and industry, whereas the unqualified prevalence of the patriarchate, together with the male household, may be taken to indicate that the predatory phase was entered early, culturally speaking. Where the patriarchal system is in force in fully developed form, including the paternal household, and hampered with no indubitable survivals of a maternal household or a maternal system of relationship, the presumption would be that the people in question has entered upon the predatory culture early, and has adopted the institutions of private property and class prerogative at an early stage of its economic development. On the other hand, where there are well-preserved traces of a maternal household, the presumption is that the predatory phase has been entered by the community in question at a relatively late point in its life history, even if the patriarchal system is, and long has been, the prevalent system of relationship. In the latter case, the community, or the group of tribes, may, perhaps for geographical reasons, not have independently attained the predatory culture in accentuated form, but may at a relatively late date have contracted the agnatic system and the paternal household through contact with another, higher, or characteristically different, culture, which has included these institutions among its cultural furniture. The required contact would take place most effectually by way of invasion and conquest by an alien race occupying the higher plane or divergent line of culture. Something of this kind is the probable explanation, for instance, of the equivocal character of the household and relationship system in the early Germanic culture, especially as it is seen in such outlying regions as Scandinavia. The evidence, in this latter case, as in some other communities lying farther south, is somewhat obscure, but it points to a long-continued coexistence of the two forms of the household, of which the maternal seems to have held its place most tenaciously among the subject or lower classes of the population, while the 513 paternal was the honorable form of marriage in vogue among the superior class. In the earliest traceable situation of these tribes there appears to have been a relatively feeble, but growing, preponderance of the male household throughout the community. This mixture of marriage institutions, as well as the correlative mixture or ambiguity of property institutions associated with it in the Germanic culture, seems most easily explicable as being due to the mingling of two distinct racial stocks, whose institutions differed in these respects. The race or tribe which had the maternal household and common property would probably have been the more numerous and the more peaceable at the time the mixing process began, and would fall into some degree of subjection to its more warlike consort race. No attempt is hereby made to account for the various forms of human marriage, or to show how the institution varies in detail from place to place and from time to time, but only to indicate what seems to have been the range of motives and of exigencies that have given rise to the paternal household, as it has been handed down from the barbarian past of the peoples of the Western culture. To this end, nothing but the most general features of the life history of the institution have been touched upon, and even the evidence on which this much of generalization is based is, perforce, omitted. The purpose of the argument is to point out that there is a close connection, particularly in point of psychological derivation, between individual ownership, the system of status, and the paternal household, as they appear in this culture. This view of the derivation of private property and of the male household, as already suggested, does not imply the prior existence of a maternal household of the kind in which the woman is the head and master of a household group and exercises a discretionary control over her husband or husbands and over the household effects. Still less does it imply a prior state of promiscuity. What is implied by the hypothesis and by the scant evidence at hand is rather the form of the marriage relation above characterized as the household of the unattached woman. The characteristic feature of this marriage seems to 514 have been an absence of coercion or control in the relation between the sexes. The union, probably monogamic and more or less enduring, seems to have been terminable at will by either party, under the constraint of some slight conventional limitations. The substantial difference introduced into the marriage relation on the adoption of ownership marriage is the exercise of coercion by the man and the loss on the part of the woman of the power to terminate the relation at will. Evidence running in this direction, and in part hitherto unpublished, is to be found both in the modern and in the earlier culture of Germanic communities. It is only in cases where circumstances have, in an exceptional degree, favored the development of ownership marriage that we should expect to find the institution worked out to its logical consequences. Wherever the predatory phase of social life has not come in early and has not prevailed in unqualified form for a long time, or wherever a social group or race with this form of the household has received a strong admixture of another race not possessed of the institution, there the prevalent form of marriage should show something of a departure from this paternal type. And even where neither of these two conditions is present, this type of the marriage relation might be expected in the course of time to break down with the change of circumstances, since it is an institution that has grown up as a detail of a system of status, and, therefore, presumably fits into such a social system, but does not fit into a system of a different kind. It is at present visibly breaking down in modern civilized communities, apparently because it is at variance with the most ancient habits of thought of the race, as well as with the exigencies of a peaceful, industrial mode of life. There may seem some ground for holding that the same reassertion of ancient habits of thought which is now apparently at work to disintegrate the institution of ownership marriage may be expected also to work a disintegration of the correlative institution of private property, but that is perhaps a question of speculative curiosity rather than of urgent theoretical interest. Selection 19. The Preconceptions of Economic Science. Veblen, 1899b, 1899d, 1900a. Part I. In an earlier paper the view has been expressed that the economics handed down by the great writers of a past generation is substantially a taxonomic science. A view of much the same purport, so far as concerns the point here immediately in question, is presented in an admirably lucid and cogent way by Professor Clark in a recent number of this journal. Point 2. There is no wish hereby to burden Professor Clark with a putative sponsorship of any ungraceful or questionable generalizations reached in working outward from this main position, but expression may not be denied the comfort which his unintended authentication of the main position affords. It is true, Professor Clark does not speak of taxonomy, but employs the term 122 statics, which is perhaps better suited to his immediate purpose. Nevertheless, in spite of the high authority given the term statics, in this connection, through its use by Professor Clark and by other writers eminent in the science, it is fairly to be questioned whether the term can legitimately be used to characterize the received economic theories. The word is borrowed from the jargon of physics, where it is used to designate the theory of bodies at rest or of forces in equilibrium. But there is much in the received economic theories to which the analogy of bodies at rest or of forces in equilibrium will not apply. It is perhaps not too much to say that those articles of economic theory that do not lend themselves to this analogy make up the major portion of the received doctrines. So, for instance, it seems scarcely to the point to speak of the statics of production, exchange, consumption, circulation. There are, no doubt, appreciable elements in the theory of these several processes that may fairly be characterized as statical features of the theory, but the doctrines handed down are after all, in the main, theories of the process discussed under each head, and the theory of a process does not belong in statics. The epithet statical would, for instance, have to be wrenched somewhat ungently to make it apply to Quesnay's classic tableau économique or to the great body of physiocratic speculations that take their rise from it. The like is true for books 2 and 3 of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, as also for considerable portions of Ricardo's work, or, to come down to the present generation, for much of Marshall's Principles, and for such a modern discussion as Smart's Studies in Economics, as well as for the fruitful activity of the Austrians and of the later representatives of the historical school. But to return from this terminological digression. While economic science in the remoter past of its history has been mainly of a taxonomic character, later 123 writers of all schools show something of a divergence from the taxonomic line and an inclination to make the science a genetic account of the economic life process, sometimes even without an ulterior view to the taxonomic value of the results obtained. This divergence from the ancient canons of theoretical formulation is to be taken as an episode of the movement that is going forward in latter-day science generally, and the progressive change which thus affects the ideals and the objective point of the modern sciences seems in its turn to be an expression of that matter-of-fact habit of mind which the prosy but exacting exigencies of life in a modern industrial community breed in men exposed to their unmitigated impact. In speaking of this matter-of-fact character of the modern sciences, it has been broadly characterized as evolutionary, and the evolutionary method and the evolutionary ideals have been placed in antithesis to the taxonomic methods and ideals of pre-evolutionary days. But the characteristic attitude, aims, and ideals which are so designated here are by no means peculiar to the group of sciences that are professedly occupied with the process of development, taking that term in its most widely accepted meaning. The latter-day inorganic sciences are in this respect like the organic. They occupy themselves with dynamic relations and sequences. The question which they ask is always, what takes place next, and why? Given a situation wrought out by the forces under inquiry, what follows as the consequence of the situation so wrought out? or what follows upon the accession of a further element of force. Even in so non-evolutionary a science as inorganic chemistry, the inquiry consistently runs on a process, an active sequence, and the value of the resulting situation as a point of departure for the next step in an interminable cumulative sequence. The last step in the chemist's experimental inquiry into any substance is, what comes of the substance determined? What will it 124 do? What will it lead to, when it is made the point of departure in further chemical action? There is no ultimate term, and no definite solution except in terms of further action. The theory worked out is always a theory of a genetic succession of phenomena, and the relations determined and elaborated into a body of doctrine are always genetic relations. In modern chemistry, no cognizance is taken of the honorific bearing of reactions or molecular formulae. The modern chemist, as contrasted with this ancient congeneur, knows nothing of the worth, elegance, or cogency of the relations that may subsist between the particles of matter with which he busies himself, for any other than the genetic purpose. The spiritual element and the elements of worth and propensity no longer count. Alchemic symbolism and the hierarchical glamour and virtue that once hedged about the nobler and more potent elements and reagents are almost altogether a departed glory of the science. Even the modest imputation of propensity involved in the construction of a scheme of coercive normality, for the putative guidance of reactions, finds little countenance with the later adepts of chemical science. The science has outlived that phase of its development at which the taxonomic feature was the dominant one. In the modern sciences, of which chemistry is one, there has been a gradual shifting of the point of view from which the phenomena that the science treats of are apprehended and passed upon, and to the historian of chemical science this shifting of the point of view must be a factor of great weight in the development of chemical knowledge. Something of a like nature is true for economic science, and it is the aim here to present, in outline, some of the successive phases that have passed over the spiritual attitude of the adepts of the science, and to point out the manner in which the transition from one point of view to the next has been made. 125. As has been suggested in the paper already referred to, the characteristic spiritual attitude or point of view of a given generation or group of economists is shown not so much in their detail work as in their hyacinth essays, the terms of their definitive formulations, the grounds of their final valuation of the facts handled for the purpose of theory. This line of recondite inquiry into the spiritual past and antecedents of the science has not often been pursued seriously or with singleness of purpose, perhaps because it is, after all, of but slight consequence to the practical efficiency of the present-day science. Still, not a little substantial work has been done towards this end by such writers as Hasbuck, Oncken, Bonner, Cannon, and Marshall. And much that is to the purpose is also due to writers outside of economics, for the aims of economic speculation have never been insulated from the work going forward in other lines of inquiry. As would necessarily be the case, the point of view of economists has always been in large part the point of view of the enlightened common sense of their time. The spiritual attitude of a given generation of economists is therefore in good part a special outgrowth of the ideals and preconceptions current in the world about them. So, for instance, it is quite the conventional thing to say that the speculations of the physiocrats were dominated and shaped by the preconception of natural rights. Account has been taken of the effect of natural rights preconceptions upon the physiocratic schemes of policy and economic reform, as well as upon the details of their doctrines. 3 But little has been said of the significance of these preconceptions for the lower courses of the physiocrats' theoretical structure. And yet that habit of mind to which the natural rights view is wholesome and adequate is answerable both for the point of departure and 126 for the objective point of the physiocratic theories, both for the range of facts to which they turned and for the terms in which they were content to formulate their knowledge of the facts which they handled. The failure of their critics to place themselves at the physiocratic point of view has led to much destructive criticism of their work, whereas, when seen through physiocratic eyes, such doctrines as those of the net product and of the barrenness of the artisan class appear to be substantially true. The speculations of the physiocrats are commonly accounted the first articulate and comprehensive presentation of economic theory that is in line with later theoretical work. The physiocratic point of view may, therefore, well be taken as the point of departure in an attempt to trace that shifting of aims and norms of procedure that comes into view in the work of later economists when compared with earlier writers. Physiocratic economics is a theory of the working out of the law of nature, loi naturelle, in its economic bearing, and this law of nature is a very simple matter. Les lois naturelles sont ou physiques ou morales. En entend ici, par loi physique, les cours règles de tout événement physique de l'ordre naturel, évidemment les plus avantage au genre humain. En entend ici, par loi morale, la règle de toute action humaine de l'ordre moral, conforme à l'ordre physique évidemment les plus avantage au genre humain. Ces lois ferment ensemble ce qu'on appelle la loi naturelle. Tous les hommes et toutes les puissances humaines doivent être soumis à ces lois souveraines, instituts par l'être suprême, elles sont immuables et irrefragibles, et les meilleures lois possibles. Point 4. The settled course of material facts tending beneficently to the highest welfare of the human race, this is the final term in the physiocratic speculations. This is the touchstone of substantiality. Conformity to these immutable 127 and unerring laws of nature is the test of economic truth. The laws are immutable and unerring, but that does not mean that they rule the course of events with a blind fatality that admits of no exception and no divergence from the direct line. Human nature may, through infirmity or perversity, willfully break over the beneficent trend of the laws of nature, but to the physiocrat's sense of the matter the laws are none the less immutable and irrefragable on that account. They are not empirical generalizations on the course of phenomena, like the law of falling bodies or of the angle of reflection, although many of the details of their action are to be determined only by observation and experience, helped out, of course, by interpretation of the facts of observation under the light of reason. So, for instance, Turgot, in his reflections, empirically works out a doctrine of the reasonable course of development through which wealth is accumulated and reaches the existing state of unequal distribution, so also his doctrines of interest and of money. The immutable natural laws are rather of the nature of canons of conduct governing nature than generalizations of mechanical sequence, although in a general way the phenomena of mechanical sequence are details of the conduct of nature working according to these canons of conduct. The great law of the order of nature is of the character of a propensity working to an end, to the accomplishment of a purpose. The processes of nature working under the quasi-spiritual stress of this immanent propensity may be characterized as nature's habits of life. Not that nature is conscious of its travail, and knows and desires the worthy end of its endeavors, but for all that there is a quasi-spiritual nexus between antecedent and consequent in the scheme of operation in which nature is engaged. Nature is not uneasy about interruptions of its course or occasional deflections from the direct line through an untoward conjunction of mechanical causes, nor does the validity of 128 the great overruling law suffer through such an episode. The introduction of a mere mechanically effective causal factor cannot thwart the course of nature from reaching the goal to which she animistically tends. Nothing can thwart this teleological propensity of nature except counteractivity or divergent activity of a similarly teleological kind. Men can break over the law, and have short-sightedly and willfully done so, for men are also agents who guide their actions by an end to be achieved. Human conduct is activity of the same kind, on the same plane of spiritual reality or competency, as the course of nature, and it may therefore traverse the latter. The remedy for this short-sighted traffic of misguided human nature is enlightenment, instruction publique et privée de lois de l'ordre naturel 5. The nature in terms of which all knowledge of phenomena, for the present purpose economic phenomena, is to be finally synthesized is, therefore, substantially of a quasi-spiritual or animistic character. The laws of nature are in the last resort teleological, they are of the nature of a propensity. The substantial fact in all the sequences of nature is the end to which the sequence naturally tends, not the brute fact of mechanical compulsion or causally effective force. Economic theory is accordingly the theory, 1. Of how the efficient causes of the ordre naturel work in an orderly unfolding sequence, guided by the underlying natural laws, the propensity immanent in nature to establish the highest well-being of mankind, and, 2. Of the conditions imposed upon human conduct by these natural laws in order to reach the ordained goal of supreme human welfare. The conditions so imposed on human conduct are as definitive as the laws and the order by force of which they are imposed, and the theoretical conclusions reached, when these laws and this order are known, are therefore expressions 129 of absolute economic truth. Such conclusions are an expression of reality, but not necessarily of fact. Now, the objective end of this propensity that determines the course of nature is human well-being. But economic speculation has to do with the workings of nature only so far as regards the ordre physique. And the laws of nature in the ordre physique, working through mechanical sequence, can only work out the physical well-being of man, not necessarily the spiritual. This propensity to the physical well-being of man is therefore the law of nature to which economic science must bring its generalizations, and this law of physical beneficence is the substantial ground of economic truth. Wanting this, all our speculations are vain, but having its authentication they are definitive. The great, typical function, to which all the other functioning of nature is incidental if not subsidiary, is accordingly that of the alimentation, nutrition of mankind. In so far, and only in so far as the physical processes contribute to human sustenance and fullness of life, can they, therefore, further the great work of nature. Whatever processes contribute to human sustenance by adding to the material available for human assimilation and nutrition, by increasing the substance disposable for human comfort, therefore count towards the substantial end. All other processes, however serviceable in other than this physiological respect, lack the substance of economic reality. Accordingly, human industry is productive, economically speaking, if it heightens the effectiveness of the natural processes out of which the material of human sustenance emerges, otherwise not. The test of productivity, or economic reality in material facts, is the increase of nutritive material. Whatever employment of time or effort does not afford an increase of such material is unproductive, however profitable it may be to the person employed, and however useful or indispensable it may be to the community. 130 The type of such productive industry is the husbandman's employment, which yields a substantial, nutritive, gain. The artisan's work may be useful to the community and profitable to himself, but its economic effect does not extend beyond an alteration of the form in which the material afforded by nature already lies at hand. It is formally productive only, not really productive. It bears no part in the creative or generative work of nature, and therefore it lacks the character of economic substantiality. It does not enhance nature's output of vital force. The artisan's labors, therefore, yield no net product, whereas the husbandman's labors do. Whatever constitutes a material increment of this output of vital force is wealth, and nothing else is. The theory of value contained in this position has not to do with value according to men's appraisement of the valuable article. Given items of wealth may have assigned to them certain relative values at which they exchange, and these conventional values may differ more or less widely from the natural or intrinsic value of the goods in question, but all that is beside the substantial point. The point in question is not the degree of predilection shown by certain individuals or bodies of men for certain goods. That is a matter of caprice and convention, and it does not directly touch the substantial ground of the economic life. The question of value is a question of the extent to which the given item of wealth forwards the end of nature's unfolding process. It is valuable, intrinsically and really, in so far as it avails the great work which nature has in hand. Nature, then, is the final term in the physiocratic speculations. Nature works by impulse and in an unfolding process, under the stress of a propensity to the accomplishment of a given end. This propensity, taken as the final cause that is operative in any situation, furnishes the basis on which to coordinate all our knowledge of those 131 efficient causes through which nature works to her ends. For the purpose of economic theory proper, this is the ultimate ground of reality to which our quest of economic truth must penetrate. But back of nature and her works there is, in the physiocratic scheme of the universe, the Creator, by whose all-wise and benevolent power the order of nature has been established in all the strength and beauty of its inviolate and immutable perfection. But the physiocratic conception of the Creator is essentially a deistic one. He stands apart from the course of nature which he has established, and keeps his hands off. In the last resort, of course, Dieu seul est producteur. Les hommes travaillant, resuient, economisant, conservant, mais economiser n'est pas produire. 6. But this last resort does not bring the Creator into economic theory as a fact to be counted with in formulating economic laws. He serves a homiletical purpose in the physiocratic speculations rather than fills an office essential to the theory. He comes within the purview of the theory by way of authentication rather than as a subject of inquiry or a term in the formulation of economic knowledge. The physiocratic God can scarcely be said to be an economic fact, but it is otherwise with that nature whose ways and means constitute the subject matter of the physiocratic inquiry. When this natural system of the physiocratic speculations is looked at from the side of the psychology of the investigators, or from that of the logical premises employed, it is immediately recognized as essentially animistic. It runs consistently on animistic ground, but it is animism of a high grade, highly integrated and enlightened, but, after all, retaining very much of that primitive force and naivete which characterize the animistic explanations of phenomena in vogue among the untroubled barbarians. 132. It is not the disjected animism of the vulgar, who see a willful propensity, often a willful perversity, in given objects or situations to work towards a given outcome, good or bad. It is not the gambler's haphazard sense of fortuitous necessity or the housewife's belief in lucky days, numbers, or phases of the moon. The physiocrat's animism rests on a broader outlook, and does not proceed by such an immediately impulsive imputation of propensity. The teleological element, the element of propensity, is conceived in a large way, unified and harmonized, as a comprehensive order of nature as a whole. But it vindicates its standing as a true animism by never becoming fatalistic and never being confused or confounded with the sequence of cause and effect. It has reached the last stage of integration and definition, beyond which the way lies downward from the high, quasi-spiritual ground of animism to the tamer levels of normality and causal uniformities. There is already discernible a tone of dispassionate and colorless tendency about the physiocratic animism, such as to suggest a wavering towards the side of normality. This is especially visible in such writers as the half-Protestant Turgot. In his discussion of the development of farming, for instance, Turgot speaks almost entirely of human motives and the material conditions under which the growth takes place. There is little metaphysics in it, and that little does not express the law of nature in an adequate form. But, after all has been said, it remains true that the physiocrat's sense of substantiality is not satisfied until he reaches the animistic ground, and it remains true also that the arguments of their opponents made little impression on the physiocrats so long as they were directed to other than this animistic ground of their doctrine. This is true in great measure even of Turgot, as witness his controversy with Hume. Whatever criticism is directed against them on other grounds is met 133 with impatience, as being inconsequential, if not disingenuous. 7. To an historian of economic theory, the source and the line of derivation whereby this precise form of the order of nature preconception reached the physiocrats are of first-rate importance, but it is scarcely a question to be taken up here, in part because it is too large a question to be handled here, in part because it has met with adequate treatment at more competent hands, 8, and in part because it is somewhat beside the immediate point under discussion. This point is the logical, or perhaps better the psychological, value of the physiocrats' preconception, as a factor in shaping their point of view and the terms of their definitive formulation of economic knowledge. For this purpose it may be sufficient to point out that the preconception in question belongs to the generation in which the physiocrats lived, and that it is the guiding norm of all serious thought that found ready assimilation into the common sense views of that time. It is the characteristic and controlling feature of what may be called the common sense metaphysics of the 18th century, especially so far as concerns the enlightened French community. It is to be noted as a point bearing more immediately on the question in hand that this imputation of final causes to the course of phenomena expresses a spiritual attitude which has prevailed, one might almost say, always and everywhere, but which reached its finest, most effective development, and found its most finished expression, in the 18th century metaphysics. It is nothing recondite, for it meets us at every turn, as a matter of course, in the vulgar thinking of today, in the pulpit and in the marketplace, although it is not so ingenuous, 134, nor does it so unquestionably hold the primacy in the thinking of any class today as it once did. It meets us likewise, with but little change of features, at all past stages of culture, late or early. Indeed, it is the most generic feature of human thinking, so far as regards a theoretical or speculative formulation of knowledge. Accordingly, it seems scarcely necessary to trace the lineage of this characteristic preconception of the era of enlightenment, through specific channels, back to the ancient philosophers or the jurists of the empire. Some of the specific forms of its expression, as, for instance, the doctrine of natural rights, are no doubt traceable through medieval channels to the teachings of the ancients, but there is no need of going over the brook for water, and tracing back to specific teachings the main features of that habit of mind or spiritual attitude of which the doctrines of natural rights and the order of nature are specific elaborations only. This dominant habit of mind came to the generation of the physiocrats on the broad ground of group inheritance, not by lineal devolution from any one of the great thinkers of past ages who had thrown its deliverances into a similarly competent form for the use of his own generation. In leaving the physiocratic discipline and the immediate sphere of physiocratic influence for British ground, we are met by the figure of Hume. Here, also, it will be impracticable to go into details as to the remoter line of derivation of the specific point of view that we come upon on making the transition, for reasons similar to those already given as excuse for passing over the similar question with regard to the physiocratic point of view. Hume is, of course, not primarily an economist, but that placid unbeliever is none the less a large item in any inventory of 18th century economic thought. Hume was not gifted with a facile acceptance of the group inheritance 135 that made the habit of mind of his generation. Indeed, he was gifted with an alert, though somewhat histrionic, skepticism touching everything that was well received. It is his office to prove all things, though not necessarily to hold fast that which is good. Aside from the strain of affectation discernible in Hume's skepticism, he may be taken as an accentuated expression of that characteristic bent which distinguishes British thinking in his time from the thinking of the continent, and more particularly of the French. There is in Hume, and in the British community, an insistence on the prosy, not to say the seamy, side of human affairs. He is not content with formulating his knowledge of things in terms of what ought to be or in terms of the objective point of the course of things. He is not even content with adding to the teleological account of phenomena a chain of empirical, narrative generalizations as to the usual course of things. He insists, in season and out of season, on an exhibition of the efficient causes engaged in any sequence of phenomena, and he is skeptical, irreverently skeptical, as to the need or the use of any formulation of knowledge that outruns the reach of his own matter-of-fact, step-by-step argument from cause to effect. In short, he is too modern to be wholly intelligible to those of his contemporaries who are most neatly abreast of their time. He out-Britishes the British, and, in his footsore quest for a perfectly tame explanation of things, he finds little comfort, and indeed scant courtesy, at the hands of his own generation. He is not insufficiently naive accord with the range of preconceptions then in vogue. But, while Hume may be an accentuated expression of a national characteristic, he is not therefore an untrue expression of this phase of British 18th century thinking. The peculiarity of point of view and of method for which he stands has sometimes been called the critical 136 attitude, sometimes the inductive method, sometimes the materialistic or mechanical, and again, though less aptly, the historical method. Its characteristic is an insistence on matter of fact. This matter of fact animus that meets any historian of economic doctrine on his introduction to British economics is a large, but not the largest, feature of the British scheme of early economic thought. It strikes the attention because it stands in contrast with the relative absence of this feature in the contemporary speculations of the continent. The most potent, most formative habit of thought concerned in the early development of economic teaching on British ground is best seen in the broader generalizations of Adam Smith, and this more potent factor in Smith is a bent that is substantially identical with that which gives consistency to the speculations of the physiocrats. In Adam Smith the two are happily combined, not to say blended, but the animistic habit still holds the primacy, with the matter of fact as a subsidiary though powerful factor. He is said to have combined deduction with induction. The relatively great prominence given the latter marks the line of divergence of British from French economics, not the line of coincidence, and on this account it may not be out of place to look more narrowly into the circumstances to which the emergence of this relatively greater penchant for a matter-of-fact explanation of things in the British community is due. To explain the characteristic animus for which Hume stands on grounds that might appeal to Hume, we should have to inquire into the peculiar circumstances, ultimately material circumstances, that have gone to shape the habitual view of things within the British community, and that so have acted to differentiate the British preconceptions from the French, or from the general range of preconceptions prevalent on the continent. These peculiar 137 formative circumstances are no doubt to some extent racial peculiarities, but the racial complexion of the British community is not widely different from the French, and especially not widely different from certain other continental communities which are for the present purpose roughly classed with the French. Race difference can therefore not wholly, nor indeed for the greater part, account for the cultural difference of which this difference in preconceptions is an outcome. Through its cumulative effect on institutions, the race difference must be held to have had a considerable effect on the habit of mind of the community, but, if the race difference is in this way taken as the remoter ground of an institutional peculiarity, which in its turn has shaped prevalent habits of thought, then the attention may be directed to the proximate causes, the concrete circumstances, through which this race difference has acted, in conjunction with other ulterior circumstances, to work out the psychological phenomena observed. Race differences, it may be remarked, do not so nearly coincide with national lines of demarcation as differences in the point of view from which things are habitually apprehended or differences in the standards according to which facts are rated. If the element of race difference be not allowed definitive weight in discussing national peculiarities that underlie the deliverances of common sense, neither can these national peculiarities be confidently traced to a national difference in the transmitted learning that enters into the common sense view of things. So far as concerns the concrete facts embodied in the learning of the various nations within the European culture, these nations make up but a single community. What divergence is visible does not touch the character of the positive information with which the learning of the various nations is occupied. Divergence is visible in the higher syntheses, the methods of handling the material of knowledge, the basis of valuation 138 of the facts taken up, rather than in the material of knowledge. But this divergence must be set down to a cultural difference, a difference of point of view, not to a difference in inherited information. When a given body of information passes the national frontiers, it acquires a new complexion, a new national, cultural physiognomy. It is this cultural physiognomy of learning that is here under inquiry, and a comparison of early French economics, the physiocrats, with early British economics, Adam Smith, is here entered upon merely with a view to making out what significance this cultural physiognomy of the science has for the past progress of economic speculation. The broad features of economic speculation, as it stood at the period under consideration, may be briefly summed up, disregarding the element of policy, or expediency, which is common to both groups of economists, and attending to their theoretical work alone. With the physiocrats, as with Adam Smith, there are two main points of view from which economic phenomena are treated: a. the matter-of-fact point of view or preconception, which yields a discussion of causal sequences and correlations, and b. what, for want of a more expressive word, is here called the animistic point of view or preconception, which yields a discussion of teleological sequences and correlations, a discussion of the function of this and that organ, of the legitimacy of this or the other range of facts. The former preconception is allowed a larger scope in the British than in the French economics, there is more of induction in the British. The latter preconception is present in both, and is the definitive element in both, but the animistic element is more colorless in the British, it is less constantly in evidence, and less able to stand alone without the support of arguments from cause to effect. Still, the animistic element is the controlling factor in the higher syntheses of both, and for both alike it affords the definitive 139 ground on which the argument finally comes to rest. In neither group of thinkers is the sense of substantiality appeased until this quasi-spiritual ground, given by the natural propensity of the course of events, is reached. But the propensity in events, the natural or normal course of things, as appealed to by the British speculators, suggests less of an imputation of willpower, or personal force, to the propensity in question. It may be added, as has already been said in another place, that the tacit imputation of willpower or spiritual consistency to the natural or normal course of events has progressively weakened in the later course of economic speculation, so that in this respect, the British economists of the 18th century may be said to represent a later phase of economic inquiry than the physiocrats. Unfortunately, but unavoidably, if this question as to the cultural shifting of the point of view in economic science is taken up from the side of the causes to which the shifting is traceable, it will take the discussion back to ground on which an economist must at best feel himself to be but a raw layman, with all a layman's limitations and ineptitude, and with the certainty of doing badly what might be done well by more competent hands. But, with a reliance on charity where charity is most needed, it is necessary to recite summarily what seems to be the psychological bearing of certain cultural facts. A cursory acquaintance with any of the more archaic phases of human culture enforces the recognition of this fact, that the habit of construing the phenomena of the inanimate world in animistic terms prevails pretty much universally on these lower levels. Inanimate phenomena are apprehended to work out a propensity to an end, the movements of the elements are construed in terms of quasi-personal force. So much is well authenticated by the observations on which anthropologists and ethnologists draw 140 for their materials. This animistic habit, it may be said, seems to be more effectual and far-reaching among those primitive communities that lead a predatory life. But along with this feature of archaic methods of thought or of knowledge, the picturesqueness of which has drawn the attention of all observers, there goes a second feature, no less important for the purpose in hand, though less obtrusive. The latter is of less interest to the men who have to do with the theory of cultural development, because it is a matter of course. This second feature of archaic thought is the habit of also apprehending facts in non-animistic, or impersonal, terms. The imputation of propensity in no case extends to all the mechanical facts in the case. There is always a substratum of matter of fact, which is the outcome of an habitual imputation of causal sequence, or, perhaps better, an imputation of mechanical continuity, if a new term be permitted. The agent, thing, fact, event, or phenomenon, to which propensity, willpower, or purpose, is imputed, is always apprehended to act in an environment which is accepted as spiritually inert. There are always opaque facts as well as self-directing agents. Any agent acts through means which lend themselves to his use on other grounds than that of spiritual compulsion, although spiritual compulsion may be a large feature in any given case. The same features of human thinking, the same two complementary methods of correlating facts and handling them for the purposes of knowledge, are similarly in constant evidence in the daily life of men in our own community. The question is, in great part, which of the two bears the greater part in shaping human knowledge at any given time and within any given range of knowledge or of facts. Other features of the growth of knowledge, which are remoter from the point under inquiry, may be of no less 141 consequence to a comprehensive theory of the development of culture and of thought, but it is of course out of the question here to go farther afield. The present inquiry will have enough to do with these two. No other features are correlative with these, and these merit discussion on account of their intimate bearing on the point of view of economics. The point of interest with respect to these two correlative and complementary habits of thought is the question of how they have fared under the changing exigencies of human culture, in what manner they come, under given cultural circumstances, to share the field of knowledge between them, what is the relative part of each in the composite point of view in which the two habits of thought express themselves at any given cultural stage. The animistic preconception enforces the apprehension of phenomena in terms generically identical with the terms of personality or individuality. As a certain modern group of psychologists would say, it imputes to objects and sequences an element of habit and attention similar in kind, though not necessarily in degree, to the like spiritual attitude present in the activities of a personal agent. The matter-of-fact preconception, on the other hand, enforces a handling of facts without imputation of personal force or attention, but with an imputation of mechanical continuity, substantially the preconception which has reached a formulation at the hands of scientists under the name of conservation of energy or persistence of quantity. Some appreciable resort to the latter method of knowledge is unavoidable at any cultural stage, for it is indispensable to all industrial efficiency. All technological processes and all mechanical contrivances rest, psychologically speaking, on this ground. This habit of thought is a selectively necessary consequence of industrial life, and, indeed, of all human experience in making use of the material means of life. It should therefore follow that, in 142 a general way, the higher the culture, the greater the share of the mechanical preconception in shaping human thought and knowledge, since, in a general way, the stage of culture attained depends on the efficiency of industry. The rule, while it does not hold with anything like extreme generality, must be admitted to hold to a good extent, and to that extent it should hold also that, by a selective adaptation of men's habits of thought to the exigencies of those cultural phases that have actually supervened, the mechanical method of knowledge should have gained in scope and range. Something of the sort is borne out by observation. A further consideration enforces the like view. As the community increases in size, the range of observation of the individuals in the community also increases, and continually wider and more far-reaching sequences of a mechanical kind have to be taken account of. Men have to adapt their own motives to industrial processes that are not safely to be construed in terms of propensity, predilection, or passion. Life in an advanced industrial community does not tolerate a neglect of mechanical fact, for the mechanical sequences through which men, at an appreciable degree of culture, work out their livelihood, are no respecters of persons or of willpower. Still, on all but the higher industrial stages, the coercive discipline of industrial life, and of the scheme of life that inculcates regard for the mechanical facts of industry, is greatly mitigated by the largely haphazard character of industry, and by the great extent to which man continues to be the prime mover in industry. So long as industrial efficiency is chiefly a matter of the handicraftsman's skill, dexterity, and diligence, the attention of men in looking to the industrial process is met by the figure of the workman, as the chief and characteristic factor, and thereby it comes to run on the personal element in industry. But, with or without mitigation, the scheme of life 143 which men perforce adopt under exigencies of an advanced industrial situation shapes their habits of thought on the side of their behavior, and thereby shapes their habits of thought to some extent for all purposes. Each individual is but a single complex of habits of thought, and the same psychical mechanism that expresses itself in one direction as conduct expresses itself in another direction as knowledge. The habits of thought formed in the one connection, in response to stimuli that call for a response in terms of conduct, must, therefore, have their effect when the same individual comes to respond to stimuli that call for a response in terms of knowledge. The scheme of thought or of knowledge is in good part a reverberation of the scheme of life. So that, after all has been said, it remains true that with the growth of industrial organization and efficiency there must, by selection and by adaptation, supervene a greater resort to the mechanical or dispassionate method of apprehending facts. But the industrial side of life is not the whole of it, nor does the scheme of life in vogue in any community or at any cultural stage comprise industrial conduct alone. The social, civic, military, and religious interests come in for their share of attention, and between them they commonly take up by far the larger share of it. Especially is this true so far as concerns those classes among whom we commonly look for a cultivation of knowledge for knowledge's sake. The discipline which these several interests exert does not commonly coincide with the training given by industry. So the religious interest, with its canons of truth and of right living, runs exclusively on personal relations and the adaptation of conduct to the predilections of a superior personal agent. The weight of its discipline, therefore, falls wholly on the animistic side. It acts to heighten our appreciation of the spiritual bearing of phenomena and to discountenance a matter-of-fact 144 apprehension of things. The skeptic of the type of Hume has never been in good repute with those who stand closest to the accepted religious truths. The bearing of this side of our culture upon the development of economics is shown by what the medieval scholars had to say on economic topics. The disciplinary effects of other phases of life, outside of the industrial and the religious, is not so simple a matter, but the discussion here approaches nearer to the point of immediate inquiry, namely, the cultural situation in the 18th century, and its relation to economic speculation, and this ground of interest in the question may help to relieve the topic of the tedium that of right belongs to it. In the remoter past of which we have records, and even in the more recent past, Occidental man, as well as man elsewhere, has eminently been a respecter of persons. Wherever the warlike activity has been a large feature of the community's life, much of human conduct in society has proceeded on a regard for personal force. The scheme of life has been a scheme of personal aggression and subservience, partly in the naive form, partly conventionalized in a system of status. The discipline of social life for the present purpose, in so far as its canons of conduct rest on this element of personal force in the unconventionalized form, plainly tends to the formation of a habit of apprehending and coordinating facts from the animistic point of view. So far as we have to do with life under a system of status, the like remains true, but with a difference. The regime of status inculcates an unremitting and very nice discrimination and observance of distinctions of personal superiority and inferiority. To the criterion of personal force, or willpower, taken in its immediate bearing on conduct, is added the criterion of personal excellence in general, regardless of the first-hand potency of the given person as an agent. This criterion of conduct requires 145 a constant and painstaking imputation of personal value, regardless of fact. The discrimination enjoined by the canons of status proceeds on an invidious comparison of persons in respect of worth, value, potency, virtue, which must, for the present purpose, be taken as putative. The greater or less personal value assigned a given individual or a given class under the canons of status is not assigned on the ground of visible efficiency, but on the ground of a dogmatic allegation accepted on the strength of an uncontradicted categorical affirmation simply. The canons of status hold their ground by force of preemption. Where distinctions of status are based on a putative worth transmitted by descent from honorable antecedents, the sequence of transmission to which appeal is taken as the arbiter of honor is of a putative and animistic character rather than a visible mechanical continuity. The habit of accepting as final what is prescriptively right in the affairs of life has as its reflex in the affairs of knowledge the formula, quid ob omnibus, quid ubique creditor credendum est 9. Even this meager account of the scheme of life that characterizes a regime of status should serve to indicate what is its disciplinary effect in shaping habits of thought, and therefore in shaping the habitual criteria of knowledge and of reality. A culture whose institutions are a framework of invidious comparisons implies, or rather involves and comprises, a scheme of knowledge whose definitive standards of truth and substantiality are of an animistic character, and, the more undividedly the canons of status and ceremonial honor govern the conduct of the community, the greater the facility with which the sequence of cause and effect is made to yield before the higher claims of a spiritual sequence or guidance in the course of events. Men consistently trained to an unremitting discrimination of honor, worth, and personal force in their daily conduct, and to whom these criteria 146 afford the definitive ground of sufficiency in coordinating facts for the purposes of life, will not be satisfied to fall short of the like definitive ground of sufficiency when they come to coordinate facts for the purposes of knowledge simply. The habits formed in unfolding his activity in one direction, under the impulse of a given interest, assert themselves when the individual comes to unfold his activity in any other direction, under the impulse of any other interest. If his last resort and highest criterion of truth in conduct is afforded by the element of personal force and invidious comparison, his sense of substantiality or truth in the quest of knowledge will be satisfied only when a like definitive ground of animistic force and invidious comparison is reached. But when such ground is reached, he rests content and pushes the inquiry no farther. In his practical life he has acquired the habit of resting his case on an authentic deliverance as to what is absolutely right. This absolutely right and good final term in conduct has the character of finality only when conduct is construed in a ceremonial sense, that is to say, only when life is conceived as a scheme of conformity to a purpose outside and beyond the process of living. Under the regime of status, this ceremonial finality is found in the concept of worth or honor. In the religious domain it is the concept of virtue, sanctity, or taboo. Merit lies in what one is, not in what one does. The habit of appeal to ceremonial finality, formed in the school of status, goes with the individual in his quest of knowledge, as a dependence upon a similarly authentic norm of absolute truth, a similar seeking of a final term outside and beyond the range of knowledge. The discipline of social and civic life under a regime of status, then, reinforces the discipline of the religious life, and the outcome of the resulting habituation is that the canons of knowledge are cast in the animistic mold and converge to a ground of absolute truth, and this absolute 147 truth is of a ceremonial nature. Its subject matter is a reality regardless of fact. The outcome, for science, of the religious and social life of the civilization of status, in Occidental culture, was a structure of quasi-spiritual appreciations and explanations, of which astrology, alchemy, and medieval theology and metaphysics are competent, though somewhat one-sided, exponents. Throughout the range of this early learning, the ground of correlation of phenomena is in part the supposed relative potency of the facts correlated, but it is also in part a scheme of status, in which facts are scheduled according to a hierarchical gradation of worth or merit, having only a ceremonial relation to the observed phenomena. Some elements, some metals, for instance, are noble, others base. Some planets, on grounds of ceremonial efficacy, have a sinister influence, others a beneficent one, and it is a matter of serious consequence whether they are in the ascendant, and so on. The body of learning through which the discipline of animism and invidious comparison transmitted its effects to the science of economics was what is known as natural theology, natural rights, moral philosophy, and natural law. These several disciplines or bodies of knowledge had wandered far from the naive animistic standpoint at the time when economic science emerged, and much the same is true as regards the time of the emergence of other modern sciences. But the discipline which makes for an animistic formulation of knowledge continued to hold the primacy in modern culture, although its dominion was never altogether undivided or unmitigated. Occidental culture has long been largely an industrial culture, and, as already pointed out, the discipline of industry, and of life in an industrial community, does not favor the animistic preconception. This is especially true as regards industry, which makes large use of mechanical contrivances. The difference in these respects between Occidental industry and 148 science, on the one hand, and the industry and science of other cultural regions, on the other hand, is worth noting in this connection. The result has been that the sciences, as that word is understood in later usage, have come forward gradually, and in a certain rough parallelism with the development of industrial processes and industrial organization. It is possible to hold that both modern industry, of the mechanical sort, and modern science center about the region of the North Sea. It is still more palpably true that within this general area the sciences, in the recent past, show a family likeness to the civil and social institutions of the communities in which they have been cultivated, this being true to the greatest extent of the higher or speculative sciences, that is, in that range of knowledge in which the animistic preconception can chiefly and most effectively find application. There is, for instance, in the 18th century a perceptible parallelism between the divergent character of British and continental culture and institutions, on the one hand, and the dissimilar aims of British and continental speculation, on the other hand. Something has already been said of the difference in preconceptions between the French and the British economists of the 18th century. It remains to point out the correlative cultural difference between the two communities, to which it is conceived that the difference in scientific animus is in great measure due. It is, of course, only the general features, the general attitude of the speculators, that can be credited to the difference in culture. Differences of detail in the specific doctrines held could be explained only on a much more detailed analysis than can be entered on here, and after taking account of facts which cannot here be even allowed for in detail. Aside from the greater resort to mechanical contrivances and the larger scale of organization in British industry, the further cultural peculiarities of the British community 149 run in the same general direction. British religious life and beliefs had less of the element of fealty, personal or discretionary mastery and subservience, and more of a tone of fatalism. The civil institutions of the British had not the same rich personal content as those of the French. The British subject owned allegiance to an impersonal law rather than to the person of a superior. Relatively, it may be said that the sense of status, as a coercive factor, was in abeyance in the British community. Even in the warlike enterprise of the British community a similar characteristic is traceable. Warfare is, of course, a matter of personal assertion. Warlike communities and classes are necessarily given to construing facts in terms of personal force and personal ends. They are always superstitious. They are great sticklers for rank and precedent, and zealously cultivate those distinctions and ceremonial observances in which a system of status expresses itself. But, while warlike enterprise has by no means been absent from the British scheme of life, the geographical and strategic isolation of the British community has given a characteristic turn to their military relations. In recent times British warlike operations have been conducted abroad. The military class has consequently in great measure been segregated out from the body of the community, and the ideals and prejudices of the class have not been transfused through the general body with the same facility and effect that they might otherwise have had. The British community at home has seen the campaign in great part from the standpoint of the sinews of war. The outcome of all these national peculiarities of circumstance and culture has been that a different scheme of life has been current in the British community from what has prevailed on the continent. There has resulted the formation of a different body of habits of thought and a different animus in their handling of facts. The preconception of causal sequence has been allowed larger scope 150 in the correlation of facts for purposes of knowledge, and, where the animistic preconception has been resorted to, as it always has in the profounder reaches of learning, it has commonly been an animaism of a tamer kind. Taking Adam Smith as an exponent of this British attitude in theoretical knowledge, it is to be noted that, while he formulates his knowledge in terms of a propensity, natural laws, working teleologically to an end, the end or objective point which controls the formulation has not the same rich content of vital human interest or advantage as is met with in the physiocratic speculations. There is perceptibly less of an imperious tone in Adam Smith's natural laws than in those of the contemporary French economists. It is true, he sums up the institutions with which he deals in terms of the ends which they should subserve, rather than in terms of the exigencies and habits of life out of which they have arisen, but he does not with the same tone of finality appeal to the ends subserved as a final cause through whose coercive guidance the complex of phenomena is kept to its appointed task. Under his hands the restraining, compelling agency retires farther into the background, and appeal is taken to it neither so directly nor on so slight provocation. But Adam Smith is too large a figure to be disposed of in a couple of concluding paragraphs. At the same time his work and the bent which he gave to economic speculation are so intimately bound up with the aims and bias that characterize economics in its next stage of development that he is best dealt with as the point of departure for the classical school rather than merely as a British counterpart of physiocracy. Adam Smith will accordingly be considered in immediate connection with the bias of the classical school and the incursion of utilitarianism into economics. Part 2. Adam Smith's animistic bent asserts itself more plainly and more effectually in the general trend and aim of his discussion than in the details of theory. Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations is, in fact, so far as it has one single purpose, a vindication of the unconscious law present in the separate actions of men when these actions are directed by a certain strong personal motive. 10. Both in the theory of the moral sentiments and in the Wealth of Nations there are many passages that testify to his abiding conviction that there is a wholesome trend in the natural course of things, and the characteristically optimistic tone in which he speaks for natural liberty is but an expression of this conviction. An extreme resort to this animistic ground occurs in his plea for freedom of investment. 11. In the proposition that men are led by an invisible hand, Smith does not fall back on a meddling providence who is to set human affairs straight when they are in danger of going askew. He conceives the Creator to be very continent in the matter of interference with the natural course of things. The Creator has established 397 the natural order to serve the ends of human welfare, and he has very nicely adjusted the efficient causes comprised in the natural order, including human aims and motives, to this work that they are to accomplish. The guidance of the invisible hand takes place not by way of interposition, but through a comprehensive scheme of contrivances established from the beginning. For the purpose of economic theory, man is conceived to be consistently self-seeking, but this economic man is a part of the mechanism of nature, and his self-seeking traffic is but a means whereby, in the natural course of things, the general welfare is worked out. The scheme as a whole is guided by the end to be reached, but the sequence of events through which the end is reached is a causal sequence which is not broken into episodically. The benevolent work of guidance was performed in first establishing an ingenious mechanism of forces and motives capable of accomplishing an ordained result, and nothing beyond the enduring constraint of an established trend remains to enforce the divine purpose in the resulting natural course of things. The sequence of events, including human motives and human conduct, is a causal sequence, but it is also something more, or, rather, there is also another element of continuity besides that of brute cause and effect, present even in the step-by-step process whereby the natural course of things reaches its final term. The presence of such a quasi-spiritual or non-causal element is evident from two alleged facts. 1. The course of things may be deflected from the direct line of approach to that consummate human welfare which is its legitimate end. The natural trend of things may be overborne by an untoward conjuncture of causes. There is a distinction, often distressingly actual and persistent, between the legitimate and the observed course of things. If natural, in Adam Smith's use, meant necessary, in the sense 398 of causally determined, no divergence of events from the natural or legitimate course of things would be possible. If the mechanism of nature, including man, were a mechanically competent contrivance for achieving the great artificer's design, there could be no such episodes of blundering and perverse departure from the direct path as Adam Smith finds in nearly all existing arrangements. Institutional facts would then be natural. 12. 2. When things have gone wrong, they will right themselves if interference with the natural course ceases, whereas, in the case of a causal sequence simply, the mere cessation of interference will not leave the outcome the same as if no interference had taken place. This recuperative power of nature is of an extra-mechanical character. The continuity of sequence by force of which the natural course of things prevails is, therefore, not of the nature of cause and effect, since it bridges intervals and interruptions in the causal sequence. 13. Adam Smith's use of the term real in statements of theory, as, for example, real value, real price 14, is evidence to this effect. Natural commonly has the same meaning as real in this connection. 15. Both natural and real are placed in contrast with the actual, and, in Adam Smith's apprehension, both have a substantiality 399 different from and superior to facts. The view involves a distinction between reality and fact, which survives in a weakened form in the theories of normal prices, wages, profits, costs, in Adam Smith's successors. This animistic prepossession seems to pervade the earlier of his two monumental works in a greater degree than the latter. In the moral sentiments recourse is had to the teleological ground of the natural order more freely and with perceptibly greater insistence. There seems to be reason for holding that the animistic preconception weakened or, at any rate, fell more into the background as his later work of speculation and investigation proceeded. The change shows itself also in some details of his economic theory, as first set forth in the lectures, and afterwards more fully developed in the Wealth of Nations. So, for instance, in the earlier presentation of the matter, the division of labor is the immediate cause of opulence, and this division of labor, which is the chief condition of economic well-being, flows from a direct propensity in human nature for one man to barter with another. 16 The propensity in question is here appealed to as a natural endowment immediately given to man with a view to the welfare of human society, and without any attempt at further explanation of how man has come by it. No causal explanation of its presence or character is offered. But the corresponding passage of the Wealth of Nations handles the question more cautiously. 17 Other parallel passages might be compared with much the same effect. The 400 guiding hand has withdrawn farther from the range of human vision. However, these and other like filial expressions of a devout optimism need, perhaps, not be taken as integral features of Adam Smith's economic theory, or as seriously affecting the character of his work as an economist. They are the expression of his general philosophical and theological views, and are significant for the present purpose chiefly as evidences of an animistic and optimistic bent. They go to show what is Adam Smith's accepted ground of finality, the ground to which all his speculations on human affairs converge, but they do not in any great degree show the teleological bias guiding the formulation of economic theory in detail. The effective working of the teleological bias is best seen in Smith's more detailed handling of economic phenomena, in his discussion of what may loosely be called economic institutions, and in the criteria and principles of procedure by which he is guided in incorporating these features of economic life into the general structure of his theory. A fair instance, though perhaps not the most telling one, is the discussion of the real and nominal price, and of the natural and market price of commodities, already referred to above. 18 The real price of commodities is their value in terms of human life. At this point Smith differs from the physiocrats, with whom the ultimate terms of value are afforded by human sustenance taken as a product of the functioning of brute nature, the cause of the difference being that the physiocrats conceived the natural order which works towards 401 the material well-being of man to comprise the non-human environment only, whereas Adam Smith includes man in this concept of the natural order, and, indeed, makes him the central figure in the process of production. With the physiocrats, production is the work of nature; with Adam Smith, it is the work of man and nature, with man in the foreground. In Adam Smith, therefore, labor is the final term in valuation. This real value of commodities is the value imputed to them by the economist under the stress of his teleological preconception. It has little, if any, place in the course of economic events, and no bearing on human affairs, apart from the sentimental influence which such a preconception in favor of a real value in things may exert upon men's notions of what is the good and equitable course to pursue in their transactions. It is impossible to gauge this real value of goods; it cannot be measured or expressed in concrete terms. Still, if labor exchanges for a varying quantity of goods, it is their value which varies, not that of the labor which purchases them. 19 The values which practically attach to goods in men's handling of them are conceived to be determined without regard to the real value which Adam Smith imputes to the goods, but, for all that, the substantial fact with respect to these market values is their presumed approximation to the real values teleologically imputed to the goods under the guidance of inviolate natural laws. The real, or natural, value of articles has no causal relation to the value at which they exchange. The discussion of how values are determined in practice runs on the motives of the buyers and sellers, and the relative advantage enjoyed by the parties to the transaction. 20 It is a discussion of a process of valuation, quite unrelated to the real, or natural, price of things, and 402 quite unrelated to the grounds on which things are held to come by their real, or natural, price, and yet, when the complex process of valuation has been traced out in terms of human motives and the exigencies of the market, Adam Smith feels that he has only cleared the ground. He then turns to the serious business of accounting for value and price theoretically, and making the ascertained facts articulate with his teleological theory of economic life. Point 21. The occurrence of the words ordinary and average in this connection need not be taken too seriously. The context makes it plain that the equality which commonly subsists between the ordinary or average rates, and the natural rates, is a matter of coincidence, not of identity. Not only are there temporary deviations, but there may be a permanent divergence between the ordinary and the natural price of a commodity, as in case of a monopoly or of produce grown under peculiar circumstances of soil or climate. Point 22. The natural price coincides with the price fixed by competition, because competition means the unimpeded play of those efficient forces through which the nicely adjusted mechanism of nature works out the design to accomplish which it was contrived. The natural price is reached through the free interplay of the factors of 403 production, and it is itself an outcome of production. Nature, including the human factor, works to turn out the goods, and the natural value of the goods is their appraisement from the standpoint of this productive process of nature. Natural value is a category of production, whereas, notoriously, exchange value or market price is a category of distribution. And Adam Smith's theoretical handling of market price aims to show how the factors of human predilection and human wants at work in the higgling of the market bring about a result in passable consonance with the natural laws that are conceived to govern production. The natural price is a composite result of the blending of the three component parts of the price of commodities, the natural wages of laborer, the natural profits of stock, and the natural rent of land, and each of these three components is in its turn the measure of the productive effect of the factor to which it pertains. The further discussion of these shares in distribution aims to account for the facts of distribution on the ground of the productivity of the factors which are held to share the product between them. That is to say, Adam Smith's preconception of a productive natural process as the basis of his economic theory dominates his aims and procedure, when he comes to deal with phenomena that cannot be stated in terms of production. The causal sequence in the process of distribution is, by Adam Smith's own showing, unrelated to the causal sequence in the process of production, but, since the latter is the substantial fact, as viewed from the standpoint of a teleological natural order, the former must be stated in terms of the latter before Adam Smith's sense of substantiality, or reality, is satisfied. Something of the same kind is, of course, visible in the Physiocrats and in Cantillon. It amounts to an extension of the natural rights preconception to economic theory. Adam Smith's discussion of distribution as a function of productivity might be traced in 404 detail through his handling of wages, profits, and rent, but, since the aim here is a brief characterization only, and not an exposition, no farther pursuit of this point seems feasible. It may, however, be worthwhile to point out another line of influence along which the dominance of the teleological preconception shows itself in Adam Smith. This is the normalization of data, in order to bring them into consonance with an orderly course of approach to the putative natural end of economic life and development. The result of this normalization of data is, on the one hand, the use of what James Stoyart calls conjectural history in dealing with past phases of economic life, and, on the other hand, a statement of present-day phenomena in terms of what legitimately ought to be according to the God-given end of life rather than in terms of unconstrued observation. Account is taken of the facts, supposed or observed, ostensibly in terms of causal sequence, but the imputed causal sequence is construed to run on lines of teleological legitimacy. A familiar instance of this conjectural history, in a highly and effectively normalized form, is the account of that early and rude state of society which precedes both the accumulation of stock and the appropriation of land. 23 It is needless at this day to point out that this early and rude state, in which the whole produce of labor belongs to the laborer, is altogether a figment. The whole narrative, from the putative origin down, is not only supposititious, but it is merely a schematic presentation of what should have been the course of past development, in order to lead up to that ideal economic situation which would satisfy Adam Smith's preconception. Point 24. As the narrative comes nearer the region of 405 known latter-day facts, the normalization of the data becomes more difficult and receives more detailed attention, but the change in method is a change of degree rather than of kind. In the early and rude state, the coincidence of the natural and the actual course of events is immediate and undisturbed, there being no refractory data at hand, but in the later stages and in the present situation, where refractory facts abound, the coordination is difficult, and the coincidence can be shown only by a free abstraction from phenomena that are irrelevant to the teleological trend and by a laborious interpretation of the rest. The facts of modern life are intricate, and lend themselves to statement in the terms of the theory only after they have been subjected to a higher criticism. The chapter of the origin and use of money 25 is an elegantly normalized account of the origin and nature of an economic institution, and Adam Smith's further discussion of money runs on the same lines. The origin of money is stated in terms of the purpose which money should legitimately serve in such a community as Adam Smith considered right and good, not in terms of the motives and exigencies which have resulted in the use of money and in the gradual rise of the existing method of payment and accounts. Money is the great will of circulation, which affects the transfer of goods in process of production and the distribution of the finished goods to the consumers. It is an organ of the economic commonwealth rather than an expedient of accounting and a conventional repository of wealth. It is perhaps superfluous to remark that to the plain man, who is not concerned with the natural course of things in a consummate Geldwirtschaft 26, the money that passes his hand is not a great will of circulation. To the Samoyed, for instance, the reindeer which serves him 406 as unit of value is wealth in the most concrete and tangible form. Much the same is true of coin, or even of bank notes, in the apprehension of unsophisticated people among ourselves today. And yet it is in terms of the habits and conditions of life of these plain people that the development of money will have to be accounted for if it is to be stated in terms of cause and effect. The few scattered passages already cited may serve to illustrate how Adam Smith's animistic or teleological bent shapes the general structure of his theory and gives it consistency. The principle of definitive formulation in Adam Smith's economic knowledge is afforded by a putative purpose that does not at any point enter causally into the economic life process which he seeks to know. This formative or normative purpose or end is not freely conceived to enter as an efficient agent in the events discussed, or to be in any way consciously present in the process. It can scarcely be taken as an animistic agency engaged in the process. It sanctions the course of things, and gives legitimacy and substance to the sequence of events, so far as the sequence may be made to square with the requirements of the imputed end. It has therefore a ceremonial or symbolical force only, and lends the discussion a ceremonial competency, although with economists who have been in passable agreement with Adam Smith as regards the legitimate end of economic life, this ceremonial consistency, or consistency de jure, has for many purposes been accepted as the formulation of a causal continuity in the phenomena that have been interpreted in its terms. Elucidations of what normally ought to happen, as a matter of ceremonial necessity, have in this way come to pass for an account of matters of fact. But, as has already been pointed out, there is much more to Adam Smith's exposition of theory than a formulation of what ought to be. Much of the advance he 407 achieved over his predecessors consists in a larger and more painstaking scrutiny of facts, and a more consistent tracing out of causal continuity in the facts handled. No doubt, his superiority over the physiocrats, that characteristic of his work by virtue of which it superseded theirs in the farther growth of economic science, lies to some extent in his recourse to a different, more modern ground of normality, a ground more in consonance with the body of preconceptions that have had the vogue in later generations. It is a shifting of the point of view from which the facts are handled, but it comes in great part to a substitution of a new body of preconceptions for the old, or a new adaptation of the old ground of finality, rather than an elimination of all metaphysical or animistic norms of valuation. With Adam Smith, as with the physiocrats, the fundamental question, the answer to which affords the point of departure and the norm of procedure, is a question of substantiality or economic reality. With both, the answer to this question is given naively, as a deliverance of common sense. Neither is disturbed by doubts as to this deliverance of common sense or by any need of scrutinizing it. To the physiocrats, this substantial ground of economic reality is the nutritive process of nature. To Adam Smith it is labor. His reality has the advantage of being the deliverance of the common sense of a more modern community, and one that has maintained itself in force more widely and in better consonance with the facts of latter-day industry. The physiocrats owe their preconception of the productiveness of nature to the habits of thought of a community in whose economic life the dominant phenomenon was the owner of agricultural land. Adam Smith owes his preconception in favor of labor to a community in which the obtrusive economic feature of the immediate past was handicraft and agriculture, with commerce as a scarcely secondary phenomenon. 408. So far as Adam Smith's economic theories are a tracing out of the causal sequence in economic phenomena, they are worked out in terms given by these two main directions of activity: human effort directed to the shaping of the material means of life, and human effort and discretion directed to a pecuniary gain. The former is the great, substantial productive force, the latter is not immediately, or proximately, productive. 27 Adam Smith still has too lively a sense of the nutritive purpose of the order of nature freely to extend the concept of productiveness to any activity that does not yield a material increase of the creature comforts. His instinctive appreciation of the substantial virtue of whatever effectually furthers nutrition, even leads him into the concession that in agriculture nature labors along with man, although the general tenor of his argument is that the productive force with which the economist always has to count is human labor. This recognized substantiality of labor as productive is, as has already been remarked, accountable for his effort to reduce to terms of productive labor such a category of distribution as exchange value. With but slight qualification, it will hold that, in the causal sequence which Adam Smith traces out in his economic theories proper, contained in the first three books of The Wealth of Nations, the causally efficient factor is conceived to be human nature in these two relations, of productive efficiency and pecuniary gain through exchange. Pecuniary gain, gain in the material means of life through barter, furnishes the motive force to the economic activity of the individual, although productive efficiency is the legitimate, normal end of the community's economic life. To such an extent does this concept of man seeking his ends through truck, barter, and exchange pervade Adam Smith's treatment of economic 409 processes that he even states production in its terms, and says that labor was the first price, the original purchase money, that was paid for all things. 28 The human nature engaged in this pecuniary traffic is conceived in somewhat hedonistic terms, and the motives and movements of men are normalized to fit the requirements of a hedonistically conceived order of nature. Men are very much alike in their native aptitudes and propensities. 29 And, so far as economic theory need take account of these aptitudes and propensities, they are aptitudes for the production of the necessaries and conveniences of life, and propensities to secure as great a share of these creature comforts as may be. Adam Smith's conception of normal human nature, that is to say, the human factor which enters causally in the process which economic theory discusses, comes, on the whole, to this: men exert their force and skill in a mechanical process of production, and their pecuniary sagacity in a competitive process of distribution, with a view to individual gain in the material means of life. These material means are sought in order to the satisfaction of men's natural wants through their consumption. It is true, much else enters into men's endeavors in the struggle for wealth, as Adam Smith points out, but this consumption comprises the legitimate range of incentives, and a theory which concerns itself with the natural course of things need take but incidental account of what does not come legitimately in the natural course. In point of fact, there are appreciable actual, though scarcely real, departures from this rule. They are spurious and insubstantial departures, and do not properly come 410 within the purview of the stricter theory. And, since human nature is strikingly uniform, in Adam Smith's apprehension, both the efforts put forth and the consumptive effect accomplished may be put in quantitative terms and treated algebraically, with the result that the entire range of phenomena comprised under the head of consumption need be but incidentally considered, and the theory of production and distribution is complete when the goods or the values have been traced to their disappearance in the hands of their ultimate owners. The reflex effect of consumption upon production and distribution is, on the whole, quantitative only. Adam Smith's preconception of a normal teleological order of procedure in the natural course, therefore, affects not only those features of theory where he is avowedly concerned with building up a normal scheme of the economic process. Through his normalizing the chief causal factor engaged in the process, it affects also his arguments from cause to effect. Point 30. What makes this latter feature worth particular attention is the fact that his successors carried this normalization farther, and employed it with less frequent reference to the mitigating exceptions which Adam Smith notices by the way. The reason for that farther and more consistent normalization of human nature which gives us the economic man at the hands of Adam Smith's successors lies, in great part, in the utilitarian philosophy that entered in force and in consummate form at about the turning of the century. Some credit in the work of normalization is due 411 also to the farther supersession of handicraft by the capitalistic industry that came in at the same time and in pretty close relation with the utilitarian views. After Adam Smith's day, economics fell into profane hands. Apart from Malthus, who, of all the greater economists, stands nearest to Adam Smith on such metaphysical heads as have an immediate bearing upon the premises of economic science, the next generation do not approach their subject from the point of view of a divinely instituted order, nor do they discuss human interests with that gently optimistic spirit of submission that belongs to the economist who goes to his work with the fear of God before his eyes. Even with Malthus the recourse to the divinely sanctioned order of nature is somewhat sparing and temperate. But it is significant for the later course of economic theory that, while Malthus may well be accounted the truest continuer of Adam Smith, it was the undevout utilitarians that became the spokesmen of the science after Adam Smith's time. There is no wide breach between Adam Smith and the utilitarians, either in details of doctrine or in the concrete conclusions arrived at as regards questions of policy. On these heads Adam Smith might well be classed as a moderate utilitarian, particularly so far as regards his economic work. Malthus has still more of a utilitarian air, so much so, indeed, that he is not infrequently spoken of as a utilitarian. This view, convincingly set forth by Mr. Bonner 31, is no doubt well borne out by a detailed scrutiny of Malthus's economic doctrines. His humanitarian bias is evident throughout, and his weakness for considerations of expediency is the great blemish of his scientific work. But, for all that, in order to an appreciation of the change that came over classical economics with the 412 rise of Benthamism, it is necessary to note that the agreement in this matter between Adam Smith and the disciples of Bentham, and less decidedly that between Malthus and the latter, is a coincidence of conclusions rather than an identity of preconceptions. 32. With Adam Smith the ultimate ground of economic reality is the design of God, the teleological order, and his utilitarian generalizations, as well as the hedonistic character of his economic man, are but methods of the working out of this natural order, not the substantial and self-legitimating ground. Shifty as Malthus's metaphysics are, much the same is to be said for him. 33 Of the utilitarians proper the converse is true, although here, again, there is by no means utter consistency. The substantial economic ground is pleasure and pain, the teleological order, even the design of God, where that is admitted, is the method of its working out. It may be unnecessary here to go into the farther implications, psychological and ethical, which this preconception of the utilitarians involves. And even this much may seem a taking of excessive pains with a distinction that marks no tangible difference. But a reading of the classical doctrines, with something of this metaphysics of political economy in mind, will show how, and in great part why, the later economists of the classical line diverged from Adam Smith's tenets in the early years of the century, until it has been necessary to interpret Adam Smith somewhat shrewdly in order to save him from heresy. The post-Bentham economics is substantially a theory of value. This is altogether the dominant feature of the 413 body of doctrines, the rest follows from, or is adapted to, this central discipline. The doctrine of value is of very great importance also in Adam Smith, but Adam Smith's economics is a theory of the production and apportionment of the material means of life. 34 With Adam Smith, value is discussed from the point of view of production. With the utilitarians, production is discussed from the point of view of value. The former makes value an outcome of the process of production, the latter makes production the outcome of a valuation process. The point of departure with Adam Smith is the productive power of labor. 35 With Ricardo it is a pecuniary problem concerned in the distribution of ownership. 36 But the classical writers are followers of Adam Smith, and improve upon and correct the results arrived at by him, and the difference of point of view, therefore, becomes evident in their divergence from him, and the different distribution of emphasis, rather than in a new and antagonistic departure. The reason for this shifting of the center of gravity from production to valuation lies, proximately, in Bentham's revision of the principles of morals. Bentham's philosophical position is, of course, not a self-explanatory phenomenon, nor does the effect of Benthamism extend only to those who are avowed followers of Bentham, for Bentham is the exponent of a cultural change that affects the habits of thought of the entire community. 414 The immediate point of Bentham's work, as affecting the habits of thought of the educated community, is the substitution of hedonism, utility, in place of achievement of purpose, as a ground of legitimacy and a guide in the normalization of knowledge. Its effect is most patent in speculations on morals, where it inculcates determinism. Its close connection with determinism in ethics points the way to what may be expected of its working in economics. In both cases the result is that human action is construed in terms of the causal forces of the environment, the human agent being, at the best, taken as a mechanism of commutation, through the workings of which the sensuous effects wrought by the impinging forces of the environment are, by an enforced process of valuation, transmuted without quantitative discrepancy into moral or economic conduct, as the case may be. In ethics and economics alike the subject matter of the theory is this valuation process that expresses itself in conduct, resulting, in the case of economic conduct, in the pursuit of the greatest gain or least sacrifice. Metaphysically or cosmologically considered, the human nature into the motions of which hedonistic ethics and economics inquire is an intermediate term in a causal sequence, of which the initial and the terminal members are sensuous impressions and the details of conduct. This intermediate term conveys the sensuous impulse without loss of force to its eventuation in conduct. For the purpose of the valuation process through which the impulse is so conveyed, human nature may, therefore, be accepted as uniform, and the theory of the valuation process may be formulated quantitatively, in terms of the material forces affecting the human sensory and of their equivalents in the resulting activity. In the language of economics, the theory of value may be stated in terms of the consumable goods that afford the incentive to effort and the expenditure undergone in order to procure them. 415 Between these two there subsists a necessary equality, but the magnitudes between which the equality subsists are hedonistic magnitudes, not magnitudes of kinetic energy nor of vital force, for the terms handled are sensuous terms. It is true, since human nature is substantially uniform, passive, and unalterable in respect of men's capacity for sensuous affection, there may also be presumed to subsist a substantial equality between the psychological effect to be wrought by the consumption of goods, on the one side, and the resulting expenditure of kinetic or vital force, on the other side, but such an equality is, after all, of the nature of a coincidence, although there should be a strong presumption in favor of its prevailing on an average and in the common run of cases. Hedonism, however, does not postulate uniformity between men except in the respect of sensuous cause and effect. The theory of value which hedonism gives is, therefore, a theory of cost in terms of discomfort. By virtue of the hedonistic equilibrium reached through the valuation process, the sacrifice or expenditure of sensuous reality involved in acquisition is the equivalent of the sensuous gain secured. An alternative statement might perhaps be made, to the effect that the measure of the value of goods is not the sacrifice or discomfort undergone, but the sensuous gain that accrues from the acquisition of the goods, but this is plainly only an alternative statement, and there are special reasons in the economic life of the time why the statement in terms of cost, rather than in terms of utility, should commend itself to the earlier classical economists. On comparing the utilitarian doctrine of value with earlier theories, then, the case stands somewhat as follows. The physiocrats and Adam Smith contemplate value as a measure of the productive force that realizes itself in the valuable article. With the physiocrats, this productive force is the anabolism of nature. To resort to 416, a physiological term, with Adam Smith it is chiefly human labor directed to heightening the serviceability of the materials with which it is occupied. Production causes value in either case. The post-Bentham economics contemplates value as a measure of, or as measured by, the irksomeness of the effort involved in procuring the valuable goods. As Mr. E.C.K. Goner has admirably pointed out, 37 Ricardo, and the like holds true of classical economics generally, makes cost the foundation of value, not its cause. This resting of value on cost takes place through evaluation. Anyone who will read Adam Smith's theoretical exposition to as good purpose as Mr. Goner has read Ricardo will scarcely fail to find that the converse is true in Adam Smith's case. But the causal relation of cost to value holds only as regards natural or real value in Adam Smith's doctrine. As regards market price, Adam Smith's theory does not differ greatly from that of Ricardo on this head. He does not overlook the valuation process by which market price is adjusted and the course of investment is guided, and his discussion of this process runs in terms that should be acceptable to any hedonist. The shifting of the point of view that comes into economics with the acceptance of utilitarian ethics and its correlate, the associationist psychology, is in great part a shifting to the ground of causal sequence as contrasted with that of serviceability to a preconceived end. This is indicated even by the main fact already cited, that the utilitarian economists make exchange value the central feature of their theories, rather than the conduciveness of industry to the community's material welfare. Hedonistic exchange value is the outcome of a valuation process enforced by the apprehended pleasure-giving capacities of the items valued. And in the utilitarian 417 theories of production, arrived at from the standpoint so given by exchange value, the conduciveness to welfare is not the objective point of the argument. This objective point is rather the bearing of productive enterprise upon the individual fortunes of the agents engaged, or upon the fortunes of the several distinguishable classes of beneficiaries comprised in the industrial community, for the great immediate bearing of exchange values upon the life of the collectivity is their bearing upon the distribution of wealth. Value is a category of distribution. The result is that, as is well shown by Mr. Cannon's discussion 38, the theories of production offered by the classical economists have been sensibly scant, and have been carried out with a constant view to the doctrines on distribution. An incidental but telling demonstration of the same facts is given by Professor Bucher, 39, and in illustration may be cited Torrens's essay on the production of wealth, which is to a good extent occupied with discussions of value and distribution. The classical theories of production have been theories of the production of wealth, and wealth, in classical usage, consists of material things having exchange value. During the vogue of the classical economics, the accepted characteristic by which wealth has been defined has been its amenability to ownership. Neither in Adam Smith nor in the physiocrats is this amenability to ownership made so much of, nor is it in a similar degree accepted as a definite mark of the subject matter of the science. As their hedonistic preconception would require, then, it is to the pecuniary side of life that the classical economists give their most serious attention, and it is the pecuniary bearing of any given phenomenon or of any institution that commonly shapes the issue of the argument 418. The causal sequence about which the discussion centers is a process of pecuniary valuation. It runs on distribution, ownership, acquisition, gain, investment, exchange. 40 In this way the doctrines on production come to take a pecuniary coloring, as is seen in a less degree also in Adam Smith, and even in the physiocrats, although these earlier economists very rarely, if ever, lose touch with the concept of generic serviceability as the characteristic feature of production. The tradition derived from Adam Smith, which made productivity and serviceability the substantial features of economic life, was not abruptly put aside by his successors, though the emphasis was differently distributed by them in following out the line of investigation to which the tradition pointed the way. In the classical economics, the ideas of production and of acquisition are not commonly held apart, and very much of what passes for a theory of production is occupied with phenomena of investment and acquisition. Torrans's essay is a case in point, though by no means an extreme case. This is as it should be, for to the consistent hedonist the sole motive force concerned in the industrial process is the self-regarding motive of pecuniary gain, and industrial activity is but an intermediate term between the expenditure or discomfort undergone and the pecuniary gain sought. Whether the end and outcome is an invidious gain for the individual, in contrast with or at the cost of his neighbors, or an enhancement of the facility of human life on the whole, is altogether a by-question in any discussion of the range of incentives by which men are prompted to their work or the direction which their efforts take. The serviceability of the given line of activity 419, for the life purposes of the community or for one's neighbors, is not of the essence of this contract. These features of serviceability come into the account chiefly as affecting the vendability of what the given individual has to offer in seeking gain through a bargain. 41. In hedonistic theory, the substantial end of economic life is individual gain, and for this purpose production and acquisition may be taken as fairly coincident, if not identical. Moreover, society, in the utilitarian philosophy, is the algebraic sum of the individuals, and the interest of the society is the sum of the interests of the individuals. It follows by easy consequence, whether strictly true or not, that the sum of individual gains is the gain of the society, and that, in serving his own interest in the way of acquisition, the individual serves the collective interest of the community. Productivity or serviceability is, therefore, to be presumed of any occupation or enterprise that looks to a pecuniary gain, and so, by a roundabout path, we get back to the ancient conclusion of Adam Smith, that the remuneration of classes or persons engaged in industry coincides with their productive contribution to the output of services and consumable goods. A felicitous illustration of the working of this hedonistic norm in classical economic doctrine is afforded by the theory of the wages of superintendents, an element in distribution which is not much more than suggested in Adam Smith, but which receives ampler and more painstaking attention as the classical body of doctrines reaches a fuller development. The wages of superintendents are the gains due to pecuniary management. They are the gains that come to the director of the business, not those that go to the director of the mechanical process 420 or to the foreman of the shop. The latter are wages simply. This distinction is not altogether clear in the earlier writers, but it is clearly enough contained in the fuller development of the theory. The undertaker's work is the management of investment. It is altogether of a pecuniary character, and its proximate aim is the main chance. If it leads, indirectly, to an enhancement of serviceability or a heightened aggregate output of consumable goods, that is a fortuitous circumstance incident to that heightened vendability on which the investor's gain depends. Yet the classical doctrine says frankly that the wages of superintendents are the remuneration of superior productivity 42, and the classical theory of production is in good part a doctrine of investment in which the identity of production and pecuniary gain is taken for granted. The substitution of investment in the place of industry as the central and substantial fact in the process of production is due not to the acceptance of hedonism simply, but rather to the conjunction of hedonism with an economic situation of which the investment of capital and its in management for gain was the most obvious feature. The situation which shaped the common-sense apprehension of economic facts at the time was what has since been called a capitalistic system, in which pecuniary enterprise and the phenomena of the market were the dominant and tone-giving facts. But this economic situation was also the chief ground for the vogue of hedonism in economics, so that hedonistic economics may be taken as an interpretation of human nature in terms of the marketplace. The market and the business world, to which the business 421 man in his pursuit of gain was required to adapt his motives, had by this time grown so large that the course of business events was beyond the control of any one person, and at the same time those far-reaching organizations of invested wealth which have latterly come to prevail and to coerce the market were not then in the foreground. The course of market events took its passionless way without traceable relation or deference to any man's convenience and without traceable guidance towards an ulterior end. Man's part in this pecuniary world was to respond with alacrity to the situation, and so adapt his vendible effects to the shifting demand as to realize something in the outcome. What he gained in his traffic was gained without loss to those with whom he dealt, for they paid no more than the goods were worth to them. One man's gain need not be another's loss, and, if it is not, then it is net gain to the community. Among the striking remoter effects of the hedonistic preconception, and its working out in terms of pecuniary gain, is the classical failure to discriminate between capital as investment and capital as industrial appliances. This is, of course, closely related to the point already spoken of. The appliances of industry further the production of goods, therefore capital, invested wealth, is productive, and the rate of its average remuneration marks the degree of its productiveness. 43 The most obvious fact limiting the pecuniary gain secured by means of invested wealth is the sum invested. Therefore, capital limits the productiveness of industry, and the chief and indispensable condition to an advance in material well-being is the accumulation of invested wealth. In discussing the conditions of industrial improvement, it is usual to assume that the state of the arts remains unchanged, which is, 422 for all purposes but that of a doctrine of profits per cent, an exclusion of the main fact. Investments may, further, be transferred from one enterprise to another. Therefore, and in that degree, the means of production are mobile. Under the hands of the great utilitarian writers, therefore, political economy is developed into a science of wealth, taking that term in the pecuniary sense, as things amenable to ownership. The course of things in economic life is treated as a sequence of pecuniary events, and economic theory becomes a theory of what should happen in that consummate situation where the permutation of pecuniary magnitudes takes place without disturbance and without retardation. In this consummate situation the pecuniary motive has its perfect work, and guides all the acts of economic man in a guileless, colorless unswerving quest of the greatest gain at the least sacrifice. Of course, this perfect competitive system, with its untainted economic man, is a feat of the scientific imagination, and is not intended as a competent expression of fact. It is an expedient of abstract reasoning, and its avowed competency extends only to the abstract principles, the fundamental laws of the science, which hold only so far as the abstraction holds. But, as happens in such cases, having once been accepted and assimilated as real, though perhaps not as actual, it becomes an effective constituent in the inquirer's habits of thought, and goes to shape his knowledge of facts. It comes to serve as a norm of substantiality or legitimacy, and facts in some degree fall under its constraint, as is exemplified by many allegations regarding the tendency of things to this consummation, which Senior speaks of as the natural state of man. 44 Human development tends by force of the hedonistic character of human nature, and in terms of its approximation to this natural state, therefore, the immature actual situation had best be stated. The 423 Pure theory, the hypothetical science of Cairnes, traces the phenomena of the production and distribution of wealth up to their causes, in the principles of human nature and the laws and events, physical, political, and social, of the external world. 45 But since the principles of human nature that give the outcome in men's economic conduct, so far as it touches the production and distribution of wealth, are but the simple and constant sequence of hedonistic cause and effect, the element of human nature may fairly be eliminated from the problem, with great gain in simplicity and expedition. Human nature being eliminated, as being a constant intermediate term, and all institutional features of the situation being also eliminated, as being similar constants under that natural or consummate pecuniary regime with which the pure theory is concerned, the laws of the phenomena of wealth may be formulated in terms of the remaining factors. These factors are the vendible items that men handle in these processes of production and distribution, and economic laws come, therefore, to be expressions of the algebraic relations subsisting between the various elements of wealth and investment, capital, labor, land, supply and demand of one and the other, profits, interest, wages. Even such items as credit and population become dissociated from the personal factor, and figure in the computation as elemental factors acting and reacting through a permutation of values over the heads of the good people whose welfare they are working out. To sum up, the classical economics, having primarily to do with the pecuniary side of life, is a theory of a process of valuation. But since the human nature at whose hands and for whose behoof the valuation takes place is simple and constant in its reaction to pecuniary stimulus, 424 and since no other feature of human nature is legitimately present in economic phenomena than this reaction to pecuniary stimulus, the valuer concerned in the matter is to be overlooked or eliminated, and the theory of the valuation process then becomes a theory of the pecuniary interaction of the facts valued. It is a theory of valuation with the element of valuation left out, a theory of life stated in terms of the normal paraphernalia of life. In the preconceptions with which classical economics set out were comprised the remnants of natural rights and of the order of nature, infused with that peculiarly mechanical natural theology that made its way into popular vogue on British ground during the 18th century and was reduced to a neutral tone by the British penchant for the commonplace, stronger at this time than at any earlier period. The reason for this growing penchant for the commonplace, for the explanation of things in causal terms, lies partly in the growing resort to mechanical processes and mechanical prime movers in industry, partly in the consequent, continued decline of the aristocracy and the priesthood, and partly in the growing density of population and the consequent greater specialization and wider organization of trade and business. The spread of the discipline of the natural sciences, largely incident to the mechanical industry, counts in the same direction, and obscurer factors in modern culture may have had their share. The animistic preconception was not lost, but it lost tone, and it partly fell into abeyance, particularly so far as regards its avowal. It is visible chiefly in the unavowed readiness of the classical writers to accept as imminent and definitive any possible outcome which the writer's habit or temperament inclined him to accept as right and good. Hence the visible inclination of classical economists to a doctrine of the harmony of interests, and their somewhat uncircumspect readiness to state their 425 generalizations in terms of what ought to happen according to the ideal requirements of that consummate Geldwirtschaft 46 to which men are impelled by the provisions of nature 47 by virtue of their hedonistic preconceptions, their habituation to the ways of a pecuniary culture, and their unavowed animistic faith that nature is in the right. The classical economists knew that the consummation to which, in the nature of things, all things tend, is the frictionless and beneficent competitive system. This competitive ideal, therefore, affords the normal, and conformity to its requirements affords the test of absolute economic truth. The standpoint so gained selectively guides the attention of the classical writers in their observation and apprehension of facts, and they come to see evidence of conformity or approach to the normal in the most unlikely places. Their observation is, in great part, interpretative, as observation commonly is. What is peculiar to the classical economists in this respect is their particular norm of procedure in the work of interpretation. And, by virtue of having achieved a standpoint of absolute economic normality, they became a deductive school, so called, in spite of the patent fact that they were pretty consistently employed with an inquiry into the causal sequence of economic phenomena. The generalization of observed facts becomes a normalization of them, a statement of the phenomena in terms of their coincidence with, or divergence from, that normal tendency that makes for the actualization of the absolute economic reality. This absolute or definitive ground of economic legitimacy lies beyond the causal sequence in which the observed phenomena are conceived to be interlinked. It is related to the concrete facts neither as cause nor as effect in any such way that the causal relation may be traced in a concrete instance. It has little causally to do either with the mental or with the physical 426 data with which the classical economist is avowedly employed. Its relation to the process under discussion is that of an extraneous, that is to say, a ceremonial, legitimation. The body of knowledge gained by its help and under its guidance is, therefore, a taxonomic science. So, by way of a concluding illustration, it may be pointed out that money, for instance, is normalized in terms of the legitimate economic tendency. It becomes a measure of value and a medium of exchange. It has become primarily an instrument of pecuniary commutation, instead of being, as under the earlier normalization of Adam Smith, primarily a great will of circulation for the diffusion of consumable goods. The terms in which the laws of money, as of the other phenomena of pecuniary life, are formulated, are terms which connote its normal function in the life history of objective values as they live and move and have their being in the consummate pecuniary situation of the natural state. To a similar work of normalization we owe those creatures of the myth-maker, the quantity theory and the wages fund. Part 3. In what has already been said, it has appeared that the changes which have supervened in the preconceptions of the earlier economists constitute a somewhat orderly succession. The feature of chief interest in this development has been a gradual change in the received grounds of finality to which the successive generations of economists have brought their theoretical output, on which they have been content to rest their conclusions, and beyond which they have not been moved to push their analysis of events or their scrutiny of phenomena. There has been a fairly unbroken sequence of development in what may be called the canons of economic reality, or, to put it in other words, there has been a precession of the point of view from which facts have been handled and valued for the purpose of economic science. The notion which has in its time prevailed so widely, that there is in the sequence of events a consistent trend which it is the office of the science to ascertain and turn to account, this notion may be well founded or not. But that there is something of such a consistent trend in the sequence of the canons of knowledge under whose guidance the scientist works is not only a generalization from the past course of things, but lies in the nature of the case, for the canons of knowledge are of the nature of habits of thought, and habit does not break with the past, nor do the hereditary aptitudes that find expression in habit vary gratuitously with the mere lapse of time. What is true in this respect, for instance, in the domain of law and institutions is true, likewise, in the domain of 241 science. What men have learned to accept as good and definitive for the guidance of conduct and of human relations remains true and definitive and unimpeachable until the exigencies of a later, altered situation enforce a variation from the norms and canons of the past, and so give rise to a modification of the habits of thought that decide what is, for the time, right in human conduct. So in science the ancient ground of finality remains a good and valid test of scientific truth until the altered exigencies of later life enforce habits of thought that are not wholly in consonance with the received notions as to what constitutes the ultimate, self-legitimating term, the substantial reality, to which knowledge in any given case must penetrate. This ultimate term or ground of knowledge is always of a metaphysical character. It is something in the way of a preconception, accepted uncritically, but applied in criticism and demonstration of all else with which the science is concerned. So soon as it comes to be criticized, it is in a way to be superseded by a new, more or less altered formulation, for criticism of it means that it is no longer fit to survive unaltered in the altered complex of habits of thought to which it is called upon to serve as fundamental principle. It is subject to natural selection and selective adaptation, as are other conventions. The underlying metaphysics of scientific research and purpose, therefore, changes gradually and, of course, incompletely, much as is the case with the metaphysics underlying the common law and the schedule of civil rights. As in the legal framework, the now avowedly useless and meaningless preconceptions of status and caste and precedent are even yet at the most metamorphosed and obsolescent rather than overpassed. Witness the facts of inheritance, vested interests, the outlawry of debts through lapse of time, the competence of the state to coerce individuals into support of a given policy. So in the science the living 242 generation has not seen an abrupt and traceless disappearance of the metaphysics that fixed the point of view of the early classical political economy. This is true even for those groups of economists who have most incontinently protested against the absurdity of the classical doctrines and methods. In Professor Marshall's words, there has been no real breach of continuity in the development of the science. But, while there has been no breach, there has nonetheless been change, more far-reaching change than some of us are glad to recognize, for who would not be glad to read his own modern views into the convincing words of the great masters? Seen through modern eyes and without effort to turn past gains to modern account, the metaphysical or preconceptional furniture of political economy as it stood about the middle of the century may come to look quite curious. The two main canons of truth on which the science proceeded, and with which the inquiry is here concerned, were, a hedonistic associational psychology, and b. an uncritical conviction that there is a ameliorative trend in the course of events, apart from the conscious ends of the individual members of the community. This axiom of ameliorative developmental trend fell into shape as a belief in an organic or quasi-organic, physiological, 48 life process on the part of the economic community or of the nation, and this belief carried with it something of a constraining sense of self-realizing cycles of growth, maturity, and decay in the life history of nations or communities. Neglecting what may for the immediate purpose be negligible in this outline of fundamental tenets, it will bear the following construction. A. On the ground of the hedonistic or associational psychology, all spiritual continuity and any consequent teleological trend is tacitly denied so far as regards individual conduct, where the 243 later psychology, and the sciences which build on this later psychology, insist upon and find such a teleological trend at every turn. B. Such a spiritual or quasi-spiritual continuity and teleological trend is uncritically affirmed as regards the non-human sequence or the sequence of events in the affairs of collective life, where the modern sciences diligently assert that nothing of the kind is discernible, or that, if it is discernible, its recognition is beside the point, so far as concerns the purposes of the science. This position, here outlined with as little qualification as may be admissible, embodies the general metaphysical ground of that classical political economy that affords the point of departure for Mill and Cairnes, and also for Jevons. And what is to be said of Mill and Cairnes in this connection will apply to the later course of the science, though with a gradually lessening force. By the middle of the century the psychological premises of the science are no longer so neat and succinct as they were in the days of Bentham and James Mill. At J.S. Mill's hands, for instance, the naively quantitative hedonism of Bentham is being supplanted by a sophisticated hedonism, which makes much of an assumed qualitative divergence between the different kinds of pleasures that afford the motives of conduct. This revision of hedonistic dogma, of course, means a departure from the strict hedonistic ground. Correlated with this advance more closely in the substance of the change than in the assignable dates, is a concomitant improvement, at least, set forth as an improvement, upon the received associational psychology, whereby similarity is brought in to supplement contiguity as a ground of connection between ideas. This change is well shown in the work of J.S. Mill and Bain. In spite of all the ingenuity spent in maintaining the associational legitimacy of this new article of theory, it remains a patent innovation and a departure from the 244 ancient standpoint. As is true of the improved hedonism, so it is true of the new theory of association that it is no longer able to construe the process which it discusses as a purely mechanical process, a concatenation of items simply. Similarity of impressions implies a comparison of impressions by the mind in which the association takes place, and thereby it implies some degree of constructive work on the part of the perceiving subject. The perceiver is thereby construed to be an agent engaged in the work of perception, therefore, he must be possessed of a point of view and an end dominating the perceptive process. To perceive the similarity, he must be guided by an interest in the outcome, and must attend. The like applies to the introduction of qualitative distinctions into the hedonistic theory of conduct. Apperception in the one case and discretion in the other cease to be the mere registration of a simple and personally uncolored sequence of permutations enforced by the factors of the external world. There is implied a spiritual, that is to say, active teleological continuity of process on the part of the perceiving or of the discretionary agent, as the case may be. It is on the ground of their departure from the stricter hedonistic promises that Mill and, after him, Cairns are able, for instance, to offer their improvement upon the earlier doctrine of cost of production as determining value. Since it is conceived that the motives which guide men in their choice of employments and of domicile differ from man to man and from class to class, not only in degree, but in kind, and since varying antecedents of heredity and of habit, variously influence men in their choice of a manner of life, therefore the mere quantitative pecuniary stimulus cannot be depended on to decide the outcome without recourse. There are determinable variations in the alacrity with which different classes or communities respond to the pecuniary stimulus, and in so far as this condition prevails, the classes or communities in 245 question are non-competing. Between such non-competing groups the norm that determines values is not the unmitigated norm of cost of production taken absolutely, but only taken relatively. The formula of cost of production is therefore modified into a formula of reciprocal demand. This revision of the cost of production doctrine is extended only sparingly, and the emphasis is thrown on the pecuniary circumstances on which depend the formation and maintenance of non-competing groups. Consistency with the earlier teaching is carefully maintained, so far as may be, but extra pecuniary factors are, after all, even if reluctantly, admitted into the body of the theory. So also, since there are higher and lower motives, higher and lower pleasures, as well as motives differing in degree, it follows that an unguided response even to the mere quantitative pecuniary stimuli may take different directions, and so may result in activities of widely differing outcome. Since activities set up in this way through appeal to higher and lower motives are no longer conceived to represent simply a mechanically adequate effect of the stimuli, working under the control of natural laws that tend to one beneficent consummation, therefore the outcome of activity set up even by the normal pecuniary stimuli may take a form that may or may not be serviceable to the community. Hence laissez-faire ceases to be a sure remedy for the ills of society. Human interests are still conceived normally to be at one, but the detail of individual conduct need not, therefore, necessarily serve these generic human interests. 49 Therefore, other inducements than the unmitigated impact of pecuniary 246 exigencies may be necessary to bring about a coincidence of class or individual endeavor with the interests of the community. It becomes incumbent on the advocate of laissez-faire to prove his minor premise. It is no longer self-evident that, interests left to themselves tend to harmonious combinations, and to the progressive preponderance of the general good. 50. The natural rights preconception begins to fall away as soon as the hedonistic mechanics have been seriously tampered with. Fact and right cease to coincide, because the individual in whom the rights are conceived to inhere has come to be something more than the field of intersection of natural forces that work out in human conduct. The mechanics of natural liberty, that assumed constitution of things by force of which the free hedonistic play of the laws of nature across the open field of individual choice is sure to reach the right outcome, is the hedonistic psychology, and the passing of the doctrine of natural rights and natural liberty, whether as a premise or as a dogma, therefore coincides with the passing of that mechanics of conduct on the validity of which the theoretical acceptance of the dogma depends. It is, therefore, something more than a coincidence that the half-century which has seen the disintegration of the hedonistic faith and of the associational psychology has also seen the dissipation, in scientific speculations, of the concomitant faith in natural rights and in that benign order of nature of which the natural rights dogma is a corollary. It is, of course, not hereby intended to say that the later psychological views and premises imply a less close dependence of conduct on environment than do the earlier ones. Indeed, the reverse may well be held to be true. The pervading characteristic of later thinking is the constant recourse to a detailed analysis of phenomena in causal terms. The modern catchword, in the present connection. 247 is response to stimulus, but the manner in which this response is conceived has changed. The fact, and ultimately the amplitude, at least in great part, of the reaction to stimulus, is conditioned by the forces in impact, but the constitution of the organism, as well as its attitude at the moment of impact, in great part decides what will serve as a stimulus, as well as what the manner and direction of the response will be. The later psychology is biological, as contrasted with the metaphysical psychology of hedonism. It does not conceive the organism as a causal hiatus. The causal sequence in the reflex arc is, no doubt, continuous, but the continuity is not, as formerly, conceived in terms of spiritual substance transmitting a shock, it is conceived in terms of the life activity of the organism. Human conduct, taken as the reaction of such an organism under stimulus, may be stated in terms of troism, involving, of course, a very close-knit causal sequence between the impact and the response, but at the same time imputing to the organism a habit of life and a self-directing and selective attention in meeting the complex of forces that make up its environment. The selective play of this tropismatic complex that constitutes the organism's habit of life under the impact of the forces of the environment counts as discretion. So far, therefore, as it is to be placed in contrast with the hedonistic phase of the older psychological doctrines, the characteristic feature of the newer conception is the recognition of a selectively self-directing life process in the agent. While hedonism seeks the causal determinant of conduct in the probable outcome of action, the later conception seeks this determinant in the complex of propensities that constitutes man a functioning agent, that is to say, a personality. Instead of pleasure ultimately determining what human conduct shall be, the tropismatic propensities that eventuate in conduct ultimately determine 248 what shall be pleasurable. For the purpose in hand, the consequence of the transition to the altered conception of human nature and its relation to the environment is that the newer view formulates conduct in terms of personality, whereas the earlier view was content to formulate it in terms of its provocation and its byproduct. Therefore, for the sake of brevity, the older preconceptions of the science are here spoken of as construing human nature in inert terms, as contrasted with the newer, which construes it in terms of functioning. It has already appeared above that the second great article of the metaphysics of classical political economy, the belief in ameliorative trend or a benign order of nature, is closely connected with the hedonistic conception of human nature, but this connection is more intimate and organic than appears from what has been said above. The two are so related as to stand or fall together, for the latter is but the obverse of the former. The doctrine of a trend in events imputes purpose to the sequence of events, that is, it invests the sequence with a discretionary, teleological character, which asserts itself in a constraint over all the steps in the sequence by which the supposed objective point is reached. But discretion touching a given end must be single, and must alone cover all the acts by which the end is to be reached. Therefore, no discretion resides in the intermediate terms through which the end is worked out. Therefore, man being such an intermediate term, discretion cannot be imputed to him without violating the supposition. Therefore, given an infeasible meliorative trend in events, man is but a mechanical intermediary in the sequence. It is as such a mechanical intermediate term that the stricter hedonism construes human nature. 51 Accordingly, when more of 249 teleological activity came to be imputed to man, less was thereby allowed to the complex of events. Or it may be put in the converse form, when less of a teleological continuity came to be imputed to the course of events, more was thereby imputed to man's life process. The latter form of statement probably suggests the direction in which the causal relation runs, more nearly than the former. The change whereby the two metaphysical premises in question have lost their earlier force and symmetry, therefore, amounts to a partial shifting of the seat of putative personality from inanimate phenomena to man. It may be mentioned in passing, as a detail lying perhaps afield, yet not devoid of significance for latter-day economic speculation, that this elimination of personality, and so of teleological content, from the sequence of events, and its increasing imputation to the conduct of the human agent, is incident to a growing resort to an apprehension of phenomena in terms of process rather than in terms of outcome, as was the habit in earlier schemes of knowledge. On this account the categories employed are, in a gradually increasing degree, Categories of process, dynamic categories. But categories of process applied to conduct, to discretionary action, are teleological categories, whereas categories of process applied in the case of a sequence where the members of the sequence are not conceived to be charged with discretion, are, by the force of this conception itself, non-teleological, quantitative categories. The continuity comprised in the concept of process as applied to conduct is consequently a spiritual, teleological continuity, whereas the concept of process under the second head, the non-teleological sequence, comprises a continuity of a quantitative, causal kind, substantially the conservation of energy. In its turn, the growing resort to categories of process in the formulation of knowledge is probably due to the epistemological discipline of modern mechanical industry, the technological exigencies of which 250 enforce a constant recourse to the apprehension of phenomena in terms of process, differing therein from the earlier forms of industry, which neither obtruded visible mechanical process so constantly upon the apprehension nor so imperatively demanded an articulate recognition of continuity in the processes actually involved. The contrast in this respect is still more pronounced between the discipline of modern life in an industrial community and the discipline of life under the conventions of status and exploit that formerly prevailed. To return to the benign order of nature, or the meliorative trend, its passing, as an article of economic faith, was not due to criticism levelled against it by the later classical economists on grounds of its epistemological incongruity. It was tried on its merits, as an alleged account of facts, and the weight of evidence went against it. The belief in a self-realizing trend had no sooner reached a competent and exhaustive statement, example at Bastiat's hands, as a dogma of the harmony of interests specifically applicable to the details of economic life, than it began to lose ground. With his usual concision and incisiveness, Cairnes completed the destruction of Bastiat's special dogma, and put it forever beyond a rehearing. But Cairnes is not a destructive critic of the classical political economy, at least not in intention. He is an interpreter and continuer, perhaps altogether the clearest and truest continuer, of the classical teaching. While he confuted Bastiat and discredited Bastiat's peculiar dogma, he did not thereby put the order of nature bodily out of the science. He qualified and improved it, very much as Mill qualified and improved the tenets of the hedonistic psychology. As Mill and the ethical speculation of his generation threw more of personality into the hedonistic psychology, so Cairnes and the speculators on scientific method, such as Mill and Jevons, attenuated the imputation of personality or teleological content to the process 251 of material cause and effect. The work is, of course, by no means an achievement of Cairnes alone, but he is, perhaps, the best exponent of this advance in economic theory. In Cairnes's redaction, this foundation of the science became the concept of a colorless normality. It was in Cairnes's time the fashion for speculators in other fields than the physical sciences to look to those sciences for guidance in method and for legitimation of the ideals of scientific theory which they were at work to realize. More than that, the large and fruitful achievements of the physical sciences had so far taken men's attention captive as to give an almost instinctive predilection for the methods that had approved themselves in that field. The ways of thinking which had on this ground become familiar to all scholars occupied with any scientific inquiry, had permeated their thinking on any subject whatever. This is eminently true of British thinking. It had come to be a commonplace of the physical sciences that natural laws are of the nature of empirical generalizations simply, or even of the nature of arithmetical averages. Even the underlying preconception of the modern physical sciences, the law of the conservation of energy, or persistence of quantity, was claimed to be an empirical generalization, arrived at inductively and verified by experiment. It is true the alleged proof of the law took the whole conclusion for granted at the start, and used it constantly as a tacit axiom at every step in the argument which was to establish its truth, but that fact serves rather to emphasize than to call in question the abiding faith which these empiricists had in the sole efficacy of empirical generalization. Had they been able overtly to admit any other than an associational origin of knowledge, they would have seen the impossibility of accounting on the mechanical grounds of association for the premise on which 252 all experience of mechanical fact rests. That any other than a mechanical origin should be assigned to experience, or that any other than a so conceived empirical ground was to be admitted for any general principle, was incompatible with the prejudices of men trained in the school of the associational psychology, however widely they perforce departed from this ideal in practice. Nothing of the nature of a personal element was to be admitted into these fundamental empirical generalizations, and nothing, therefore, of the nature of a discretionary or teleological movement was to be comprised in the generalizations to be accepted as natural laws. Natural laws must in no degree be imbued with personality, must say nothing of an ulterior end, but for all that they remained laws of the sequences subsumed under them. So far is the reduction to colorless terms carried by Mill, for instance, that he formulates the natural laws as empirically ascertained sequences simply, even excluding or avoiding all imputation of causal continuity, as that term is commonly understood by the unsophisticated. In Mill's ideal, no more of organic connection or continuity between the members of a sequence is implied in subsuming them under a law of causal relationship than is given by the ampersand. He is busied with dynamic sequences, but he persistently confines himself to static terms. Under the guidance of the associational psychology, therefore, the extreme of discontinuity in the deliverances of inductive research is aimed at by those economists, Mill and Cairnes being taken as typical, whose names have been associated with deductive methods in modern science. With a fine sense of truth they saw that the notion of causal continuity, as a premise of scientific generalization, is an essentially metaphysical postulate, and they avoided its treacherous ground by denying it, and construing causal sequence to mean a uniformity of coexistences and successions simply. But, since a strict 253 uniformity is nowhere to be observed at first hand in the phenomena with which the investigator is occupied, it has to be found by a laborious interpretation of the phenomena and a diligent abstraction and allowance for disturbing circumstances, whatever may be the meaning of a disturbing circumstance where causal continuity is denied. In this work of interpretation and expurgation the investigator proceeds on a conviction of the orderliness of the natural sequence. Natura non facit saltum 52, a maxim which has no meaning within the stricter limits of the associational theory of knowledge. Before anything can be said as to the orderliness of the sequence, a point of view must be chosen by the speculator, with respect to which the sequence in question does or does not fulfill this condition of orderliness, that is to say, with respect to which it is a sequence. The endeavor to avoid all metaphysical premises fails here as everywhere. The associationists, to whom economics owes its transition from the older classical phase to the modern or quasi-classical, chose as their guiding point of view the metaphysical postulate of congruity, in substance, the similarity of the associationist theory of knowledge. This must be called their proton pseudos, if associationism pure and simple is to be accepted. The notion of congruity works out in laws of resemblance and equivalence, in both of which it is plain to the modern psychologist that a metaphysical ground of truth, antecedent to and controlling empirical data, is assumed. But the use of the postulate of congruence as a test of scientific truth has the merit of avoiding all open dealing with an imputed substantiality of the data handled, such as would be involved in the overt use of the concept of causation. The data are congruous among themselves, as items of knowledge, and they may therefore be handled in a logical synthesis and concatenation on the basis of this congruence alone, without committing the scientist to an 254 imputation of a kinetic or motor relation between them. The metaphysics of process is thereby avoided, in appearance. The sequences are uniform or consistent with one another, taken as articles of theoretical synthesis simply, and so they become elements of a system or discipline of knowledge in which the test of theoretical truth is the congruence of the system with its premises. In all this there is a high-wrought appearance of matter of fact, and all metaphysical subreption of a non-empirical or non-mechanical standard of reality or substantiality is avoided in appearance. The generalizations which make up such a system of knowledge are, in this way, stated in terms of the system itself, and when a competent formulation of the alleged uniformities has been so made in terms of their congruity or equivalence with the prime postulates of the system, the work of theoretical inquiry is done. The concrete premises from which proceeds the systematic knowledge of this generation of economists are certain very concise assumptions concerning human nature, and certain slightly less concise generalizations of physical fact 53 presumed to be mechanically empirical generalizations. These postulates afford the standard of normality. Whatever situation or course of events can be shown to express these postulates without mitigation is normal, and wherever a departure from this normal course of things occurs, it is due to disturbing causes, that is to say, to causes not comprised in the main premises of the science, and such departures are to be taken account of by way of qualification. Such departures and such qualification are constantly present in the facts to be handled by the science, but, being not congruous with the underlying postulates, they have no place in the body of the science. The laws of the science, that which makes up the economist's theoretical knowledge, are laws of the normal case. 255 The normal case does not occur in concrete fact. These laws are, therefore, in Cairnes's terminology, hypothetical truths, and the science is a hypothetical science. They apply to concrete facts only as the facts are interpreted and abstracted from, in the light of the underlying postulates. The science is, therefore, a theory of the normal case, a discussion of the concrete facts of life in respect of their degree of approximation to the normal case. That is to say, it is a taxonomic science. Of course, in the work actually done by these economists the standpoint of rigorous normality is not consistently maintained, nor is the unsophisticated imputation of causality to the facts under discussion consistently avoided. The associationist postulate, that causal sequence means empirical uniformity simply, is in great measure forgotten when the subject matter of the science is handled in detail. Especially is it true that in Mill the dry light of normality is greatly relieved by a strong common sense. But the great truths or laws of the science remain hypothetical laws, and the test of scientific reality is congruence with the hypothetical laws, not coincidence with matter-of-fact events. The earlier, more archaic metaphysics of the science, which saw in the orderly correlation and sequence of events a constraining guidance of an extra-causal, teleological kind, in this way becomes a metaphysics of normality which asserts no extra-causal constraint over events, but contents itself with establishing correlations, equivalencies, homologies, and theories concerning the conditions of an economic equilibrium. The movement, the process of economic life, is not overlooked, and it may even be said that it is not neglected, but the pure theory, in its final deliverances, deals not with the dynamics, but with the statics of the case. The concrete subject matter of the science is, of course, the process of economic life. That is unavoidably the case, and in so far the discussion 256 must be accepted as work bearing on the dynamics of the phenomena discussed, but even then it remains true that the aim of this work in dynamics is a determination and taxis of the outcome of the process under discussion rather than a theory of the process as such. The process is rated in terms of the equilibrium to which it tends or should tend, not conversely. The outcome of the process, taken in its relation of equivalence within the system, is the point at which the inquiry comes to rest. It is not primarily the point of departure for an inquiry into what may follow. The science treats of a balanced system rather than of a proliferation. In this lies its characteristic difference from the later evolutionary sciences. It is this characteristic bent of the science that leads its spokesman, Cairnes, to turn so kindly to chemistry rather than to the organic sciences, when he seeks an analogy to economics among the physical sciences. 54 What Cairnes has in mind in his appeal to chemistry is, of course, the received, extremely taxonomic, systematic, chemistry of his own time, not the tentatively genetic theories of a slightly later day. It may seem that in the characterization just offered of the standpoint of normality in economics there is too strong an implication of colorlessness and impartiality. The objection holds as regards much of the work of the modern economists of the classical line. It will hold true even as to much of Cairnes's work, but it cannot be admitted as regards Cairnes's ideal of scientific aim and methods. The economists whose theories Cairnes received and developed, assuredly did not pursue the discussion of the normal case with an utterly dispassionate animus. They had still enough of the older teleological metaphysics left to give color to the accusation brought against them that they were advocates of laissez-faire. The preconception of the utilitarians, in substance the natural rights preconception. 257, that unrestrained human conduct will result in the greatest human happiness, retains so much of its force in Cairnes's time as is implied in the then current assumption that what is normal is also right. The economists, and Cairnes among them, not only are concerned to find out what is normal and to determine what consummation answers to the normal, but they also are at pains to approve that consummation. It is this somewhat uncritical and often unavowed identification of the normal with the right that gives tolerable ground for the widespread vulgar prejudice, to which Cairnes draws attention 55 that political economy sanctions one social arrangement and condemns another. And it is against this uncritical identification of two essentially unrelated principles or categories that Cairnes's essay on political economy and laissez-faire, and in good part also that on bestiat, are directed. But, while this is one of the many points at which Cairnes has substantially advanced the ideals of the science, his own concluding argument shows him to have been but halfway emancipated from the prejudice, even while most effectively combating it. 56 It is needless to point out that the like prejudice is still present in good vigor in many later economists who have had the full benefit of Cairnes's teachings on this head. 57 Considerable as Cairnes's achievement in this matter undoubtedly was, it effected a mitigation rather than an elimination of the untenable metaphysics against which he contended. The advance in the general point of view from animistic teleology to taxonomy is shown in a curiously succinct manner in a parenthetical clause of Cairnes's in the chapter 258 on normal value. 58 With his acceptance of the later point of view involved in the use of the new term, Cairnes becomes the interpreter of the received theoretical results. The received positions are not subjected to a destructive criticism. The aim is to complete them where they fall short and to cut off what may be needless or what may run beyond the safe ground of scientific generalization. In his work of redaction, Cairnes does not avow, probably he is not sensible of, any substantial shifting of the point of view or any change in the accepted ground of theoretic reality. But his advance to an unteleological taxonomy nonetheless changes the scope and aim of his theoretical discussion. The discussion of normal value may be taken in illustration. Cairnes is not content to find, with Adam Smith, that value will naturally coincide with or be measured by cost of production, or even, with Mill, that cost of production must, in the long run, necessarily determine value. This is to take a much too limited view of the range of this phenomenon. 59 He is concerned to determine not only this general tendency of values to a normal, but all those characteristic circumstances as well which condition this tendency and which determine the normal to which values tend. His inquiry pursues the phenomena of value in a normal economic system rather than the manner and rate of approach of value relations to a teleologically or hedonistically defensible consummation. It therefore becomes an exhaustive but very discriminating analysis of the circumstances that bear upon market values, with a view to determine what circumstances are normally present, that is to say, what circumstances conditioning value are commonly effective and at the same time in consonance with the premises of economic 259 theory. These effective conditions, in so far as they are not accounted anomalous and, therefore, to be set aside in the theoretical discussion, are the circumstances under which a hedonistic valuation process in any modern industrial community is held perforce to take place, the circumstances which are held to enforce a recognition and rating of the pleasure-bearing capacity of facts. They are not, as under the earlier cost of production doctrines, the circumstances which determine the magnitude of the forces spent in the production of the valuable article. Therefore, the normal, natural, value is no longer, as with Adam Smith, and even to some extent with his classical successors, the primary or initial fact in value theory, the substantial fact of which the market value is an approximate expression and by which the latter is controlled. The argument does not, as formerly, set out from that expenditure of personal force which was once conceived to constitute the substantial value of goods, and then construe market value to be an approximate and uncertain expression of this substantial fact. The direction in which the argument runs is rather the reverse of this. The point of departure is taken from the range of market values and the process of bargaining by which these values are determined. This latter is taken to be a process of discrimination between various kinds and degrees of discomfort, and the average or consistent outcome of such a process of bargaining constitutes normal value. It is only by virtue of a presumed equivalence between the discomfort undergone and the concomitant expenditure, whether of labor or of wealth, that the normal value so determined is conceived to be an expression of the productive force that goes into the creation of the valuable goods. Cost being only in uncertain equivalence with sacrifice or discomfort, as between different persons, the factor of cost falls into the background, and the process of bargaining, which is in the foreground, being a process 260 of valuation, a balancing of individual demand and supply, it follows that a law of reciprocal demand comes in to supplant the law of cost. In all this the proximate causes at work in the determination of values are plainly taken account of more adequately than in earlier cost of production doctrines, but they are taken account of with a view to explaining the mutual adjustment and interrelation of elements in a system rather than to explain either a developmental sequence or the working out of a foreordained end. This revision of the cost of production doctrine whereby it takes the form of a law of reciprocal demand is in good part effected by its consistent reduction of cost to terms of sacrifice, a reduction more consistently carried through by Cairnes than it had been by earlier hedonists, and extended by Cairnes's successors with even more far-reaching results. By this step the doctrine of cost is not only brought into closer accord with the neo-hedonistic premises, in that it in a greater degree throws the stress upon the factor of personal discrimination, but it also gives the doctrine a more general bearing upon economic conduct and increases its serviceability as a comprehensive principle for the classification of economic phenomena. In the further elaboration of the hedonistic theory of value at the hands of Jevons and the Austrians, the same principle of sacrifice comes to serve as the chief ground of procedure. Of the foundations of later theory, in so far as the postulates of later economists differ characteristically from those of Mill and Cairnes, little can be said in this place. Nothing but the very general features of the later development can be taken up, and even these general features of the existing theoretic situation cannot be handled with the same confidence as the corresponding features of a past phase of speculation. With respect to writers of 261, the present or the more recent past, the work of natural selection, as between variants of scientific aim and animus and between more or less divergent points of view, has not yet taken place, and it would be over-hazardous to attempt an anticipation of the results of the selection that lies in great part yet in the future. As regards the directions of theoretical work suggested by the names of Professor Marshall, Mr. Cannon, Professor Clark, Mr. Pearson, Professor Loria, Professor Schmaler, the Austrian group, no offhand decision is admissible as between these candidates for the honor, or, better, for the work, of continuing the main current of economic speculation and inquiry. No attempt will here be made even to pass a verdict on the relative claims of the recognized 2 or 3 main schools of theory, beyond the somewhat obvious finding that, for the purpose in hand, the so-called Austrian school is scarcely distinguishable from the neoclassical, unless it be in the different distribution of emphasis. The divergence between the modernized classical views, on the one hand, and the historical and Marxist schools, on the other hand, is wider, so much so, indeed, as to bar out a consideration of the postulates of the latter under the same head of inquiry with the former. The inquiry, therefore, confines itself to the one line standing most obviously in unbroken continuity with that body of classical economics whose life history has been traced in outline above. And, even for this phase of modernized classical economics, it seems necessary to limit discussion, for the present, to a single strain, selected as standing peculiarly close to the classical source, at the same time that it shows unmistakable adaptation to the later habits of thought and methods of knowledge. For this later development in the classical line of political economy, Mr. Keynes's book may fairly be taken as the maturest exposition of the aims and ideals of the science. 262 While Professor Marshall excellently exemplifies the best work that is being done under the guidance of the classical antecedents. As, after a lapse of a dozen or 15 years from Keynes's days of full conviction, Mr. Keynes interprets the aims of modern economic science, it has less of the hypothetical character assigned it by Keynes, that is to say, it confines its inquiry less closely to the ascertainment of the normal case and the interpretative subsumption of facts under the normal. It takes fuller account of the genesis and developmental continuity of all features of modern economic life, gives more and closer attention to institutions and their history. This is, no doubt, due, in part at least, to impulse received from German economists, and insofar it also reflects the peculiarly vague and bewildered attitude of protest that characterizes the earlier expositions of the historical school. To the same essentially extraneous source is traceable the theoretic blur embodied in Mr. Keynes's attitude of tolerance towards the conception of economics as a normative science having to do with economic ideals, or an applied economics having to do with economic precepts. 60 An inchoate departure from the consistent taxonomic ideal shows itself in the tentative resort to historical and genetic formulations, as well as in Mr. Keynes's pervading inclination to define the scope of the science, not by exclusion of what are conceived to be non-economic phenomena, but by disclosing a point of view from which all phenomena are seen to be economic facts. The science comes to be characterized not by the delimitation of a range of facts, as in Keynes 61, but as an inquiry into the bearing which all facts have upon men's economic activity. It is no longer that certain phenomena belong within the science, but rather that the science is concerned with any and all phenomena as seen from the point of 263 view of the economic interest. Mr. Keynes does not go fully to the length which this last proposition indicates. He finds 62 that political economy treats of the phenomena arising out of the economic activities of mankind in society, but, while the discussion by which he leads up to this definition might be construed to say that all the activities of mankind in society have an economic bearing, and should therefore come within the view of the science, Mr. Keynes does not carry out his elucidation of the matter to that broad conclusion. Neither can it be said that modern political economy has, in practice, taken on the scope and character which this extreme position would assign it. The passage from which the above citation is taken is highly significant also in another and related bearing, and it is at the same time highly characteristic of the most effective modernized classical economics. The subject matter of the science has come to be the economic activities of mankind, and the phenomena in which these activities manifest themselves. So Professor Marshall's work, for instance, is, in aim, even if not always in achievement, a theoretical handling of human activity in its economic bearing, an inquiry into the multiform phases and ramifications of that process of valuation of the material means of life by virtue of which man is an economic agent. And still it remains an inquiry directed to the determination of the conditions of an equilibrium of activities and a quiescent normal situation. It is not in any eminent degree an inquiry into cultural or institutional development as affected by economic exigencies or by the economic interest of the men whose activities are analyzed and portrayed. Any sympathetic reader of Professor Marshall's great work, and that must mean every reader, comes away with a sense of swift and smooth movement and interaction of parts, but it is the movement of a 264 consummately conceived and self-balanced mechanism, not that of a cumulatively unfolding process or an institutional adaptation to cumulatively unfolding exigencies. The taxonomic bearing is, after all, the dominant feature. It is significant of the same point that even in his discussion of such vitally dynamic features of the economic process as the differential effectiveness of different laborers or of different industrial plants, as well as of the differential advantages of consumers, Professor Marshall resorts to an adaptation of so essentially taxonomic a category as the received concept of rent. Rent is a pecuniary category, a category of income, which is essentially a final term, not a category of the motor term work or interest. 63 It is not a factor or a feature of the process of industrial life, but a phenomenon of the pecuniary situation which emerges from this process under given conventional circumstances. However far-reaching and various the employment of the rent concept in economic theory has been, it has through all permutations remained, what it was to begin with, a rubric in the classification of incomes. It is a pecuniary, not an industrial category. In so far as resort is had to the rent concept in the formulation of a theory of the industrial process, as in Professor Marshall's work, it comes to a statement of the process in terms of its residue. Let it not seem presumptuous to say that, great and permanent as is the value of Professor Marshall's exposition of quasi-rents and the like, the endeavor which it involves to present in terms of a concluded system what is of the nature of a fluent process has made the exposition unduly bulky, unwieldy, and inconsequent. There is a curious reminiscence of the perfect taxonomic day in Mr. Keynes's characterization of political economy as a positive science, the sole province of which is to establish economic uniformities, 64 and, in this resort to 265 the associationist expedient of defining a natural law as a uniformity, Mr. Keynes is also borne out by Professor Marshall. 65 But this and other survivals of the taxonomic terminology, or even of the taxonomic canons of procedure, do not hinder the economists of the modern school from doing effective work of a character that must be rated as genetic rather than taxonomic. Professor Marshall's work in economics is not unlike that of Asa Gray in botany, who, while working in great part within the lines of systematic botany and adhering to its terminology, and on the whole also to its point of view, very materially furthered the advance of the science outside the scope of taxonomy. Professor Marshall shows an aspiration to treat economic life as a development, and, at least superficially, much of his work bears the appearance of being a discussion of this kind. In this endeavor his work is typical of what is aimed at by many of the later economists. The aim shows itself with a persistent recurrence in his principles. His chosen maxim is, Natura non facit saltum 66, a maxim that might well serve to designate the prevailing attitude of modern economists towards questions of economic development as well as towards questions of classification or of economic policy. His insistence on the continuity of development and of the economic structure of communities is a characteristic of the best work along the later line of classical political economy. All this gives an air of evolutionism to the work. Indeed, the work of the neoclassical economics might be compared, probably without offending any of its adepts, with that of the early generation of Darwinians, though such a comparison might somewhat shrewdly have to avoid any but superficial features. Economists of the present day are commonly evolutionists, in a general way. They commonly 266 accept, as other men do, the general results of the evolutionary speculation in those directions in which the evolutionary method has made its way. But the habit of handling by evolutionist methods the facts with which their own science is concerned has made its way among the economists to but a very uncertain degree. The prime postulate of evolutionary science, the preconception constantly underlying the inquiry, is the notion of a cumulative causal sequence, and writers on economics are in the habit of recognizing that the phenomena with which they are occupied are subject to such a law of development. Expressions of assent to this proposition abound. But the economists have not worked out or hit upon a method by which the inquiry in economics may consistently be conducted under the guidance of this postulate. Taking Professor Marshall as exponent, it appears that, while the formulations of economic theory are not conceived to be arrived at by way of an inquiry into the developmental variation of economic institutions and the like, the theorems arrived at are held, and no doubt legitimately, to apply to the past 67 and with due reserve also to the future, phases of the development. But these theorems apply to the various phases of the development not as accounting for the developmental sequence, but as limiting the range of variation. They say little, if anything, as to the order of succession, as to the derivation and the outcome of any given phase, or as to the causal relation of one phase of any given economic convention or scheme of relations to any other. They indicate the conditions of survival to which any innovation is subject, supposing the innovation to have taken place, not the conditions of variational growth. The economic laws, the statements of uniformity, are therefore, when construed in an evolutionary bearing, theorems 267 concerning the superior or the inferior limit of persistent innovations, as the case may be. 68 It is only in this negative, selective bearing that the current economic laws are held to be laws of developmental continuity, and it should be added that they have hitherto found but relatively scant application at the hands of the economists, even for this purpose. Again, as applied to economic activities under a given situation, as laws governing activities in equilibrium, the economic laws are, in the main, laws of the limits within which economic action of a given purpose runs. They are theorems as to the limits which the economic, commonly the pecuniary, interest imposes upon the range of activities to which the other life interests of men incite, rather than theorems as to the manner and degree in which the economic interest creatively shapes the general scheme of life. In great part they formulate the normal inhibitory effect of economic exigencies rather than the cumulative modification and diversification of human activities through the economic interest, by initiating and guiding habits of life and of thought. This, of course, does not go to say that economists are at all slow to credit the economic exigencies with a large share in the growth of culture, but, while claims of this kind are large and recurrent, it remains true that the laws which make up the framework of economic doctrine are, when construed as generalizations of causal relation, laws of conservation and selection, not of genesis and proliferation. The truth of this, which is but a commonplace generalization, might be shown in detail with respect to such fundamental theorems as the laws of rent, of profits, of wages, of the increasing or diminishing returns of industry, of population, of competitive prices, of cost of production. In consonance with this quasi-evolutionary tone of the 268 neoclassical political economy, or as an expression of it, comes the further clarified sense that nowadays attaches to the terms normal and economic laws. The laws have gained in colorlessness, until it can no longer be said that the concept of normality implies approval of the phenomena to which it is applied. 69 They are in an increasing degree laws of conduct, though they still continue to formulate conduct in hedonistic terms, that is to say, conduct is construed in terms of its sensuous effect, not in terms of its teleological content. The light of the science is a drier light than it was, but it continues to be shed upon the accessories of human action rather than upon the process itself. The categories employed for the purpose of knowing this economic conduct with which the scientists occupy themselves are not the categories under which the men at whose hands the action takes place themselves apprehend their own action at the instant of acting. Therefore, economic conduct still continues to be somewhat mysterious to the economists, and they are forced to content themselves with adumbrations whenever the discussion touches this central, substantial fact. All this, of course, is intended to convey no dispraise of the work done, nor in any way to disparage the theories which the passing generation of economists have elaborated or the really great and admirable body of knowledge which they have brought under the hand of the science, but only to indicate the direction in which the inquiry in its later phases, not always with full consciousness, is shifting as regards its categories and its point of view. The discipline of life in a modern community, particularly the industrial life, strongly reinforced by the modern sciences, has divested our knowledge of non-human phenomena of that fullness of self-directing life that was once imputed to them, and has reduced this knowledge to terms 269 of opaque causal sequence. It has thereby narrowed the range of discretionary, teleological action to the human agent alone, and so it is compelling our knowledge of human conduct, in so far as it is distinguished from the non-human, to fall into teleological terms. Foot-pounds, calories, geometrically progressive procreation, and doses of capital have not been supplanted by the equally uncouth denominations of habits, propensities, aptitudes, and conventions, nor does there seem to be any probability that they will be, but the discussion which continues to run in terms of the former class of concepts is in an increasing degree seeking support in concepts of the latter class. Selection 20. Review of the Development of English Thought, a Study in the Economic Interpretation of History by Simon N. Patton. Veblen, 1899a. If the term be taken in a general sense, Mr. Patton's development of English thought is a working out of a materialistic conception of history, although his materialistic conception is not nearly the same as that to which Marx and Engels gave a vogue in socialistic circles. It is needless to say that it is a marked advance over the somewhat crude form in which the great socialists left their fundamental concept. While they were content with an appeal to class interest and antagonism as a sufficient explanation of the control of cultural development through the economic situation, Mr. Patton's modern scientific animus leads him to look more closely into the causal relation between the economic situation and the resulting culture. The resulting theory is not a doctrine of a class struggle. In Mr. Patton's view, the economic situation shapes culture by shaping human character and habits of thought. It does this somewhat directly, through a process of habituation as well as through a concomitant process of selection between habits and between different styles of temperament. The causal relation between the situation, environment, and the cultural outcome, therefore, lies through the psychological development of the individuals who are exposed to this environment. Some part of the theoretical ground on which this materialistic doctrine proceeds has already been set forth, in greater detail, in an earlier monograph on the theory of social forces. The elements of that theory are, 1. A frankly and uncritically accepted, though modified, associational psychology, such as had general vogue until a generation ago, with its accompanying hedonism, and, 2. A rationalistic doctrine of evolution, stated in terms of the consummation to which the development should tend in order to meet the author's ideal. It is part of the tacit premises of this doctrine that evolution means improvement, amelioration, progress, hence there is occasional reference to the normal line of development, and some phases of the development are spoken of as departures and detours from the normal. This resort to normality and a more or less constraining meliorative trend is scarcely a modern feature. The normal line of development is conceived to run from an earlier pain economy to a subsequent pleasure economy. This distinction, it may be remarked, seems to have no ground in fact and to serve no useful purpose. Under the regime of the archaic pain economy, 126. Fear and the avoidance of pain are the prominent motives for action. The sensory ideas are so grouped that they give early intimation of the presence of every possible foe or evil. Man must have an instinctive fear of evil. The sensory and motor powers must unite in emphasizing any quality or person that may be the forerunner of suffering, or the means of avoiding it. Such activities and such a type of mind appear in primitive men, and wherever they are dominant a pain economy results. p. 8. Even a hasty and fragmentary comparison of this theory of primitive habits of life and thought with what is known of existing primitive communities will show its irrelevancy. It appears, for instance, that in such communities as those of the Australians, Bushmen, or Eskimo, where life is precarious and the environment local, all this does not seem to hold. Motor ideas, to accept, without criticizing, Mr. Patton's terminology, do not here crowd out sensory ideas to the extent which the theory would seem to demand, nor do these bearers of the lower culture bend their thoughts with utter consistency to the avoidance of pain. To some extent, in the case of many Australian tribes to a very great extent they seem to court pain. Of these latter it is quite safe to say that there is more blood shed by them peacefully and deliberately, in self-torture and ceremonial scarification, than all that is lost in hostile encounter with men and beasts. Their times of peace are times of blood and wounds. Illustrations to the same effect abound in the accounts of other peoples at or near the same cultural level. And far from the motor ideas shutting out all other thought processes than a strenuous application to the struggle against a refractory environment, there is on this cultural level a very large and free development of legends and ceremonial myths that have no obvious relation to fear and the avoidance of pain. And the body of what passes for knowledge among these people is comprehensive and intricate, and shows no peculiarly close correlation with an effective avoidance of evils. The sensory ideas are not in any especial degree so grouped that they give early intimation of the presence of every foe or evil. On the contrary, they are in great part so grouped as to be ineffective for that purpose. In point of fact, most of the known primitive communities are saddled with a stupendous fabric of magical conceits and ceremonials that frequently hinder their avoidance of patent evils. They are also, if the consensus of observers is to be accepted, notably indolent, light-hearted and careless of any evil that is not already upon them. Dolce far niente one and merry-making, often hideously exuberant, claim a very large portion of their time and attention. It is behind the man on horseback that black care sits. The savage of the earlier, more unmitigated pain economy knows little of worry. And the evils which he seriously 127 seeks to avoid are for the most part figments, high-wrought complications of sensory ideas that are not controlled by relevant motor ideas. The evidence from ethnology seems to say that care and deliberation for the avoidance of evils find no place in the early culture until the necessity of taking thought is forced home upon the luckless by a successful incursion from without, and such an incursion commonly comes from men who seek an increase of pleasures through booty, the sensualists of Mr. Patten's nomenclature, that are bred in a pleasure economy. The predilection for sharp antitheses and striking transitions that shows itself in the overdrawn contrast between a pain economy and a pleasure economy appears again in the repeated insistence on the epical character of historical development. Mr. Patten finds that history proceeds by epochs, each of which begins with a transition to a new and novel environment and affords an entirely new and unprejudiced point of departure. The impression conveyed is that of an extreme segmentation of the sequence. Each succeeding environment will create a new series of economic, aesthetic, moral, and religious ideas which will have their basis in the economic conditions of the epoch. The history of each epoch is thus practically independent, starting from its own conditions and developing in its own way. In studying an epoch, the economic conditions must be studied first, then the economic doctrines that flow from them, and last the aesthetic, moral, and religious ideas which the epoch produces. The different groups of ideas cannot be traced independently, because the ideas of each epoch do not grow out of the similar ideas of the preceding epoch, but are formed anew from the new conditions. p. 44. History, to be valuable, must be studied in epochs, and each group of ideas economic, aesthetic, moral, religious be connected with its roots in the underlying conditions, and not with its antecedents in the same group. The blending of the old and the new groups of ideas happens after the new conditions have exerted their force, or at least have brought out what is most peculiar to them. p. 45. The notion of a sheer transition and a fresh start is mitigated rather than superseded by the subsequent statement that each succeeding temporary environment has given to the race certain characteristics that become a part of the national character. And thus character is the one enduring growing element in a civilization. All else when compared with it is temporary and fleeting, for it remains true that in each new environment a new nation grows up almost as distinct from its predecessors as were the new nations of ancient times from the nations that preceded them. p. 46-47. That continuity of traditions and usages that has so impressed students of institutions and folklore, as well as that persistence of 128 physical type and temperamental bent that makes the burden of the teachings of the modern anthropologists, seem to have passed harmless over Mr. Patten. The antecedents of English thought, ch. are proximately racial, more remotely climatic, but the analysis is pushed back of the racial to the climatic with a freedom which indicates that in Mr. Patten's view the sequence covered by these terms is by no means a long one. The character of the race is created by an economic, climatic, situation which imposes certain traits upon men. These traits may be imposed by a relatively brief discipline, but after they have once been imposed they persist with an extreme tenacity. Further changes in the character of the race take place by the imposition of added traits, rather than by an organic change or selective variation of hereditary temperament or by an alteration in the individual's habits of thought. One gets the impression that traits are conceived to make up a mechanical aggregate, which is the race character, and to which new items may be added without essentially disturbing the previously existing aggregation. See pages 4-21, 50-52, 57-66. Mr. Patten's theoretical handling of the antecedents of English thought will be found at many points to traverse received notions of the primitive growth of culture, and his statements of fact in this connection also do not easily fit into the framework of the published accounts of existing primitive communities. Under the former head there is a characteristically bold departure from current notions as to the origin, nature, and functional relations of the clan, p. 109. Again, Mr. Patton says that the northern man conquers nature, while the southern man yields to it, pages 5 to 8. An American reader will instinctively call to mind the Aleutian and Alaskan tribes on the one hand, and the Yucatanese and Mexican civilizations on the other, and the juxtaposition of the author's generalization with the specific facts leaves the effect of a drawn game. In wet, cold countries, natural forces act regularly, and the social surplus is small. Here men unite into strongly knit social groups, with a well-developed feeling of the solidarity of responsibility. Vigorous and aggressive, they react promptly against sources of pain, p. 64. This again calls up the Eskimo, the Fuegians, the Ainu, whose social groups are not seriously to be weighed in the balance of solidarity. And to make the bewilderment complete one might add the Haida, except for the fact that with them the food supply, social surplus, was not scant, while their social groups were strongly knit. So again, in contrast, 129. These concepts of peace and obedience do not come naturally to people living in hot, dry countries, where nature is arbitrary. As their privations seem to be due to their own shortcomings, they develop readily the concept of sin and of a fallen nature. But peace they do not look for, and obedience they do not yield. On the contrary, they have inclinations toward a life of asceticism and individual freedom. Among these people there is no powerful priesthood and no concept of God except as a being to fear and avoid, p. 63. The Mexicans and Pueblos should afford illustration of this text, but credible accounts say that they do not altogether. The Pueblos, for instance, probably as clear a case as may be found, are currently held by students of their culture to be peaceable, obedient to their chosen authorities, not noticeably conscious of their own shortcoming, not perceptibly inclined to asceticism, with a priesthood constituting the strongest power among them, with an extensive and well-grown mythology and an intricate and elaborate cult, constantly resorting for comfort to their divinities, of whom they have but little fear. This anthropological economic verification of Mr. Patton's underlying principles of interpretation might be continued at considerable length without coming closer to a conviction of their adequacy. But all this touches only the preliminaries and premises of the discussion, not the main work of interpretation itself. It may seem gratuitous and ungraceful to apply these preliminary generalizations to the case of peoples that lie outside of that European culture with which alone his argument is occupied, but if the generalizations are to apply with such force as to afford a point of departure within the European culture, they should be of such a consistency as to avoid the appearance of having been constructed ad hoc. It is to be regretted that, even at points that are not peculiarly recondite or difficult, in the handling of the main question, faults of the same kind occur again. So, in the distinction made between his three typical civilizations, German, Semitic and Roman, Mr. Patton overlooks that difference of racial stocks that anthropologists make much of, and resorts instead to an unnecessarily bald appeal to the economic situation, p. 64. Similarly, the like persistent racial difference traceable between Catholics and Protestants, and in a less degree between Calvinists and Lutherans, is neglected at a later point, ch. 2, also pages 110 to 42. The character of the early German was due mainly to the damp, cold climate in which he lived, and to the meager food products upon which he subsisted, p. 65. The evidence of the Germans' food products being meager is not easy to find, where evidence of the early dietary is most available, as, for instance, in the case of the older Scandinavian communities, 130 it goes the other way. Nor does the statement, p. 66, that in Germany the equilibrium of population was maintained by pressing against nature for the means of subsistence comport with the other statement, on the same page, that their migration seemed to have been actuated, not by starvation, but by greed. So also it seems paradoxical to say that the character of that Germanic stock that won its way by the sword has few of the traits which war creates. But paradox and the inversion of received views are not among the things which this book avoids. Wide divergence from the commonplace interpretations meets the reader at almost all points of first-rate consequence. At first one is struck with the novelty and force of the new formulations, and one has a feeling that Mr. Patten must have discovered and will unfold a wealth of evidence that shall substantiate the new positions taken. But with further progress this feeling, perhaps unwarrantably, wears off, as the proliferation of novel ideas and the paucity of documentation goes on. The matter-of-fact material handled in the body of the volume raises fewer questions of authenticity than the striking statements made in the 100-odd pages of theoretical groundwork, but there are few portions of the book in the reading of which one quite escapes the apprehension that the facts cited are speaking under constraint. And Mr. Patten's handling of the theme is so flexuse and multiform, and to one not in entire sympathy with his premises and his point of view it seems at times so whimsical and inconsequent, that a detailed scrutiny of the argument would be a large and by no means attractive employment and could scarcely avoid the appearance of captiousness. It is a book of which it is not easy to say much in the way of commendation that shall be specific enough to bear itemized statement. But none the less it will afford valuable suggestion and incentive, and, indeed, guidance, to the economic study of many features of European culture. It abounds in irrelevant generalizations, but there is also much of shrewd observation, with many new and cogent characterizations of the writers and tenets with which the book deals. We may not be able to accept Mr. Patten's position that antagonism to Puritan enthusiasm was the deciding motive and guide in Locke's work, nor may many students find conviction in the characterization of Darwin as a philosopher on the downward curve, or of Hume as an economist changed into a philosopher. But the pointed contrast of Mr. Patten's views on these heads as against what has passed current will at least have a salutary effect in directing the attention of students to features in the development of thought which have commonly been passed over too lightly. The account given of the development of the English home and of the cultural causes and effects of the English 131 status of women does not seem conclusive, in view of the fact that a passably equivalent economic situation in other communities, where race, religion, or social traditions have been different, has not worked out like results. But here again the discussion throws an effective light upon the questions in hand, though it is perhaps to be rated as a side light. One is somewhat at a loss to account for the very high degree of efficacy imputed to the Christian religion, an intrusive cult, in Germanic and English culture, in a discussion whose first, if not sole, postulate is that the economic situation shapes the cultural sequence without help or hindrance from any outside spiritual force or from any antecedent tradition or tenet. And still, inconsistent as it may be, his handling of this intrusive cult as a formative element in English spiritual life is by no means the least effective of Mr. Patten's work. On one point at least, of general bearing, Mr. Patten's conclusion seems blind to those who do not see all these matters through his eyes. In Chapter 3, p. 188-89, and again in his concluding remarks, p. 378, it is broadly stated that the English have shown a conspicuous incapacity for the development of political institutions. This raises a question as to what may be meant by a capacity for political life, in that economic relation with which Mr. Patten is avowedly occupied, beyond such an adequate adjustment to their economic situation as Mr. Patten shows the English to be eminently possessed of. Selection 21. The Theory of the Leisure Class, an Economic Study in the Evolution of Institutions. Veblen, 1899 c. Industrial Exemption and Conservatism. The life of man in society, just like the life of other species, is a struggle for existence, and therefore it is a process of selective adaptation. The evolution of social structure has been a process of natural selection of institutions. The progress which has been and is being made in human institutions and in human character may be set down, broadly, to a natural selection of the fittest habits of thought and to a process of enforced adaptation of individuals to an environment which has progressively changed with the growth of the community and with the changing institutions under which men have lived. Institutions are not only themselves the result of a selective and adaptive process which shapes the prevailing or dominant types of spiritual attitude and aptitudes, they are at the same time special methods of life and of human relations, and are therefore in their turn efficient factors of selection. So that the changing institutions in their turn make for a further selection of individuals endowed with the fittest temperament, and a further adaptation of individual temperament and habits to the changing environment through the formation of new institutions. 189. The forces which have shaped the development of human life and of social structure are no doubt ultimately reducible to terms of living tissue and material environment, but proximately, for the purpose in hand, these forces may best be stated in terms of an environment, partly human, partly non-human, and a human subject with a more or less definite physical and intellectual constitution. Taken in the aggregate or average, this human subject is more or less variable, chiefly, no doubt, under a rule of selective conservation of favorable variations. The selection of favorable variations is perhaps in great measure a selective conservation of ethnic types. In the life history of any community whose population is made up of a mixture of diverse ethnic elements, one or another of several persistent and relatively stable types of body and of temperament rises into dominance at any given point. The situation, including the institutions in force at any given time, will favor the survival and dominance of one type of character in preference to another, and the type of man so selected to continue and to further elaborate the institutions handed down from the past will in some considerable measure shape these institutions in his own likeness. But apart from selection as between relatively stable types of character and habits of mind, there is no doubt simultaneously going on a process of selective adaptation of habits of thought within the general range of aptitudes which is characteristic of the dominant ethnic type or types. There may be a variation in the fundamental character of any population by selection between relatively stable types, but there is 190 also a variation due to adaptation in detail within the range of the type, and to selection between specific habitual views regarding any given social relation or group of relations. For the present purpose, however, the question as to the nature of the adaptive process, whether it is chiefly a selection between stable types of temperament and character, or chiefly an adaptation of men's habits of thought to changing circumstances, is of less importance than the fact that, by one method or another, institutions change and develop. Institutions must change with changing circumstances, since they are of the nature of an habitual method of responding to the stimuli which these changing circumstances afford. The development of these institutions is the development of society. The institutions are, in substance, prevalent habits of thought with respect to particular relations and particular functions of the individual and of the community, and the scheme of life, which is made up of the aggregate of institutions in force at a given time or at a given point in the development of any society, may, on the psychological side, be broadly characterized as a prevalent spiritual attitude or a prevalent theory of life. As regards its generic features, this spiritual attitude or theory of life is in the last analysis reducible to terms of a prevalent type of character. The situation of today shapes the institutions of tomorrow through a selective, coercive process, by acting upon men's habitual view of things, and so altering or fortifying a point of view or a mental attitude handed 191 down from the past. The institutions, that is to say the habits of thought, under the guidance of which men live are in this way received from an earlier time, more or less remotely earlier, but in any event they have been elaborated in and received from the past. Institutions are products of the past process, are adapted to past circumstances, and are therefore never in full accord with the requirements of the present. In the nature of the case, this process of selective adaptation can never catch up with the progressively changing situation in which the community finds itself at any given time, for the environment, the situation, the exigencies of life which enforce the adaptation and exercise the selection, change from day to day, and each successive situation of the community in its turn tends to obsolescence as soon as it has been established. When a step in the development has been taken, this step itself constitutes a change of situation which requires a new adaptation, it becomes the point of departure for a new step in the adjustment, and so on interminably. It is to be noted then, although it may be a tedious truism, that the institutions of today, the present accepted scheme of life, do not entirely fit the situation of today. At the same time, men's present habits of thought tend to persist indefinitely, except as circumstances enforce a change. These institutions which have so been handed down, these habits of thought, points of view, mental attitudes and aptitudes, or what not, are therefore themselves a conservative factor. This is the factor of social inertia, psychological inertia, conservatism. 192. Social structure changes, develops, adapts itself to an altered situation, only through a change in the habits of thought of the several classes of the community, or in the last analysis, through a change in the habits of thought of the individuals which make up the community. The evolution of society is substantially a process of mental adaptation on the part of individuals under the stress of circumstances which will no longer tolerate habits of thought formed under and conforming to a different set of circumstances in the past. For the immediate purpose, it need not be a question of serious importance whether this adaptive process is a process of selection and survival of persistent ethnic types or a process of individual adaptation and an inheritance of acquired traits. Social advance, especially as seen from the point of view of economic theory, consists in a continued progressive approach to an approximately exact adjustment of inner relations to outer relations, but this adjustment is never definitively established, since the outer relations are subject to constant change as a consequence of the progressive change going on in the inner relations. But the degree of approximation may be greater or less, depending on the facility with which an adjustment is made. A readjustment of men's habits of thought to conform with the exigencies of an altered situation is in any case made only tardily and reluctantly, and only under the coercion exercised by a stipulation which has made the accredited views untenable. The readjustment of institutions and habitual views to an altered environment is made in response to 193 pressure from without. It is of the nature of a response to stimulus. Freedom and facility of readjustment, that is to say capacity for growth in social structure, therefore depends in great measure on the degree of freedom with which the situation at any given time acts on the individual members of the community, the degree of exposure of the individual members to the constraining forces of the environment. If any portion or class of society is sheltered from the action of the environment in any essential respect, that portion of the community, or that class, will adapt its views and its scheme of life more tardily to the altered general situation. It will in so far tend to retard the process of social transformation. The wealthy leisure class is in such a sheltered position with respect to the economic forces that make for change and readjustment. And it may be said that the forces which make for a readjustment of institutions, especially in the case of a modern industrial community, are, in the last analysis, almost entirely of an economic nature. Any community may be viewed as an industrial or economic mechanism, the structure of which is made up of what is called its economic institutions. These institutions are habitual methods of carrying on the life process of the community in contact with the material environment in which it lives. When given methods of unfolding human activity in this given environment have been elaborated in this way, the life of the community will express itself with some facility in these habitual directions. The community will make use of the forces of the environment for the purposes of its 194 life according to methods learned in the past and embodied in these institutions. But as population increases, and as men's knowledge and skill in directing the forces of nature widen, the habitual methods of relation between the members of the group, and the habitual method of carrying on the life process of the group as a whole, no longer give the same result as before, nor are the resulting conditions of life distributed and apportioned in the same manner or with the same effect among the various members as before. If the scheme according to which the life process of the group was carried on under the earlier conditions gave approximately the highest attainable result, under the circumstances, in the way of efficiency or facility of the life process of the group, then the same scheme of life unaltered will not yield the highest result attainable in this respect under the altered conditions. Under the altered conditions of population, skill, and knowledge, the facility of life as carried on according to the traditional scheme may not be lower than under the earlier conditions, but the chances are always that it is less than might be if the scheme were altered to suit the altered conditions. The group is made up of individuals, and the group's life is the life of individuals carried on in at least ostensible severalty. The group's accepted scheme of life is the consensus of views held by the body of these individuals as to what is right, good, expedient, and beautiful in the way of human life. In the redistribution of the conditions of life that comes of the altered method of dealing with the environment, the outcome 195 is not an equable change in the facility of life throughout the group. The altered conditions may increase the facility of life for the group as a whole, but the redistribution will usually result in a decrease of facility or fullness of life for some members of the group. An advance in technical methods, in population, or in industrial organization will require at least some of the members of the community to change their habits of life, if they are to enter with facility and effect into the altered industrial methods, and in doing so they will be unable to live up to the received notions as to what are the right and beautiful habits of life. Anyone who is required to change his habits of life and his habitual relations to his fellow men will feel the discrepancy between the method of life required of him by the newly arisen exigencies, and the traditional scheme of life to which he is accustomed. It is the individuals placed in this position who have the liveliest incentive to reconstruct the received scheme of life and are most readily persuaded to accept new standards, and it is through the need of the means of livelihood that men are placed in such a position. The pressure exerted by the environment upon the group, and making for a readjustment of the group's scheme of life, impinges upon the members of the group in the form of pecuniary exigencies, and it is owing to this fact, that external forces are in great part translated into the form of pecuniary or economic exigencies, that we can say that the forces which count toward a readjustment of institutions in any modern industrial community are chiefly economic forces, or 196 more specifically. These forces take the form of pecuniary pressure. Such a readjustment as is here contemplated is substantially a change in men's views as to what is good and right, and the means through which a change is wrought in men's apprehension of what is good and right is in large part the pressure of pecuniary exigencies. Any change in men's views as to what is good and right in human life make its way but tardily at the best. Especially is this true of any change in the direction of what is called progress, that is to say, in the direction of divergence from the archaic position, from the position which may be accounted the point of departure at any step in the social evolution of the community. Retrogression, reapproach to a standpoint to which the race has been long habituated in the past, is easier. This is especially true in case the development away from this past standpoint has not been due chiefly to a substitution of an ethnic type whose temperament is alien to the earlier standpoint. The cultural stage which lies immediately back of the present in the life history of Western civilization is what has here been called the quasi-peaceable stage. At this quasi-peaceable stage the law of status is the dominant feature in the scheme of life. There is no need of pointing out how prone the men of today are to revert to the spiritual attitude of mastery and of personal subservience which characterizes that stage. It may rather be said to be held in an uncertain abeyance by the economic exigencies of today, than to have been definitely supplanted by a habit of mind that is 197 in full accord with these later developed exigencies. The predatory and quasi-peaceable stages of economic evolution seem to have been of long duration in the life history of all the chief ethnic elements which go to make up the populations of the Western culture. The temperament and the propensities proper to those cultural stages have, therefore, attained such a persistence as to make a speedy reversion to the broad features of the corresponding psychological constitution inevitable in the case of any class or community which is removed from the action of those forces that make for a maintenance of the later developed habits of thought. It is a matter of common notoriety that when individuals, or even considerable groups of men, are segregated from a higher industrial culture and exposed to a lower cultural environment, or to an economic situation of a more primitive character, they quickly show evidence of reversion toward the spiritual features which characterize the predatory type, and it seems probable that the dolicho-blond type of European man is possessed of a greater facility for such reversion to barbarism than the other ethnic elements with which that type is associated in the Western culture. Examples of such a reversion on a small scale abound in the later history of migration and colonization. Except for the fear of offending that chauvinistic patriotism which is so characteristic a feature of the predatory culture, and the presence of which is frequently the most striking mark of reversion in modern communities, the case of the American colonies might be cited as an example of 198 such a reversion on an unusually large scale, though it was not a reversion of very large scope. The leisure class is in great measure sheltered from the stress of those economic exigencies which prevail in any modern, highly organized industrial community. The exigencies of the struggle for the means of life are less exacting for this class than for any other, and as a consequence of this privileged position we should expect to find it one of the least responsive of the classes of society to the demands which the situation makes for a further growth of institutions and a readjustment to an altered industrial situation. The leisure class is the conservative class. The exigencies of the general economic situation of the community do not freely or directly impinge upon the members of this class. They are not required under penalty of forfeiture to change their habits of life and their theoretical views of the external world to suit the demands of an altered industrial technique, since they are not in the full sense an organic part of the industrial community. Therefore these exigencies do not readily produce, in the members of this class, that degree of uneasiness with the existing order which alone can lead any body of men to give up views and methods of life that have become habitual to them. The office of the leisure class in social evolution is to retard the movement and to conserve what is obsolescent. This proposition is by no means novel, it has long been one of the commonplaces of popular opinion. The prevalent conviction that the wealthy class is by 199 nature conservative has been popularly accepted without much aid from any theoretical view as to the place and relation of that class in the cultural development. When an explanation of this class conservatism is offered, it is commonly the invidious one that the wealthy class opposes innovation because it has a vested interest, of an unworthy sort, in maintaining the present conditions. The explanation here put forward imputes no unworthy motive. The opposition of the class to changes in the cultural scheme is instinctive, and does not rest primarily on an interested calculation of material advantages. It is an instinctive revulsion at any departure from the accepted way of doing and of looking at things, a revulsion common to all men and only to be overcome by stress of circumstances. All change in habits of life and of thought is irksome. The difference in this respect between the wealthy and the common run of mankind lies not so much in the motive which prompts to conservatism as in the degree of exposure to the economic forces that urge a change. The members of the wealthy class do not yield to the demand for innovation as readily as other men because they are not constrained to do so. This conservatism of the wealthy class is so obvious a feature that it has even come to be recognized as a mark of respectability. Since conservatism is a characteristic of the wealthier and therefore more reputable portion of the community, it has acquired a certain honorific or decorative value. It has become prescriptive to such an extent that an adherence to conservative views is comprised as a matter of course in our notions 200 of respectability, and it is imperatively incumbent on all who would lead a blameless life in point of social repute. Conservatism, being an upper-class characteristic, is decorous, and conversely, innovation, being a lower-class phenomenon, is vulgar. The first and most unreflected element in that instinctive revulsion and reprobation with which we turn from all social innovators is the sense of the essential vulgarity of the thing. So that even in cases where one recognizes the substantial merits of the case for which the innovator is spokesman, as may easily happen if the evils which he seeks to remedy are sufficiently remote in point of time or space or personal contact, still one cannot but be sensible of the fact that the innovator is a person with whom it is at least distasteful to be associated, and from whose social contact one must shrink. Innovation is bad form. The fact that the usages, actions, and views of the well-to-do leisure class acquire the character of a prescriptive canon of conduct for the rest of society, gives added weight and reach to the conservative influence of that class. It makes it incumbent upon all reputable people to follow their lead. So that, by virtue of its high position as the avatar of good form, the wealthier class comes to exert a retarding influence upon social development far in excess of that which the simple numerical strength of the class would assign it. Its prescriptive example acts to greatly stiffen the resistance of all other classes against any innovation, and to fix men's affections upon the good institutions handed down from an earlier generation. 201. There is a second way in which the influence of the leisure class acts in the same direction, so far as concerns hindrance to the adoption of a conventional scheme of life more in accord with the exigencies of the time. This second method of upper-class guidance is not in strict consistency to be brought under the same category as the instinctive conservatism and aversion to new modes of thought just spoken of, but it may as well be dealt with here, since it has at least this much in common with the conservative habit of mind that it acts to retard innovation and the growth of social structure. The code of proprieties, conventionalities, and usages in vogue at any given time and among any given people has more or less of the character of an organic whole, so that any appreciable change in one point of the scheme involves something of a change or readjustment at other points also, if not a reorganization all along the line. When a change is made which immediately touches only a minor point in the scheme, the consequent derangement of the structure of conventionalities may be inconspicuous, but even in such a case it is safe to say that some derangement of the general scheme, more or less far-reaching, will follow. On the other hand, when an attempted reform involves the suppression or thoroughgoing remodeling of an institution of first-rate importance in the conventional scheme, it is immediately felt that a serious derangement of the entire scheme would result. It is felt that a readjustment of the structure to the new form taken on by one of its chief elements would be a painful and tedious, if not a doubtful process. 202. In order to realize the difficulty which such a radical change in any one feature of the conventional scheme of life would involve, it is only necessary to suggest the suppression of the monogamic family, or of the agnatic system of consanguinity, or of private property, or of the theistic faith, in any country of the Western civilization, or suppose the suppression of ancestor worship in China, or of the caste system in India, or of slavery in Africa, or the establishment of equality of the sexes in Mohammedan countries. It needs no argument to show that the derangement of the general structure of conventionalities in any of these cases would be very considerable. In order to effect such an innovation, a very far-reaching alteration of men's habits of thought would be involved also at other points of the scheme than the one immediately in question. The aversion to any such innovation amounts to a shrinking from an essentially alien scheme of life. The revulsion felt by good people at any proposed departure from the accepted methods of life is a familiar fact of everyday experience. It is not unusual to hear those persons who dispense salutary advice and admonition to the community express themselves forcibly upon the far-reaching pernicious effects which the community would suffer from such relatively slight changes as the disestablishment of the Anglican Church, an increased facility of divorce, adoption of female suffrage, prohibition of the manufacture and sale of intoxicating beverages, abolition or restriction of inheritances, etc. Any one of these innovations would, we are told, shake the social structure to its base, reduce society to chaos, 203 subvert the foundations of morality, make life intolerable, confound the order of nature, etc. These various locutions are, no doubt, of the nature of hyperbole, but, at the same time, like all overstatement, they are evidence of a lively sense of the gravity of the consequences which they are intended to describe. The effect of these and like innovations in deranging the accepted scheme of life is felt to be of much graver consequence than the simple alteration of an isolated item in a series of contrivances for the convenience of men in society. What is true in so obvious a degree of innovations of first-rate importance is true in a less degree of changes of a smaller immediate importance. The aversion to change is in large part an aversion to the bother of making the readjustment which any given change will necessitate, and this solidarity of the system of institutions of any given culture or of any given people strengthens the instinctive resistance offered to any change in men's habits of thought, even in matters which, taken by themselves, are of minor importance. A consequence of this increased reluctance, due to the solidarity of human institutions, is that any innovation calls for a greater expenditure of nervous energy in making the necessary readjustment than would otherwise be the case. It is not only that a change in established habits of thought is distasteful. The process of readjustment of the accepted theory of life involves a degree of mental effort, a more or less protracted and laborious effort to find and to keep one's bearings under the altered circumstances. This process requires a certain expenditure of energy, and so presumes, for its successful 204 accomplishment, some surplus of energy beyond that absorbed in the daily struggle for subsistence. Consequently, it follows that progress is hindered by underfeeding and excessive physical hardship, no less effectually than by such a luxurious life as will shut out discontent by cutting off the occasion for it. The abjectly poor, and all those persons whose energies are entirely absorbed by the struggle for daily sustenance, are conservative because they cannot afford the effort of taking thought for the day after tomorrow, just as the highly prosperous are conservative because they have small occasion to be discontented with the situation as it stands today. From this proposition it follows that the institution of a leisure class acts to make the lower classes conservative by withdrawing from them as much as it may of the means of sustenance, and so reducing their consumption, and consequently their available energy, to such a point as to make them incapable of the effort required for the learning and adoption of new habits of thought. The accumulation of wealth at the upper end of the pecuniary scale implies privation at the lower end of the scale. It is a commonplace that, wherever it occurs, a considerable degree of privation among the body of the people is a serious obstacle to any innovation. This direct inhibitory effect of the unequal distribution of wealth is seconded by an indirect effect tending to the same result. As has already been seen, the imperative example set by the upper class in fixing the canons of reputability fosters the practice of conspicuous consumption. The prevalence of conspicuous 205 consumption as one of the main elements in the standard of decency among all classes is of course not traceable wholly to the example of the wealthy leisure class, but the practice and the insistence on it are no doubt strengthened by the example of the leisure class. The requirements of decency in this matter are very considerable and very imperative, so that even among classes whose pecuniary position is sufficiently strong to admit a consumption of goods considerably in excess of the subsistence minimum, the disposable surplus left over after the more imperative physical needs are satisfied is not infrequently diverted to the purpose of a conspicuous decency, rather than to added physical comfort and fullness of life. Moreover, such surplus energy as is available is also likely to be expended in the acquisition of goods for conspicuous consumption or conspicuous hoarding. The result is that the requirements of pecuniary reputability tend, 1. To leave but a scanty subsistence minimum available for other than conspicuous consumption, and, 2. To absorb any surplus energy which may be available after the bare physical necessities of life have been provided for. The outcome of the whole is a strengthening of the general conservative attitude of the community. The institution of a leisure class hinders cultural development immediately, 1. By the inertia proper to the class itself, and, 2. Through its prescriptive example of conspicuous waste and of conservatism, and, 3. Indirectly through that system of unequal distribution of wealth and sustenance on which the institution itself rests. To this is to be added that the leisure class has also 206 a material interest in leaving things as they are. Under the circumstances prevailing at any given time this class is in a privileged position, and any departure from the existing order may be expected to work to the detriment of the class rather than the reverse. The attitude of the class, simply as influenced by its class interest, should therefore be to let well enough alone. This interested motive comes in to supplement the strong instinctive bias of the class, and so to render it even more consistently conservative than it otherwise would be. All this, of course, has nothing to say in the way of eulogy or deprecation of the office of the leisure class as an exponent and vehicle of conservatism or reversion in social structure. The inhibition which it exercises may be salutary or the reverse. Whether it is the one or the other in any given case is a question of casuistry rather than of general theory. There may be truth in the view, as a question of policy, so often expressed by the spokesman of the conservative element, that without some such substantial and consistent resistance to innovation as is offered by the conservative well-to-do classes, social innovation and experiment would hurry the community into untenable and intolerable situations, the only possible result of which would be discontent and disastrous reaction. All this, however, is beside the present argument. But apart from all deprecation, and aside from all question as to the indispensability of some such check on headlong innovation, the leisure class, in the nature of things, consistently acts to retard that adjustment to 207 the environment which is called social advance or development. The characteristic attitude of the class may be summed up in the maxim, whatever is right, whereas the law of natural selection, as applied to human institutions, gives the axiom, whatever is wrong. Not that the institutions of today are wholly wrong for the purposes of the life of today, but they are, always and in the nature of things, wrong to some extent. They are the result of a more or less inadequate adjustment of the methods of living to a situation which prevailed at some point in the past development, and they are therefore wrong by something more than the interval which separates the present situation from that of the past. Right and wrong are of course here used without conveying any reflection as to what ought or ought not to be. They are applied simply from the morally colorless, evolutionary standpoint, and are intended to designate compatibility or incompatibility with the effective evolutionary process. The institution of a leisure class, by force of class interest and instinct, and by precept and prescriptive example, makes for the perpetuation of the existing maladjustment of institutions, and even favors a reversion to a somewhat more archaic scheme of life, a scheme which would be still farther out of adjustment with the exigencies of life under the existing situation even than the accredited, obsolescent scheme that has come down from the immediate past. But after all has been said on the head of conservation of the good old ways, it remains true that institutions 208 change and develop. There is a cumulative growth of customs and habits of thought, a selective adaptation of conventions and methods of life. Something is to be said of the office of the leisure class in guiding this growth as well as in retarding it, but little can be said here of its relation to institutional growth except as it touches the institutions that are primarily and immediately of an economic character. These institutions, the economic structure, may be roughly distinguished into two classes or categories, according as they serve one or the other of two divergent purposes of economic life. To adapt the classical terminology, they are institutions of acquisition or of production, or to revert to terms already employed in a different connection in earlier chapters, they are pecuniary or industrial institutions, or in still other terms, they are institutions serving either the invidious or the non-invidious economic interest. The former category have to do with business, the latter with industry, taking the latter word in the mechanical sense. The latter class are not often recognized as institutions, in great part because they do not immediately concern the ruling class, and are, therefore, seldom the subject of legislation or of deliberate convention. When they do receive attention they are commonly approached from the pecuniary or business side, that being the side or phase of economic life that chiefly occupies men's deliberations in our time, especially the deliberations of the upper classes. These classes have little else than a business interest in things economic, and on them at the same time it is 209 chiefly incumbent to deliberate upon the community's affairs.